My health? My dignity? For what? For my cats! What'd you do it for? Garfield, you hungry? You hungry? Gargar. I know you're there, boy. We're right in that yard, right there. Better keep your dogs in and your cat food too. Let's try to catch him for me. Bring it back to me. I'll give you my fucking computer. Or some fucking food stamps. I don't fucking care if it's trading food stamps for a fucking cat. Take them from me, government. Don't wow on me, you fucking retards. Still recording. Doors open, both of them. I don't know how cold it gets. Do I ever care? No.
The steepness of snow and to Kakasam Yam. Followed the trail of Shell to the edge of the world, he threw away the bones. He threw them away 2 by 2. To Kataiti, place of steepness, he threw 2. To Kuyani Shikes, the crawfish trail. To Malakisi, steepness of snow, and to Kakasam Yama, mountains of the great blue heron. To each he threw 2 bones. Thus people were created. The dry bones became Maidu, the Indian, Aikspala, the people of the chipmunks, and last of all, Maklax, the Klamath Indian. Then Kemush followed the trail of Shell the sun, climbing higher and higher. At the top of the trail he built his lodge. Here still lives Kemush, old man of the ancients, with his daughter Evening Sky, and Wanaka, the sun halo. The robe of Kemush, Klamath. Kemush, walking upon the earth after having created it, saw 5 lynxes sitting upon a tree. Kemush had on only a rabbit blanket. Kemush tore his blanket to pieces, saying, "The lynxes will be a good robe to me when I kill them." Picking up a stone, he threw it at the lynxes. One lynx jumped down and ran away. Kemush said, "Oh, it will not be a good mantle." Again he missed with a stone. Another lynx, jumping down, ran off. Kemush said, "Again one skipped away. Now my mantle will become small." The 3 lynxes sitting on the tree scoffed at Kemush. Again with a stone he missed the lynxes. Another one jumped down and ran. the princes, both skipping down, ran away. Kemus began crying,
Anyone? He's my cat. Garfield. The leash on. You can catch him. Bring him back to me. I'll give you whatever the fuck you want.
Not far away, an antelope with an
I'll even leave.
lay on a clearing, spreading his rabbit blanket over the antelope. Kemus kicked it. Then he began searching for a
Good enough?
knife with which to skin it. An antelope behind him ran off. Looking at it, Kemus said, "This looks like my antelope." Then the antelope of Kemus ran in front of him. Kemus saw his blanket on the antelope's back. He cried, "Stop, stop. The people will make fun of you wrapped in my old rabbit blanket." How Kawanika created the world. At first it was dark. There was neither wind nor rain. There were no people or animals. In the middle of the water, on a piece of land, sat Kawanika. He sat by his fire, breathing the smoke of burning cedar. On the edge of the land stood another god. Looking northward, he saw an ash tree. Looking southward, he saw a red cedar. Therefore, the ash and red cedar are sacred above all other trees. Looking southwest, he saw something red. Said Kawanika, "It must be land coming." At last, the land came and touched the piece on which they sat. But it was unsteady. It trembled. Then Kawanika pressed his hands over it, making it steady. He wanted to make more land, but he did not wish sickness to be in it. He said, "Where many die, I will make much water and little land. Where few die, I will make much land and little water." Kawanika chose 3 rocks and 2 pieces of earth. He threw one rock into the water. Then he listened. It went down, down, down. He threw another rock, and then the third. Then he threw a piece of earth. He listened. He threw the other piece of earth. After the 5th throw, mighty waves arose. They dashed against the land, then receded. Thus were the tides formed. Then more land came, but it was muddy. Man could not step on it. Soon footprints appeared. "Ha," said Kawanika, "that is sickness. It is bad." So he made the water cover the land. Then he blew at the water and uncovered the land. Again footprints came in the mud. "That is bad. That is sickness," said Kawanika. 4 times he made water cover the land. The 5th time the footprints were made as before. Kawanika let them alone. 5 is a sacred number. All this time it was dark. Kawanika tried to make daylight, but could not. Then he called all the birds to a great council. He asked them how to make sunlight. Only one bird knew. He said in the far north was the sun. 2 wild geese had been there. The geese said there was a magic way of calling the sun. They would teach Kawanika if he would give special privileges to all birds. So Kawanika learned the secret and called the sun. It came at his call and stopped as he told it. So Kawanika made a track for the sun, northward in summer, southward in winter. Kawanika pulled 2 hairs from his head and threw them on the ground. They became snakes. Soon there were many on the land and in the water. They made storms by blowing with their mouths. One long serpent coiled itself 5 times around the world, so it does not fall apart. Kawanika pulled 2 more hairs from his head. They became dogs. Afterwards, a woman came from the south. She is the mother who never dies. She is the South. All Indians return to her at death, and she sends them back as infants. Kawanika now lives in the sun and looks down on the people. How Old Man Above Created the World. Shasta Indians. Long, long ago, when the world was so new that even the stars were dark, it was very, very flat. Jeria, old man above, could not see through the dark to the new flat earth. Neither could he step down to it because it was so far below him. With a large stone he bored a hole in the sky. Then through the hole he pushed down masses of ice and snow until a great pyramid rose from the plain. Old man above climbed down through the hole he had made in the sky, stepping from cloud to cloud until he could put his foot on top the mass of ice and snow. Then, with one long step, he reached the earth.
Who the fuck is Brad?
The
Who's James? Brooklyn.
Hole in the sky and began to melt the ice and snow. It made holes in the ice and snow.
Who's this West guy?
When it was soft, Jerry
3 names. I was just told my head.
Into the earth here and there, and
James, Brad, and West. Those are 3 names. I was told my head. I don't know those fucking people.
Trees and made them grow. Then he gathered the leaves which fell from the trees and blew upon them. They became birds. He took a stick and broke it into pieces. Out of the small end he made fishes and placed them in the mountain streams. Of the middle of the stick he made all the animals except the grizzly bear. From the big end of the stick came the grizzly bear, who was made master of all. Grizzly was large and strong and cunning. When the earth was new, he walked upon 2 feet and carried a large club. So strong was Grizzly that old man above feared the creature he had made. Therefore, so that he might be safe, Jeria hollowed out the pyramid of ice and snow as a teepee. There he lived for thousands of snows. The Indians knew he lived there because they could see the smoke curling from the smoke hole of his teepee. When the paleface came, old man above went away. There is no longer any smoke from the smoke hole. White men call the teepee Mount Shasta. Old man above and the Grizzlies, Shasta Indians. A long time ago, while smoke still curled from the smoke hole of the teepee, a great storm arose. The storm shook the teepee. Wind blew the smoke down the smoke hole. Old man above said to little daughter, "Climb up to the smoke hole and tell Wind to be quiet. Stick your arm out of the smoke hole before you tell him." Little daughter pleased and the white foam on the bitter waters. Wind caught little daughter by the hair. Wind pulled her out of the smoke hole and blew her down the mountain. Wind blew little daughter over the smooth ice and the great forests down to the land of the Grizzlies. Wind tangled her hair and then left her cold, shivering near the teepees of the Grizzlies. Soon Grizzly came home. In those days, Grizzly walked on 2 feet and carried a big stick. Grizzly could talk as people do. Grizzly laid down the young elk he had killed and picked up little daughter.
Those people might have had my cat. Who were they?
Then Mother Grizzly warmed her by the fire. Mother Grizzly gave her food to eat. Soon little daughter married the son of Grizzly. Their children were not Grizzlies. They were men. So the Grizzlies built a teepee for little daughter and her children. White men called the teepee Little Shasta. At last, Mother Grizzly sent a son to old man above.
Come back to me, Garfield.
Grizzly knew that little daughter was the child of old man above, but she was afraid. She said, "Tell old man above that little daughter is alive." Old man above climbed out of the smoke hole. He ran down the mountainside to the land of the Grizzlies. Old man above ran very quickly. Wherever he set his foot, the snow melted. The snow melted very quickly and made streams of water. Now Grizzly...
Profile picture. Yep, it's Garfield. And Big George.
Ye shall use your hands as feet. You shall look downward. Then old man above...
Yeah, Garfield has a forehead dot. And a little home flame on his nose. Perfect fucking tuxedo pattern. You see a cat that looks like that? He's mine.
Only when fighting, they stand on 2 feet and use their fists like men. Duration of life. Klamath. Kimush
He's my fucking son, as far as I'm concerned. Dad. Who's not my dad anymore. His name's Tim fucking Miller. He's a lying prick.
Coyote. Coyotes all.
Man, when the cops figured out how many fucking people were involved, dude, holy shit, huh? You think the other one will snitch the other ones out? I know they will. 828. Yeah, you punk bitch. Garfield. I don't think that'd be considered trespassing, huh? If I was to go in the yard and lick my cat, probably wouldn't be considered trespassing, would it? You'd want it to be, but it wouldn't be. Now, if I was to go over to your yard and look through your yard for my cat, you'd get pissed, right? But it'd be legal. Wouldn't it? At that point? It's make me suicidal? Yeah, it would, huh? So I think I'll do that before I go to bed. Shoot me. Really considering it. Something I really don't want to do. Now if a dog run outside, dude, I'll call 911 so fucking fast. No offense to any good dogs out there. But if they're running around right now at night, they're not. Go fucking figure, huh? No, I never disputed now. I don't know where it went, guys. Where'd it fucking go? My lighter. Just like that, huh? Fuck you guys. All these Puritan anti-cat ghosts are going to fucking hell forever, and they know it. And they know it too. It was the worst world ever. Ever. Do one or two more roundabouts. Quietly, I guess. This is my fucking cat. Just patch of these. Do they even fit me? Maybe, maybe not. 29s? Probably not. Any jeans definitely fucking not. Where are my fucking pants? These will fit. Happy, Dad? Sure he will be. But I'm gone, huh? I mean everything I fucking say. Every fucking word. Every fucking time. Now they're trying to get my cat right now, huh? I know it. I saw him driving around. Where the fuck does lighter go? How the fuck does that happen, Taran? Happens all the fucking time, guys. Spears are freaking out because they don't want this to happen. No, they're fucking freaked out. Your ancestors are, and they fucking hate you. All of you, basically. Your parents. Wanna know why? Because they're hanging out with me. Get mad at me. Shoot me. Keep telling you. Nope, they love it when I'm in this position. They do. No, they love it. They love watching me freak out. They're giddy over there.
Not as gay as they want to be, though, because they know they're on the fucking spot. That the sheriff driving right past their fucking house looking for my cat. I know who you are. He gets what now? So the fucking cops. Arrest you. That's what they'll do. What do you think they're gonna do? Arrest me? I doubt it. Garfield all night, all day. I know they'll freak out if I do. Go in their fucking yards like I want to. I desperately want to. But I can't see. No, I'm fucking blind. And I'm trying to train the cat. But he's scared. Because people have broken in here. The cat's don't like to be tied up. But he's got a leash on. I heard a BB gun go off. And I know it. Yeah, Friends is a fucking F, dude. I mean, I was on the verge, too. I've proven everything. No, everything. Now I don't even fucking care. You gonna burn it out. I do care. But not about my life. Not really about yours either. But about this world I do. But not that much. Why would I? I'm a nightmare? A little bit, huh? I know. But you don't know what I've been through. You really don't. Think you do. But recently, it's been really bad. And I've acted like it's all kind of cool, except for I'm fucking crazy, and you're fucking evil. Remember that? In a way, I'm protecting you guys. Trying to. Especially with kids. Or worried about theirs. Grandkids even. Because I know how hard the world's about to get. Really hard. Yep. It was a power of mine to beg me not to. But I don't really care what they have to say right now. Basically, Garfield, huh? But not really. Not really. Because if that's real, and that's real, and that's real too, then why couldn't they capture him? Pretty easily. And why wouldn't they try? What do they already have? How would I even fucking know right now? Well, Garfield says he's not captured. He said he was hiding in a car next to Brad's house. I don't know who Brad is. Hopefully, I didn't just give away his position. But the only Brad I knew has passed away a while ago. It's actually here right now with me. A couple of them, turns out. Your name Brad, you're not evil. And help me find my cat. And my death or disappearance, trust me, will be investigated thoroughly at this point. Because I got the NSA and the sheriff involved. Already. Give a fuck what the WPD said. Oh, and go figure. My pipe is gone. Just like that, huh? See what I'm talking about? How could it have gone that fast? There it is. Cool. Where'd my lighter go? Gone. Somehow. That's how my life goes. Right? Because I'm under severe hypnosis all the time, it becomes very difficult for me to find anything without help. There it is. Cool. So I got bright colors. Now, the kind of hypnosis I'm under, you'd be out killing people probably. I'll be rolling in a ball crying like I almost am. Yeah, I'm not scared for my life. My doors are staying open. At all. I have no fear for myself. And I know it. No, I know it. Well, I guess maybe a little bit. Enough to not go in your fucking yards right now. It's more out of respect, but not really. Should I? Would I get yelled at? Would you come out of your house and talk shit to me if I did? I'm going to try and go to bed. I'm going to try. And then in the morning, first thing, come into everyone's fucking house. Everyone's house. Okay? Knock on the door. I'm looking in your yard, whether you like it or not. Okay? Am I crazy? I'm really not crazy. Okay? I got some details wrong. I was under hypnosis and I knew it. But I beat him and I know it. So they're mad at me and they hate me and I know it. Because it happens to people all the time and I know it. My dad is too. And I fucking know it. Why me? A few reasons, guys. I see dead people. I see dead people. That's why me. Was that meow? Garfield. I talk to dead people. That's why me. No, I know they're previous victims. That's why me. Well, hang out with me. Let me know that they're fucking evil right there. And they are too, right over there. I really thought you guys were too for a second, but I kind of know better now. No, because she pointed out my cat. She's like, is that George? I'm like, oh, no, it's Garfield. That was basically enough from them. Good job. See, that's what I'm talking about. Those are decent neighbors. Want to know why? Because I've called them out on all kinds of crazy shit. And you know what? They still come out with a good attitude towards me. That's a good person, I think. I kind of know it. But these fuckers are really good at the switcheroo. You know what I mean? They've studied you guys enough to wear you like a mask for me. But the ghosts help me out. But sometimes they can be kind of confused too. They don't have the same free reign you'd think. No, they tell me all the time. They're like, no, we're kind of stuck with you, dude. They're not really. But they can see through my eyes, taste my tongue better than they can with you. And they kind of are. A lot of them. Why? I don't know. It sucks. I want to be one of them now. But I'm not supposed to. No, I'm supposed to. There's a bunch of other shit I'm supposed to do still. But guess what I told God? If I lose Garfield, I won't. Guess what? You have free will. And it interrupts prophecy and fate all the time. And I already know what the hell realms that are created after I leave this place. You know, every time Taran Miller dies, a hell world's created. It's little shit like that, guys. No, this world was created because they killed Joan of Arc like 1,000 years ago. And I kind of know it. More people just that. Don't get your heart broke, guys. Mostly women. But men too. Imagine if they didn't kill Jesus so early. He lived longer than that, but still. You know what I mean? They weren't gunning for him. Like they secretly are to me sometimes. And I fucking know it. Now, I'm really not interested in George being God for me, which he is half the time. Now, when I pray to God, I see Big George come around. I'm not really interested in that being Garfield, too. I'd rather just be with them, personally. And then when we pray to God, maybe I'll show up. How'd that feel? Weird, huh? Might happen. Guarantee it, actually, if I killed myself. That'd be interesting, huh? Christ comes around, too. You know that feeling. Go to church. But other spirits do, too. Just don't put me in front of them. But if I die, trust me, I'll be around. More than I am now. I already kind of have, which is why I'm like this now. But I really haven't got it done myself the right way. Someone tried to do it for me. Didn't work. Do I want to? No. Will I have to? Maybe. No, it's a have to. I made a promise. I keep my promise as best I can. I keep them all? No, not even close. But to my cats, I do. Pretty much. Best I can, huh, George? What about this one, Dad? What do you want me to do? I need to go to the walking clinic tomorrow to finish proving another fucking species, dude. They did a brain scan. They did a half-ass fucking CAT scan. I'm like, no, I need more than that. And they knew it, too. It's like, whatever, you know. Maybe tomorrow. See, not really, but kind of. So if I leave tomorrow, you go to the fucking doctor again, which I really probably shouldn't, huh? Yep, that was on purpose. I know that was a setup, too. That's what they do. That's what they do. Every time I'm like right there, Garfield disappears again. That's what they do. Like I'm getting it, I'm getting serious, then Garfield's gone again. And then I fall apart again. Do I get him back usually? Yeah, I've got him back a few times. This time it's easier to catch. That's why I'm freaking out about it. And they already know it. Do you understand? That people's lives are in the crossfire? You understand what they want to do to me again? You ever seen those people with the needles through their cheeks so they can't scream when they're getting tortured? That kind of shit. I've seen it. No, I've seen it. It's fucking disgusting. And right now, there's somebody watching my YouTube live, I bet, looking at somebody with that going on. And I know it. Just wait for me to get there. And guess what they do to the cat if they capture him? The same thing, because they know he's that smart. But he's being a dumbass right now. Because he's a cat. Not stupid, but kind of. And if they get in my head like that, how do you think they get in his head? A lot more. His brain's like my size of my fist, maybe. Not even. I've already seen that in some of you guys' head, and you guys don't even remember. But I do. No, some of you guys have straight up taken shots at me, and I know it. Yep. Huh. One of them is guilty. In certain houses, you'd be surprised who is and who isn't. Who's creeping around my neighborhood now? Who's creeping around now, huh? You recognize them? I didn't. No, I saw like 3 or 4 cars I did not recognize at all since Garfield's been gone. You know what I mean? You guys saw him too, right? Or do only I pay that much attention, huh? Just creep around our neighborhood. No, because I'm seriously worried about shit going on in our fucking neighborhood, not some tweakers. Right under our fucking noses. Where do certain people go? They just vanish, huh? To me, they do. And guess what? They end up in the primordial waters with Taran Miller. Sitting here, yeah, Taran, they caught me. And they killed me. Horribly, turns out. Who did? Some of your fucking neighbors, Taran. In more houses than one. Like I keep fucking saying. Around here, we're just like, oh, who's this guy? Who's this guy? Who's this guy? Whatever, right? And we're like, oh, I know that guy. Fuck him, right? No, exactly. We don't watch out for the fucking weirdos creeping around. The real ones. Typically with vehicles. And not the ones you're expecting either. Typically with nicer vehicles. But sometimes brand new ones. Look all nice. Even got the tag on them still. You know what I mean? Or was that just a coincidence? Maybe it was. Maybe it wasn't. Kind of know it wasn't. Because it was strategic. It freaked me out. Like they do. And I fucking know it. No, the whole world's gonna fucking fall apart. And they know it. I'm not the only one, right? No, I'm not. I'm just a loud one you guys pay attention to. On purpose. So you guys can get your asses. That you're not paying attention to. All the fucking time. Paranoid? I fucking wish. Garfield, I love you, son. Please come home. I need you. God needs you. And she does too. Stop being a little fool. Creep your ass back home. Doors open. I got food. Water too. Think. Hold on. Make sure. Have stood right there. Fill it up again. Fresh water.
Gar. Guard yourself. Please come home. Garfield. You should just stay there. Not you, Garfield. You should come home.
See, they probably did. That's what I'm saying. Like, oh, what's he going to pay attention to? What's he going to notice? He's really observant. What's he not going to notice? Turns out not too much, huh? Like what? Because I'm worried about it. Why wouldn't I be worried about it? I don't care if you claim you fucking heard him before. Seems like it's just a way to get me fucking like not worried so much. Not calling you out all the fucking time, you fucking asshole. Is that schizophrenia? No, it's not. One I know, motherfucker's staring in this direction right now from his house. Behind me. Right behind me? No. No, angled. But there's one or two in front of me too that I'm much more worried about now. Because Garfield might not even know that they're the ones to worry about. So they're like sitting here going, man, oh man, oh man. Hope we get him. Hope we get him. Hope this fucker kills himself over it. So we can do what? Get away with it? No, you won't. None of you will. No, the NSA's on this shit now. And the sheriff. That's more scary to you. Thought you had him wrapped around your finger, the sheriff? You don't. $9.22. Yep. Garfield. Who is that right there? I know they're guilty. I know it. Why don't you come to my house? I'm sleeping tonight. Do it again. Pussies. I'll have mine. But because you guys are who you are and what you've done before already, that's why I know calling you out is the fucking thing to do. Because you're fucking evil, they're fucking evil, and you're fucking evil, and I know it. 3 houses at least. Closes my dad. Why? So he wants to go down there. Yeah. What's that catching down there? Easily. Back door's open. Front door's open. Turn the stove off, Taran. Radio on. Garfield likes this one. Native American legends.
Saw that one skookum sat always by the fire. When one went into the teepee, another came out and sat by the fire. Only when the dawn wind arose was there a chance to steal fire. Then Skookum, shivering, hurried into the teepee. She called, "Sister, sister, get up and watch the fire." But the sister was slow. Coyote went down the mountainside and called a great council of the animals. He knew if he stole fire, the Skookums would chase him. Coyote said the other animals must help him. Again, Coyote skulked to the mountain top. The Skookums saw only a coyote shivering in the bushes. When the dawn wind rose, the Skookum on guard called, "Sister, sister, get up and watch the fire." But the sister was slow. Then Coyote seized the fire and jumped down the mountainside. Quickly, Skookum followed him. She caught the tip of his tail in her hand. Therefore it is white even to this day. But Coyote reached Wolf. Wolf seized the fire and leaped down the mountain. Skookum chased Wolf, but Wolf reached Squirrel. Squirrel seized the fire and leaped from branch to branch down the mountain. The fire was so hot it burned the back of his neck. You can see the black spot there even to this day. The fire was so hot it made Squirrel's tail curl up over his back. Skookum chased Squirrel, but Squirrel reached Frog.
Who else?
Frog took the coals of fire in his mouth and hopped away. Skookum chased Frog.
The blue house? Maybe.
She caught
that
his
one?
tail
No.
in her hand.
That one? No.
Frog
that one?
jumped
Yeah.
away, but Skookum kept the tail. That is why frogs have no tail even to this day. Soon Skookum caught up with Frog again. To save the fire, Frog spit it out on wood.
We knock on your door in the morning.
Wood swallowed it. Skookum did not know how to get the fire out of wood, but Coyote did. Coyote showed the Indians
maybe before the sun comes up, maybe
fire out of wood by rubbing 2 dry sticks together, as they do even to this day.
Everyone here's telling me that I would too.
Stole fire. Nez Perces. Long ago, there were no people in the world.
They're also telling me that they'd do more right now, but I don't know if that's really the way to go.
Now. They also walked about.
No, he's hiding in your yard over there, safely, relatively, not really though.
They would tell no one else. No one could have a fire, no matter how
daylight's
cold
better,
it was,
because I can't see.
unless he were a pine.
My flashlight's
One
not bright
winter,
enough.
It was so cold, the animals almost froze to death. Then they called a council.
At least I finally
They
have one.
wanted to steal fire from pine trees. Now, on Grand Ronde River, pine trees were holding also a great council. They had built a large fire to warm themselves. Guards were put around the fire to keep off all animals. But Beaver hid under the bank near the fire before the guards took their places, so they did not see him. After a while, a live coal rolled down the bank near Beaver. He hid it in his breast and ran away. Pine trees started after him. When pine trees caught up near him, Beaver dodged from side to side. Other times he ran straight ahead.
I think so
That
too.
is why Grand Ronde River winds from side to side in some places. In other places, it is straight. When they had run a long
I think I know where
way,
he is. I
pine
think.
trees grew tired. They stopped on the riverbanks.
Kind of know for sure right now.
There and so close together that even
I'm not going to go chase him out of that yard.
Can hardly get through the trees. A few kept on after Beaver and stopped here and there. These also remained.
You're not going to go there either because people come. They might kill you.
A few pine trees kept close after Beaver. So did Cedar. Cedar said, "I will run to the top of that hill. I will see how far ahead he is." So Cedar ran to the top of the hill. Beaver was far ahead. He was just diving into Big Snake River, where Grand Ronde joins it. Beaver swam across Big Snake River and gave fire to willows on the opposite bank. Farther on, he gave fire to birches and to other trees, so these woods have fire in them. Ever since then, animals and Indians can get fire from these woods by rubbing two pieces together. Cedar still stands all alone on the very top of the hill. He is very old. His top is dead. The chase was a long one. You can see that because there are no other cedars within 100 miles of him. Old men of the tribes point him out to the children. They say, "There is old Cedar. He stands just where he stopped when he chased Beaver." How Dog Stole Fire. Pit River, Akomawi. Pine Marten stole the two wives of Hawkman. Hawkman grew very angry and at once put on his shaman's ornaments and began to dance and sing, "Kicha, Kicha, Winino, Kicha, Kicha, Winino." At once it began to rain. Only Weasel noticed it and spoke of it. All night it poured. The water rose higher and higher until it ran in at the door. "Tell them to go back, these two women. That Hawkman will kill us. He will drown us." But Pine Marten said nothing until morning. Then he said, "I do not like this. Where is a brave man? I want him to go and kill Hawkman." So a man got up and went over, taking a knife and a shield. Hawkman was dancing harder and harder, and at every leap his head came up through the smoke hole. The man crept nearer and nearer and finally struck Hawkman. He cut off his head. At once the rain stopped and the clouds cleared away and the water sank. Then people said, "If a shaman is bad, we will kill him. That is how it shall be." And then they went off to hunt. After Hawkman had been killed and the waters had sunk again, people found that the fires were put out all over the world. Nothing could be cooked. For a time they did not trouble about it, but in a few days they began to talk about it. They sent Owl to Shasta to look out over all the world and see if he could find any trace of fire. Owl took a feather blanket and went. Lizard watched him go and told the people how he was getting on. After a long while, when Owl did not come back, people thought he was dead. But Lizard said,
"Don't tell me Mama did it."
"I can see him." Owl got to the top at last, very tired and wet with sweat. He looked all around. Twice he looked to the west, and there saw smoke coming from the sweat house. After a while, Owl came down from the mountain and told the people what he had seen.
I'm a doomer. I get it.
Next morning, all got ready and went off
they've got
to
me
the
before,
west
dude.
to where the smoke had been
No, I
seen.
fucking know it still.
Everyone had a cedar bark torch.
I know it.
Dog had some punk hidden in his ear. Late in the evening, they arrived at the
9:33.
lodge and asked to be allowed
Thank you.
to warm their hands.
Thank you.
Dog held his ear down, and fire
See what I mean?
caught in the punk.
You prayed
Then
them all.
everyone
You give it to them
thrust
once
their
time.
torches into the fire and ran.
I'm still
The
alive.
people
no
in
matter
the
what.
lodge were angry and struck
So
at
is
them
Garfield.
as they ran off.
We're
Coyote's
still together,
fire
no
gave
matter
out
what.
first.
Huh.
Then the fire of one after another gave
I
out
knew you loved
until
me.
all the
I knew you
torches
loved me.
were out. The people who owned the fire
I love you,
had made
Dad.
it
I love
rain,
you.
and
I was
this
freaked
put
out.
out the
I was a
torches.
bad boy.
No one knew that Dog had
You were a
fire.
bad boy, but you're a good boy.
They got home
You're a good
and
boy.
were much troubled,
I wouldn't
for
have
they
expected
thought
anything
the
else.
fire had all been lost. Dog was laughing and said, "I am
What a
sweating."
handsome good
Coyote
kid.
got angry at this and said,
Wow, I
"Hit
love
him,
you so
put
much.
him out."
I do.
Then Dog said to Fox, "Look in my ear." When he did
We're going
that,
to town
he
tomorrow.
saw the
We're going to
fire.
apologize to Derek.
He took out the punk, made fire
And you're
from
going to
it,
apologize
and
to
so
the
people
kids.
got
You have to mean
fire again. And
Yeah, I got to go apologize to all the
section
neighbors.
1.
Because I'm a dick. I really am. I'm an asshole. I'm loud and obnoxious. But God damn it.
The bridge
If
of
someone
the
broke into your
gods.
house and left a dead rat, and your son
Long
disappeared,
ago, when the
he'd
world
be the
was
same
new,
fucking way.
Thais Ahal with his 2 sons
Trust me,
came
he
down the
would.
great river. They came near where the dales
Let's
are
get to bed
now.
tonight.
The land was very beautiful, and each son wanted it, and therefore they quarreled.
Thank you
Then
so much,
Sahel
spirits.
took his
I know you
bow
guys have
and
something to do
shot
with it.
2 arrows. One
I've
he
got a
shot to the
whole
north,
fucking
and
council.
the other he
Big old
shot
squad.
to the west. Then Sahel said to his sons, "Go, find the arrows.
Don't we, Garfield?
Where they lie,
Yeah, we
you
do.
shall have the land."
He just wants to see what it's
One
about.
son went north over
You
the
still like,
plain
you still like
to the
crawling out there
country
being
of the
scared all the time? No,
Klickitats.
huh?
He was the
No, you like
first
being tough with your
grandfather
dad, huh?
of the Klickitats. The other son followed the arrow to
Yeah,
the
you did.
Willamette Valley.
It's like, Dad,
He was the first grandfather
You know
of the Multnomas. Then Sahel raised great mountains between the
being
country
even
of the
like it's that
Klickitats
bad.
and the
Not when I
country
get
of the
loving
Multnomas.
24/7.
This he did that the tribes might not quarrel.
Now, my
White
dad
men called them the
tells
Cascade
me he loves
Mountains,
me.
but Great
every
River
time he gets a
was
chance.
deep and broad. The river was a sign of peace
My grandpa
between the
can do it
tribes.
more.
Therefore,
to his
Sahel
son.
made a great stone bridge over the river that the tribes might be friends. This was called the Bridge of the Tomanawas. The tribes grew, but they did evil things. They displeased Thais Sahel. Therefore, the sun ceased to shine, and cold and
Are you
snow
evil, Dad?
appeared.
You're probably not,
The
huh?
people were unhappy, for they
Weird
had no
coincidences.
fire. Only Luit had
There's someone in
fire.
that direction.
Therefore, the
Who
people
is?
sought to
Maybe not
steal
this
the
house
fire
right here,
of
like I kind of
Luit.
think sometimes.
Then Luit fled,
So I really thought they were
and
evil too, because I had a
because the
dream about it.
runners were stiff with cold, they could not catch her. Then Luit told Sahel of the need of the Indians.
9:36.
Said the Indians
But I know
were
someone
cold.
is around here.
So Sahel
okay?
gave fire to the people. Thus Sahel built a fire on the bridge of the gods, and there
Clearly, I
the
still
people
am.
secured fire.
Clearly.
Sahel also promised to Luit eternal
I knew
youth
this
and
Native
beauty.
American stories would
Thus
bring
Luit
Garfield back.
became a beautiful maiden. Then began the chiefs
No, he
to love
understands
Luit.
them because it's talking
Many
about
chiefs
animals.
loved her because she was so beautiful.
You're like, okay,
Then
yeah.
came 2
I
more
get it.
chiefs, Klickitat from the
Coyote
north
helped create
and
the world.
Waist from the west. To
One cat.
neither would Luit
Told
give
you,
an
cat is the world,
answer.
man.
Therefore the chiefs
Told you, number
fought,
20 in
and
the terror
their
deck.
people also fought. Thus did they anger Sahel.
Ah,
Therefore, because
that's
blood
joy.
was shed, and because Great River was no longer a sign of
Ah,
peace, Sahel
thank
broke
God.
down the Tamonawas Ilahi.
thank the goddess.
Great rocks
mostly,
fell
guys.
into the river.
No,
They
thank
are
the
there
goddess
even to
mostly.
this day. When the river is quiet, buried forests can be seen even to this day. Thus
No, we thank God
Sahel
all the
destroyed
time.
the bridge of the gods. Thus the tribes were separated by Great
God
River.
understands.
Then
Some of the
Sahel
goats got a
made
little
of
stiff
Luit,
about it, but
Klickitat,
God got
and
warm in the
Wais
stomach.
snow peaks. Always they were to
'Cause
be
he loves
cold
her.
and covered with ice and snow. White
We
men
don't give her
called
enough
them
credit.
Mount St.
Look at her.
Helens, Mount
Feel her.
Adams, and Mount Hood.
Every
The
time the wind
Dales.
blows, that's the goddess.
Long ago, after Sahel had broken down the bridge of the gods,
The dark
Klickitat
sky and the
and
stars.
Wais
That's her
still
mother.
quarreled over Luit. When they quarreled, sheets of flame burst from their peaks,
God
and they
damn
threw
it.
great rocks at one another. But Klickitat
Mark
and
down.
Wais
You
did
want a
not
treat?
throw
I
far
got something
enough.
for you,
The
Garfield.
rocks fell into the great river and blocked it. Therefore, the river is very narrow and very swift at that point. Thus, it is called the Dales.
Have I before? I know I have.
The story of
I'm so
Ashish,
freaked out.
Klamath. Ashish, they say, having many people with him, gambled. While on their way gambling, they built fires. Purple blue was the fire of Ashish. The fire of Silver Fox was yellow only. The fire of Kemush was smoke only. Then they shot at the target. Ashish hit it straight. Silver Fox slightly missed the mark, and Kemush hit the side of the mark. All the others struck far this side of the mark. After doing so, they began gambling again.
Check it out.
They bet on many things.
I was going around the whole neighborhood.
Then Ashish won over them. About noon, all the men had lost all they had, and they went to their lodges. Now Ashish had 5 wives. Mudhen was one wife of Ashish. Longtail Squirrel was one wife. Sandhill Crane was one wife. Mallard was one wife. Chaffinch was one wife. Then Kemush plotted secretly. After daybreak, he plotted against Ashish. Then Kemush began to weep, pretending to remember the inherited place where his father had killed eagles. Now declared Kemush to Ashish, far away is the killing place of the young eagles. I kill them not, being afraid. Then they set out together, Kemush and Ashish. Now Kemush coveted Little Squirrel, the wife of Ashish. Then they saw eagles. Kemush pointed out the pine for Ashish to climb up. Then the eagles flew on the pine. Ashish climbed up, but as he climbed, the tree grew. Far up, the pine now touched the sky. Ashish, having climbed to the top, saw only the young ones of a lark, although it was the eyrie of an eagle. Thus Ashish wept, sitting in the eyrie. Then Kemush went away. He dressed himself to appear like Ashish. He came back to the lodge from the pine tree. Now the wives of Ashish became suspicious. This one is Kemush. Thus said the wives of Ashish. Next morning they all went with those who were in the habit of gambling with Ashish. They built a fire while gambling, and from the fire of Kemush, smoke only curled up. Then they suspected and said, "This is not Ashish. This is Kemush." Thus said those far off, Ashish did not come.
I'll tell you what.
The fire of Ashish is not burning there. Thus said the followers in the distance. Those in the distance.
They asked me, first of all, if I was safe where I lived when I got to the hospital. And I said, hell no, I'm not safe where I live. They're like, well, why? Well, first I mentioned Dad. And they're like, oh, okay. And then I mentioned some other stuff. And they're like, wow. And then they wrote it down. And then a sheriff came. A sheriff that I actually know. He was pretty nice to me. And we talked about it. And he's like, wow, I'm taking it all down. He seemed very serious this time. Like he knew something more this time than they knew last time. And, I think they appreciate my honesty and how willing I am to be like, oh, I was wrong when I figured it out. Even though I didn't even admit it. I'm a dick in the process. No, I'll accuse you of everything. I feel like Satan sometimes, just accusing people all the time.
They returned home and said
I'm eternally joyous right now. Garfield's home. And fuck, I guess I just need to be reminded every now and then. You know what I mean?
He will soon die.
Because you know what I would have done if I'd have lost him?
The father ordered them early
next you probably already know. If you don't believe me, you know.
So the butterflies carried up their food, carrying water also. They raised up Ashish in that eyrie. Then inquired those butterflies,
most likely the latter.
What are you doing?
Before I hurt anybody else.
Then Ashish said, Kemush sent me after the eagles.
Before,
and I climbed a small pine. And
no, probably not, dude. I would see. I'm not a rampage killer. Okay. I'm not that selfish. And if I didn't know for sure, I wouldn't hurt anybody.
So Ashish said, giving
you know what I mean? But I would have hurt myself.
Spread a wildcat skin in
so I'm really glad that he came home because I got a mission still. They want to see how ready I was for it. They want to see how long, like if they want to see if I give up or not. I think, and I'm like, no, not even close. I'm like, I don't think I would have slept at all tonight. I kept going back out and back out and back out and back out and back out. I left some food out for him, and he came and ate it. You want some more of that? That's delicious, huh? What is this? Exactly. It's
Silver Fox gathered some service
sardines. Yeah, some sardines, Garfield. You want another one? That's delicious, huh?
The finished sticks were to be warriors and chiefs. About sunset the
Cat
next
food?
day,
Oh, the free food.
to make them alive.
The free food thing, and I give them a lot of meat that I pay for with my food stamps.
Some in one direction and some in another.
Man, I was offering people like hundreds of dollars to help me find my cat, dude. Just now, I'm like, if you help me find my cat, I'll give you my I'll give you my food stamps, I'll give you my computer. I don't even give a fuck. Help me find my cat because he means way more to me than anything else. I'll starve. I'll go homeless. I'll be naked in the fucking woods. As long as Garfield's with me, I'll be fucking fine.
Then Coyote ran after some of the women, and after a long chase, caught them. But
I'm joyous right now. I'm grateful.
They turned into shavings. Asayaho.
All right.
Tillamook. Asayaho, the god.
Well, I didn't find him. He just came home.
A long time ago, he traveled all over the world. He came down the river and arrived.
He's there. He's right there.
There he gathered
Most beautiful man in the world. Garfield the cat.
He made a fire and roasted them. When he opened them,
all right, bye-bye.
He found 2 animals in each shell. After he had roasted them, he began to eat and soon had enough. That made him angry, and he said, henceforth there shall be only one.
Did I used to get freaked out like that before? Yeah, I did kind of, but not that bad, huh?
Tillamook Bay,
right?
Then went up the river.
I know why now.
He had to cross it far up because he had no canoe and the river was.
No, I know why now.
He met a number of.
Was it a prediction, or were they fucking me back then too? Kind of both, and I know it.
Digging roots. He said,
sorry guys, I'm just.
He took the roots away and.
I really mean what I say.
Ever since that time, there have been no roots.
Not all of it. Right, I project, especially when I get really upset, like freaked out. I start really projecting onto people heavily.
Full of salmon, which were clapping their fins. He caught one.
Some people I know for sure are fine. Some people I wasn't sure, but I know now are fine.
Ever since then, flounders have been plentiful at Tillamook.
Thank you guys.
There have been no salmon there. Asayal traveled on and came to a house in which he saw people lying around the fire.
Some things,
asked, what is the matter?
They just set up for me.
No.
The gods do even.
Starving.
To test me just a little bit. See where I'm at.
The river, sea, and beach are frozen.
Where am I at?
And we cannot
same place.
Then he said, can't you
not really though, not really. No, he's serious now.
He went out of the house and far up the river, which was frozen over. It was so slippery he could hardly stand. He went up the river.
Would you really have killed yourself, Taran? Yeah.
To conquer him. Before he came
no, I would have.
Wind,
on my birthday. If I didn't get Garfield back tonight.
He threw into the river, saying, henceforth it shall
on the
not
second.
be as cold as it is now. Winter shall be a little cold, but not very much so.
I don't want to say that out loud too much.
Herring. The ice at once became herring and
I'm intense.
Down the river.
I've been through a lot of shit. I've seen a lot of shit.
Until he reached the house of East Wind. He entered and whistled. He was trembling.
And he won't believe it, so I don't talk about it.
Did not go near.
I've said enough, haven't I?
He said, I am so warm, I cannot go near the fire.
No, I had a vision earlier today
He came from a house
about these people with the fucking things to their cheeks.
Don't say so. It is winter now. There will be no herring for a long time to come. Asayal replied, don't you believe
you can be evil? Have you been evil to me recently?
He took an icicle.
A little bit.
At the fire.
You want to make up for it? No? Why not?
As the ice melted, he made East Wind believe
why'd you hurt George?
Ice was a herring. Then East Wind ceased to blow. The ice began to melt, and the people had plenty of food.
Trying to make deals with some people in my mind.
All the year, now we have both summer and winter. The Golden Age, Tin Age.
It's like almost anything else I can forgive.
Long ago, the world
but if you fucked my cats,
there was no
that is unforgivable by my standards.
The beating of its wings was thunder. Its glance
I apologize. I'll quiet down now.
Then the thunderbird
9:47, Garfield.
The water, and thus the earth arose.
Need a big kiss.
Then the thunderbird flew down again.
Big hug.
Touched the earth.
Get in your chair.
Thus the animals were created. Thus
we're gonna cuddle.
Created all
we're gonna cuddle. We're gonna cuddle.
ancestor of the Tinne.
Couldn't even enjoy.
Then Thunderbird gave to the Tinne
Hang out, my friends.
a sacred arrow.
However,
This
tomorrow,
arrow was never
best
to be
believe
used or
I'm getting
lost.
drunk.
Thus the Tinne, because of the sacred arrow, never died. Men wore out their throats with eating. Men lived so long their feet wore out from walking.
Shit face never did.
They were happy. Then they
Now it takes me almost nothing.
They used the sacred arrow. Therefore, arrow flew away. Thus the Tinne now die, as do other Indians.
Does it though?
The
Almost,
first totem pole, as told by Natalie Curtis, Quakitir. Once there was a chief who had never had a dance. All the other chiefs had big dances, but Wakiash...
I apologize. I really do.
Wakiash was unhappy.
It's a test. It's a test for me. It's a test for you.
Then he went up into
Me mostly, I think.
4 days he fasted. On the 4th day he fell asleep.
But you guys
Then
do.
something fell on his breast.
I really mean it about
Frog said,
it's one of the 12 steps, right? Which step is it? 7 or 8?
He
9, something like that. I'll look it up again.
Frog said, "You are
Make it amends.
Raven's back. Raven
I need to deal with my neighbors
will
big time.
with you." So
Big
Raven
time.
flew. Raven flew.
I've been it for a long time, but I gotta do it personally,
Raven showed
which is
Wakiash
really hard for me.
everything in the world. On the 4th day,
I need to go to every fucking door
the house with the totem
and apologize in person with Garfield Day.
Wakiash could hear singing in the house.
Maybe tomorrow. Maybe.
Wakiash wished he could take
Sooner than later.
and the
Maybe my
house
birthday.
with him.
Give me cake.
Now, Frog,
Just kidding. Don't give me anything. I don't want.
was thinking. Frog told Raven. Raven stopped, and Frog told Wakiash to hide behind the door.
Look at that
Frog
cat.
said, "When they dance, jump out into the room." The people in the house began to dance. They were animal people, but they could not sing or dance. One
Embarrassed?
said,
Not even.
"Nothing is the matter. Someone
Why would I be?
near us." Chief said, "Let one who can run faster than..."
As a good parent, need to be embarrassed for being a good parent.
So Mouse went. Mouse could go anywhere, even into a box. Now Mouse looked like a woman. She had taken off her animal clothes. Mouse ran out, but Wakiash caught her. Wakiash,
My dad's not that bad of one. No, he's pretty good dad for the most part.
Gave her a piece
Till I was
of
an adult.
goat's fat. Wakiash said
And
to
sick.
Mouse, "I want
So,
a totem
we'll get back to that.
in the house. I
Love you,
want
Dad.
dances and
Come home if you want.
songs." Mouse said, "Wait until
We don't get along.
again." Mouse
My fault?
went back
Kinda.
into the house.
My mean?
She said,
Kinda.
"I could find nobody."
Did anyone said earlier? Yeah, I did.
They began to dance. They tried 3 times.
I'm not gonna hold it in. Not anymore.
Chief sent Mouse out to see if someone...
Part of my enlightenment.
Each
I'm not quite
time
Buddha.
talked with Wakiash. The 3rd time,
And I'm actually raging
Mouse
Buddha.
began to dance, jumped into the room. So the animal people began to dance. Then Wakiash...
I'm Black Tara in a man's body, and I know it.
They had taken off their animal clothes and looked like men. So the animal people...
Om Tare Ture Sarva Vidya Arvinyana Bepat Swaha.
Mouse knew what Wakiash was thinking. Mouse told the animal people. Chief said, "Let the man sit down. We will show him how to dance." So they danced. Then Chief
Anytime she got me killed, Black Tara,
a dance he would like.
a lot.
They were making...
She's like, you know what? I want to destroy the whole world. I'm like, yeah, I understand. I'm there with her. That's why I'm like this, huh? Because Black Tara, the night.
Quarrels with others. Mouse told the people what Wakiash was thinking. Then Chief said,
Nice to see you, Garfield, in a way, huh?
And the house also. You can take the masks and dances for one dance.
Dollar cat.
Then Chief folded up the house very small. He
One of her
put
more
the dancer's headdress.
abyssal forms.
Chief said, "When you reach home, throw down this bundle.
She's a dark
The house
cat
will
somewhere in time, at least.
And you can give a dance." Then Wakiash went back to Raven. Wakiash climbed on Raven.
Be careful with that
and
mantra.
went to sleep. When he awoke, Raven and Frog were gone. Wakiash
I'm still trying to convert that one.
was night.
She's kind of feral.
Was asleep. Then Wakiash threw down the bundle.
Dark cat.
Behold, the house and totem pole were there. The whale painted on the house was blowing. The animals on the totem pole were making noises. At once, the tribe woke up. They came to see Wakiash. Wakiash found he had been gone 4 years instead of 4 days. Then Wakiash gave a great dance. He taught the people the songs. echo came to the dance.
Maybe early in the morning, but it's so embarrassing.
When they finished,
I'm so shy sometimes.
Behold, the house was gone.
You know, hard it was for me to knock on the door, ask about my cat.
Thus, all
Hard.
the chiefs were ashamed because Wakiash had the
Because of how I act.
hands. Then Wakiash made out of wood a house.
Easy to judge on purpose.
They
Kind of.
it Kalikwaiwish, the pole that holds up the sky. Spirit of Snow. Spirit of Snow did not like people. He was very stingy.
But you know what? Carrick, for the most part, has passed the test. Most part.
Deer and elk. Therefore, the Indians did not like him. Therefore, when too much snow fell,
Doesn't mean the world can't end soon, though.
Spirit of Snow,
In a way that you might not survive.
to him. They said this to Spirit of Snow.
Close you are to me, though. Better chance you have, and I know it.
Ones that dwell back to
Why? Because I don't get sick.
Places under the trees. Thus, it was customary to speak to Snow.
A little bit of smoker's cup. Oh well.
Again, he became.
But I don't get sick.
Snow.
And I do not die.
He does
And I
not
can heal people.
to drive down elk.
I can even stop the people I love from dying.
And Raven,
Oh, Dad.
Eskimo. Owl and Raven were close friends. One day, Raven made a new dress, dappled black and white for Owl. Owl, in return,
And guess what?
made for Raven.
Since I'm with your ancestors, a lot of them,
and then began to make for
and they love you like that, well,
when
parts of me do too.
fit the dress, Raven hopped
Even if not the conscious Taran Miller all the time.
Owl became very angry and said, "If I fly over you with a blubber lamp, don't jump." Raven continued to hop about. At last, Owl became very angry and emptied the blubber lamp over the new white dress. Raven cried, "Quack, quack." Ever since that day, black all over.
That stays open because of the cats.
Modoc. Early in the morning,
Cat food down there.
Robin will he dance. Early will it pick at the cedar tree. In the morning it chatters, chick whip, chick, 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 chick.
You know, Garfield,
And rabbits. Modoc.
when you're not around,
A wood
I can
rat
take much bigger
with
bong
his
rips.
mother. 5 cottontail rabbits
I wonder why.
lived nearby. Rat said to Rabbit,
Oh, well.
"Let us have a quarrel." Rabbit
You're around.
said, "Why do you want to quarrel?"
Of tobacco.
Wood rat replied,
Sorry about my language, guys.
"Let us have a fuss. Don't you always prefer the bit
And I'm really sorry about my
sort of
straight up satanic accusations sometimes. No, straight up. That's what Satan does.
answered, "You must be a
I took him on, Satan.
Yesterday, I saw you watching carefully.
I said, give it to me.
To steal something.
All the demons. I'll convert him or I'll beat him.
Wood rat replied, "And you, I see, always skipping.
It's only been a few months.
To snatch leaves from the cabbage bush." Rabbit said, "You are an old fool. You are good for nothing except to eat holes in your grandmother's dress.
And I'm winning.
That's why you want to
Still.
attack me." Wood rat
Against the most powerful demons of all time.
out a net to catch Rabbit. Then he
How?
seized the
I have a lot of
stick,
fucking help.
drove Rabbit into the net and beat him to death.
Some good fucking kitties, huh?
Second rabbit, "Let us have a fight."
Even if he was a little bit of a butthead earlier,
Second
but not that bad.
They fought because second rabbit said Wood rat ate up his
I love you.
long dress. Wood rat went to
No, don't be sorry. You're all right.
You are
You're all right.
nothing
Let's
but
not do it
a
again.
fool, a good for nothing.
Just don't do it again. You're all right.
Said Wood rat. Rabbit
I'm not gonna punish you.
"You are a thief. You live in an old wooden shed."
No, it's not as bad as eating Shiva. That was worse.
Started a quarrel with all the cotton.
That was much worse.
Thus, Wood rat killed all 5 cotton.
Yeah, that was uncalled for. That was a little called for. You're all right.
And his mother ate them up.
Who's nervous now? Someone's nervous now. I can tell because I got him back.
While they danced, Wood rat's wooden lodge caught fire. Thus, Wood rat and his mother were.
Is it you guys over there?
This
Is it the other house, not that house? The other house over there? I don't know. I don't want projecting people anymore.
son
I'll go meet them all in person
Siuan.
and see what they say.
In the days of the first grandfather, Niaba, the moon, and me, the sun, lived upon the earth. Then they quarreled. Said Niaba, "I am out of patience with
Does it make me nervous? Yeah.
Gather the people, but you scatter.
Make you nervous?
You cause
Probably more so, huh?
chaos." Said me, the sun, "I wish for many people to grow, so I scatter them. You put them in darkness. Thus you kill many with hunger." Then me,
All right, Garfield.
the people, "Oh,
You want to go to bed?
people, many of you
I know
shall
I
be
do.
strong. I will look down on you.
Lock the doors.
I will rule all your work." said Niaba, and I too
Even though even
was
it-
well above you.
they've opened them
I
before.
will gather you when it is dark. Assembling in full numbers, you
My
shall
dad changed the lock on the front door.
I myself will
Thanks,
rule
Dad.
all your work. We will walk in
I think
the
it's two different
trail,
locks in the back.
one after the other. I will
Is
walk
it?
behind him.
No,
So
huh?
Niaba follows me in the trail in the
Got Garfield
sky.
with me.
Niaba is just like a woman. She always walks with a kettle on her arm. Chinook wins.
I'm loud. I got mad earlier. Freaked out on him a little bit. Maybe a little bit too much.
Brothers lived on Great River. They were the
So he does, though.
brothers, and they caused the war.
Not an excuse. Not an
to grow.
excuse.
There were 5 other brothers who lived on
Anger, Taran.
They lived
Broke a vow, kind of, but not really.
eating of the waters. They caused the cold wind.
Did I take it? Yeah, I did.
Now the grandparents of all.
But am I looking out for the suffering of all sudden being still? Technically, I am. My own way.
Drifted sands. Walla Walla brothers and Chinook brothers were always fighting. They made.
Because guess what, guys?
Sweep over the country.
When it happens to you, look at Mike.
And raised great clouds of dust. They froze the
Demonic
rivers
possession.
and thawed them so as to make floods. It was very hard for the people.
I did it first.
At last, Walla
I
Walla
beat it myself,
said to
pretty
Chinook
much.
brothers,
Still working on it.
We will wrestle with you. Whoever falls down shall have his head cut off. Thus he shall be dead. So Coyote was made judge. He was also to cut the heads off those who fell
Turn
down.
it up a little bit, huh?
Now Coyote secretly told the grandparents of Chinook brothers how to throw oil on the ground. Then their sons would not.
See, I didn't know he was going to come home.
Coyote also secretly told the grandparents of Walla Walla brothers
Because
to throw ice on the ground. Then
they
their
left the
sons
dead
would not
rat in
fall.
my freezer.
The oil
They
and the
broke a bunch of
ice
glass
made
and left
the
around my
ground
house.
Very slippery, but the Walla Walla grandparents had thrown
And they left
ice
some
on the
lines of
ground
aspartame
last.
on
So
my table
Chinook
and took
brothers
pictures
fell
of it.
down. First one fell, and then another, until all fell down. Then Coyote cut off their heads. Now the oldest Chinook brother had a baby son. The baby's mother taught him he must revenge his father and uncles. So young Chinook grew very strong. At last, he felt himself very strong. He could pull up large fir trees and throw them around like weeds. Then young Chinook went up Great River. Wherever he went, he pulled up large fir trees and threw them around like weeds. In the valley of the Yakima, he turned aside and went to sleep by Citas, the creek. The mark of his sleeping place can still be seen on the mountainside. Then young Chinook came back to the Great River and went to Umatilla, the place of wind-drifted sands. Here he found his grandparents very cold and hungry, while Walla brothers caused the northeast wind to blow all the time. They also stole their fish when they were returning to the shore. Always they stole the fish. Young Chinook said, "We will go fishing now." So grandfather started out to fish. Young Chinook lay down in the bottom of the boat. When the boat was full of fish, grandfather started back for the shore. Then Walla Walla brothers started out from the shore to rob grandfather, but they could not catch the boat. Every time Walla Walla brothers came near the boat, it would shoot ahead. So grandfather reached the shore with his fish. Then young Chinook took his grandparents to the river and bathed them. All the straw and grass and bark which he washed off became trout. That is how trout came to be in Great River. Now, Walla Walla brothers knew that young Chinook was alive. They sent a messenger to him. They said, "We will wrestle with you. Whoever falls down shall have his head cut off. Thus he shall be dead." So Coyote was made judge. He was also to cut off the heads of those who fell down. Now Coyote secretly told the grandparents of Walla Walla brothers to throw ice on the ground. Coyote also secretly told the grandparents of young Chinook to throw oil on the ground. But he told them to throw oil last. So young Chinook wrestled with Walla Walla brothers, one after another. So the Walla Walla brothers fell to the ground. First one fell, and then another, until 4 had fallen. Then Coyote cut off their heads. The 5th one yielded without wrestling, so Coyote let him live. But Coyote said, "You must blow only lightly. You must never freeze people again." To young Chinook, Coyote said, "You shall blow hardest only at night. You shall blow first on the mountain ridges to warn the people."
Thus, now winter is only a little cold. The Miser of Tacoma, Cowlicks. Long, long ago, Miser lived near the foot of Tacoma. He never was happy. When food was scarce and the tribe were starving, Miser could find fish in secret places in the streams. When the snows were deep and the black-necked elk hid in the dark places of the forest, he could still secure meat. His skill as a hunter and fisherman was known to all his tribe. But Miser cared only for Hiqua. Now Moose Moose the elk was Miser's tomonawus. Therefore he tried to talk with the elk, even while hunting them. He wanted more Hiqua. One night Moose Moose whispered to Miser the secret hiding place of the Hiqua of the Tomanowos. The hiding place was high up in Tacoma. Early in the morning, Miser began to make ready for his search. He sent his kluchman to dig camas roots. Thus he could work secretly. He made 2 elk horn picks by taking off all the prongs except the upper ones. He filled his ikta with kinnikinnick and with dried salmon. At sunset, Miser began to climb the mountain. All night he climbed the trail. All the next day he climbed. By night again, he was above the snow line, cold and tired and hungry. When the moon rose, he climbed again. Over vast snow fields, across wide cracks in the ice, over the slippery shoulders of the lower peaks, he climbed. At sunrise, he reached the top. Now Tacoma was the home of the Tomanawus, therefore Miser was afraid. But Moose Moose had told him where the Hiqua was hidden. In the white snow field which covered the crater was a black lake. Beyond it were 3 stones of equal height, all as tall as a giant. The top of the first was shaped like a salmon's head, the top of the second was like a camas root, and the third like an elk's head. Then Miser believed the voice of Moose Moose. Miser threw down his ikta. He unwrapped his elkhorn pick. Then he began to dig in the snow at the foot of the elk's head. Miser struck the first blow. As an echo, he heard a sudden puff. Startled, he turned to see a huge otter climbing out of the black waters of the lake. Big Otter struck his tail with a loud thump on the snow. Another otter appeared, then another. At last, 12 otters gathered in a circle around their huge leader. They formed a circle around Miser, digging with his pick at the foot of the elk's head. Then Big Otter leaped to the top of the elk's head. All the otters gave a loud puff. Miser kept digging. At every 13th blow of the pick, Big Otter thumped with his tail on the elk's head. Then the circle of 12 thumped with theirs on the snow. Miser became tired and stopped digging for a moment. Big Otter turned on the elk's head. With his tail, he struck Miser on the shoulder. Then the 12 turned, walked backward, and struck him with their tails. Miser began to dig again. As he dug in the rock, his pick broke. Big Otter jumped from the elk's head. He seized the second pick in his mouth and gave it to him. Miser dared not stop. With each 13th blow of the pick and the thump of the tails, the otters came nearer. He could feel their breath as he lifted the last stone. Beneath lay a great hole filled with hiqua. As he lifted out the shells, the otters returned to their large circle. Miser lifted out handful after handful of the shell money. He strung the hiqua on elk sinews, 20 strings in all. The rest he covered again. He hurried, for it was afternoon, and he must return below the snow line. Then Miser left the elk's head. He offered no shells to Moose Moose or to Sahil. He had forgotten the Tomanawus. As he crossed the crater, the otters, one by one, with a loud puff, jumped into the black lake. They began to beat the black water with their tails. He heard them beat the water as he plunged through the snow to the edge of the crater. Miser felt that the shells were very heavy. As he stepped over the edge of the crater, he glanced back. The 3 stones had vanished. A thick mist rose from the black waters of the lake. Under the mist was a black cloud hiding the water. Miser feared Tomanawus in the clouds. Then the storm seized him. It flung him over an ice bank. The blackness of all darkness lay around him. Kolnas, the storm god, came down upon the mountain. Tuta, the thunder, deafened him with its roar. The storm crashed about him. Fiery blasts melted the snow into great torrents. Icy winds froze them solid again. In the roar and thunder, Miser heard the voice of Kahete, highest Tomanaos, heard also the voices of all the Tomanaos, ha-ha, hiqua, ha-ha, hiqua. Miser threw away a string of hiqua. The storm slackened for a moment, then all began again, louder than ever. Kahete screamed, ha-ha, hiqua, ha-ha, hiqua. One by one, Miser threw away the strings of hiqua strung on the sinews of Moose the elk. Always the Tomanoes screamed after him. Then, when the last string was gone, with a last gust, the storm blew him down, flat upon the ground. Miser slept a long time. When he awoke, Tacoma glistened above him, shining white in the sunlight. All around him grew camas roots. Rocky ridges lay where once the forest had stretched. Sunny meadows lay around him. Miser stretched himself and rose. Only dry leaves and dead grass remained in the rotted ikta. Miser wondered. Then he went down the mountainside. He ate berries for food until he came to a cabin in the valley. There lived a very old woman. He talked with her and found she was his Kluchman. Kluchman said he had slept 30 snows. Miser looked at himself in a pool. He was very old. His hair was white. Many, many snows had the angry Tomanoes made him sleep. But Miser was happy. He no longer cared for hiqua. End of section 2. Why there are no snakes on Tacoma. A long, long time ago, Tai Sahel became angry with the people. Sahel ordered a medicine man to take his bow and arrow and shoot into the cloud which hung low over Tacoma. The medicine man shot the arrow, and it stuck fast in the cloud. Then he shot another one into the lower end of the first. Then he shot another into the lower end of the second. He shot arrows until he had made a chain which reached from the cloud to the earth. The medicine man told his Kluchman and his children to climb up the arrow trail. Then he told the good animals to climb up the arrow trail. Then the medicine man climbed up himself. Just as he was climbing into the cloud, he looked back. A long line of bad animals and snakes were also climbing up the arrow trail. Therefore the medicine man broke the chain of arrows. Thus the snakes and bad animals fell down on the mountainside. Then at once it began to rain. It rained until all the land was flooded. Water reached even to the snow line of Tacoma. When all the bad animals and snakes were drowned, it stopped raining. After a while, the water sank again. Then the medicine man and his Kluchman and the children climbed out of the cloud and came down the mountainside. The good animals also climbed out of the cloud. Thus, there are now no snakes or bad animals on Tacoma. Cried because he had no wife. Nez Perce. Once there was a little boy. He was an orphan. This boy cried day and night and would never be quiet. His grandmother asked him one day, "What makes you cry?" He said, "I cry because I want a wife." Now his grandparents knew of a girl who lived toward the east, and they sent him there. As he went along the trail, he came to a giant's house. He went in to see the giant, who asked him to stay to breakfast. The giant had 5 roasts on the fire. He had 4 large roasts and 1 small one. He said to the boy, "Pick out the roast you want for breakfast." The boy picked out the small roast. Now the 4 large roasts were the legs of people that the giant had killed. The small one was venison. The boy knew this from what his grandmother had told him. She said, "Never eat too much." After breakfast, he went on. On the road, he came to a great rock cliff. Its name was Cliff Giant, and it crushed people. The other giant had told him of this one and how to get by it. He had said, "Turn yourself into a little dog and very slowly follow the trail under the rock cliff. Keep your eye on Rock Cliff. When you see it move, run fast." He did this and escaped. Then he went on. He could see at a distance the place where the girl lived. Until he came in sight of this lodge, he had never left off crying. Now, this girl had a great horse which would kill people before they could reach her lodge. That was her guard. The boy picked up 2 large stones and ran, still crying, toward the lodge. The animal ran at the boy, but the boy spat all over one of the stones. When the horse came close, he threw the stone behind him. Then the horse stopped to stamp on the stone, and the boy ran on. He was almost in reach of the lodge when he threw the other stone. The horse stopped to stamp on that, and the boy reached the lodge and jumped in. Very soon the girl entered. She knew him at once and called him by name, Iwapnet Atsikfi, cry because he had no wife. She talked to him and asked him if he wanted a bath. So she built a fire, heated water, and prepared him a bath. When he had taken the bath, he became of man's size. Next morning, they started toward his home. When they reached this, his grandparents were very old because he had been gone many years. The girl said to her husband, "You tell your grandparents to do nothing wrong tonight. If they obey, I will give them a bath that will make them young again." In the morning, she did so. But they had not obeyed her directions, so they did not become young again. The next night, they were both dead. Then the girl and her husband started for her old home. They rode back on the great horse, but he did not go very well. They made a whip out of black haw. The whip said to them, "I can outlast all other whips." They made a whip out of smoke wood, coyote rope. This whip said, "When the giant gets too close, throw me down and I will tangle up the giant." They made a whip out of mud. This whip said, "Throw me down and I will mire the giant." They made a whip out of slide rock. This whip said, "Throw me down and the giant will have trouble in getting by." They made a whip out of red haw. This whip said, "Throw me down and I will tear the giant's flesh." They made a whip out of big mountains. This whip said, "Throw me down, and the giant will not be able to get past me." When they had finished all the whips, they started to pass the giant's house. The giant rushed out and cried, "Give me your wife." The boy answered, "Get me a drink of water, and I will give you my wife." When the giant went to get the water, the boy whipped up the horse and hurried on. They had gone some ways when the giant came out. They threw down the whip of black haw. He almost overtook them, and they threw down the whip of smoke wood. It tangled up the giant until they got away. When the giant almost overtook them again, they threw down the mud whip, and he was mired. When the giant almost overtook them the 4th time, they threw down the slide rock whip, and the giant had great trouble in getting by. When the giant almost overtook them the 5th time, they threw down the red haw whip, and it tore the flesh of the giant. And when the giant almost overtook them the 6th time, they threw down the whip of high mountains, and he could not cross it. Thus they escaped. How Coyote got his cunning. Shastan. Long, long ago, Chariya, old man above, made first the fishes, then the lower animals. Afterwards he made a man. Chariya ordered the man to decide the rank of the animals. The man said he would give to each a bow. By the length of the bow given him would each animal know his rank. The next day, when the sun was new, would man give away the bows. Coyote listened. If he received the longest bow, he would be the most important animal. He decided not to sleep. He would be the first one at the meeting place when the day was new. Night owl hooted, wolf howled in the darkness, and bat flitted over his head. Coyote slept not. Robin chirped and thrush sang when the day was new, and Coyote slept. So Coyote was last to reach the man and received the shortest bow of all. So Coyote became the meanest of all animals. But in his distress, Coyote howled to the man, and he in turn appealed to Old Man above. Sharia ordered that Coyote should be the most cunning of all animals, and so he is to this day. The naming of creation, Nez Perce. Coyote was chief of all the animals. Now he told them that the tribes of men were coming near, one and all. Everything he told them came true. Then he said, "Tomorrow the people will come out of the ground. I will name them, and they will spread out." Then he named them. He named them until he had named them all. And the people came out, but Coyote had no name for himself. Many people came out. Then he named himself Coyote. Thus came people, not we alone, but all people. The bird chief. They called all the birds. They said, "The bird which, flying farthest, can reach the upper world shall be chief." All the birds high in the air went to equal heights. Now Wren sat beneath the thick feathers of Eagle's wing. He sat there as Eagle flew. The birds, all wing-tired, returned to earth. Only Eagle went above. When Eagle had gone as high as he would, Wren flew beyond him. When the birds had returned below, they waited. Eagle returned alone after a long time. They counted the birds. Behold, Wren only, he had not returned. They waited for him. At length, after a long time, he returned. Eagle was too highly thinking of himself, when behold, Wren was made chief. The spell of the laughing raven, Klamath. At Dance Place, when the Klamath Lake people danced, many people were there. Kemush, old man of the ancients, went there. Then old Raven laughed at them, laughed when they danced, and all people dancing there became rocks. Grey Wolf entered Kitty above from the north. There he stopped and lay down, although not yet having reached his home. In full dress at that spot, moccasins with beads on toe, stopped and rested. Then Old Grizzly approached Old Grey Wolf while lying asleep, and Old Grizzly stole from Grey Wolf his moccasins, beads also, and put them on to go to the fishing place. Upon this, Old Grey Wolf, waking up, threw Old Grizzly downhill. He rolled him down over the rocks for having robbed him of moccasins and beads also. Thus killed he Old Grizzly. Upon this, the Klamath Lake people began fighting the Northerners because Old Grizzly had been killed by Old Grey Wolf. Then Old Raven laughed at them when fighting, and they became rocks. Origin of the Thunderbird. Long, long ago, To-Ulux, South Wind, traveled to the north. There To-Ulux met Quetzalcoatl, the giantess. To-Ulux said, "I am hungry. Give me something to eat." Quetzalcoatl said, "I have nothing to eat. You can get food by fishing." So South Wind dragged the net. He caught Tanasecole. He caught a little whale. South Wind took his stone knife to kill the whale. Then the giantess said, "Use a sharp shell. Do not use your knife. Slit Tanasecole down the back. Do not cut him crossways." South Wind pretended not to hear. South Wind cut the whale across the back. Suddenly the fish changed into an immense bird. The bird's wings darkened the sun. The flapping of its wings shook the earth. This bird was the Thunderbird. He flew to the north and lighted on Swalahust near the mouth of Great River. Then South Wind and the giantess traveled north to find him. One day, picking berries, Kutsoi found the nest of Thunderbird. The nest was full of eggs. Kutsoi broke one egg. It was not good, so she threw it down the mountainside. Before it reached the valley, it became an Indian. Kutsoi threw down other eggs. Each egg became an Indian. That is how the Chehalis Indians were created. Indians never cut the first salmon across the back. If they did, the salmon would not run. Always Indians slit the first salmon down the back. Mount Edgecombe, Alaska. When all the world was covered with rising waters, Cheetal Thunder left his sister Abishanaku, the underground woman. Cheetal said, "Sister, you shall never see me again. You shall only hear my voice." He put on the skin of a great bird and flew away. His eyes flashed fire, and the earth shook when he flapped his wings. Abashnikoi, the underground woman, climbed to the top of Mount Edgecombe. The top opened, and she fell in, leaving a great hole. The world is an immense plate resting on a tall pillar. The underground woman holds up the pillar so the plate will not fall. When storms break on Mount Edgecombe, the lightning from Cheetal's eyes gleams through her crater windows. The flapping of his wings makes the plate tremble, and she hears the thundering of his voice, but she never sees Cheetal. An Indian's vow to the thunder gods. Footnote, as related by Alice C. Fletcher, used by permission. This incident is not a myth, it is actual fact. It is included because it throws light upon the softer side of Indian character and because it shows also the extent to which the Indian was influenced by the religious beliefs which we term myths. End footnote. To an Indian woman, the thunder had spoken in a vision. To this god she promised to give her firstborn child. When she became a mother, she forgot in her joy that the life of her little child did not belong to her, nor did she recall her fateful vow until one bright spring day when the clouds gathered and she heard the roll of the thunder, a sound which summoned all persons consecrated to these gods to bring their offerings and to pay their vows. She remembered what she had promised, but her heart forbade her to lay the infant, which was smiling in her arms, upon the cloud-swept hilltop. She pressed the baby to her breast and waited in silence the passing of the gods in the storm. The following spring, when the first thunder pealed, she did not forget her vow, but she could not gather strength to fulfill it. Another year passed, and again the thunder sounded. Taking the toddling child by the hand, the mother climbed the hill, and when the top was reached, she placed it on the ground and fled. But the boy scrambled up and ran after her, and his frightened cries stayed her feet. He caught her garments and clung to them, and although the thunder called, she could not obey. Her vow had been made before she knew the strength of a mother's love. Gathering the boy within her arms, she hid herself and him from the presence of the gods. The storm passed, and the mother and child returned to the lodge, but fear had taken possession of her. She watched her son with eyes in which terror and love struggled for mastery. One day, as the little one played beside a rippling brook, laughing and singing in his glee, suddenly the clouds gathered. The flashing lightning sent beast and bird to cover and drove the mother out to find her child. She heard his voice above the fury of the storm, calling to her. As she neared the brook, a vivid flash blinded her eyes. For a moment she was stunned, but recovering, she pushed on, only to be appalled by the sight that met her eye. Her boy lay dead, struck by the thunder gods who had claimed their own. No other children came to lighten the sorrow of the lonely woman, but every spring, when the first thunder sounded, and whenever the storm swept the land, this stricken mother climbed the hills, and there, standing alone, With hands uplifted to the black rolling clouds, she sang her song of sorrow and fealty. Many years ago, the writer met her and heard her song. She was an old, old woman. She is now at rest, and let us hope that her lifelong sorrow has turned to joy. The words of her song express her fidelity, and the music betrays her love and sorrow. Flying, flying, sweeping, swirling, they return, the thunder gods. To me they come, to me their own. Me they behold, who am their own. On wings they come, flying, flying, sweeping, swirling, they return, the thunder gods. Chinook ghosts. Chinook. The ghosts wanted to buy a wife. They bought Blue Jay's sister, Eoi. They came in the evening, and on the next morning Eoi had disappeared. Now Blue Jay was a wise bird, a foe to magic. After a year, Blue Jay said, I am going to search for Eoi. Blue Jay asked all the trees, where do people go when they die? They did not answer. Then Blue Jay asked all the birds, where do people go when they die? Wedge said, pay me, and I will tell you. Blue Jay paid him, took him on a journey. They arrived at a large village. The last lodge was very large. Smoke was rising only from this lodge. There, Blue Jay found Eoi. When Eoi saw Blue Jay, she said, where did you come from? Blue Jay said, I am not dead. Wedge brought me here. Are you dead? Then Blue Jay opened all the lodges, and he saw that they were full of bones. He saw a skull and bones close to Eoi. He said, what are you going to do with that skull? Eoi said, that is my husband. When it grew dark, the bones became alive. Blue Jay asked, where did all these people come from? Eoi said, do you think they are people? They are ghosts. After some time, Eoi said to him, go with those people fishing with a dip net. He went with a young boy. The people spoke always in very low tones, and he did not understand them. Eoi told him to speak in low tones. When they were going fishing in their canoe, another canoe came down the river. The people in it were singing. Blue Jay began to sing too, and at once the boy became a skeleton. Blue Jay stopped singing, and the boy became a ghost again. When Blue Jay spoke in loud tones, the boy always became a skeleton. The ghosts caught leaves and branches in the dip net. These branches and leaves were their trout and salmon. Blue Jay shouted often, and all the ghosts became skeletons. One day, when all the ghosts were bones, Blue Jay changed their skulls. He put children's skulls on old people. Therefore, the ghosts disliked him. They told Eoi to send him back, but he did not know in what to go. Their canoes were full of holes and covered with moss. So Eoi sent Blue Jay home, but he did not follow her directions. Therefore he died and became a ghost. He returned to the ghost land and found all the bones were real men. The leaves and branches were real salmon and trout, and all their canoes were new. The Memaloose Islands. Klickitat. Long ago, before the white man came, a young chief and a maiden loved one another. Suddenly, the chief went over the spirit trail, but he could find no rest in the land of the spirits. The maiden also grieved for him. Then a vision came to the maiden. It told her to go to the land of the spirits. The maiden told her father of the vision, and they both obeyed. The father made ready a canoe, placed her in it, and they paddled up Great River to the Spirit Island. Through the darkness, as they neared the Death Island, they heard singing and the tom-tom of the dance drum. 4 spirit people met them on the shore. The maiden landed, but the father returned. At the great dance house, the maiden met her lover, more beautiful than on earth. All night long they danced. Then, when morning came and the robins chirped, the dancers fell asleep. The maiden slept, but not soundly. When the sun was high, she awoke. All around her were skeletons and skulls. Her lover, with grinning teeth, was gazing upon her. The maiden was in the island of the dead. Struck with horror, she ran to the shore. At last she found an old boat and paddled herself across Great River to the Indian village. But her father was frightened. She had been to the spirit land. Therefore, if she returned, evil would fall upon the tribe. That night again, the father made ready a canoe and paddled across the river to the Memaloose Island. Through the darkness, they heard singing and the tom-tom of the dance drum. In course of time, a baby, half human, half spirit, was born. The spirit lover wished his mother to see it. He sent a messenger to her, telling her to come to the island by night. He told her, when she arrived, not to look at the baby until it was 10 days old. After the old woman reached the Memaloose Island, she became impatient. She lifted the cloth from the baby's face. She lifted just one little corner and looked at the baby's face. Therefore, the baby died. Thus, the spirit people became displeased. They said that never again should living people visit the land of those who had gone by the spirit trail. A visiting ghost, Teton. Once a young brave came to a great forest just at nightfall. He was alone, so he lay down at the edge of the woods. At midnight he heard a woman cry, "My son, my son!" Then he heard the breaking of twigs. Thus the warrior knew that someone was approaching. The warrior put brush on his fire. Then he peeped through a hole in his blanket. A woman was approaching. She wore a skin dress with long fringe. She wore also a blanket drawn over her head. Her leggings were decorated with beadwork and porcupine quills. The woman came to where the warrior lay with his legs stretched out. She took his foot and raised it, and then she dropped it. Twice the woman did this, then she drew a rusty knife. The warrior sprang up. He shouted, "What are you doing?" Then he shot at her suddenly. The woman ran away screaming, "Yun, yun, yun!" When daylight came, the warrior saw he had camped near a scaffold grave. Therefore he said, "This is the ghost which came to me." Origin of the tribes, Chinook. Long ago in Lake Cle Elum lived Wishpoosh, the monster beaver. Cle Elum was beautiful. It was also full of fish. The animal people wanted to fish there, but Wishpoosh killed them. Wishpoosh dragged them into the water and drowned them. Wishpoosh also killed and ate the animal people. At last, Coyote tried to kill him. Coyote fastened a spear to his wrist with a strong cord. Then he began to fish in the lake. Soon Wishpoosh attacked him. Coyote speared the beaver. Then Wishpoosh plunged to the bottom of Cle Elum and dragged Coyote with him. But Coyote fought hard with Wishpoosh. They fought so hard they tore out the banks of Cle Elum. The waters rushed through the break, then through the mountains and down the canyon. They rushed into Kittitas Valley. The water formed another lake in Kittitas Valley. Coyote and Wishpoosh fought so hard they tore out the banks of the new lake. The waters rushed down into the basin of the Cowich, Natchez, and Athenum. The water formed a larger lake. Yakima was flooded, and a very great lake formed at Toppenish. Coyote and Wishpoosh fought so hard that they tore out the banks of this very great lake. The waters rushed to the meeting place of the Yakima, the Snake, and the Columbia rivers. The waters here formed a very, very great lake. Coyote and Wishpoosh fought so hard that even the banks of this lake were torn out. Then Wishpoosh dashed down the great river. Coyote was out of breath. Coyote wanted to stop Wishpoosh. He caught at the trees and stones along the banks of the great river. Nothing could stop Wishpoosh. At last, Coyote and the beaver reached the breakers at the mouth of Great River, reached the breakers of the bitter waters. Wishpoosh was very angry. He killed salmon and swallowed them. He killed whales and swallowed them. Coyote saw that Wishpoosh was very strong. Then he remembered that he was Coyote, the wisest and cunningest of all the animals. So Coyote changed himself into a branch, a tree branch. He drifted toward Wishpoosh. Wishpoosh swallowed him. Then Coyote changed himself back into Coyote again. He took his stone knife, he cut the sinews inside of Wishpush. Thus Wishpush died. Now Coyote was very tired. Therefore he asked Muskrat to help him. Together Coyote and Muskrat pulled the great beaver to land. Then they cut up Wishpush. They threw pieces over the land. From the head of Wishpush, Coyote made the Nez Perces great in council. From the arms he made the Cayuses, powerful with the bow and war club. From the legs he made the Klickitats, famous runners. From the ribs he made the Yakimas. From the belly he made the Chinooks, short, fat people with big stomachs. Coyote at last had only the hair and blood of Wishpush. These he flung far up the valley to the east. They became the Snake River Indians, a tribe of war and blood. Thus Coyote created the tribes. Then he returned up the Columbia. Now, in making the Chinooks and the coast tribes, Coyote forgot to give them any mouth. The god Ekani, traveling along, noticed this. Then Ekani called the tribes to him, and with a stone knife gave each one a mouth. But for fun, Ekani cut them crooked. He made some mouths very big. Thus, the coast tribes have not perfect mouths. End of part 3. How the Okanogans became red. Okanagan. Long, long ago, when the sun was young and no bigger than a star, there was an island far out at sea called Sami Tumi Wula, or White Man's Island. Now giants lived there. The giants were white, and their leader was a tall white woman called Shkomalt. At first there was peace, but at last war came, and the white giants fought with each other. This made Shkomalt angry. Shkomalt had a strong heart. She drove the unruly ones together to the farthest end of the island. Then she broke off this piece of land, and with her foot pushed it out to sea. Many days drifted the floating island. Storms swept over them, and the sun beat down upon them. At last all died except one man and one woman. Then the man caught a whale, and they saved their lives by eating the blubber. Then their islands began to sink, so they made a canoe. Then they put the blubber into the canoe and then paddled away. After paddling for many suns, they came to some islands, and at last to the mainland. Here they landed, but the mainland was not so large as it is now because it had not grown. But all their whiteness was gone. The sun had burned them until they were red. All the Okanogans are descended from this man and woman, and therefore they are red. In time to come, the lakes will melt the foundations of the world, and the rivers cut it loose. Then the whole world will float as the island did. This is the end of the world, the Itsowele. The Copper Canoe, Nootka. Long ago, from the waters of Volga, a man came to the Nootkas. He came in a copper canoe, which shone bright as the sun. His paddles were also copper. Men said he came from the sky. He came to teach them they should not fight. At first the Nootkas listened. Then they became angry. They killed the canoe man. Indians were sorry after they killed the canoe man. Therefore they carve images of him for their houses, even to this day. Origin of mineral springs. Long, long ago, in the days of the first grandfather, all men were at peace. The earth was so new that tall firs of the mountain were no larger than arrows. Many fish swam in beautiful waters and in great river. Many deer were on the mountains, many ipo and camas roots in the valley. All Indians were happy. Then the first twins were born. One became famous for the deer he shot and the fish he speared. The other was always hungry. One day the brothers were hunting together. One leaned over the spring to drink. His brother struck him on the head with his stone tomahawk and pushed him into the spring. At once the water bubbled and boiled. From a cloud of vapor arose an old Indian. He was the first of all Indians. He said, "You have sharpened the tomahawk against your brother. Go, wander. Wherever you drink, the waters shall be bitter. The brother wandered over the mountains and plains. Wherever he drank, the waters became bitter. For that reason, Indians did not allow twins to live. One is always unlucky and the other happy. How the Ermine Got Its Necklace. Athabaskan. In the valley between Koyukuk and Yukon lived an old man, his wife, and 2 sons. The old man was too feeble to go out alone any longer, so he told the boys they must travel alone. Therefore, they decided to go alone. In the morning, they found a porcupine trail. Following this downstream, they came to a large river running full of ice. At the edge of the water, the track disappeared. The brothers leaped on a cake of ice and floated downstream. Again they landed and looked for food when they found a fish had been left on the ice and saw many sled tracks. They followed these. They then heard a faint crying. Going on cautiously, they saw a porcupine carrying a load. They asked it why it cried. When it did not answer, they clubbed it dead, cooked it, and ate it. Going on, they saw a village. An old woman came out, saw them, and called to the people of the village to prepare food for them. The brothers entered a large house where an old man was seated on a caribou skin. They sat down on either side of him on caribou skins and began to eat. Seeing only young women, besides the old man and woman, the brothers asked where the young men were. The young women said there were none, but that they could do many difficult things which even men could hardly do. The elder brother boasted that he could do more than they, but the young women laughed. They said they were simply answering his question. In the morning, the young women went hunting. The brothers went with them. Then the women outran the elder brother and teased him. He became angry and said, "You cannot do one thing. Stand at a distance and shoot at me. If I am not hit, I will shoot at you." The younger man warned his brother, but the elder one was still angry and insisted. Finally, the women consented to shoot at him. As they shot, he leaped, but 4 arrows struck him together, and he fell dead. The younger brother mourned for him. When he wished to return and asked the way, he was told it was dangerous, and they described to him the monsters he would meet. Nevertheless, he started. After traveling for some time, he saw a cliff with a nest of enormous birds. The old ones were away, but he found a young eaglet. "What do your parents do when they come?" he asked. "When they come," the eaglet answered, "it becomes dark, it blows, and there is thunder. When it is my mother coming, it rains. When it is my father who comes, it hails." The young man killed the bird, then he waited. Soon it became dark, and thundered and rained, while the air was blown against him by the beating of the wings of the thunderbird. The young man shot it, and springing forward, killed it with his moose horn club. When the other bird came, he killed it too. He went on until he came to a porcupine as high as a hill, which lived in a cave. Through this cave the young man had to pass, for he could find no way around it. Hiding outside the cave, he made a noise to attract the porcupine's attention. It at once began to back out, lashing its tail against the mountainside until the enormous quills were stuck all over the mountain and the tail itself was quite bare. Then, as it left the cave, the young man shot it and clubbed it to death. Traveling on farther, he found the tracks of an enormous lynx. This, the woman had told him, was the strongest of the monsters. Here, too, he tried to go around it, but could not. Then he tried to shoot it, but the lynx caught the arrows in its claws. Seeing no way of escape, the young man gave up hope. Then the lynx ordered him to clear away the snow so that he could eat him more at ease, and to heap up the wood for the fire by which the young man was to be cooked. The young man did this, but the lynx told him to get still more firewood. The young man did this, going farther each time to get the wood. Soon he heard someone say, "Brother, stand quickly on my back, and I will carry you away." "Where are you?" he asked. "Here." Looking down, he saw an ermine at his feet. He said, "I am afraid I will kill you if I step on your back." "No, jump on me, I will carry you." Then he jumped hard, but the ermine did not even move. "Your back is too small, I cannot sit on it. Lay a stick across my back and put another across my neck for your feet." He laid the sticks across the ermine and sat down. Immediately it carried him to his house. The young man's parents were glad for his safe return. They gave the ermine a shell of necklace. Coyote and Grizzly, Nez Perce. Once there was a grizzly bear who was always angry. One day, when traveling through the woods, she came upon a band of Indians. She ate them all. In the evening, when she had reached home, she had a bad headache, and in the night she became very sick because she had eaten so many Indians. She was sick for a week and almost died. She sent for Coyote to come as a medicine man, but Coyote said to his friends, "I do not care if she dies. It would not hurt me or anybody else. Everybody would be glad of it." But as his wife told him to go in company with others, he finally went to see Old Grizzly. After a while, he came to Old Grizzly's house and made medicine. Then she got well. He told her she was sick from eating too many chokeberries because he thought all the people would run away if he told the truth and said it was from eating too many Indians. But when the people were gone and he himself was ready to run, he told her she had eaten too many Indians. Old Grizzly jumped up and chased Coyote. He ran up the hills, he ran down the valleys, he ran through the woods. At last he changed himself into a buffalo eating grass by the trail. Now Grizzly Bear thought she would catch Coyote no matter into what form he changed himself. So when she saw the buffalo, she started to kill it, but then she saw Coyote's trail running past it. So she followed the trail. When she had gone some ways, Coyote changed himself into his own form again. He called after Grizzly Bear and said, "You are only a foolish old bear. You can never catch me." When Grizzly Bear heard Coyote's voice, she started after him again. After a while, Coyote changed himself into an old man who had smallpox. He was in a teepee by the trail. His clothes were old and worn. When Grizzly Bear came up, she looked into the house. She asked the man if anyone had passed. He told her a man had crossed the river. She saw a bridge with tracks on it. The bridge was made of willows. Now she thought she could get across on that bridge, so she walked on it. The bridge broke. She fell into the water and was drowned. Then Coyote turned himself into his own form and went back to his people. He told them he had killed Grizzly Bear. Coyote and the Dragon. Long ago, in the Willamette Valley, there lived a monster who made all the people afraid. It lived in a cave. At night it would come from its cave, seize and eat people, and return to the cave in the morning. All night it would eat the people. Coyote heard of this monster and decided to help the people. Coyote was the cunningest and shrewdest of all the animals. Now the monster could not endure daylight. It lived always in the dark. So one day when the sun was very bright and high up in the heavens, Coyote took his bow and arrows and went to a mountain top. He shot one of the arrows into the sun. Then he shot another into the lower end of the first one, and then another into the lower end of the second. At last, Coyote had a chain of arrows that reached from the sun to the earth. Then he pulled the sun down. He pulled hard until it came down. Then he hid it in the Willamette River. Now the monster thought night had come. Everything was dark because the sun was hid in the river. So the monster came out from his cave and attacked the people. Then Coyote broke the chain which held the sun down, and it sprang up in the sky again. The monster was blinded because the light was so bright. Then Coyote killed it. When the palefaces found the big bones of the monster and carried them away, Indians said evil would come of it. Origin of Spokane Falls. Flathead. Coyote and Fox were traveling together. They were coming up the river. When they got to where Spokane Falls now are, Coyote said to Fox, I believe I'll get married. I'll take a woman of the Penderes for my wife. So Coyote went to visit the chief of the Penderes. He said he wanted a wife. Chief said no. Chief said that Pendere women could not intermarry with other tribes. Coyote said, then I will make a falls here in the river. I will make falls so that the salmon cannot get past them. That is how Spokane Falls were made. Coyote in the buffalo country, Flathead. Coyote took to the trail again. After a while, he had nothing to eat. He was nearly starved. He went into a teepee at noon and lay down to rest. He was very weak because he had had nothing to eat. This happened in the Jocko Valley. Coyote heard someone halloo, but he could not see anyone. Then someone called again. After he had looked carefully for some time, Coyote saw Eagle a long way off. Eagle said that far away there was a country where there were buffalo all the time. Eagle said, I am going there, but you cannot. You are too poor. Then Coyote was angry. Coyote said, I can go anywhere. I am going there. Coyote started out, and in 15 days he reached the place. It was near Great Falls. There was a big camp there, and the chief's name was Bear. The people did not like Bear. When buffalo were killed, Bear would take the best piece for himself, all the good meat and the chunks of fat. Coyote wanted to be chief himself, so he killed a big buffalo and stripped off all the fat. Then he cut the meat in strips and hung it up to dry. After that, he built a big fire and heated some stones red hot. Bear heard that Coyote had killed a buffalo, so he came to look at the meat. Bear said, this is nice meat, I will take it. Coyote said, I saved some fat for you. Then Coyote took a red-hot stone, wrapped it in fat, and put it in Bear's mouth. Thus Coyote killed Bear. Then the people made Coyote chief. Now Bear was a great medicine man. Whatever he wished came true. There were many buffalo at Great Falls because Bear had wished it. After Coyote became chief, all the buffalo went away. Then people said, Coyote is a bad chief. Coyote went out again to hunt for buffalo. He was all alone, and he hunted for 5 days. But the buffalo were all gone. Coyote was ashamed to go back to the camp, so he kept right on. In a little while, Coyote met Wolf. Wolf said, where are you going? Coyote said, I am going to travel all over the world. Wolf went on ahead. Soon Coyote heard someone coming. It was a man with plenty of meat. Coyote lay down by the trail and pretended to be dead. The man stopped. He said, this is pretty good fur. So he threw Coyote among the meat and went on. Coyote ate all the meat he could hold. Then he ran away. After a while, he met Wolf again. Wolf said, you look fat. Where did you get meat? Coyote told him he had pretended to be dead. He said, the man wanted me for my fur. Your fur is finer than mine. If you pretend to be dead, you can get meat. Wolf heard the man coming, so he lay down by the trail and pretended to be dead. The man stopped. He said, this is pretty good fur, but I'll make sure he is dead. Then he hit Wolf with a club. He hit Wolf twice. Then Wolf jumped up and ran away. Wolf was very angry. He said, Coyote did this on purpose. I will kill Coyote. Wolf ran and Coyote ran. After a while, Wolf overtook Coyote. Wolf said, why did you play that trick on me? Now I will kill you. Coyote said, wait until I tell you something, then you can kill me. Wolf said, what do you want to tell me? Coyote said, there are only 2 of us. It is not fair for us to fight alone. Let us get others to fight with us. Then it will be like one tribe fighting another. Wolf agreed. So Wolf went in one direction and Coyote in another. Wolf met Bear. Wolf said, come with me and fight Coyote. Then Bear and Wolf went on together. In a little while they met Mole. Wolf said, come with me and fight Coyote. So Wolf and Bear and Mole went on together. Now Coyote had gone in another direction. He met Cat and Dog. Coyote said, come with me and fight Wolf. So Coyote and Cat and Dog went on together. Now Wolf reached the meeting place first. He looked up and said, "I see Coyote coming." Coyote was coming with Cat and Dog. Coyote was dressed up with beaded moccasins and a beaded shirt. Therefore, he was a great chief. When the fight began, Coyote with Cat and Dog killed all his enemies. Then Coyote went on alone. Coyote and the Salmon, Klamath River. Then Coyote went to Klamath River. He found the people very poor. They had no food. The river was full of salmon, but the people could not get any. 3 skookums had built a dam to prevent the salmon from coming up the river. So the skookums had all the fish, but the people had none. Coyote was very angry. Coyote said, "Before many suns, fish shall come up the river. The people shall have all the salmon they need." Then Coyote went to the mouth of the river. The skookums saw him. They thought he was only a skulking coyote. Coyote whined for some of their fish. Skookum would not give him any. Coyote came close to their camp. The skookums drove him away. But Coyote saw where the skookums kept the key of the dam. That was what he had wanted when he whined for fish. Next morning, one skookum started down to open the trap and let in a fish for herself. Coyote ran out of the teepee, jumped between Skookum's feet, and tripped her up. Skookum fell, and the key fell out of her hand. Then Coyote picked up the key and went to the dam. Coyote opened the dam and let the fish through. The salmon went upstream into the country of the Kowroks. Then the people had food to eat. Afterwards, Coyote broke down the dam. Ever since then, salmon go every year up the river. Falls of the Willamette. Tallapus came from the coast to the Willamette Valley. Tallapus had been teaching the coast Indians. He found the Willamettes very poor and cold. Now the Willamette was full of salmon, but the tribes were very stupid and feeble. They could not catch the salmon, so Tallapus made a tum-tum. Footnote: tum means heart. Falls were named tum-tums because the sound of falling waters resembled to the Indian the beating of the heart. End note. There the fish would come to the surface. Tallapus also made a trap. Tallapus began to make a tum-tum at Hintook. He did not like the place and left it. The gravel bar shows where he began to work. Then Tallapus went to Rock Island to make a tum-tum. Again, he did not like the place and left it. The rapids show where he began to work. Then Tallapus began to make still another tum-tum. Here he liked the place and finished his work. White men call it the Falls of the Willamette. Here the salmon come to the surface in trying to leap over the falls. Then the stupid tribes could spear the salmon. At this tum-tum, Tallapus began to make a trap. Tallapus made one that would say, "No seeps," when it was full. So Tallapus set the trap by the falls and began to make a fire. He began to rub the fire sticks together. Then Trap called, "No seeps." It was full of fine fish. Tallapus emptied it. He set the trap again by the falls and began to make a fire. He began again to rub the fire sticks together. And then again Trap called, "No seeps, no seeps." Tallapus emptied it. Then he set the trap again by the falls and began to make a fire. Before he could rub the fire sticks together, Trap called, "No seeps, no seeps." Then Tallapus was angry. He was very hungry, and Trap would not let him make a fire. Tallapus said Trap should not call so soon. Tallapus said, "Can you not wait catching fish until I build my fire?" Then Trap was angry. Trap would not catch fish anymore. Then the people had to spear the fish. Tallapus and the Cedar, Clatsop. Once Tallapus was traveling from the country of the Tillamook's to the country of the Clatsops. Tallapus made himself a coyote. Tallapus passed the mountains and headlands of the coast. Then he followed the trail through the deep woods. As he was traveling along, Tallapus saw an immense cedar. The inside was hollow. He could see it through a big gap which opened and closed. The gap opened and closed as the tree swayed in the wind. Talipus cried, "Open, cedar tree!" Then the tree opened. Talipus jumped inside. He said, "Shut, cedar tree!" Then the tree closed. Talipus was shut inside the tree. After a while, Talipus said, "Open, cedar tree!" Then the tree opened. Talipus stepped out of it. The tree was a very strange one. So Talipus told the tree to open and jumped inside. Then he told it to close. Talipus did this many times. At last, Talipus was inside the tree. Talipus said, "Open, cedar tree." The tree did not answer. Talipus was angry. He called to the tree. He kicked the tree. The tree did not answer. Then Talipus remembered that he was Coyote, the wisest and cunningest of all animals. Then Talipus began to think. After he thought, Talipus called the birds to help him. He told them to peck a hole through cedar tree. The first was Wren. Wren pecked and pecked at the great cedar until her bill was blunted. But Wren could not even make a dent. Therefore Talipus called her Wren. Then Talipus called the other birds. Sparrow came, Robin came, Finch came, but they could not even break the heavy bark. So Talipus gave each a name and sent them away. Then Owl came, and Raven, and Hawk, and Eagle. They could not make even a little hole. So Talipus gave each a name and sent them away. Then he called Little Woodpecker. Finally, Little Woodpecker made a tiny hole. Then Big Yellowhammer came and pecked a large hole. But the hole was too small for Talipus, so he saw there was no help from the birds. Then Talipus remembered again that he was Coyote, the wisest and cunningest of all the animals. Then Talipus began to think. After he thought, Talipus began to take himself apart. He took himself apart and slipped each piece through Yellowhammer's hole. First he slipped a leg through, then a paw, then his tail, then his ears, and his eyes, until he was through the hole and outside the cedar tree. Then Talipus began to put himself together. He put his legs and paws together, and then his tail, his nose, his ears, and then his body. At last Talipus put himself together again, except his eyes. He could not find his eyes. Raven had seen them on the ground. Raven had stolen them. So Talipus, the Coyote, the wisest and cunningest of all the animals, was blind. But Talipus did not want the animals to know he was blind. Talipus smelled a wild rose. He found the bush and picked 2 rose leaves. He put the rose leaves in place of his eyes. Then Talipus traveled on, feeling his way along the trail. Soon he met a squaw. Squaw began to jeer. "Oh, you seem to be very blind." "Oh, no," said Talipus. "I am measuring the ground. I can see better than you can. I can see Tomanoa's rays." Squaw was greatly astonished. Talipus pretended to see wonderful things at a great distance. Squaw said, "I wish I could see Tomanoa's rays." Talipus said, "Change eyes with me, then you can see Tomanoa's rays." So Talipus and Squaw traded eyes. Talipus took Squaw's eyes and gave her the rose leaves. Then Talipus could see as well as ever. Squaw could see nothing. Talipus said, "For your folly, you must always be a snail. You must creep. You must feel your way on the ground." Ever since that time, snails have been blind. They have to creep slowly over the ground. How Coyote was killed. Coyote had done many things. Fire he had stolen from Skookums, and salmon he had given to the Indians. Therefore Coyote, thinking very highly of himself, wanted to travel to the sky world. Now Star came every night very close to Coyote. Coyote lived above the clouds on a mountain top. Therefore Coyote said to Star, "Take me with you." Star only laughed. Thus Coyote was angry. Coyote said every night when the star came, "Take me with you into the sky." But Star only laughed. Then Coyote howled at Star. At last Star said, "Tomorrow night I will take you to the sky world." Next night Star came again to the mountain. Star came quite close to Coyote. Then Coyote leaped far and caught on the edge of Star. So they traveled through the sky world. Star climbed higher and higher. Coyote looked down. The tall firs of the forest were only as large as arrows. Then Coyote became cold, traveling high in the sky world. Star was not warm like sun. Coyote became so cold he could not hold on. His paws slipped and he fell. Coyote fell far to the earth below him. For 10 snows he fell. When Coyote struck the earth, he was crushed as flat as a willow mat. Thus Coyote was killed. End of part 4. Five. Old Grizzly and Old Antelope, Klamath Lake Indians. Old Grizzly lived with Old Antelope. Grizzly had 2 children. Antelope also had 2 children. One morning early, they went to dig ipo roots, leaving their children at home. Old Antelope filled her basket before Old Grizzly had dug any ipo root. Old Grizzly kept on eating them up. Then they returned homeward. Again, next day, they went out to dig ipo, and again Old Antelope sooner filled her basket. Old Grizzly dug little. After their return, they each gave ipo to their children. Then Old Grizzly thus enjoined her cubs, "Ye shall not skip down from the lodge. Delivers to ye would get loose. Ye shall not jump over the logs. Ye would run against some sticks. Ye shall not dive under the water. Smothering, ye might die." Now again, Old Grizzly next morning went again with Old Antelope to dig roots. Old Antelope soon filled the basket, Old Grizzly having dug little. Then Old Grizzly went to Old Antelope. She begged, "Insects bite me." Old Antelope said, "A while from now I will bite you when we have returned homeward." Again Old Grizzly declared, "Insects bite me very hard in my fur." After a while, Old Antelope bit into the fur of Old Grizzly to kill the insects. Then Old Grizzly wanted also to bite into the fur of Old Antelope. Old Grizzly put ipo roots into her mouth. Crunching them, she pretended to bite insects, cracking them. Then she bit Old Antelope through the neck. She killed her in this manner, then cut her up wholly. All the ipo roots of Old Antelope she put in her basket, placing the meat on top. This she stuck on the top of a pole. A small portion of the meat she took home and gave to her children. Also to Old Antelope's children she gave meat. The younger said, "But it tastes like our mother." The elder pushed her, "Be silent, say not so." They saved the meat to eat until the next day. Meanwhile, Old Grizzly explained, "Your mother gave the Indians much meat where she passed the night, but to me they gave only a little. Tomorrow I shall go to look for your absent mother." Early next morning, Old Grizzly started out to fetch the meat. Then the young Antelope said to the Grizzly cubs, "Let us skip down from the house." Bear cub said, "Our mother wants us not to skip down. Our livers might get loose." Young Antelopes again said, "Look here, we will jump over logs." One cub said, "Our mother wants us not to jump over logs. We might run against tree limbs." Again a young Antelope said, "Look here, let us dive." The cub said, "Our mother wants us not to plunge in the water. Smothering, we might die." The young Antelopes asked only once more, "Look here, let us play smoke out." The cub said, "Our mother told us not about this. Here we will play this." The young Antelopes threw rotten wood into the lodge and went into it first. The bear cubs put the cover on. The young Antelope said, "Pretty soon you must open again." "Yes," said the cubs. Soon the young Antelopes cried, "To smoke in, to smoke out. To smoke in, to smoke out. Smother, smother. Oh, oh." Then the cubs opened the cover. the young antelopes went out. Then the cubs went in, saying, "Pretty soon ye must uncover." "Yes," said the young antelopes. The cubs cried, "Smoke in, smoke out, smoke in, smother, smother." Again the young antelopes went into the lodge. "Two smoke in, two smoke out, smoke, smoke." The cubs uncovered, and the antelopes came out. The cubs again ran into the lodge. "Two smoke in, two smoke out, smother, smother." This time the young antelopes would not uncover for the cubs. After their death, the young antelopes uncovered the lodge. Then, taking out the cubs, red paint they lined in their faces. Gagging the nose of the elder, they lifted it up to the top of the lodge. Gagging the mouth of the younger, they fastened it on the lodge ladder. Then they went into the fireplace. Every article they enjoined not to report to Old Grizzly when she returned. The bone awl alone they forgot as it stuck in the roof. After a while, Old Grizzly returned, being ahead of herself. Angered at their having wasted red paint, she said, "They have wasted my red paint, which I stole from the Indians." Then, approaching nearer, she saw the cubs to be dead. Sobbing, she said, "Now the children of Old Antelope have punished me." To the young antelope she called, "Where are ye, children?" The children replied to Old Grizzly, "Right here are we, sitting in the sunshine." Old Grizzly ran out to where now the children were sitting, but again the children spoke toward the mud house in reply to Old Grizzly. Again Old Grizzly ran into it. "Children!" Again the young antelopes replied to Old Grizzly, "Here we play, out of doors. You do not find us." Grizzly thought it was the voices of the children, but the articles enjoined by the children had done as they had been told and had answered her. But after some time, the bone awl Shakta, which had stuck in the ceiling and had been forgotten, said, "Long ago, the children whom you look for went away." Old Grizzly said, "Which way, then, traveled they?" And the awl Shakta told Grizzly, "Through here they crawled, and here they placed coals against the opening." Then Old Grizzly attempted to crawl through the hole to follow the children. She could not crawl through. Finally, she broke through and went on her way, crying, rotten wood breaks easily. Rotten wood breaks through." Walking, Old Grizzly wept thus. Then she said, "Where are ye? I am going to find the children." She said this repeatedly while walking. Finally, she overtook the young antelopes while they camped in a cave, but she did not see them. Building a large fire, she lay down. Now the children became aware that Old Grizzly had overtaken them, and the elder antelope woke up the younger one. "Now she has caught up with us," she said to the younger, and woke up the little one. Old Grizzly went to sleep lying near the fire. "Tomorrow, at last, I will play a game with ye children in daytime, seeing more sharply then." So speaking and lying down, she went to sleep. Then the young antelopes threw sticks at the sleeping one. They threw them to try whether she was asleep. But she not moving, they ran out of the cave at a quick pace. Afraid that Old Grizzly might overtake them, they hallooed to Old Crane, Shukamtash, who, fishing minnows, skirted the water. "Cross us over, uncle, very fast. She is chasing us and will overtake us now." Old Crane crossed them over. The young antelopes explained to Old Crane. Then Old Crane blew them into a whistle stick and hung them up in the lodge, but they rattled for fear. At the message of the young antelopes that Old Antelope was killed by Old Grizzly, Old Crane and the young ones too wept. Old Crane wept, crying, lake water, lake water." The young cranes also wept, crying, "Lake, water." Now Old Grizzly, awakening after a time, looked around the cave. "I shall play a rather hard game with the children in the daytime, when able to see better." Long ago, after they left the cave, they reached Old Crane's home. So Old Grizzly started to follow the young antelopes. The tracks of them she followed. Reaching the river, she asked Old Crane, "Have you seen the children?" Old Crane said, "Not I saw the children." Yet here were the outgoing tracks of the children having reached there. So Old Grizzly hallooed, "You want to conceal them then? Set me over quickly." Old Crane said, "I have no canoe." Again said Old Grizzly, "Quickly cross me over. Fast set me over." After a while, Old Crane spread out his legs, one leg carrying a drinking cup, and let Old Grizzly use it as a bridge. Old Grizzly stepped on his leg. Coming to the midst of the river, she drank water from the drinking cup. And to shake out the water after drinking, she struck Old Crane's leg with the drinking cup. Old Crane, angered, doused Old Grizzly into the water. Then, fetching a bow from home, Old Crane shot Old Grizzly. Then the young antelopes came out of the whistle. With bows and arrows borrowed from the Crane children, they shot Old Grizzly, and thus they killed her. Legend of the Klickitat Basket. Klickitat. Shade told the first weaver to weave Tuxie, the basket. Weaver said, "I do not know how." But she went to the forest. She thought for a long time how to weave Tuxie. Then she gathered the plant Yi with squaw grass, elk grass, pine grass, and wooey ash and red cedar roots. Then Weaver began to work. She worked very hard for many days. Then Tuxie the basket was finished. Weaver carried it to the lake. She dipped it full of water, but the water leaked out. Shade said, "It will not do. Weave again. Weave a tight basket with a pattern in it." Weaver was very sorrowful. Weaver sat by the lake mourning. At last, in the clear water, Weaver saw the pattern, Chatotimus. Then Weaver was happy again. She went again into the deep forest and pulled up newey ash, the red cedar roots. Then Weaver began to work. She worked very hard for many days. Then Tuxie, the basket, was finished. Weaver carried it to the lake. She dipped it full of water. This time the water did not leak out. The basket was tight, and it had a pattern on it, as Shade had told her. Other weavers learned the pattern. Thus the Klickitats have plenty of baskets. They do not leak, and they have a pattern in them. The Northern Lights, Wabanski. Old Chief Masarto, Morning Star, had one son only, so different from other boys of the tribe as to be worry to Old Chief. He would not stay and play with the others, but would take his bow and arrows and leave home for days at a time, always going toward the north. When he came home, they say, "Where you been? What you see?" But he say nothing. At last, Old Chief say his wife, "That boy must be watched. I will follow him." So next time, Chief Masarto kept in his trail and traveled for a long time. Suddenly his eyes closed and he could not hear. He had a curious feeling, then know nothing. By and by his eyes open in a queer light country, no sun, no moon, no stars, but country all lighted by strange light. He saw many things, but all different from his people. They gather round and try to talk, but he not understand their language. Msarto did not know where to go or what to do. He well treated by this strange tribe. He watched their games and was attracted to wonderful game of ball he never saw before. It seemed to turn the light to many colors, and players had all lights on their heads, and all wore very curious belts called menquan, or rainbow belts. In few days an old man came and speak to Msarto in his own language, and ask him if he know where he was. Old Chief say, "No." Then old man say, "You are in country of Wababan, Northern Lights. I came here many years ago. I was the only one here from the lower country, as we call it, but now there is a boy comes to visit us every few days." Then Msarto asked how old man got there, what way he come. Old man say, "I follow path called Spirit's Path, Ketaguswat, Milky Way." "This must be path I come," said Old Chief. "Did you have queer feeling as if you lost all knowledge when you traveled?" "Yes," say Old Man, "I could not hear or see." Then say Msarto, "We did come by same path. Can you tell me how I get home again?" "Yes, Chief of Wababan will send you home safe." "Well, can you tell me where I can see my boy? The boy that comes here to visit you is mine." Then Old Man tell Msarto, "You will see him playing ball if you watch." Chief Msarto very glad to hear this, and when the man went round to teepees telling all to have ball game, Msarto went too. When game began, he saw many beautiful colors. Old Man asked him, "Do you see your boy there?" Old Chief said he did. "The one with the brightest light is my son." Then they went to Chief of Northern Lights, and Old Man said, "Chief of Lower Country wants to go home and also wants his boy." So Chief of Northern Lights calls his people together to bid goodbye to Msarto and his son, then ordered two Kichi, Sipi, great birds, to carry them home. When they went traveling Milky Way, he felt the same strange way he did when going, and when he came to his sense, he found himself near home. His wife very glad he come, for when boy told her his father was safe, she paid no notice, as she afraid Msarto was lost. End of part 5. End of Myths and Legends of the Pacific Northwest by Catherine Barry Judson.
Old Indian Legends by Zidkala Shah. Section 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Old Indian Legends, Section 1, Iktomi and the Ducks. Iktomi is a spider fairy. He wears brown deerskin leggings with long, soft fringes on either side, and tiny beaded moccasins on his feet. His long black hair is parted in the middle and wrapped with red bands. Each round braid hangs over a small brown ear and falls forward over his shoulders. He even paints his funny face with red and yellow and draws big black rings around his eyes. He wears a deerskin jacket with bright colored beads sewed tightly on it. Iktomi dresses like a real Dakota brave. In truth, his paint and deerskins are the best part of him, if ever dress is part of a man or fairy. Iktomi is a wily fellow. His hands are always kept in mischief. He prefers to spread a snare rather than to earn the smallest things with honest hunting. Why, he laughs outright with wide open mouth when some simple folk are caught in a trap, sure and fast. He never dreams another lives so bright as he. Often his own conceit leads him hard against the common sense of simpler people. Poor Iktomi cannot help being a little imp, and so long as he is a naughty fairy, he cannot find a single friend. No one helps him when he is in trouble. No one really loves him. Those who come to admire his handsome beaded jacket and long fringed leggings soon go away sick and tired of his vain, vain words and heartless laughter. Thus, Iktomi lives alone in a cone-shaped wigwam upon the plain. One day he sat hungry within his teepee. Suddenly he rushed out, dragging after him his blanket. Quickly spreading it on the ground, he tore up dry, tall grass with both hands and tossed it fast into the blanket. Tying all the four corners together in a knot, he drew the light bundle of grass over his shoulder. Snatching up a slender willow stick with his free left hand, he started off with a hop and a leap. From side to side bounced the bundle on his back as he ran light-footed over the uneven ground. Soon he came to the edge of the great level land. On the hilltop he paused for breath. With wicked smacks of his dry parched lips, as if tasting some tender meat, he looked straight into space toward the marshy river bottom. With a thin palm shading his eyes from the western sun, he peered far away into the lowlands, munching his own cheeks all the while. "Aha!" grunted he, satisfied with what he saw. A group of wild ducks were dancing and feasting in the marshes. With wings outspread, tip to tip, they moved up and down in a large circle. Within the ring, around a small drum, sat the chosen singers, nodding their heads and blinking their eyes. They sang in unison a merry dance song and beat a lively tattoo on the drum. Following a winding footpath nearby came a bent figure of a Dakota brave. He bore on his back a very large bundle. With a willow cane, he propped himself up as he staggered along beneath his burden. "Ho, who is there?" called out a curious old duck, still bobbing up and down in the circular dance. Hereupon, the drummers stretched their necks till they strangled their song for a look at the stranger passing by. "Ho, Iktomi, old friend, pray tell us what you carry in your blanket. Do not hurry off. Stop, halt," urged one of the singers. "Stop, stay, show us what is in your blanket," cried out other voices. "My friends, I must not spoil your dance. Oh, you will not care to see if you only knew what is in my blanket. Sing on, dance on. I must not show you what I carry on my back," answered Iktomi, nudging his own sides with his elbows. This reply broke up the ring entirely. Now all the ducks crowded about Iktomi. "We must see what you carry. We must know what is in your blanket," they shouted in both his ears. Some even brushed their wings against the mysterious bundle. Nudging himself again, wily Iktomi said, "My friends, 'tis only a pack of songs I carry in my blanket." "Oh, then let us hear your songs," cried the curious ducks. At length, Iktomi consented to sing his songs. With delight, all the ducks flapped their wings and cried together, "Hoye, hoye." Iktomi, with great care, laid down his bundle on the ground. "I will build first a round straw house, for I never sing my songs in the open air," said he. Quickly he bent green willow sticks, planting both ends of each pole into the earth. These he covered thick with reeds and grasses. Soon the straw hut was ready. One by one, the fat ducks waddled in through a small opening, which was the only entranceway. Beside the door, Iktomi stood smiling as the ducks, eyeing his bundle of songs, strutted into the hut. In a strange low voice, Iktomi began his queer old tunes. All the ducks sat round-eyed in a circle about the mysterious singer. It was dim in that straw hut, for Iktomi had not forgot to cover up the small entranceway. All of a sudden, his song burst into full voice as the startled ducks sat uneasily on the ground. Iktomi changed his tune into a minor strain. These were the words he sang. Istokmos wasipo tuwaya tonwampi kinhan ista nisasapi kita, which is, with eyes closed, you must dance. He who dares to open his eyes, forever red eyes he shall have. Up rose the circle of seated ducks, and holding their wings close against their sides, began to dance to the rhythm of Iktomi's song and drum. With eyes closed, they did dance. Iktomi ceased to beat his drum. He began to sing louder and faster. He seemed to be moving about in the center of the ring. No duck dared blink a wink. Each one shut his eyes very tight and danced even harder. Up and down, shifting to the right of them, they hopped round and round in that blind dance. It was a difficult dance for the curious folk. At length, one of the dancers could close his eyes no longer. It was a Skiska who peeped the least tiny blink at Iktomi within the center of the circle. "Oh, oh," squawked he in awful terror. "Run, fly. Iktomi is twisting your heads and breaking your necks. Run out and fly, fly," he cried. Hereupon the ducks opened their eyes. There, beside Iktomi's bundle of songs, lay half of their crowd, flat on their backs. Out they flew through the opening Skiska had made as he rushed forth with his alarm. But as they soared high into the blue sky, they cried to one another, "Oh, your eyes are red, red, and yours are red, red," for the warning words of the magic minor strain had proven true. "Aha," laughed Iktomi, untying the four corners of his blanket. "I shall sit no more hungry within my dwelling." Homeward he trudged with nice fat ducks in his blanket. He left the little straw hut for the rains and winds to pull down. Having reached his own teepee on the high level lands, Iktomi kindled a large fire out of doors. He planted sharp-pointed sticks around the leaping flames. On each stake he fastened a duck to roast. A few he buried under the ashes to bake. Disappearing within his teepee, he came out again with some huge seashells. These were his dishes. Placing one under each roasting duck, he muttered, "The sweet fat oozing out will taste well with the hard-cooked breast." Heaping more willows upon the fire, Iktomi sat down on the ground and crossed shins. A long chin between his knees pointed toward the red flames, while his eyes were on the browning ducks. Just above his ankles, he clasped and unclasped his long bony fingers. Now and then he sniffed impatiently the savory odor. The brisk wind which stirred the fire also played with a squeaky old tree beside Iktomi's wigwam. From side to side, the tree was swaying and crying in an old man's voice, "Help! I'll break! I'll fall!" Iktomi shrugged his great shoulders, but did not once take his eyes from the ducks. The dripping of amber oil into pearly dishes, drop by drop, pleased his hungry eyes. Still, the old tree man called for help. "What sound is it that makes my ear ache?" exclaimed Iktomi, holding a hand to his ear. He rose and looked around. The squeaking came from the tree. Then he began climbing the tree to find the disagreeable sound. He placed his foot right on a cracked limb without seeing it. Just then, a whiff of wind came rushing by and pressed together the broken edges. There, in a strong wooden hand, Iktomi's foot was caught. "Oh, my foot is crushed," he howled like a coward. In vain he pulled and puffed to free himself. While sitting a prisoner on the tree, he spied, through his tears, a pack of gray wolves roaming over the level lands. Waving his hands toward them, he called in his loudest voice, Gray wolves, don't you come here. I'm caught fast in the tree, so that my duck feast is getting cold. Don't you come to eat up my meal." The leader of the pack, upon hearing Iktomi's words, turned to his comrades and said, "Ah, hear the foolish fellow. He says he has a duck feast to be eaten. Let us hurry there for our share." Away bounded the wolves toward Iktomi's lodge. From the tree, Iktomi watched the hungry wolves eat up his nicely browned fat ducks. His foot pained him more and more. He heard them crack the small round bones with their strong, long teeth and eat out the oily marrow. Now severe pains shot up from his foot through his whole body. Hin, sobbed Iktomi. Real tears washed brown streaks across his red-painted cheeks. Smacking their lips, the wolves began to leave the place, when Iktomi cried out like a pouting child, "At least you have left my baking under the ashes." "Ho, ho," shouted the mischievous wolves. "He says more ducks are to be found under the ashes. Come, let us have our fill this once." Running back to the dead fire, they pawed out the ducks with such rude haste that a cloud of ashes rose like gray smoke over them. Hin, moaned Iktomi, when the wolves had scampered off. All too late, the sturdy breeze returned, and passing by, pulled apart the broken edges of the tree. Iktomi was released, but alas, he had no duck feast. End of Section 1, Iktomi and the Ducks. Recording by Robert Scott, July the 29th, 2007. Old Indian Legends by Zitkala Shah. Section 2, Iktomi's Blanket. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Iktomi's blanket. Alone within his teepee sat Iktomi. The sun was but a hand's breadth from the western edge of land. Those bad, bad gray wolves, they ate up all my nice fat ducks, muttered he, rocking his body to and fro. He was cuddling the evil memory he bore those hungry wolves. At last, he ceased to sway his body backward and forward, but sat still and stiff as a stone image. Oh, I'll go to Inyan, the great-grandfather, and pray for food, he exclaimed. At once he hurried forth from his teepee, and with his blanket over his shoulder, drew nigh to a huge rock on a hillside. With half-crouching, half-running strides, he fell upon Inyan with outspread hands. Grandfather, pity me. I am hungry. I am starving. Give me food. Great-grandfather, give me meat to eat, he cried. All the while he stroked and caressed the face of the great stone god. The all-powerful Great Spirit who makes the trees and grass can hear the voice of those who pray in many varied ways. The hearing of Inyan, the large hard stone, was the one most sought after. He was the great-grandfather, for he had sat upon the hillside many, many seasons. He had seen the prairie put on a snow-white blanket and then change it for a bright green robe more than 1,000 times. Still, unaffected by the myriad moons, he rested on the everlasting hill, listening to the prayers of Indian warriors. Before the finding of the magic arrow, he had sat there. Now, as Iktomi prayed and wept before the great-grandfather, the sky in the west was red like a glowing face. The sunset poured a soft, mellow light upon the huge gray stone and the solitary figure beside it. It was the smile of the Great Spirit upon the grandfather and the wayward child. The prayer was heard. Iktomi knew it. Now, grandfather, accept my offering. 'Tis all I have, said Iktomi as he spread his half-worn blanket upon Inyan's cold shoulders. Then Iktomi, happy with the smile of the sunset sky, followed a footpath leading toward a thicketed ravine. He had not gone many paces into the shrubbery when before him lay a freshly wounded deer. This is the answer from the red western sky, cried Iktomi with hands uplifted. Slipping a long thin blade from out of his belt, he cut large chunks of choice meat. Sharpening some willow sticks, he planted them around a wood pile he had ready to kindle. On these stakes he meant to roast the venison. While he was rubbing briskly 2 long sticks to start a fire, the sun in the west fell out of the sky below the edge of land. Twilight was over all. Iktomi felt the cold night air upon his bare neck and shoulders. Oh, he shivered as he wiped his knife on the grass, tucking it in a bead case hanging from his belt. Iktomi stood erect, looking about. He shivered again. Oh, I am cold. I wish I had a blanket, whispered he, hovering over the pile of dry sticks and the sharp stakes round about it. Suddenly he paused and dropped his hands at his sides. The old great-grandfather does not feel the cold as I do. He does not need my old blanket as I do. I wish I had not given it to him. Oh, I think I'll run up there and take it back, said he, pointing his long chin toward the gray stone. Iktomi, in the warm sunshine, had no need of his blanket, and it had been very easy to part with a thing which he could not miss. But the chilly night wind quite froze his ardent thank offering. Thus, running up the hillside, his teeth chattering all the way, he drew near to Inyan, the sacred symbol. Seizing one corner of the half-worn blanket, Iktomi pulled it off with a jerk. Give me my blanket back, old grandfather. You do not need it. I do. This was very wrong, yet Iktomi did it, for his wit was not wisdom. Drawing the blanket tight over his shoulders, he descended the hill with hurrying feet. He was soon upon the edge of the ravine. A young moon, like a bright bent bow, climbed up from the southwest horizon a little way into the sky. In this pale light, Iktomi stood, motionless as a ghost amid the thicket. His woodpile was not yet kindled. His pointed stakes were still bare, as he had left them. But where was the deer? The venison he had felt warm in his hands a moment ago. It was gone. Only the dry rib bones lay on the ground like giant fingers from an open grave. Iktomi was troubled. At length, stooping over the white dried bones, he took hold of one and shook it. The bones, loose in their sockets, rattled together at his touch. Iktomi let go his hold. He sprang back amazed, and though he wore a blanket, his teeth chattered more than ever. Then his blunt sense will surprise you, little reader, for instead of being grieved that he had taken back his blanket, he cried aloud, Hin, hin, hin! If only I had eaten the venison before going for my blanket. Those tears no longer moved the hand of the generous giver. They were selfish tears. The Great Spirit does not heed them ever. End of section 2, Iktomi's Blanket. Recording by Robert Scott, July the 29th, 2007. Old Indian Legends by Zitkala Shah. Section 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Old Indian Legends, Section 3, Iktomi and the Muskrat. Beside a white lake, beneath a large grown willow tree, sat Iktomi on the bare ground. The heap of smoldering ashes told of a recent open fire. With ankles crossed together around a pot of soup, Iktomi bent over some delicious boiled fish. Fast, he dipped his black-horned spoon into the soup, for he was ravenous. Iktomi had no regular meal times. Often, when he was hungry, he went without food. Well hid between the lake and the wild rice, he looked nowhere save into the pot of fish. Not knowing when the next meal would be, he meant to eat enough now to last some time. How, my friend, said a voice out of the wild rice. Iktomi started. He almost choked with his soup. He peered through the long reeds from where he sat with his longhorn spoon in midair. "How, my friend?" said the voice again. This time, close at his side, Iktomi turned, and there stood a dripping muskrat who had just come out of the lake. "Oh, it's my friend who startled me. I wondered if among the wild rice some spirit voice was talking." How, my friend?" said Iktomi. The muskrat stood smiling. On his lips hung a ready, "Yes, my friend," when Iktomi would ask, "My friend, will you sit down beside me and share my food?" That was the custom of the plains people, yet Iktomi sat silent. He hummed an old dance song and beat on the edge of the pot with his buffalo horn spoon. The muskrat began to feel awkward before such lack of hospitality and wished himself under water. After many heart throbs, Iktomi stopped drumming with his horn ladle and looked upward into the muskrat's face. He said, "My friend, let us run a race to see who shall win this pot of fish. If I win, I shall not need to share it with you. If you win, you shall have half of it." Springing to his feet, Iktomi began at once to tighten the belt around his waist. "My friend, Iktomi, I cannot run a race with you. I am not a swift runner, and you are nimble as a deer." "We shall not run any race together," answered the hungry muskrat. For a moment, Iktomi stood with a hand on his long protruding chin. His eyes were fixed upon something in the air. The muskrat looked out of the corners of his eyes without moving his head. He watched the wily Iktomi concocting a plot. "Yes, yes," said Iktomi, suddenly turning his gaze upon the unwelcome visitor. "I shall carry a large stone on my back. That will slacken my usual speed, and the race will be a fair one." Saying this, he laid a firm hand upon the muskrat's shoulder and started off along the edge of the lake. When they reached the opposite side, Iktomi pried about in search of a heavy stone. He found one, half buried in the shallow water. Pulling it out upon dry land, he wrapped it in his blanket. "Now, my friend, you shall run on the left side of the lake, and I on the other. The race is for the boiled fish in yonder kettle," said Iktomi. The muskrat helped to lift the heavy stone upon Iktomi's back. Then they parted. Each took a narrow path through the tall reeds fringing the shore. Iktomi found his load a heavy one. Perspiration hung like beads on his brow. His chest heaved hard and fast. He looked across the lake to see how far the muskrat had gone, but nowhere did he see any sign of him. "Well, he is running low under the wild rice," said he. Yet, as he scanned the tall grasses on the lake shore, he saw not one stir, as if to make way for the runner. "Ah, has he gone so fast ahead that the disturbed grasses in his trail have quieted again?" exclaimed Iktomi. With that thought, he quickly dropped the heavy stone. "No more of this," said he, patting his chest with both hands. Off with a springing bound, he ran swiftly toward the goal. Tufts of reeds and grass fell flat under his feet. Hardly had they raised their heads when Iktomi was many paces gone. Soon he reached the heap of cold ashes. Iktomi halted, stiff as if he had struck an invisible cliff. His black eyes showed a ring of white about them as he stared at the empty ground. There was no pot of boiled fish. There was no waterman in sight. Oh, if only I had shared my food like a real Dakota, I would not have lost it all. Why did I not know the muskrat would run through the water? He swims faster than I could ever run. That is what he has done. He has laughed at me for carrying a weight on my back while he shot hither like an arrow. Crying thus to himself, Iktomi stepped to the water's brink. He stooped forward with a hand on each bent knee and peeped far into the deep water. There, he exclaimed, I see you, my friend, sitting with your ankles wound around my little pot of fish. My friend, I am hungry. Give me a bone. Ha, 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 laughed the waterman, the muskrat. The sound did not rise up out of the lake, for it came down from overhead. With his hands still on his knees, Iktomi turned his face upward into the great willow tree. Opening wide his mouth, he begged, my friend, give me a bone to gnaw. Ha ha, laughed the muskrat, and leaning over the limb he sat upon, he let fall a small sharp bone, which dropped right into Iktomi's throat. Iktomi almost choked to death before he could get it out. In the tree, the muskrat sat laughing loud. Next time, say to a visiting friend, be seated beside me, my friend. Let me share with you my food. End of section 3, Iktomi and the Muskrat. Recording by Robert Scott, July the 30th, 2007. Old Indian Legends by S.A. Zitkala, Section 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Old Indian Legends, Section 4, Iktomi and the Coyote. Afar off, on a large level land, a summer sun was shining bright. Here and there, over the rolling green, were tall bunches of coarse gray weeds. Iktomi, in his fringed buckskins, walked alone, across the prairie, with a black bare head, glossy in the sunlight. He walked through the grass without following any well-worn footpath. From one large bunch of coarse weeds to another, he wound his way about the great plain. He lifted his foot lightly and placed it gently forward like a wildcat, prowling noiselessly through the thick grass. He stopped a few steps away from a very large bunch of wild sage. From shoulder to shoulder, he tilted his head. Still farther, he bent from side to side, first low over one hip and then over the other. Far forward he stooped, stretching his long, thin neck like a duck, to see what lay under a fur coat beyond the bunch of coarse grass. A sleek, gray-faced prairie wolf. His pointed black nose tucked in between his 4 feet drawn snugly together. His handsome bushy tail wound over his nose and feet. A coyote fast asleep in the shadow of a bunch of grass. This is what Iktomi spied. Carefully, he raised one foot and cautiously reached out with his toes. Gently, gently he lifted the foot behind and placed it before the other. Thus he came nearer and nearer to the round fur ball lying motionless under the sage grass. Now Iktomi stood beside it, looking at the closed eyelids that did not quiver the least bit. Pressing his lips into straight lines and nodding his head slowly, he bent over the wolf. He held his ear close to the coyote's nose, but not a breath of air stirred from it. "Dead," said he at last, "dead, but not long since he ran over these plains. See, there in his paw is caught a fresh feather. He is nice fat meat." Taking hold of the paw with the bird feather fast on it, he exclaimed, "Why, he is still warm. I'll carry him to my dwelling and have a roast for my evening meal." "Aha!" he laughed as he seized the coyote by its two forepaws and its two hind feet and swung him overhead across his shoulders. The wolf was large, and the teepee was far across the prairie. Iktomi trudged along with his burden, smacking his hungry lips together. He blinked his eyes hard to keep out the salty perspiration streaming down his face. All the while, the coyote on his back lay gazing into the sky with wide open eyes. His long white teeth fairly gleamed as he smiled and smiled. To ride on one's own feet is tiresome, but to be carried like a warrior from a brave fight is great fun, said the coyote in his heart. He had never been borne on anyone's back before, and this new experience delighted him. He lay there lazily on Iktomi's shoulders, now and then blinking blue winks. Did you ever see a birdie blink a blue wink? This is how it first became a saying among the plains people. When a bird stands aloof, watching your strange ways, a thin bluish-white tissue slips quickly over his eyes and as quickly off again. So quick that you think it was only a mysterious blue wink. Sometimes, when children grow drowsy, they blink blue winks, while others, who are too proud to look with friendly eyes upon people, blink in this cold bird manner. The coyote was affected by both sleepiness and pride. His winks were almost as blue as the sky. In the midst of his new pleasure, the swaying motion ceased. Iktomi had reached his dwelling place. The coyote felt drowsy no longer, for in the next instant he was slipping out of Iktomi's hands. He was falling through space, and then he struck the ground with such a bump he did not wish to breathe for a while. He wondered what Iktomi would do. Thus he lay still where he fell. Humming a dance song, one from his bundle of mystery songs, Iktomi hopped and darted about at an imaginary dance and feast. He gathered dry willow sticks and broke them in two against his knee. He built a large fire out of doors. The flames leaped up high in red and yellow streaks. Now Iktomi returned to the coyote, who had been looking on through his eyelashes. Taking him again by his paws and hind feet, he swung him to and fro. Then, as the wolf swung toward the red flames, Iktomi let him go. Once again, the coyote fell through space. Hot air smote his nostrils. He saw red dancing fire, and now he struck a bed of crackling embers. With a quick turn, he leaped out of the flames. From his heels were scattered a shower of red coals upon Iktomi's bare arms and shoulders. Dumbfounded, Iktomi thought he saw a spirit walk out of his fire. His jaws fell apart. He thrust a palm to his face, hard over his mouth. He could scarce keep from shrieking. Rolling over and over on the grass and rubbing the sides of his head against the ground, the coyote soon put out the fire on his fur. Iktomi's eyes were almost ready to jump out of his head as he stood cooling a burn on his brown arm with his breath. Sitting on his haunches on the opposite side of the fire from where Iktomi stood, the coyote began to laugh at him. "Another day, my friend. Do not take too much for granted. Make sure the enemy is stone dead before you make a fire." Then off he ran so swiftly that his long bushy tail hung out in a straight line with his back. End of section 4. Recording by Robert Scott, July the 30th, 2007. Old Indian Legends by S.A. Zitkala, Section 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 5. Iktomi and the Fawn. In one of his wanderings through the wooded lands, Iktomi saw a rare bird sitting high in a treetop. Its long fan-like tail feathers had caught all the beautiful colors of the rainbow. Handsome in the glistening summer sun sat the bird of rainbow plumage. Iktomi hurried hither with his eyes fast on the bird. He stood beneath the tree, looking long and wistfully at the peacock's bright feathers. At length he heaved a sigh and began, "Oh, I wish I had such pretty feathers. How I wish I were not I. If only I were a handsome feathered creature, how happy I would be. I'd be so glad to sit upon a very high tree and bask in the summer sun like you," said he suddenly, pointing his bony finger up toward the peacock, who was eyeing the stranger below, turning his head from side to side. "I beg of you, make me into a bird with green and purple feathers like yours," implored Iktomi, tired now of playing the brave in beaded buckskins. The peacock then spoke to Iktomi. "I have a magic power. My touch will change you in a moment into the most beautiful peacock if you can keep one condition." "Yes, yes," shouted Iktomi, jumping up and down, patting his lips with his palm, which caused his voice to vibrate in a peculiar fashion. "Yes, yes, I could keep 10 conditions if only you would change me into a bird with long bright tail feathers. Oh, I am so ugly. I am so tired of being myself. Change me, do." Hereupon, the peacock spread out both his wings, and scarce moving them, he sailed slowly down upon the ground. Right beside Iktomi, he alighted. Very low in Iktomi's ear, the peacock whispered, "Are you willing to keep one condition, though hard it be?" "Yes, yes, I've told you 10 of them, if need be," exclaimed Iktomi with some impatience. Then I pronounce you handsome feathered bird. No longer are you Iktomi, the mischief maker. Saying this, the peacock touched Iktomi with the tips of his wings. Iktomi vanished at the touch. There stood beneath the tree 2 handsome peacocks, while one of the pair strutted about with a head turned aside as if dazzled by his own bright-tinted tail feathers. The other bird soared slowly upward. He sat quietly and unconscious of his gay plumage. He seemed content to perch there on a large limb in the warm sunshine. After a little while, the vain peacock, dizzy with his bright colors, spread out his wings and lit on the same branch with the elder bird. "Oh," he exclaimed, "how hard to fly! Bright tinted feathers are handsome, but I wish they were light enough to fly." Just there, the elder bird interrupted him. "This is the one condition. Never try to fly like other birds. Upon the day you try to fly, you shall be changed into your former self." "Oh, what a shame that bright feathers cannot fly into the sky," cried the peacock. Already he grew restless. He longed to soar through space. He yearned to fly above the trees, high upward to the sun. "Oh, there I see a flock of birds flying thither. Oh, oh," said he, flapping his wings. "I must try my wings. I am tired of bright tail feathers. I want to try my wings." "No, no," clucked the elder bird. The flock of chattering birds flew by with whirring wings. "Oop, oop," called some to their mates. Possessed by an irresistible impulse, the Iktomi peacock called out, I want to come. Wait for me." And with that, he gave a lunge into the air. The flock of flying feathers wheeled about and lowered over the tree whence came the peacock's cry. Only one rare bird sat on the tree, and beneath on the ground stood a brave in brown buckskins. "I am my old self again," groaned Iktomi in a sad voice. "Make me over, pretty bird. Try me this once again," he pleaded in vain. "Old Iktomi wants to fly. Ah, we cannot wait for him," sang the birds as they flew away. Muttering unhappy vows to himself, Iktomi had not gone far when he chanced upon a bunch of long, slender arrows. One by one, they rose in the air and shot a straight line over the prairie. Others shot up into the blue sky and were soon lost in sight. Only one was left. He was making ready for his flight when Iktomi rushed upon him and wailed, "I want to be an arrow. Make me into an arrow. I want to pierce the blue blue overhead. I want to strike yonder summer sun in its center. Make me into an arrow." "Can you keep one condition, though hard it be?" the arrow turned to ask. "Yes, yes," shouted Iktomi, delighted. Hereupon the slender arrow tapped him gently with his sharp flint beak. There was no Iktomi, but 2 arrows stood ready to fly. "Now, young arrow, this is the one condition. Your flight must always be in a straight line. Never turn a curve nor jump about like a young fawn," said the arrow magician. He spoke slowly and sternly. At once he set about to teach the new arrow how to shoot in a long straight line. "This is the way to pierce the blue overhead," said he, and off he spun into the sky. While he was gone, a herd of deer came trotting by. Behind them played the young fawns together. They frolicked about like kittens. They bounced on all fours like balls. Then they pitched forward, kicking their heels in the air. The Iktomi arrow watched them so happily on the ground. Looking quickly up into the sky, he said in his heart, "The magician is out of sight. I'll just romp and frolic with these fawns until he returns. Fawns, friends, do not fear me. I want to jump and leap with you. I long to be happy as you are," said he. The young fawns stopped with stiff legs and stared at the speaking arrow with large brown, wondering eyes. "See, I can jump as well as you," went on Iktomi. He gave one tiny leap like a fawn. All of a sudden, the fawns snorted with extended nostrils at what they beheld. There, among them, stood Iktomi in brown buckskins, and the strange talking arrow was gone. "Oh, I am myself, my old self," cried Iktomi, pinching himself and plucking imaginary pieces out of his jacket. "Hin, hin, hin, I wanted to fly." The real arrow now returned to the earth. He alighted very near Iktomi. From the high sky, he had seen the fawns playing on the green. He had seen Iktomi make his one leap, and the charm was broken. Iktomi became his former self. "Arrow, my friend, change me once more," begged Iktomi. "No, no more," replied the arrow. Then away he shot through the air in the direction his comrades had flown. By this time, the fawns gathered close around Iktomi. They poked their noses at him, trying to know who he was. Iktomi's tears were like a spring shower. A new desire dried them quickly away. Stepping boldly to the largest fawn, he looked closely at the little brown spots all over the furry face. "Oh, fawn, what beautiful brown spots on your face! Fawn, dear little fawn, can you tell me how those brown spots were made on your face?" "Yes," said the fawn. "When I was very, very small, my mother marked them on my face with a red-hot fire. She dug a large hole in the ground and made a soft bed of grass and twigs in it. Then she placed me gently there. She covered me over with dry sweet grass and piled dry cedars on top. From a neighbor's fire, she brought hither a red, red ember. This she tucked carefully in at my head. This is how the brown spots were made on my face. Now, fawn, my friend, will you do the same for me? Won't you mark my face with brown, brown spots just like yours?" asked Iktomi, always eager to be like other people. "Yes, I can dig the ground and fill it with dry grass and sticks. If you will jump into the pit, I'll cover you with sweet-smelling grass and cedar wood," answered the fawn. "Say," interrupted Iktomi, "will you be sure to cover me with a great deal of dry grass and twigs? You will make sure that the spots will be as brown as those you wear?" "Oh, yes, I'll pile up grass and willows once oftener than my mother did." "Now, let us dig the hole. pull the grass and gather sticks, cried Iktomi in glee. Thus, with his own hands, he aids in making his grave. After the hole was dug and cushioned with grass, Iktomi, muttering something about brown spots, leaped down into it. Lengthwise, flat on his back he lay, while the fawn covered him over with cedars. A faraway voice came up through them. Brown, brown spots to wear forever. A red ember was tucked under the dry grass. Off scampered the fawns after their mothers. And when a great distance away they looked backward, they saw a blue smoke rising, writhing upward till it vanished in the blue ether. Is that Iktomi's spirit? Asked one fawn of another. No, I think he would jump out before he could burn into smoke and cinders, answered his comrade. End of section 5. Recording by Robert Scott, July the 30th, 2007. Old Indian Legends by Zitkala Shah, Section 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Old Indian Legends, Section 6, The Badger and the Bear. On the edge of a forest, there lived a large family of badgers. In the ground, their dwelling was made. Its walls and roof were covered with rocks and straw. Old Father Badger was a great hunter. He knew well how to track the deer and the buffalo. Every day he came home carrying on his back some wild game. This kept Mother Badger very busy and the baby badgers very chubby, while the well-fed children played about, digging little make-believe dwellings. Their mother hung thin sliced meats upon long willow racks. As fast as the meats were dried and seasoned by the sun and wind, she packed them carefully away in a large, thick bag. This bag was like a huge, stiff envelope, but far more beautiful to see, for it was painted all over with many bright colors. These firmly tied bags of dried meat were laid upon the rocks in the walls of the dwelling. In this way, they were both useful and decorative. One day, Father Badger did not go off for a hunt. He stayed at home making new arrows. His children sat about him on the ground floor. Their small black eyes danced with delight as they watched the gay colors painted upon the arrows. All of a sudden, there was heard a heavy footfall near the entranceway. The oval-shaped door frame was pushed aside. In stepped a large black foot with great big claws. Then the other clumsy foot came next. All the while, the baby badger stared hard at the unexpected comer. After the second foot, in peeped the head of a big black bear. His black nose was dry and parched. Silently he entered the dwelling and sat down on the ground by the doorway. His black eyes never left the painted bags on the rocky walls. He guessed what was in them. He was a very hungry bear. Seeing the racks of meat hanging in the yard, he had come to visit the Badger family. Though he was a stranger, and his strong paws and jaws frightened the small badgers, the father said, "How, friend? Your lips and nose look feverish and hungry. Will you eat with us?" "Yes, my friend," said the bear. "I am starved. I saw your racks of red fresh meat, and knowing your heart is kind, I came hither. Give me meat to eat, my friend." Hereupon the mother badger took long strides across the room, and as she had to pass in front of the strange visitor, she said, "Ah, Han, allow me to pass," which was an apology. How, replied the bear, drawing himself closer to the wall and crossing his shins together. Mother Badger chose the most tender red meat, and soon over a bed of coals she broiled the venison. That day the bear had all he could eat. At nightfall he rose, and smacking his lips together, that is the noisy way of saying the food was very good, he left the badger dwelling. The baby badgers, peeping through the door flap after the shaggy bear, saw him disappear into the woods nearby. Day after day, the crackling of twigs in the forest told of heavy footsteps. Out would come the same black bear. He never lifted the door flap, but thrusting it aside, entered slowly in. Always in the same place by the entranceway he sat down with crossed shins. His daily visits were so regular that Mother Badger placed a fur rug in his place. She did not wish a guest in her dwelling to sit upon the bare hard ground. At last, one time, when the bear returned, his nose was bright and black, his coat was glossy. He had grown fat upon the badger's hospitality. As he entered the dwelling, a pair of wicked gleams shot out of his shaggy head. Surprised by the strange behavior of the guest, who remained standing upon the rug, leaning his round back against the wall, Father Badger queried, "How, my friend? What?" The bear took one stride forward and shook his paw in the badger's face. He said, "I am strong, very strong." "Yes, yes, so you are," replied the badger. From the farther end of the room, Mother Badger muttered over her beadwork, "Yes, you grew strong from our well-filled bowls." The bear smiled, showing a row of large, sharp teeth. "I have no dwelling. I have no bags of dried meat. I have no arrows. All these I have found here on this spot," said he, stamping his heavy foot. "I want them. See, I am strong," repeated he, lifting both his terrible paws. Quietly, the father badger spoke. "I fed you. I called you friend, though you came here a stranger and a beggar. For the sake of my little ones, leave us in peace." Mother Badger, in her excited way, had pierced hard through the buckskin and stuck her fingers repeatedly with her sharp awl, until she had laid aside her work. Now, while her husband was talking to the bear, she motioned with her hands to the children. On tiptoe, they hastened to her side. For reply came a low growl. It grew louder and more fierce. "Wow!" he roared, and by force hurled the badgers out. First the father badger, then the mother. The little badgers he tossed by pairs. He threw them hard upon the ground. Standing in the entranceway and showing his ugly teeth, he snarled, "Begone!" The father and mother badger, having gained their feet, picked up their kicking little babes, and wailing aloud, drew the air into their flattened lungs till they could stand alone upon their feet. No sooner had the baby badgers caught their breath than they howled and shrieked with pain and fright. Ah, what a dismal cry was theirs, as the whole badger family went forth wailing from out their own dwelling. A little distance away from their stolen house, the father badger built a small round hut. He made it of bent willows and covered it with dry grass and twigs. This was shelter for the night, but alas, it was empty of food and arrows. All day, Father Badger prowled through the forest, but without his arrows, he could not get food for his children. Upon his return, the cry of the little ones for meat, the sad quiet of the mother with bowed head, hurt him like a poisoned arrow wound. "I'll beg meat for you," said he in an unsteady voice, covering his head and entire body in a long loose robe. He halted beside the big black bear. The bear was slicing red meat to hang upon the rack. He did not pause for a look at the comer. As the badger stood there unrecognized, he saw that the bear had brought with him his whole family. Little cubs played under the high-hanging new meats. They laughed and pointed with their wee noses upward at the thin sliced meats upon the pole. "Have you no heart, Black Bear? My children are starving. Give me a small piece of meat for them," begged the badger. "Wow!" growled the angry bear, and pounced upon the badger. "Begone!" said he, and with his big hind foot he sent Father Badger sprawling on the ground. All the little ruffian bears hooted and shouted, "Ha ha!" to see the badger fall upon his face. There was one, however, who did not even smile. He was the youngest cub. His fur coat was not as black and glossy as those his elders wore. The hair was dry and dingy. It looked more like kinky wool. He was the ugly cub. Poor little baby bear. He had always been laughed at by his older brothers. He could not help being himself. He could not change the differences between himself and his brothers. Thus again, though the rest laughed aloud at the badger's fall, he did not see the joke. His face was long and earnest. In his heart, he was sad to see the badgers crying and starving. In his breast spread a burning desire to share his food with them. "I shall not ask my father for meat to give away. He would say no. Then my brothers would laugh at me," said the ugly baby bear to himself. In an instant, as if his good intention had passed from him, he was singing happily and skipping around his father at work, singing in his small high voice and dragging his feet in long strides after him, as if a prankish spirit oozed out from his heels. He strayed off through the tall grass. He was ambling toward the small round hut when directly in front of the entranceway he made a quick side kick with his left hind leg. Lo, there fell into the badger's hut a piece of fresh meat. It was tough meat, full of sinews, yet it was the only piece he could take without his father's notice. Thus, having given meat to the hungry badgers, the ugly baby bear ran quickly away to his father again. On the following day, the father badger came back once more. He stood watching the big bear cutting thin slices of meat. Give, he began, when the bear, turning upon him with a growl, thrust him cruelly aside. The badger fell on his hands. He fell where the grass was wet with the blood of the newly carved buffalo. His keen, starving eyes caught sight of a little red clot lying bright upon the green. Looking fearfully toward the bear, and seeing his head was turned away, he snatched up the small thick blood. Underneath his girdled blanket, he hid it in his hands. On his return to his family, he said within himself, I'll pray the Great Spirit to bless it. Thus he built a small round lodge. Sprinkling water upon the heated heap of sacred stones within, he made ready to purge his body. The buffalo blood, too, must be purified before I ask a blessing upon it, thought the badger. He carried it into the sacred vapor lodge. After placing it near the sacred stones, he sat down beside it. After a long silence, he muttered, Great Spirit, bless this little buffalo blood. Then he arose, and with a quiet dignity stepped out of the lodge. Close behind him, someone followed. The badger turned to look over his shoulder, and to his great joy, he beheld a Dakota brave in handsome buckskins. In his hand, he carried a magic arrow. Across his back dangled a long fringed quiver. In answer to the badger's prayer, the avenger had sprung from out of the red globules. My son, exclaimed the badger with extended right hand. How, father, replied the brave, I am your avenger. Immediately, the badger told the story of his hungry little ones and the stingy bear. Listening closely, the young man stood, looking steadily upon the ground. At length, the father badger moved away. Where? Queried the avenger. My son, we have no food. I'm going again to beg for meat, answered the badger. Then I go with you, replied the young brave. This made the old badger happy. He was proud of his son. He was delighted to be called father by the first human creature. The bear saw the badger coming in the distance. He narrowed his eyes at the tall stranger walking beside him. He spied the arrow. At once he guessed it was the avenger of whom he had heard long, long ago. As they approached, the bear stood erect, with hand on his thigh. He smiled upon them. How, badger, my friend? Here is my knife. Cut your favorite piece from the deer, said he, holding out a long, thin blade. How? Said the badger eagerly. He wondered what had inspired the big bear to such a generous deed. The young avenger waited till the badger took the long knife in his hand. Gazing full into the black bear's face, he said, "I come to do justice. You have returned only a knife to my poor father. Now return to him his dwelling." His voice was deep and powerful. In his black eyes burned a steady fire. The long, strong teeth of the bear rattled against each other, and his shaggy body shook with fear. "Ahow!" cried he, as if he had been shot. Running into the dwelling, he gasped, breathless and trembling, "Come out, all of you. This is the badger's dwelling. We must flee to the forest for fear of the avenger who carries the magic arrow." Out they hurried, all the bears, and disappeared into the woods. Singing and laughing, the badgers returned to their own dwelling, and the avenger left them. "I go," said he, in parting, "over the earth." End of section 6. Recording by Robert Scott, August the 3rd, 2007. Old Indian Legends by Zitkala Shah, Section 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Old Indian Legends, Section 7. The Tree Bound. It was a clear summer day. The blue sky dropped low over the edge of the green, level land. A large yellow sun hung directly overhead. The singing of birds filled the summer space between earth and sky with sweet music. Again and again sang a yellow-breasted birdie, "Coda ni Dakota, Coda ni Dakota." He insisted upon it, "Coda ni Dakota," which was, "Friend, you're a Dakota. Friend, you're a Dakota." Perchance the birdie meant the avenger with the magic arrow, for there, across the plain, he strode. He was handsome in his paint and feathers, proud with his great buckskin quiver on his back and a long bow in his hand. Afar, to an eastern camp of cone-shaped teepees, he was going. There, over the Indian village, hovered a large red eagle, threatening the safety of the people. Every morning rose this terrible bird out of a high chalk bluff, and spreading out his gigantic wings, soared slowly over the round campground. Then it was that the people, terror-stricken, ran screaming into their lodges. Covering their heads with their blankets, they sat trembling with fear. No one dared to venture out till the red eagle had disappeared beyond the west, where meet the blue and green. In vain tried the chieftain of the tribe to find among his warriors a powerful marksman who could send a death arrow to the man-hungry bird. At last, to urge his men to their utmost skill, he bade his crier proclaim a new reward. Of the chieftain's 2 beautiful daughters, he would have his choice, who brought the dreaded red eagle with an arrow in its breast. Upon hearing these words, the men of the village, both young and old, both heroes and cowards, trimmed new arrows for the contest. At gray dawn, there stood, indistinct under the shadow of the bluff, many human figures, silent as ghosts and wrapped in robes girdled tight about their waists. They waited with chosen bow and arrow. Some cunning old warriors stayed not with the group. They crouched low upon the open ground, but all eyes alike were fixed upon the top of the high bluff. Breathless, they watched for the soaring of the red eagle. From within the dwellings, many eyes peeped through the small holes in the front lapels of the teepee. With shaking knees and hard-set teeth, the women peered out upon the Dakota men prowling about with bows and arrows. At length, when the morning sun also peeped over the eastern horizon at the arm, the red eagle walked out upon the edge of the cliff. Pluming his gorgeous feathers, he ruffled his neck and flapped his strong wings together. Then he dived into the air. Slowly, he winged his way over the round campground, over the men with their strong bows and arrows. In an instant, the long bows were bent. Strong, straight arrows with red feathered tips sped upward into the blue sky. Ah, slowly moved those indifferent wings, untouched by the poison-beaked arrows. Off to the west, beyond the reach of arrow, beyond the reach of eye, the red eagle flew away. A sudden clamor of high-pitched voices broke the deadly stillness of the dawn. The women talked excitedly about the invulnerable red of the eagle's feathers, while the would-be heroes sulked within their wigwams. He, groaned the chieftain. On the evening of the same day sat a group of hunters around a bright burning fire. They were talking of a strange young man whom they spied while out upon a hunt for deer beyond the bluffs. They saw the stranger taking aim. Following the point of his arrow with their eyes, they beheld a herd of buffalo. The arrow sprang from the bow. It darted into the skull of the foremost buffalo. But unlike other arrows, it pierced through the head of the creature and, spinning in the air, lit into the next buffalo head. One by one, the buffalo fell upon the sweet grass they were grazing. With straight, quivering limbs, they lay on their sides. The young man stood calmly by, counting on his fingers the buffalo as they dropped dead to the ground. When the last one fell, he ran thither and, picking up his magic arrow, wiped it carefully on the soft grass. He slipped it into his long fringed quiver. He is going to make a feast for some hungry tribe of men or beasts, cried the hunters among themselves as they hastened away. They were afraid of the stranger with the sacred arrow. When the hunter's tale of the stranger's arrow reached the ears of the chieftain, his face brightened with a smile. He sent forth fleet horsemen to learn of him his birth, his name, and his deeds. If he is the avenger with the magic arrow sprung up from the earth out of a clot of buffalo blood, bid him come hither. Let him kill the red eagle with his magic arrow. Let him win for himself One of my beautiful daughters, he had said to the messengers, for the old story of the badger's man-son was known all over the level lands. After 4 days and nights, the braves returned. He is coming, they said. We have seen him. He is straight and tall, handsome in face, with large black eyes. He paints his round cheeks with bright red and wears the penciled lines of red over his temples like our men of honored rank. He carries on his back a long fringed quiver in which he keeps his magic arrow. His bow is long and straight. He is coming now to kill the big red eagle. All around the campground, from mouth to ear, passed these words of the returned messengers. Now it chanced immortal Iktomi, fully recovered from the brown burnt spots, overheard the people talking. At once he was filled with a new desire. If only I had the magic arrow, I would kill the red eagle and win the chieftain's daughter for a wife, said he in his heart. Back to his lonely wigwam he hastened. Beneath the tree in front of his tepee, he sat upon the ground with chin between his drawn-up knees. His keen eyes scanned the wide plain. He was watching for the avenger. He is coming, said the people, muttered old Iktomi. All of a sudden, he raised an open palm to his brow and peered afar into the west. The summer sun hung bright in the middle of a cloudless sky. There, across the green prairie, was a man walking bareheaded toward the east. Ha ha, 'tis he, the man with the magic arrow, laughed Iktomi. And when the bird with the yellow breast sang loud again, Koda ni Dakota, friend, you are a Dakota, Iktomi put his hand over his mouth as he threw his head far backward, laughing at both the bird and the man. He is your friend, but his arrow will kill one of your kind. He is a Dakota, but soon he'll grow into the bark of this tree. Ha ha ha, he laughed again. The young avenger walked with swaying strides nearer and nearer toward the lonely wigwam and tree. Iktomi heard the swish swish of the stranger's feet through the tall grass. He was passing now beyond the tree when Iktomi, springing to his feet, called out, how, my friend? I see you are dressed in handsome deerskins and have red paint on your cheeks. You are going to some feast or dance, may I ask? Seeing the young man only smiled, Iktomi went on. I have not had a mouthful of food this day. Have pity on me, young brave, and shoot yonder bird for me. With these words, Iktomi pointed toward the treetop, where sat a bird on the highest branch. The young avenger, always ready to help those in distress, sent an arrow upward, and the bird fell. In the next branch, it was caught between the forked prongs. My friend, climb the tree and get the bird. I cannot climb so high. I would get dizzy and fall, pleaded Iktomi. The avenger began to scale the tree when Iktomi cried to him, My friend, your beaded buckskins may be torn by the branches. Leave them safe upon the grass till you are down again. You are right, replied the young man, quickly slipping off his long fringed quiver. Together with his dangling pouches and tinkling ornaments. He placed it on the ground. Now he climbed the tree unhindered. Soon, from the top, he took the bird. My friend, toss to me your arrow, that I may have the honor of wiping it clean on soft deerskin, exclaimed Iktomi. How, said the brave, and threw the bird and arrow to the ground. At once Iktomi seized the arrow, rubbing it first on the grass and then on a piece of deerskin. He muttered indistinct words all the while. The young man, stepping downward from limb to limb, hearing the low muttering, said, Iktomi, I cannot hear what you say. Oh, my friend, I was only talking of your big heart. Again, stooping over the arrow, Iktomi continued his repetition of charm words. Grow fast to the bark of the tree, he whispered. Still, the young man moved slowly downward. Suddenly, dropping the arrow and standing erect, Iktomi said aloud, Grow fast to the bark of the tree. Before the brave could leap from the tree, he became tight grown to the bark. Aha, laughed the bad Iktomi. I have the magic arrow. I have the beaded buckskins of the great avenger. Hooting and dancing beneath the tree, he said, I shall kill the red eagle. I shall wed the chieftain's beautiful daughter. Oh, Iktomi, set me free, begged the tree-bound Dakota brave. But Iktomi's ears were like the fungus on a tree. He did not hear with them. Wearing the handsome buckskins and carrying proudly the magic arrow in his right hand, he started off eastward, imitating the swaying strides of the avenger. He walked away with a face turned slightly skyward. Oh, set me free! I'm glued to the tree like its own bark. Cut me loose, moaned the prisoner. A young woman, carrying on her strong back a bundle of lightly bound willow sticks, passed nearby the lonely tepee. She heard the wailing man's voice. She paused to listen to the sad words. Looking around, she saw nowhere a human creature. It may be a spirit, thought she. Oh, cut me loose, set me free. Iktomi has played me false. He has made me bark of his tree, cried the voice again. The young woman dropped her pack of firewood to the ground. With her stone axe, she hurried to the tree. There, before her astonished eyes, clung a young brave close to the tree. Too shy for words, yet too kind-hearted to leave the stranger tree-bound, she cut loose the whole bark. Like an open jacket, she drew it to the ground. With it came the young man also. Free once more, he started away. Looking backward, a few paces from the young woman, he waved his hand upward and downward before her face. This was a sign of gratitude used when words fail to interpret strong emotion. When the bewildered woman reached her dwelling, she mounted a pony and rode swiftly across the rolling land to the campground in the east. To the chieftain troubled by the red eagle, she carried her story. End of section 7. Read by Robert Scott, July the 31st, 2007. Old Indian Legends by Zitkala Shah. Section 8. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Old Indian Legends, Section 8, Shooting of the Red Eagle. A man in buckskins sat upon the top of a little hillock. The setting sun shone bright upon a strong bow in his hand. His face was turned toward the round campground at the foot of the hill. He had walked a long journey hither. He was waiting for the chieftain's men to spy him. Soon, 4 strong men ran forth from the center wigwam toward the hillock, where sat the man with the long bow. "He is the avenger, come to shoot the red eagle," cried the runners to each other as they bent forward, swinging their elbows together. They reached the side of the stranger, but he did not heed them. Proud and silent, he gazed upon the cone-shaped wigwams beneath him. Spreading a handsomely decorated buffalo robe before the man, 2 of the warriors lifted him by each shoulder and placed him gently on it. Then the 4 men took, each, a corner of the blanket and carried the stranger with long, proud steps toward the chieftain's teepee. Ready to greet the stranger, the tall chieftain stood at the entranceway. "How, you are the avenger with the magic arrow," said he, extending to him a smooth, soft hand. "How, great chieftain," replied the man, holding long the chieftain's hand. Entering the teepee, the chieftain motioned the young man to the right side of the doorway, while he sat down opposite him with a center fire burning between them. Wordless, like a bashful Indian maid, the avenger ate in silence the food set before him on the ground in front of his crossed shins. When he had finished his meal, he handed the empty bowl to the chieftain's wife, saying, "Mother-in-law, here is your dish." "Han, my son," answered the woman, taking the bowl. With the magic arrow in his quiver, the stranger felt not in the least too presuming in addressing the woman as his mother-in-law. Complaining of fatigue, he covered his face with his blanket, and soon, within the chieftain's teepee, he lay fast asleep. "The young man is not handsome after all," whispered the woman in her husband's ear. "Ah, but after he has killed the red eagle, he will seem handsome enough," answered the chieftain. That night, the starmen, in their burial procession in the sky, reached the low northern horizon before the center fires within the teepees had flickered out. The ringing laughter, which had floated up through the smoke lapels, was now hushed, and only the distant howling of wolves broke the quiet of the village. But the lull between midnight and dawn was short indeed. Very early, the oval-shaped door flaps were thrust aside, and many brown faces peered out of the wigwams toward the top of the highest bluff. Now the sun rose up out of the east. The red-painted avenger stood ready within the campground for the flying of the red eagle. He appeared, that terrible bird. He hovered over the round village as if he could pounce down upon it and devour the whole tribe. When the first arrow shot up into the sky, the anxious watchers thrust a hand quickly over their half-uttered hinun. The second and third arrows flew upward, but missed by a wide space the red eagle, soaring with lazy indifference over the little man with the long bow. All his arrows he spent in vain. Ah, my blanket brushed my elbow and shifted the course of my arrow, said the stranger as the people gathered around him. During this happening, a woman on horseback halted her pony at the chieftain's tepee. It was no other than the young woman who cut loose the tree-bound captive. While she told the story, the chieftain listened with downcast face. I passed him on my way. He is near, she ended. Indignant at the bold impostor, the wrathful eyes of the chieftain snapped fire like red cinders in the night time. His lips were closed. At length, to the woman, he said, "How, you have done me a good deed." Then, with quick decision, he gave command to a fleet horseman to meet the avenger. "Clothe him in these, my best buckskins," said he, pointing to a bundle within the wigwam. In the meantime, strong men seized Iktomi and dragged him by his long hair to the hilltop. There, upon a mock pillared grave, they bound him hand and feet. Grown-ups and children sneered and hooted at Iktomi's disgrace. For a half a day he lay there, the laughingstock of the people. Upon the arrival of the real avenger, Iktomi was released and chased away beyond the outer limits of the campground. On the following morning, at daybreak, peeped the people out of half-open door flaps. There again, in the midst of the large campground, was a man in beaded buckskins. In his hand was a strong bow and red-tipped arrow. Again, the big red eagle appeared on the edge of the bluff. He plumed his feathers and flapped his huge wings. The young man crouched low to the ground. He placed the arrow on the bow, drawing a poisoned flint for the eagle. The bird rose into the air. He moved his outspread wings 1, 2, 3 times, and lo! The eagle tumbled from the great height and fell heavily to the earth. An arrow stuck in his breast. He was dead. So quick was the hand of the avenger, so sure his sight, that no one had seen the arrow fly from his long bent bow. In awe and amazement, the village was dumb, and when the avenger, plucking a red eagle feather, placed it in his black hair, a loud shout of the people went up to the sky. Then hither and thither ran singing men and women, making a great feast for the avenger. Thus he won the beautiful Indian princess, who never tired of telling to her children the story of the big red eagle. End of section 8. Read by Robert Scott, July the 31st, 2007. Old Indian Legends by Zitkala Shah, Section 9. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Old Indian Legends, Section 9, Iktomi and the turtle. The huntsman, Patkasa, which means turtle, stood bent over a newly slain deer. The red-tipped arrow he drew from the wounded deer was unlike the arrows in his own quiver. Another stray shot had killed the deer. Patkasa had hunted all the morning without so much as spying an ordinary blackbird. At last, returning homeward, tired and heavy-hearted that he had no meat for the hungry mouths in his wigwam, he walked slowly with downcast eyes. Kind ghosts pitied the unhappy hunter and led him to the newly slain deer, that his children should not cry for food. When Patkasa stumbled upon the deer in his path, he exclaimed, "Good spirits have pushed me hither." Thus he leaned long over the gift of the friendly ghosts. "How, my friend?" said a voice behind his ear, and a hand fell on his shoulder. It was not a spirit this time, it was old Iktomi. "How, Iktomi?" answered Patkasa, still stooping over the deer. "My friend, you are a skilled hunter," began Iktomi, smiling a thin smile which spread from one ear to the other. Suddenly raising up his head, Patkasa's black eyes twinkled as he asked, "Oh, you really say so?" "Yes, my friend, you are a skillful fellow. Now let us have a little contest. Let us see who can jump over the deer without touching a hair on its hide," suggested Iktomi. "Oh, I fear I cannot do it," cried Patkasa, rubbing his funny thick palms together. "Have no coward's doubt, Patkasa. I say you are a skillful fellow who finds nothing hard to do." With these words, Iktomi led Patkasa a short distance away. In little puffs, Patkasa laughed uneasily. "Now, you may jump first," said Iktomi. Patkasa, with doubled fists, swung his fat arms to and fro, all the while biting hard his upper lip. Just before the run and leap, Iktomi put in, "Let the winner have the deer to eat." It was too late now to say no. Patkasa was more afraid of being called a coward than of losing the deer. "Ho wah," he replied, still working his short arms. At length he started off on the run. So quick and small were his steps that he seemed to be kicking the ground only. Then the leap. But Patkasa tripped upon a stick and fell hard against the side of the deer. He, exclaimed Iktomi, pretending disappointment that his friend had fallen. Lifting him to his feet, he said, "Now it is my turn to try the high jump." Hardly was the last word spoken than Iktomi gave a leap high above the deer. "This game is mine," laughed he, patting the sullen Patkasa on the back. "My friend, watch the deer while I go to bring my children," said Iktomi, darting lightly through the tall grass. Patkasa was always ready to believe the words of scheming people and to do the little favors anyone asked of him. However, on this occasion, he did not answer. "Yes, my friend." He realized that Iktomi's flattering tongue had made him foolish. He turned up his nose at Iktomi, now almost out of sight, as much as to say, "Oh, no, Ikto, I do not hear your words." Soon there came a murmur of voices. The sound of laughter grew louder and louder. All of a sudden, it became hushed. Old Iktomi led his young Iktomi brood to the place where he had left the turtle, but it was vacant. Nowhere was there any sign of Patkasa or the deer. Then the babies did howl. "Be still," said Father Iktomi to his children. "I know where Patkasa lives. Follow me. I shall take you to the turtle's dwelling." He ran along a narrow footpath toward the creek nearby. Close upon his heels came his children with tear-streaked faces. "There," said Iktomi in a loud whisper as he gathered his little ones on the bank. "There is Patkasa broiling venison. There is his teepee, and the savory fire is in his front yard." The young Iktomis stretched their necks and rolled their round black eyes like newly hatched birds. They peered into the water. "Now I will cool Patkasa's fire. I shall bring you the broiled venison. Watch closely. When you see the black coals rise to the surface of the water, clap your hands and shout aloud. For soon after that sign, I shall return to you with some tender meat." Thus saying, Iktomi plunged into the creek. Splash, splash, the water leaped upward into spread. Scarcely had it become leveled and smooth than there bubbled up many black spots. The creek was seething with the dancing of round black things. "The cooled fire, the coals," laughed the brood of Iktomis, clapping together their little hands. They chased one another along the edge of the creek. They shouted and hooted with great glee. "Ahas," said a gruff voice across the water. It was Patkasa. In a large willow tree, leaning far over the water, he sat upon a large limb. On the very same branch was a bright burning fire, over which Patkasa broiled the venison. By this time the water was calm again. No more danced those black spots on its surface, for they were the toes of old Iktomi. He was drowned. The my children hurried away from the creek, crying and calling for their water-dead father. End of section 9. Recording by Robert Scott, July the 31st, 2007. Old Indian Legends by Zitkala Shah. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Old Indian Legends, Section 10, Dance in a Buffalo Skull. It was night upon the prairie. Overhead, the stars were twinkling bright, their red and yellow lights. The moon was young, a silvery thread among the stars. It soon drifted low beneath the horizon. Upon the ground, the land was pitchy black. There are night people on the plain who love the dark. Amid the black, level land, they meet to frolic under the stars. Then, when their sharp ears hear any strange footfalls nigh, they scamper away into the deep shadows of night. There, they are safely hid from all dangers, they think. Thus, it was that one very black night, afar off from the edge of the level land, out of the wooded river bottom, glided forth two balls of fire. They came farther and farther into the level land. They grew larger and brighter. The dark hid the body of the creature with those fiery eyes. They came on and on, just over the tops of the prairie grass. It might have been a wildcat prowling low on soft, stealthy feet. Slowly but surely, the terrible eyes drew nearer and nearer to the heart of the level land. There, in a huge old buffalo skull, was a gay feast and dance. Tiny little field mice were singing and dancing in a circle to the boom boom of a wee drum. They were laughing and talking among themselves, while their chosen singers sang loud a merry tune. They built a small open fire within the center of their queer dance house. The light streamed out of the buffalo skull through all the curious sockets and holes. A light on the plain in the middle of the night was an unusual thing, but so merry were the mice that they did not hear the king of sleepy birds, disturbed by the unaccustomed fire. A pack of wolves, fearing to come nigh this night fire, stood together a little distance away, and turning their pointed noses to the stars, howled and yelped most dismally. Even the cry of the wolves was unheeded by the mice within the lighted buffalo skull. They were feasting and dancing. They were singing and laughing, those funny little furry fellows. All the while, across the dark, from out the low river bottom, came that pair of fiery eyes. Now closer and more swift, now fiercer and glaring, the eyes moved toward the buffalo skull. All unconscious of those fearful eyes, the happy mice nibbled at dried roots and venison. The singers had started another song. The drummers beat the time, turning their heads from side to side in rhythm. In a ring around the fire hopped the mice, each bouncing hard on his two hind feet. Some carried their tails over their arms, while others trailed them proudly along. Ah, very near are those round yellow eyes. Very low to the ground they seem to creep toward the buffalo skull. All of a sudden, they slide into the eye sockets of the old skull. Spirit of the buffalo, squeaked a frightened mouse as he jumped out from a hole in the back part of the skull. A cat, cried other mice as they scrambled out of holes both large and snug. Noiseless, they ran away into the dark. End of section 10. Recording by Robert Scott, July the 31st, 2007. Old Indian Legends by Zitkala Shah, Section 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Old Indian Legends, The Toad and the Boy. The waterfowls were flying over the marshy lakes. It was now the hunting season. Indian men with bows and arrows were wading waist deep amid the wild rice. Nearby, within their wigwams, the wives were roasting wild duck and making down pillows. In the largest teepee sat a young mother, wrapping red porcupine quills about the long fringes of a buckskin cushion. Beside her lay a black-eyed baby boy, cooing and laughing, reaching and kicking upward with his tiny hands and feet. He played with the dangling strings of his heavy beaded bonnet, hanging empty on a tent pole above him. At length the mother laid aside her red quills and white sinew threads. The babe fell fast asleep, leaning on one hand and softly whispering a little lullaby. She threw a light cover over her baby. It was almost time for the return of her husband. Remembering there were no willow sticks for the fire, she quickly girdled her blanket tight about her waist, and with a short-handled axe slipped through her belt, she hurried away toward the wood ravine. She was strong and swung an axe as skillfully as any man. Her loose buckskin dress was made for such freedom. Soon carrying easily a bundle of long willows on her back, with a loop of rope over both her shoulders, she came striding homeward. Near the entranceway, she stooped low, at once shifting the bundle to the right with both hands, lifting the noose from over her head. Having thus dropped the wood to the ground, she disappeared into her teepee. In a moment, she came running out again, crying, "My son, my little son is gone." Her keen eyes swept east and west all around her. There was nowhere any sign of the child. Running with clenched fists to the nearest teepees, she called, "Has anyone seen my baby? He is gone. My little son is gone." "Hinnu, Hinnu," exclaimed the women, rising to their feet and rushing out of their wigwams. "We have not seen your child. What has happened?" queried the women. With great tears in her eyes, the mother told her story. "We will search with you," they said to her as she started off. They met the returning husbands, who turned about and joined in the hunt for the missing child. Along the shore of the lakes, among the high-grown reeds, they looked in vain. He was nowhere to be found. After many days and nights, the search was given up. It was sad, indeed, to hear the mother wailing aloud for son. It was growing late in the autumn. The birds were flying high toward the south. The teepees around the lakes were gone, save one lonely dwelling. Till the winter snow covered ground and ice covered the lakes, the wailing woman's voice was heard from that solitary wigwam. For some far distance was also the sound of the father's voice singing a sad song. Thus, 10 summers and as many winters have come and gone since the strange disappearance of the little child. Every autumn, with the hunters, came the unhappy parents of the lost baby to search again for him. Toward the latter part of the 10th season, when one by one the teepees were folded and the families went away from the lake region, the mother walked again along the lake shore weeping. One evening, across the lake from where the crying woman stood, a pair of bright black eyes peered at her through the tall reeds and wild rice. The little wild boy stopped his playing among the tall grasses. His long, loose hair hanging down his brown back and shoulders was carelessly tossed from his round face. He wore a loincloth of woven sweetgrass, crouching low to the marshy ground. He listened to the wailing voice. As the woman grew hoarse and only sobs shook the slender figure of the woman, the eyes of the wild boy grew dim and wet. At length, when the moaning ceased, he sprang to his feet and ran like a nymph with swift, outstretched toes. He rushed into a small hut of reeds and grasses. Mother, mother, tell me what voice it was I heard which pleased my ears, but made my eyes grow wet, said he, breathless. Han, my son, grunted a big ugly toad. It was the voice of a weeping woman you've heard. My son, do not say you like it. Do not tell me it brought tears to your eyes. You have never heard me weep. I can please your ear and break your heart. Listen, replied the great old toad. Stepping outside, she stood by the entranceway. She was old and badly puffed out. She had reared a large family of little toads, but none of them had aroused her love, nor ever grieved her. She had heard the wailing human voice and marveled at the throat which produced the strange sound. Now, in her great desire to keep the stolen boy a while longer, she ventured to cry as the Dakota woman does. In a gruff, coarse voice, she broke forth. Hin, hin, doeskin. Hin, hin, ermine, ermine. Hin, hin, red blanket with white border. Not knowing that the syllables of a Dakota's cry are the names of loved ones gone, the ugly toad mother sought to please the boy's ear with the names of valuable articles. Having shrieked in a torturing voice and mouthed extravagant names, the old toad rolled her tearless eyes with great satisfaction. Hopping back into her dwelling, she asked, My son, did my voice bring tears to your eyes? Did my words bring gladness to your ears? Do you not like my wailing better? No, no, pouted the boy with some impatience. I want to hear the woman's voice. Tell me, mother, why the human voice stirs all my feelings. The toad mother said within her breast, the human child has heard and seen his real mother. I cannot keep him longer, I fear. Oh no, I cannot give away the pretty creature I have taught to call me mother all these many winters. Mother, went on the child voice, tell me one thing. Tell me why my little brothers and sisters are all unlike me. The big ugly toad, looking at her pudgy children, said, The eldest is always best. This reply quieted the boy for a while. Very closely watched the old toad mother, her stolen human son. When by chance he started off alone, she shoved out one of her own children after him, saying, Do not come back without your big brother. Thus, the wild boy with the long, loose hair sits every day on a marshy island hid among the tall reeds. But he is not alone. Always at his feet hops a little toad brother. One day, an Indian hunter, wading in the deep waters, spied the boy. He had heard of the baby stolen long ago. This is he, murmured the hunter to himself as he ran to his wigwam. I saw among the tall reeds a black-haired boy at play, shouted he to the people. At once the unhappy father and mother cried out, "'Tis he, our boy!" Quickly he led them to the lake. Peeping through the wild rice, he pointed with unsteady finger toward the boy playing all unawares. "'Tis he, 'tis he!" cried the mother, for she knew him. In silence, the hunter stood aside while the happy father and mother caressed their baby boy, grown tall. End of section 11. Recording by Robert Scott, August the 1st, 2007. Old Indian Legends by Zitkala Shah, Section 12. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Ayah, the Camp Eater. From the tall grass came the voice of a crying babe. The huntsmen who were passing nigh heard and halted. The tallest one among them hastened toward the high grass with long, cautious strides. He waded through the growth of green with just a head above it all. Suddenly, exclaiming, "Hoon he!" he dropped out of sight. In another instant, he held up in both his hands a tiny little baby wrapped in soft brown buckskins. "Oh ho, a wood child!" cried the man, for they were hunting along the wooded river bottom where this babe was found. While the hunters were questioning whether or not they should carry it home, the wee Indian baby kept up his little howl. "His voice is strong," said one. "At times it sounds like an old man's voice," whispered a superstitious fellow who feared some bad spirit hid in the small child to cheat them by and by. "Let us take it to our wise chieftain," at length they said, and the moment they started toward the campground, the strange wood child ceased to cry. Beside the chieftain's tepee waited the hunters while the tall man entered with the child. "How, how," nodded the kind-faced chieftain, listening to the queer story. Then, rising, he took the infant in his strong arms. Gently, he laid the black-eyed babe in his daughter's lap. "This is to be your little son," said he, smiling. "Yes, father," she replied. Pleased with the child, she smoothed the long black hair fringing his round brown face. "Tell the people that I give a feast and dance this day for the naming of my daughter's little son," bade the chieftain. In the meanwhile, among the men waiting by the entranceway, one said in a low voice, "I have heard that bad spirits come as little children into a camp which they mean to destroy." "No, no, let us not be overcautious. It would be cowardly to leave a baby in the wild wood where prowl the hungry wolves," answered an elderly gentleman. The tall man now came out of the chieftain's tepee. With a word, he sent them to their dwellings, half running with joy. "A feast, a dance for the naming of the chieftain's grandchild," cried he in a loud voice to the village people. What? What?" asked they in great surprise, holding a hand to the ear to catch the words of the crier. There was a momentary silence among the people while they listened to the ringing voice of the man walking in the center ground. Then broke forth a rippling, laughing babble among the cone-shaped teepees. All were glad to hear of the chieftain's grandson. They were happy to attend the feast and dance for its naming. With excited fingers, they twisted their hair into glossy braids and painted their cheeks with bright red paint. To and fro hurried the women, handsome in their gala day dress. Men in loose deerskins with long, tinkling metal fringes strode in small numbers toward the center of the campground. Here, underneath a temporary shade house of green leaves, they were to dance and feast. The children, in deerskins and paints, just like their elders, were jolly little men and women. Beside their eager parents, they skipped along toward the green dance house. Here, seated in a large circle, the people were assembled. The proud chieftain rose with the little baby in his arms. The noisy hum of voices was hushed. Not a tinkling of metal fringe broke the silence. The crier came forward to greet the chieftain, then bent attentively over the small babe, listening to the words of the chieftain. When he paused, the crier spoke aloud to the people. This woodland child is adopted by the chieftain's eldest daughter. His name is Chaski. He wears the title of the eldest son. In honor of Chaski, the chieftain gives this feast and dance. These are the words of him you see holding a baby in his arms. Yes, yes, Hinu, how, came from the circle. At once the drummers beat softly and slowly their drum, while the chosen singers hummed together to find the common pitch. The beat of the drum grew louder and faster. The singers burst forth in a lively tune. Then the drum beats subsided and faintly marked the rhythm of the singing. Here and there bounced up men and women, both young and old. They danced and sang with merry light hearts. Then came the hour of feasting. Late into the night, the air of the campground was alive with the laughing voices of women and the singing in unison of young men. Within her father's tepee sat the chieftain's daughter. Proud of her little one, she watched over him, asleep in her lap. Gradually, a deep quiet stole over the campground as, one by one, the people fell into pleasant dreams. Now all the village was still. Alone sat the beautiful young mother, watching the babe in her lap, asleep with a gaping little mouth. Amid the quiet of the night, her ear heard the far-off hum of many voices. The faint sound of murmuring people was in the air. Upward, she glanced at the smoke hole of the wigwam and saw a bright star peeping down upon her. Spirits in the air above? She wondered. Yet there was no sign to tell her of their nearness. The fine small sound of voices grew larger and nearer. Father, rise. I hear the coming of some tribe, hostile or friendly, I cannot tell. Rise and see, whispered the young woman. Yes, my daughter, answered the chieftain, springing to his feet. Though asleep, his ear was ever alert. Thus rushing out into the open, he listened for strange sounds. With an eagle eye, he scanned the campground for some sign. Returning, he said, My daughter, I hear nothing and see no sign of evil nigh. Oh, the sound of many voices comes up from the earth about me, exclaimed the young mother. Bending low over her babe, she gave ear to the ground. Horrified was she to find the mysterious sound came out of the open mouth of her sleeping child. Why, so unlike other babes, she cried within her heart as she slipped him gently from her lap to the ground. Mother, listen and tell me if this child is an evil spirit come to destroy our camp, she whispered loud. Placing an ear close to the open baby mouth, the chieftain and his wife, each in turn, heard the voices of a great camp, the singing of men and women, the beating of the drum, the rattling of deer hoofs, strung like bells on a string. These were the sounds they heard. We must go away, said the chieftain, leading them into the night. Out in the open, he whispered to the frightened young woman, Ayah, the camp eater, has come in the guise of a babe. Had you gone to sleep, he would have jumped out into his own shape and would have devoured our camp. He is a giant with spindling legs. He cannot fight, for he cannot run. He is powerful only in the night with his tricks. We are safe as soon as day breaks. Then, moving closer to the woman, he whispered, If he wakes now, he will swallow the whole tribe with one hideous gulp. Come, we must flee with our people. Thus, creeping from teepee to teepee, a secret alarm signal was given. At midnight, the teepees were gone, and there was left no sign of the village save heaps of dead ashes. So quietly had the people folded their wigwams and bundled their tent poles that they slipped away unheard by the sleeping Ayah babe. When the morning sun arose, the babe awoke. Seeing himself deserted, he threw off his baby form in a hot rage. Wearing his own ugly shape, his huge body toppled to and fro, from side to side, on a pair of thin legs far too small for their burden. Though, with every move, he came dangerously nigh to falling, he followed in the trail of the fleeing people. I shall eat you of a noonday sun, cried Ayah in his vain rage, when he spied them encamped beyond the river. By some unknown cunning, he swam the river and sought his way toward the teepees. Hin, hin, he grunted and growled, with perspiration beading his brow. He strove to wiggle his slender legs beneath his giant form. Ha ha, laughed all the village people to see Ayah made foolish with anger. Such spindle legs cannot stand to fight by daylight, shouted the brave ones who were terror-struck the night before by the name Ayah. Warriors with long knives rushed forth and slew the camp-eater. Lo, there rose out of the giant a whole Indian tribe, their campground, their teepees in a large circle, and the people laughing and dancing. We are glad to be free, said these strange people. Thus Aya was killed, and no more are the campgrounds in danger of being swallowed up in a single nighttime. End of section 12. Recording by Robert Scott, August the 2nd, 2007. Old Indian Legends by Zitkala Shah, Section 13. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Old Indian Legends, Manston the Rabbit. Manston was an adventurous brave, but very kind-hearted. Stamping a moccasined foot as he drew on his buckskin leggings, he said, "Grandmother, beware of Iktomi. Do not let him lure you into some cunning trap. I am going to the North Country on a long hunt." With these words of caution to the bent old rabbit grandmother, with whom he had lived since he was a tiny babe, Manston started off toward the north. He was scarce over the great high hills when he heard the shrieking of a human child. "Juan," he ejaculated, pointing his long ears toward the direction of the sound. "Juan, that is the work of cruel Doubleface. Shameless coward. He delights in torturing helpless creatures." Muttering indistinct words, Manston ran up the last hill, and lo, in the ravine beyond stood the terrible monster, with a face in front and one in the back of his head. This brown giant was without clothes, save for a wild catskin about his loins. With a wicked gleaming eye, he watched the little black-haired boy he held in his strong arm. In a laughing voice, he hummed an Indian mother's lullaby. "Ah boo, ah boo," and at the same time, he switched the naked baby with a thorny wild rosebush. Quickly, Manston jumped behind a large sagebush on the brow of the hill. He bent his bow, and the sinewy string twanged. Now, an arrow struck above the ear of Doubleface. It was a poisoned arrow, and the giant fell dead. Then Manston took the little brown baby and hurried away from the ravine. Soon he came to a teepee from whence loud wailing voices broke. It was the teepee of the stolen baby, and the mourners were its heartbroken parents. When gallant Manston returned the child to the eager arms of the mother, there came a sudden terror into the eyes of both the Dakotas. They feared least it was Doubleface, come in a new guise to torture them. The rabbit understood their fear and said, "I am Manston, the kind-hearted Manston, the noted huntsman. I am your friend. Do not fear." That night, a strange thing happened. While the father and mother slept, Manston took the wee baby. With his feet placed gently yet firmly upon the tiny toes of the little child, he drew upward by each small hand the sleeping child till he was a full-grown man. With a forefinger he traced a slit in the upper lip, and when on the morrow the man and woman awoke, they could not distinguish their own son from Manston. So much alike were the braves. "Henceforth we are friends, to help each other," said Manston, shaking the right hand in farewell. The earth is our common ear, to carry from its uttermost extremes one's slightest wish for the other. Ho, be it so, answered the newly made man. Upon leaving his friend, Manston hurried away toward the north country, whither he was bound for a long hunt. Suddenly, he came upon the edge of a wide brook. His alert eye caught sight of a rawhide rope staked to the water's brink, which led away toward a small round hut in the distance. The ground was trodden into a deep groove beneath the loosely drawn rawhide rope. Hun he! Exclaimed Manston, bending over the freshly made footprints in the moist bank of the brook. A man's footprints, he said to himself. A blind man lives in yonder hut. This rope is his guide by which he comes for his daily water, surmised Manston, who knew all the peculiar contrivances of the people. At once his eyes became fixed upon the solitary dwelling, and hither he followed his curiosity. A real blind man's rope. Quietly he lifted the door flap and entered in. An old toothless grandfather, blind and shaky with age, sat upon the ground. He was not deaf, however. He heard the entrance and felt the presence of some stranger. How, grandchild, he mumbled, for he was old enough to be grandparent to every living thing. How, I cannot see you. Pray, speak your name. Grandfather, I am Manston, answered the rabbit, all the while looking with curious eyes about the wigwam. Grandfather, what is it so tightly packed in all these buckskin bags placed against the tent poles? He asked. My grandchild, those are dried buffalo meat and venison. These are magic bags which never grow empty. I am blind and cannot go on hunt. Hence, a kind maker has given me these magic bags of choicest foods. Then the old bent man pulled a rope which lay by his right hand. This leads me to the brook where I drink, and this, said he, turning to one on his left, and this takes me into the forest, where I feel about for dry sticks for my fire. Grandfather, I wish I lived in such sure luxury. I would lean back against the tent pole, and with crossed feet, I would smoke sweet willow bark the rest of my days, sighed Manston. My grandchild, your eyes are your luxury. You would be unhappy without them, the old man replied. Grandfather, I would give you my 2 eyes for your place, cried Manston. How? You have said it. Arise, take your eyes and give them to me. Henceforth, you are at home here in my stead. At once, Manston took out both his eyes, and the old man put them on. Rejoicing, the old grandfather started away with his young eyes, while the blind rabbit filled his dream pipe, leaning lazily against the tent pole. For a short time, it was a most pleasant pastime to smoke willow bark and to eat from the magic bags. Manston grew thirsty, but there was no water in the small dwelling. Taking one of the rawhide ropes, he started toward the brook to quench his thirst. He was young and unwilling to trudge slowly in the old man's footpath. He was full of glee, for it had been many long moons since he had tasted such good food. Thus he skipped confidently along, jerking the old weather-eaten rawhide spasmodically, till all of a sudden it gave way and Manston fell headlong into the water. And, he grunted, kicking frantically amidstream. All along the slippery bank he vainly tried to climb, till at last he chanced upon the old stake and the deeply worn footpath. Exhausted and inwardly disgusted with his mishap, he crawled more cautiously on all fours to his wigwam door. Dripping with his recent plunge, he sat with chattering teeth within his unfired wigwam. The sun had set, and the night air was chilly, but there was no firewood in the dwelling. Hin, murmured Manston, and bravely tried the other rope. I go for some firewood, he said, following the rawhide rope which led into the forest. Soon he stumbled upon thickly strewn dry willow sticks. Eagerly, with both hands, he gathered the wood into his outspread blanket. Manston was naturally an energetic fellow. When he had a large heap, he tied two ends of blanket together and lifted the bundle of wood upon his back. But alas, he had unconsciously dropped the end of the rope, and now he was lost in the wood. Hin, hin, he groaned. Then, pausing a moment, he set his fan-like ears to catch any sound of approaching footsteps. There was none. Not even a night bird twittered to help him out of his predicament. With a bold face, he made a start at random. He fell into some tangled wood where he was held fast. Manston let go his bundle and began to lament having given away his two eyes. Friend, my friend, I have need of you. The old oak tree grandfather has gone off with my eyes, and I am lost in the woods. He cried with his lips close to the earth. Scarcely had he spoken when the sound of voices was audible on the outer edge of the forest. Nearer and louder grew the voices. One was the clear flute tones of a young brave, and the other the tremulous squawks of an old grandfather. It was Manston's friend with the earth ear and the old grandfather. Here, Manston, take back your eyes, said the old man. I knew you would not be content in my stead, but I wanted you to learn your lesson. I have had pleasure seeing with your eyes and trying your bow and arrows, but since I am old and feeble, I much prefer my own teepee and my magic bags. Thus the three returned to the hut. The old grandfather crept into his wigwam, which is often mistaken for a mere oak tree by little Indian girls and boys. Manston, with his own bright eyes fitted into his head again, went on happily to hunt in the North Country. End of section 13. Recording by Robert Scott, August the 2nd, 2007. Old Indian Legends by Zitkala Shah, Section 14. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Old Indian Legends, Section 14, The warlike 7. Once 7 people went out to make war. The ashes, the fire, the bladder, the grasshopper, the dragonfly, the fish, and the turtle. As they were talking excitedly, waving their fists in violent gestures, a wind came and blew the ashes away. "Ho!" cried the others. "He could not fight, this one." The 6 went on running to make war more quickly. They descended a deep valley, the fire going foremost until they came to a river. The fire said, "Hiss, choo," and was gone. "Ho!" hooted the others. "He could not fight, this one." Therefore the 5 went on the more quickly to make war. They came to a great wood. While they were going through it, the bladder was heard to sneer and to say, You should rise above these brothers." With these words he went upward among the tree tops, and the thorn apple pricked him. He fell through the branches and was nothing. "You see this?" said the 4. "This one could not fight." Still, the remaining warriors would not turn back. The 4 went boldly on to make war. The grasshopper, with his cousin, the dragonfly, went foremost. They reached a marshy place, and the mire was very deep. As they waded through the mud, the grasshopper's legs stuck, and he pulled them off. He crawled upon a log and wept. "You see me, brothers, I cannot go." The dragonfly went on, weeping for his cousin. He could not be comforted, for he loved his cousin dearly. The more he grieved, the louder he cried, till his body shook with great violence. He blew his red swollen nose with a loud noise, so that his head came off his slender neck, and he was fallen upon the grass. "You see how it is," said the fish, lashing his tail impatiently. "These people were not warriors. Come," he said, "let us go on to make war." Thus the fish and the turtle came to a large campground. "Ho!" exclaimed the people of this round village of teepees. "Who are these little ones? What do they seek?" Neither of the warriors carried weapons with them, and their unimposing stature misled the curious people. The fish was spokesman. With a peculiar omission of syllables, he said, "Shu, he pi." "Wan, what? What?" clamored eager voices of men and women. Again the fish said, "Shu, he pi." Everywhere stood young and old, with a palm to an ear. Still, no one guessed what the fish had mumbled. From the bewildered crowd, witty old Iktomi came forward. Listen," he shouted, rubbing his mischievous palms together, for where there was any trouble brewing, he was always in the midst of it. "This little strange man says, Zuya, unhipi, we come to make war." "Oon," resented the people, suddenly stricken glum. "Let us kill the silly pair. They can do nothing. They do not know the meaning of the phrase. Let us build a fire and boil them both." "If you put us on to boil," said the fish, "there will be trouble." "Ho, ho," laughed the village folk, "we shall see." And so they made a fire. "I have never been so angered," said the fish. The turtle, in a whisper reply, said, "We shall die." When a pair of strong hands lifted the fish over the sputtering water, he put his mouth downward. Whoosh, he said, and blew the water all over the people, so that many were burned and could not see. Screaming with pain, they ran away. Oh, what shall we do with these dreadful ones? They said. Others exclaimed, let us carry them to the lake of muddy water and drown them. Instantly, they ran with them. They threw the fish and the turtle into the lake. Toward the center of the large lake, the turtle dived. There, he peeped up out of the water and, waving a hand at the crowd, sang out, "This is where I live." The fish swam hither and thither with such frolicsome darts that his back fin made the water fly. "Ihan," whooped the fish, "this is where I live." "Oh, what have we done?" said the frightened people. "This will be our undoing." Then a wise chief said, "Ayah, the eater, shall come and swallow the lake." So one went running. He brought Ayah the eater, and Ayah drank all day at the lake till his belly was like the earth. Then the fish and turtle dived into the mud, and Ayah said, "They are not in me." Hearing this, the people cried greatly. Iktomi, wading in the lake, had been swallowed like a gnat in the water. Within the great Ayah, he was looking skyward. So deep was the water in the eater's stomach that the surface of the swallowed lake almost touched the sky. "I will go that way," said Iktomi, looking at the concave within arm's reach. He struck his knife upward in the eater's stomach, and the water, falling out, drowned those people of the village. Now, when the great water fell into its own bed, the fish and the turtle came to the shore. They went home, painted victors and loud-voiced singers. End of section 14. End of Old Indian Legends by Zitkala Shah. Recording by Robert Scott, August the 1st, 2007.
Hello everyone. Tonight we are gathered in a clearing in the heart of an enchanted forest, and we have many stories to listen to and things to discover. So without further ado, let's begin with the first story, one from Ireland that was put in writing in the Middle Ages, but appeared centuries earlier. The story of Deirdre of the Sorrows. Once upon a time, a king ruled over Ulster. His name was Crehur mac Nessa, Crehur son of Ness. and at his court, Awin Macha lived the royal storyteller, the royal bard, Felmin MacDowell. One day, Felmin had a daughter, Deirdre, and as usual for newborns, prophecies were made. The chief druid prophesied that Deirdre would grow up to be a very beautiful woman, one whose charm would be almost irresistible, but that much blood would be shed because of her. Kings and lords would go to war, and the greatest warriors of Ulster would be forced into exile for her sake. The prophecy terrified the court, and many urged Felmid the Bard to kill the baby before it became a reality. Felmid didn't know what to do, but the king chose for him. The announcement that Deirdre would be one of the most desirable women in the world had aroused him. So he decided to keep the child for himself. He would let her grow up and marry her later when she would be of age. Crahur, the king, guided by lust, hid Deirdre. The infant was entrusted to a poet, a wise woman who lived in seclusion in the woodlands and never received any visitors. Her name was Loerham. Away from the court and society, only in the company of Loerham, Deirdre grew up happily, and the first part of the prophecy seemed to become a reality. As years passed, she turned into a beautiful child, and then a delicate and irresistible young woman. One day in the winter, as an immaculate blanket of snow covered the forest, Deirdre saw a raven landing in the snow with its prey and was ravished by the colors. She told Loerham that one day she would love a man with the same colors she had seen. Hair as dark as the raven, skin as white as snow, and cheeks as red as blood. Loerham had become very attached to Deirdre, that she now regarded as her daughter. After all these years, when the joy and affection of the girl had softened her lonely existence. So she told Deirdre that the man she described existed. She was describing Nisha, a handsome young hunter, warrior, and singer, who lived at Awin Macha at the court of King Crahur. Disobeying the orders of the king, the old woman helped her young protégé to meet the man of her dreams. As soon as Deirdre and Nisha met, they fell in love and realized that life would be meaningless if they couldn't spend it together. Nisha could count on his two brothers. Together they were the three greatest warriors of Ulster. And together they made plans to escape the country and travel to Scotland, where Nisha and Deirdre would be able to live together, far from the reach of King Crahur. And so it was done. The four escaped on a boat and soon reached Scotland. They lived a happy life there. They fished and hunted to eat. They saw magnificent places, and this simple life was enough to fulfill their dreams of happiness, because love and the joy of being together nourished them every minute of every hour of every day. They didn't think about it, but the prophecy had said when Deirdre was born that the greatest warriors of Ulster would be forced into exile. And so it had happened. Back at the court of Ulster, the king had been humiliated, and his fury did not diminish. So he resolved to take revenge and get back the woman he had decided would be his. He sent a loyal courtier with an invitation to return for the three brothers and Deirdre, and a promise of safe return home. The brothers had not forgotten their sense of duty, despite their exile to Scotland, and they accepted the offer, confident that the king would not dare make prisoner or harm people he had invited personally. How wrong they were, because Crehur's anger had made him forget honesty and the laws of hospitality. As the news of their return reached Ulster, the king sent Loelram, the old woman who had raised Deirdre, spy on the travellers, with the mission to tell him whether Deirdre's beauty was still intact. The woman tried to protect Deirdre, and came back reporting that her protégé had aged and was now ugly. But it was a lie. Deirdre's beauty had only bloomed during her stay in Scotland, and the king knew it, because he didn't trust the old woman and had sent another spy to check on her. Deirdre, Nisha, and his two brothers were lodging at a house that the king sent his soldiers to attack, with orders to bring Deirdre back alive. The following day, as the king's troops attacked their refuge, the three brothers fought with all their strength, and many of their enemies died. The prophecy had announced that much blood would be shed because of Deirdre, and much blood was shed this day, even though it was lust and anger from the king that were responsible. Despite their bravery and their strength, Nisha and his brothers could not contain an entire army, and they ended overwhelmed. Nisha was killed by a spear, and his brothers shortly after him. After the death of Nisha and the capture of Deirdre, Crehur took her as his wife. Deirdre's body was still alive, but something was dead inside her. Something had died with her only love. Silent and sad, she let each day pass without noticing the heat or the cold, the joy or the sadness of others around her, and weeks made of days that felt all the same passed, then months made of weeks that felt all the same too. After a year, Crehur could no longer bear Deirdre's coldness and contempt that reminded him every day of what he had done and prevented him from enjoying the company of his wife. All the more that sorrow only enhanced her beauty and made her more attractive than ever. He asked her who she hated the most in the world besides him, and she said it was the man who had killed Nisha with his spear. Crehur replied that he would then give her to this man, so that he would be freed from her, and she would pay the price of her coldness. As she was being taken to her future spouse, on a chariot. The king taunted her. This was more than she could bear, and so she threw herself from the chariot against a rock, finally finding deliverance through death. Deirdre was no more. The curse of her beauty was finally accomplished. I told you earlier that this story is from Ireland. It is taken from the Ulster cycle, one of several cycles of Irish heroic legends. There are 4 main ones, and the Ulster cycle alone comprises 80 different stories. And Irish mythology is only one aspect of Celtic mythology. There was a time when Celtic peoples covered a large part of Europe, from Eastern Europe to Spain and Great Britain and Ireland. So who were the Celts? What happened to them? What did they believe in? What gods? What myths? How did this heritage reach us or get lost sometimes? These are some of the topics we will touch on tonight. And of course, there will be many more stories from the mythology of Celtic nations, where this cultural heritage lasted longer and had much influence in Scotland, Ireland, Wales, parts of England like Cornwall, Brittany in the west of France. We have a lot of things to discuss, so I suggest you make yourself comfortable. As always, you can follow the story just by listening. If you decide to close your eyes, your imagination will work for you and help take you away from the worries, concerns, and thoughts that keep you awake. So allow yourself a moment of escapism and discovery in the Celtic forests of the past. If you fall asleep, you will be able to resume the story where you left it, using the timestamps in the first comment. In the same comment, which is pinned, you will find links to listen to my stories on audio streaming services, if this is more convenient for you, and also a link to my Patreon page if you feel inspired to support me there. You are now more than 500 patrons funding this channel, so that it remains free of video ads for everyone. And if you become a patron, you can download the stories as audios or videos, listen to them as podcasts, participate in surveys to choose future topics, and get information regularly about what comes next on my channel. But now is story time. So let's return to our topic and more Celtic stories. So what is Celtic mythology? It is almost as if there were several, because the religions and beliefs of the Celts were not unified, and in some regions they lasted much longer than in others. The golden age of the Celts across Europe was during the Iron Age in the first millennium BC. The Celts were a collection of peoples with languages that were apparented and many common cultural traits. They descended from migrants that had arrived centuries earlier from the east. They were one of these numerous waves of Indo-European peoples that are believed to have spread from Ukraine and the north of the Caucasus to all of Europe and as far south as Persia and India. The cradle of their specific European culture, at least the most ancient parts of it that archaeology has revealed, was in a large region that went through the east of France, the south of Germany, Austria, and Hungary. But over several centuries, they expanded as far east as Romania and even the center of Anatolia in modern Turkey, and as far west as Spain, Portugal, Great Britain, and Ireland. In the first centuries of Rome, the Roman Republic was under a serious threat from the Celts installed in the north of Italy. But after a peak by the middle of the first millennium BC, the cultural area of the Celts began to shrink. They were faced with two main competitors for space. From the east came another Indo-European group, Germanic peoples, who progressively advanced towards the west, reaching the Rhine River and Scandinavia. In all the previously Celt regions east of the Rhine, Celtic culture was replaced with Germanic culture. And the second threat came from the south. The expansion of Rome to Spain, France, Belgium, Great Britain also shrank considerably the regions dominated by Celtic peoples. They stayed where their ancestors had lived for generations, but their culture did not always resist the might of Rome. Besides its military and economic might, Rome was also a cultural power that transformed the societies it conquered. So, about 2,000 years ago, after the Germanic and the Roman wave of expansion, the areas where Celtic culture remained dominant were limited to the fringes of Europe or the margins of the Roman Empire. Scotland in the north of Great Britain, Wales that was occupied by the Romans, but where Romanization was not as intense as in England or in Spain, in Gaul. The language and many traditions survived 3 centuries of occupation. Some parts of England, like Cornwall and Ireland, that remained free of Roman presence. The Celtic area re-expanded a bit later with the migration of Celtic Britons, especially to the south, to the region of Brittany, but we will return to that a bit later. Speaking of Ireland, let's dive into another story from the Ulster cycle for now. The story of Cuchulainn, a legendary demigod, the son of Flug, a god from the Tuatha Dé Danann. We will talk about it later too. And a mortal. His mother was Dearshne, the sister of the king of Ulster, Cruach mac Nessa, that we have just seen as the villain in the story of Deirdre. The life of Cuchulainn was filled with extraordinary deeds and miracles, starting with his birth. There are several versions of it, but here is one. His mother, Dearshne, was the sister of the king of Ulster, and one day she accompanied him and a group of nobles to hunt a flock of magical birds. But snow began to fall, and they had to look for shelter. They found a house nearby where only a couple lived, and the woman was pregnant, about to give birth. On the night of their arrival, she gave birth, and Dershne assisted in the birth. It was a baby boy. In the barn near the house, a mare also gave birth to twin colts. The Ulstermen camped around the house that could not accommodate them all. But on the next morning, when everyone woke up, the house and the barn had disappeared, and their occupants were nowhere to be found. Only the child and the colts remained. This was obviously magic at work, maybe a divine intervention, and the boy could not be abandoned. So Dershne took him home and began raising him as her own. But the boy fell ill shortly after, and he died. As Dershne was mourning the child, the god Lug appeared to her and revealed that he was their host that night. He had seen how she had started raising the child and decided that she should be the mother of his son. He also told her that he had already placed his child in her womb, and that she should call him Setanta when he would be born. Then Lug disappeared, leaving Dershne to her dismay. Months passed, and the belly of Dershne betrayed her pregnancy more and more each day, into a scandal, as she was promised, but not yet married, to a warrior of the court. Dershne explained herself, revealing the nature of the child she was carrying, and the entire court of Ulster, Awinmacha, was filled with wonder. When Dershne gave birth to the child, he was named Setanta, as ordered by Lug, and the nobles of Ulster argued for the honor of being his foster father. The dispute was settled by deciding that several of them would be foster parents, so that the miraculous child would be the son of the entire Awinmacha. The king himself and several other noblemen and women who would teach him judgment, eloquent speech, morals, poetry and arts, provide for him, and nurse him until he would become the extraordinary hero he was promised to be. Several years passed, and Setanta grew up. He became a healthy and brave child. There was a group of children at Awinmacha, a boy troop that played and trained together. And even though he was still a small child, Setanta begged his foster parents to join them. But he didn't know that the custom was for newcomers to ask for the boy's protection before joining the group. And he ran onto the playing field without asking. The boys took this as a challenge and attacked him. He seemed to stand no chance against a dozen boys older than him. But as they started fighting, he suddenly had a battle frenzy and beat them all single-handedly. King Crahor arrived and put a stop to the fight. He cleared the misunderstanding, and Setanta accepted to ask for the boy's protection. Not that he needed it, apparently, but as soon as he got it, he began to chase after them, demanding they all put themselves under his protection, revealing that not only was he an extraordinary fighter, he also had innate authority and leadership. Crehur had noted the boy's exploits and kept an appreciative and protecting eye on him. It happened one day that a smith called Cullen invited the king to a feast at his house. Before going, the king went to the playing field, where the boys were playing the traditional game of hurling. He was so impressed by Setanta's performance on the field that he asked him to join him at the feast when the game would be over. Setanta agreed, and the king went to Cullen's house. But he forgot to tell his host that the boy would arrive later. And as all the guests had arrived, Cullen let loose his hound to protect the house. The hound was enormous and ferocious, so much so that the whole neighborhood was afraid of him and would never have approached the house when it was guarding it. But Setanta couldn't know this, and when he arrived at the house to join the feast as ordered by the king, the beast attacked him, a beast 3 times heavier than him, with powerful jaws and big teeth. A fight ensued, and Setanta had to kill the hound in self-defense. Everyone in the house was alarmed by the noise, and when they exited, they saw the dead hound and understood what had happened. Cullen was devastated by the loss of his hound, so Setanta promised he would find a replacement, and until the puppy would be old enough to do the job, he would guard Cullen's house himself. And so it was done. From this moment on, the Druids did that Setanta's name would now be Cuchulainn, Cullen's hound. In another episode of Cuchulainn's childhood, it happened one day at Awinmacha that the young boy overheard the Druid teaching his pupils. One of them had asked what that particular day was auspicious for, and the Druid was now making a prophecy. He answered that any warrior who would take arms this day would accomplish such deeds that he would gain everlasting fame. Cuchulainn was only 7, but the promise of everlasting fame and extraordinary accomplishments seduced him immediately. He went to the king and asked for arms. He was given several weapons, but none of them could withstand his strength, so that at the end, the king himself gave him his own weapons, which were the finest and strongest of Ulster, and they were perfect for Cuchulainn. But as they were conversing, the Druid arrived and grieved, because he had not finished his prophecy when Cuchulainn had run to the king. The warrior who took arms that day would indeed be famous forever, but his life would be short, and so it became clear to all that Cuchulainn would be a hero, but that his fate would probably be tragic. But the boy was still young, and not the kind to be discouraged by the sayings of an old man. Soon afterwards, upset by the way people kept talking about this prophecy at Awin Macha, he asked the king for a chariot. Time had come to accomplish great deeds. He set off on a foray and attacked 3 brothers, 3 warriors, enemies of the kingdom of Ulster, who used to boast that they had killed more Ulstermen than anyone else. He entered in one of his battle rages and easily defeated his enemies. But then he returned to Awin Macha, to the court of Ulster, still in this state of battle frenzy. He didn't know friends or foes when he was in this rage, and the Ulstermen were afraid that he would slaughter them all. By chance, the queen, who led the women at Awin Macha, had an idea. She ordered the women to bare their breasts to him. This unexpected but arousing display caught Cuchulainn's eye, and he was distracted. The Ulstermen took the opportunity to wrestle him into a barrel of cold water. But the heat from his body was such that the barrel exploded in a cloud of steam. They put him in a second barrel, and this time the water only boiled. And then a third barrel, and this time the water only warmed to a pleasant temperature. The crisis was averted for now. Before we go on with the story of Cuchulainn, let's take a look at the connection between Irish, Scottish, or Welsh mythology with their Celtic roots, and why it is mainly through them that we have access to stories that were sometimes born more than 2,000 years ago. For the Celts in close contact with Rome, and where the empire stayed in place for longer, their myth and religion did not survive this period of several centuries. The ancient Celtic religion was abandoned, and the knowledge of the mythology from Spain or Gaul is known mainly through contemporary Roman and Christian sources, but there are very few. As I said before, only a few Celtic peoples maintained their linguistic identity and their political independence. The Gaels in Highland and Scotland, the Welsh in Wales, and the Celtic Britons of southern England. Later, many Britons crossed the Channel to Brittany in the west of France and revived culture in Brittany against the general trend of weakening of Celtic culture. It is in these regions of Europe that Celtic culture and mythology lived on for several more centuries and left a much stronger trace. But the ancient Celtic religion was finally almost erased in the Middle Ages by Christianization, and paradoxically, Some of these nations that adopted Christianity later than many other parts of Europe became intensely Christian. Ireland or Brittany became strongholds of Christianity in the Middle Ages. Celtic culture did not entirely disappear, of course. It remained in languages, in tales, in folklore. But the old religion was pretty much erased. Erased, but not entirely forgotten. Because the Middle Ages is the period when this agonizing ancestral mythology was put in writing, for a large part by monks, and a lot of precious information was preserved and transmitted this way. Centuries kept passing, and along the Middle Ages these nations generally maintained their independence. Scotland, Ireland, even though it was not unified, and Brittany. The exception politically being Wales, that was attached politically to England in the Middle Ages, but always kept the sense of its individuality. In the Renaissance and modern times, however, these small nations fell into the orbit of their bigger neighbors, and they lost their independence. Brittany was annexed by France in the 16th century. Scotland shared kings with England until the Acts of Union in 1707 that created a single kingdom of Great Britain. And Ireland, that also was in a personal union with England since the 16th century, they had the same sovereign, joined Great Britain in 1801. These unions were always faced with local resistance from part of the population. But if you had asked a Scot, an Irishman, or a French citizen of Brittany what their identity was 200 years ago, they would never have said they were from a Celtic nation. The Celtic period was little known, almost entirely forgotten across the population, and it was not a meaningful political reference at the time. There was, of course, a sense of identity and difference based on the language, based on traditions, a long history of independence. But what people had in mind was history since the Middle Ages. The antiquity or the pre-Christian period was not important. It was little known, vaguely barbaric and pagan, so nothing to be proud of or build a respectable identity on in societies at the time that were still very Christian. The folklore, the tales that were told and passed from one generation to the next were very much alive and part of people's lives. They still contained a lot of Celtic pre-Christian elements, but these were not necessarily distinguished from later additions. And then came the 19th century and the Celtic revival, a renewed interest in national history that happened in pretty much all European countries. There was a Norse or Viking revival, a Germanic revival, and a Celtic revival. The curiosity of scholars and the public for pre-Christian and pre-Roman times increased dramatically. Archaeology, languages, myths and legends, it all became much more popular, and a part of the national identity in many European countries became linked to these ancestors and their culture, which was technically accurate but also a choice because there were other possible ancestors from before. The Celts had the advantage of being better known. This was very important as a factor. And having lived long enough in these lands to be considered like the founding people, it was also very useful politically to create a sense of national unity, and the governments did not discourage and often promoted this way of telling a national history. This was when the French started to be taught in schools that their ancestors, for example, were the Gauls. So, regarding the Celtic aspects of these 19th century revivals, this is when the various nations or regions that consider themselves Celtic today began to adopt the term. A century earlier, they wouldn't have, and the Celtic revival changed their own perception of their history. It is a chosen identity, but one that makes sense, because indeed there is a major Celtic heritage that is not just based on DNA. The local languages, the folklore, the names of places, the historical roots of this sense of a national identity that distinguishes them from their neighbors. This all can be traced back to the Celtic period. Now, one difficulty when it comes to the sources of mythology is to distinguish what is from the original body of myth and religious beliefs that the ancient Celts had, and what has been added later by Roman or Christian authors who put mythology in writing. In popular culture, things can easily get mixed up. One example of this is the Celtic cross. This cross featuring a ring that unites its 4 branches. It is quite ancient. It appeared in the early Middle Ages in Ireland, Great Britain and France, but it appeared as a Christian symbol. There is no example of crosses like this made by the Celts before their conversion to Christianity. They used symbols like circles with branches that could possibly have inspired Celtic crosses, but all the high crosses that can be seen across Celtic regions date from the Middle Ages or after 1850 with the Celtic revival. And yet, many people believe that these crosses are ancient Celtic symbols. They can be called symbols of Celtic Christianity, but not of ancient Celtic paganism. The same for stone circles, the most famous being Stonehenge, but there are plenty across Western France, Great Britain, Spain or Ireland. Celt druids may have used these circles, but they date from before the Celtic period. They are actually way older. I'll put a link in the description to the video about Stonehenge. So, even though details may have been changed, and time probably altered them, the stories that were written in the Middle Ages in Scotland, Wales, Ireland, parts of England, and Brittany are the closest things we have at our disposal to original Celtic myth. I told you earlier that the Ulster cycle contained 80 different stories, but it is only a section of Irish mythology, one that centers on the north of Ireland. There is also the Fenian cycle, or Finn cycle, that centers on a hero called Finn McCool and a group of his warriors, the Fianna. There is another set of tales about the Tua De Danann, the group of godlike peoples said to have arrived into Ireland in ancestral times. This one is called the mythological cycle. Yet another division is the cycles of the kings, that contain stories of legendary kings of Ireland. A lot of this Irish mythology is shared with Scotland, and actually in multiple stories characters travel between them. And apart from Ireland and Scotland, there are Welsh, Cornish, and Breton mythology, which share stories or details with them, but are independent bodies in their own right that we won't have time to examine tonight, but I would be happy to make another video at some point about these specific mythologies. This abundance contrasts with continental Celtic mythology, apart from Brittany. This was entirely lost. From Gaul or Spain, we know close to nothing of the myths that were transmitted by the oral tradition, and pretty much all we have is the name of several gods that were worshipped either across the Celtic world or locally. So now let's take a look at what we know of these deities and the Celtic pantheon. Among the gods and goddesses that transcended tribal boundaries and regions, there were a few notable ones. The Matress, Kernanos, Taranis, the sky god, or Epona, the horse goddess, were probably known under different names, depending on the regions, but traces of their cult have been found across the ancient Celtic world. The Matress were female deities, worshipped in northwestern Europe. They were always depicted in groups of 3. Their function is little known, but they had a large following that coexisted with the Roman gods during the first centuries in Gaul or northern Italy. Interestingly, this motif of tribal goddesses was very widespread in ancient Europe. The Romans had the Parcae, the female personifications of destiny. The Greeks had the 3 Fates. The Norse had the Norns, always going by 3. In Irish mythology, there is the Morrigan. We will talk about this tribal goddess later. It is believed that this tribal goddess's motif has an Indo-European origin, because all these peoples were Indo-Europeans. Kernanos is another well-known figure. The name serves for many examples of probably the same god with antlers. Kernanos was depicted sitting cross-legged and usually holding a torque, that is to say, a large, rigid or stiff necklace. Kernanos was venerated intensely across Gaul and Spain, and probably had at least an equivalent in Great Britain and Ireland. But his precise identity or significance in ancient Celtic religion are unknown. It has been supposed that he could have been a god of animals, of nature, and fertility. Taranis was the god of the sky and of thunder, and apart from Gaul and Britain and Ireland too, traces of his cult from before the Germanic migration have been found far to the east, along the Danube River. In Gaul, he was syncretized, that is to say, merged or associated with Jupiter, the Roman god. And Taranis was referred to by Roman authors as part of a triad of major Gallic gods, the two others being Essus and Tutatis. Tutatis' cult was widespread in Gaul and Britain, and it seems he was a protector god that tribes invoked to defend themselves from foes or disasters. And finally, another goddess worshipped throughout the Celtic world was Epona, a goddess protector of horses and associated with fertility. Contrary to other Celtic gods that stayed local after the Roman invasion and saw their influence diminish, Epona had some success abroad. Her cult spread to other parts of the Roman Empire. She even had a cult in Rome. The lands occupied by the Celts also had one or several healing deities, each often associated with thermal springs. Belenus in northern Italy and Gaul, Borvo in parts of Portugal, Brig or Brigid in Ireland. She was a goddess of fire and light, but in some stories is presented or intervenes to heal warriors. In Great Britain, a lot of wells were dedicated to a goddess that the Romans called Minerva, but that was certainly not how the Celts called her. In the city of Bath, the goddess associated with the thermal spring was called Celis. This is an example of a local deity. There were hundreds, if not thousands of them, and the cult of Celis merged with that of Minerva in the Romano-British period. Other gods were associated with the sun, Lug, the father of Cuchulainn, in the story we began before, but also in Ireland, a goddess called Green, and yet another called Aine, Belenos in Gaul. The truth is that it is very hard, if possible, to understand precisely what deities were associated with across the Celtic world, which was diverse, and probably that no one could have a precise understanding of various pantheons in each region, even at the time. In total, the Celts may have had thousands of gods. For most of them, their names are not even known, and will probably stay forgotten because no one ever wrote them. But we are going to see some of these gods and goddesses intervene in their Irish iteration along the story of Cuchulainn. So let's resume it. We had left Cuchulainn as a child, after the prophecy that announced his fate and his first martial exploits. Several years had passed, and Cuchulainn had become handsome as he turned from child to man. So handsome, actually, that the Ulstermen worried that without a wife of his own, he would probably soon steal their wives and compromise their daughters. So they searched all over Ireland for a suitable wife for him, but he had already set his eyes on Emer, an exquisite young beauty he had fallen in love with. Her beauty was stunning, but so were her gentle voice, her sweet words, and her wisdom. The only problem was that her father was against the match. His older daughter, Emer's sister, was still unmarried, and it would have been improper to marry the younger daughter first. He also argued that Courline needed to accomplish deeds worthy of Emmer's perfection. In reality, he hoped to gain time. These were only excuses, because his real intentions were to find a better match for his daughter, like the King of Munster. So he declared that before any marriage could be discussed, Courline should go train in arms to Scotland. In Scotland, more precisely at Doonska, the fortress of shadows, on the Isle of Skye and its wide mountains plunging into the sea, lived Scarrar, a renowned warrior woman. She was an expert warrior that no man could vanquish, and it was said that few came back alive from Doonska, from her fortress of shadows on the Isle of Skye. The father of Emmer hoped Courline would not survive the ordeal and never come back. On the Isle of Skye, Scarrar taught Courline the arts of war, and he also made a good friend, Ferdid, who also trained at the Fortress of Shadows. Our hero finally returned from Scotland, fully trained, but again, and this time with no argument left, Emma's father refused to grant her daughter's hand. This was enough. Courline, now stronger than ever, stormed the fortress, killing everyone on his path, and fled with Emmer to bring her back to Awinmara. In the following years, Courline had more adventures. He rescued a Scandinavian princess, avenged a friend, but when he reached 17, the time for his most famous exploit had come. Hoinbokulnia, the cattle raid of Cooley. To the southwest of Ulster was a hostile kingdom, Connacht, and on its throne was Maeve, an ambitious and mighty warrior queen. Maeve was a personal enemy and former wife of Crahor MacNessa, the king of Ulster, and for some time she had planned to attack Ulster. She coveted in particular a bull called Don Coolnia, an extraordinary stud that could reproduce fast and was a source of prestige and wealth for his owner. But the bull belonged to Ulster, and she decided to steal it. Courline was supposed to watch the frontier, and the simple thought of it made all Ulstermen feel safe. But it happened one day that he neglected his duty to spend the day with a woman. He loved Emmer, but it didn't stop him from seducing others. A curse disabled all the men of Ulster suddenly, and Maeve started her invasion plan by sending an army across the frontier. Courline realized the price of his negligence and ran to the frontier on a mission to single-handedly stop the army of Connacht. His strength was formidable, but no match for an entire army, and he had to employ ruse. He invoked the right of single combat. Two champions would fight, one for each side, and the battle would be over when one of the sides would be left without a champion. Being the only warrior for Ulster, Cuchulainn would have to find the entire army of Maeve, but one by one. He knew he could easily win each fight, at least until he would be exhausted. But the task would be formidable, enormous, as there were thousands on the other side. The men from Connacht followed the rules of honor and couldn't deny the request. And so began the first duels. Cuchulainn won fight after fight, and days passed that turned into weeks. Queen Maeve saw her army slowly bleed, and the bull still hadn't been stolen. But Cuchulainn also had to face another dangerous opponent while containing the army of Connacht. One day, between two fights, a beautiful young woman came to him and claimed to be the daughter of a king who had come to offer him love. Focused on his task and remembering why he was not on the frontier on the day of the invasion, he refused. Hearing this, the woman revealed herself as the Morrigan, the Phantom Queen, who was 1 and 3 at the same time. In revenge for the rejection she had suffered, she intervened in his next fight against yet another warrior from Connacht, and she intervened under 3 different forms, first as an eel, then as a wolf, and finally as a cow. But each time, Cuchulainn wounded her, and she had to retreat. More days passed, and Cuchulainn's strength was abandoning him. After one particularly arduous combat, he lied, severely wounded, and wondered if he was going to lose, leaving Ulster and its bull at the mercy of his enemies. At this moment, he also healed him and encouraged him to triumph. The night passed, and when Cuchulainn woke up, he realized that during his sleep, by the curse, but not the boys, and the boat troop from Awin of which he once a member, had attacked the army.
Yep, I usually do.
The poor boys didn't stand a chance, and had
Let's
all
get the
been
fuck out of here.
slaughtered.
Won't we?
Seeing this, he was taken by one of his battle frenzies, the most spectacular yet.
3-2-0.
He didn't just fight faster and stronger than ever. A metamorphosis took place, and he shifted.
Doing it into Garfield. So you taking off yesterday was not cool, dude. Because now I gotta go fucking around going. I don't know, dude. I'm tired of embarrassing myself. Especially when there's fucked up people around here. Because they don't take me seriously. Which they kind of know. Don't they? The more you can make me act like a fool, Garfield, the less these other people took me seriously. You know what I mean? Which could be life and death for some people, actually. Could even be for me and you, if we're not careful. 322. Love you.
In part one of this series, we looked at how the human sense of selfhood has come to develop through a series of distinct evolutionary epochs. The sense of selfhood or subjectivity is the sense of our awareness as an internal realm. Over the course of human history, we find distinct phases through which the various structures of human subjectivity have come to emerge and realize themselves. Thus far, we have taken a general overview of what John Gebser refers to as the archaic, magical, and mythical modes of consciousness. In this video, we are going to begin looking at the broader patterns at work within these transformations and attempt to achieve a much more detailed understanding of what this evolutionary process actually amounts to. But before we can do so, we need to look more closely at the developments which occurred during the mythical age and how this trajectory would give rise to the fourth mode of human subjectivity, what Gebser terms the mental.
My curiosity led me to Ancestry. It was amazing to see all the traits that I've gotten from my mother in my DNA. It's a family thing. It's a family thing.
Big old kitty. He's a big kitty, huh? No, you're big. Free it, quadratic AI. Yo, AI. AI is cool.
In his 1949 text, The Origin and Goal of History, the German philosopher and psychiatrist Karl Jaspers details a period of immense transformation which occurred between roughly the 8th to 3rd centuries
So the AI was like,
BC. Jaspers would refer to this pivotal period as the
most of the
axial age, a turning point which would give birth to virtually all of the philosophical tendencies which we recognize today, an array including rationalism, apophatic pietism, and asceticism, as well as radical skepticism and nihilism. During this time period, we see the emergence of both Confucianism and Taoism in China, philosophical traditions which were among the much larger flowering of Chinese philosophy, now known as the 100 Schools of Thought. We see the emergence of Buddhism and the creation of the Upanishads in India, and the emergence of Zoroastrianism in Persia.
By us.
During the same time period, the Hellenic world would produce the works of Homer, Parmenides, Heraclitus, Pythagoras, Plato, and Aristotle. And in Israel, prophets such as Elijah, Jeremiah, and Isaiah would come to transform the Hebrew religion, and connections would form between Israel and Ethiopia, which would lay the groundwork for the development of distinctly sub-Saharan forms of Abrahamic religiosity.
Given the evidence.
The common motif which we find throughout all of these axial movements is the development of a novel form of spirituality within which the divine is related directly to individual human persons, independently of immanent factors such as nationality, kinship relations, and geographical homelands. Prior to the axial age, spirituality was much more centered upon such immanent relationships. A person's sense of spiritual belonging within the world and sense of self-identity were inextricably connected to the ways in which a person was interwoven with their social and ecological landscapes. The primary deity of a given culture was typically the patron god or goddess of a certain city-state. Deities like Athena, Marduk, Ishtar, and Yahweh were not yet understood as truly universal forces of nature, but rather represented the highest ideals and aspirations which constituted the central beating heart of a given collective belonging, not a matter of individual person. But with the axial age, we find the emergence of religious and philosophical traditions which make no substantial reference to ethnic or tribal affinities. Rather, these forms of spirituality offer the possibility of a connection between individual human existence and a realm of truly transcendental universality. The pre-axial gods only became present and immanent within the bounds of a given life world, within the purview of a given ethnic and cultural lineage. By contrast, when we look to the Zoroastrian Ahura Mazda, the Taoist Wuji, or the Aristotelian Proteousia, we find truly universal understandings of divinity. Within these forms of spirituality, connection to the divine is not mediated by cultural or ethnic context, but rather this connection is understood to be achieved through the moral resolve, self-discipline, or intellectual agency of the human individual. Which axial spirituality was not a fully unmediated connection to divinity. Axial religions tended to maintain some form of clerical hierarchy or tradition of spiritual masters, which would serve as the worldly messengers of the divine. Nonetheless, what we find here is a process by which the principles of both universality and individuality come to prominence for the first time within human self-understanding. Within the context of the narrative we have traced out thus far, we can understand this dual process as resulting from the increasing capacity for abstraction within human thought, and the correlative increase in the acuity of human subjectivity. Our sense of individuality was becoming much more prominent, and this sense of distinct personhood would prove to be immensely consequential to the development of human civilization. As we examined previously, the mythical sense of human selfhood is polarized between a lunar, relational sense of selfhood and a stellar, individualized sense of selfhood. The lunar soul.
Maybe not, huh? We can construct it, huh?
Behind every mighty empire lurked a chaotic world of payroll and HR. Pharaoh Khufu had to settle for the pyramids we know today because of the talent he needed. Who knows what the second wonder of the world would be? Whoa, that's the most beautiful pyramid I've ever seen in my life. The Aztecs were inventive engineers who created floating gardens. Meanwhile, Venetians ruled to grow food. If only they could have relocated the Aztecs to Italy, the country would be swimming in avocados. Even today, companies still live in the past when it comes to payroll and HR. Christina and her team try to keep up with local changes in 30 different countries.
That said, they didn't want him to come back last night. They would have much rather see me kill myself.
Lunar soul is defined through relations of kinship and nationality, and through one's sense of place within familial, social, and ecological processes.
Now,
it is a mode of self-understanding which is incomprehensible except in relation to the circulatory flows of living vitality which situate us within the living world. The stellar soul, conversely, is an abstract sense of individual person. It is the self understood as a kind of ideal which is not identical to the actual relationships which ground it in the natural world. Odysseus, for example, maintains his sense of self-identity even as he is torn away from the social and familial relationships which situate him within his homeland of Ithaca. Throughout his voyage, Odysseus struggles to both maintain and more fully realize this sense of abstract self-identity, which is defined in terms of his ultimate values, personal virtues, and capabilities. The lunar sense of self-identity does not operate. A person's self-identity as a parent or spouse, for example, cannot be abstracted from the concrete reality of one's imminent relationships. Odysseus can be a hero wherever he goes and in relation to the vast array of different figures who he encounters throughout his journey, but one cannot be a parent or spouse in general. One is a parent to one's actual children, a spouse to one's actual partner, from the child of one's actual parents. Over the course of the axial age, we see that the stellar, individualized sense of selfhood comes to flower, and in many ways, the stellar soul would come to outshine the lunar, relational self.
333, Garfield.
Significantly, this process occurred in conjunction with an increasing capacity for abstract
Limited call synchronicities on my own.
Odysseus can perceive this lunar soul as it is reflected in his actual relationships to other people in his life or to Ithaca itself. But his stellar soul must be perceived as an abstract conceptual experience, an abstraction which is not identifiable in terms of particular relationships to the immanent world. What we are seeing here is a contraction of the human sense of self-identity, and this contraction will also result in a greater acuity of the human sense of alienation from the world. The more we can identify with the stellar aspect of our self-identity, the more we can feel ourselves to be an eternally unrealized ideal. We came to feel ourselves to be ever more out of place within nature. And the stellar soul would also generate a potential for social and familial alienation, which would need to be contended with. Axial forms of spirituality thus sought to alleviate this intensification of alienation through a quest for the eternal and transcendent within the human individual. And by bringing that eternal stellar core into connection with forces of cosmic universality, which transcended our immanent existence. Ultimately, however, the stellar soul itself would also come to join the lunar soul and magical structure beneath the winding waters of the subconscious. As the axial age would ultimately result in the development of a form of human subjectivity, which would mark the twilight of the mythical age.
Those names are a lot. A lot. How people in the neighborhood? Like 3.
When developing CryoGlow, our Shark product developers work with dermatologists, scientists, and estheticians to develop a highly effective skincare solution. IQ technology gives the user an effective dose wherever they are in their skincare journey.
I gotta go around finding out. How to do that? Well, the 12 steps. Isn't it?
Welcome to the Nissan Now Belt event. Drive the all-new Kicks, the sporty Sentra, or our best-selling Rogue.
Also investigating how I am.
Your number one shopping experience according to J.D. Power. Get to Nissan now.
For myself, basically. Who the fuck's breaking the house? Who the fuck's making me do this? A lot of it's me, right? But somebody set me up that way.
Crap like this, but I have decided to
make some sort of snitch out of me. At least tell that story.
Break a little detour in the middle of this.
When I don't know shit about shit, really.
Massive
except video
essay,
the rich people.
And instead of just talking about these things in purely theoretical terms, I wanted to tell a bit of a story here to actually that.
By my standards.
We're talking about here,
not by our standards.
The Greek tragedy.
No, everyone else was telling me, hey, just go in the fucking yards. I'm like, no.
So the story of the Oresteia trilogy really begins with Iliad.
We would have.
So in the Iliad, Agamemnon, the king of Argos, is planning to set sail to go into the Trojan War, but there's this storm that is preventing his ships from leaving, and he's told that the gods, particularly the god Artemis,
can't put your dad to the kind of stress.
Is angry with him. So in order to deal with this problem, he then
does not have a good
performs human sacrifice. He sacrifices his own
daughter. It seems like when I go to the hospital,
to the gods to appease them or what have you, so that he can set sail and go and do his whole Trojan War thing. And this really here is kind of the inciting.
There's the reason I say I don't fucking die all the time.
What will become the story of the Oresteia, because it serves the purpose of being this kind of.
So I said last night that's still new. I still know it.
Of a kind of boundary in a way, and this is something I think you see quite commonly within Greek tragedy. That there's some kind of transgression against the border of the civilized world that then kind of opens up the floodgates of the chthonic magical madness which then ensues. So within Oedipus, for example, there's a number of things that kind of serve this purpose.
Yeah, I guess.
Fratricide, the
incest,
incest,
like me, but not really.
The initial fleeing from fate. These all kind of facilitate that in some way or another.
I fucking mean it.
In any case,
There's somebody around
Agamemnon
here.
kills his
Who's
daughter
fucking
and his wife.
They have me
Clytemnestra
still
is
projecting onto a lot of people.
understandably kind of butthurt about this. So eventually,
They love what I do. They
Agamemnon
get a kick out of it. I can tell. I can feel them laughing.
war with his prize, which is the Trojan princess Cassandra. So
Why
this is
though?
the character from
Well, I
whom
can tell you a few
we
reasons.
get this notion of the
Some of them are
Cassandra
demons.
complex, right?
Straight up
This
demons.
idea
Well,
of a person who is
Evil.
plagued by these persistent
A lot of my demon stuff
feelings
that work with
of
hardcore.
impending doom, because that's kind of Cassandra's role in the story.
But they have a lot more
kind of
resources than I do.
seeress. She's able to see
A lot more resources
the
than I do.
ultimate fate which awaits herself
Are they local?
and
Most of them
Agamemnon, but she kind of just
Some of them
doesn't sit around and wait for it to happen.
Are they my neighbors?
The daughter of Agamemnon, by the way, is named Iphigenia, which I completely forgot while recording that first little bit right there, and I am not re-recording it, so there you go.
These ones?
Anyway, so
Maybe not.
Iphigenia has been sacrificed.
I just made some weird
Agamemnon comes
observations
back.
over here.
Clytemnestra is now planning to kill
Some of
him.
which weren't correct, and I
And
realized
so
that later.
what happens here, and this is another one of these little transgressions, you usually have like a sequence of these.
Who the fuck
kind
came
of,
in my house?
Step, there's another transgression. So anyway,
You know what I mean?
Clytemnestra is greeting Agamemnon as he returns to
You're like-
Argos.
you're like one of those
She's
guys-
got these like
fucking made a mistake.
robes,
Was it wrong with the whole case?
tapestries,
You know you
like
weren't.
sacred crimson cloths laid out for him to walk upon as he returns to his palace.
Yeah, like, people aren't
And
gonna take me
initially,
seriously now.
Agamestra
I mean, it was
kind
mass
of
control.
goads
I
him
know it
into
is.
doing it anyway, and she does it specifically by
But it's not-
making reference to Agamemnon's
Totally overt,
great
and I know it's not now.
adversary Priam. And so she
For a
basically
while,
says,
that'd be
like,
the best
oh,
it
you're
was.
worried about what other people will think if you
It's still
walk on those
democracy, technically.
tapestries, Agamemnon, but would your rival be worried about that?
And there's still a Freedom of Information Act.
And
technically.
so she just
And
kind
there's
of
still a timeline
does
to get all
that.
this
She
shit
just
out.
kind of basically says, hey, look, like, you're worried about
long as I'm
all
still
this
alive.
stuff, but, you know, your adversary Priam, you know, he's not
I'm still
worried about
Garfield.
what other people think.
When
He's not
when
worried
the
about
clock
what the
ticks.
gods think. He's arrogant
They
and
can't do shit about it.
boastful and, you know, is able to do things like this. Why don't you allow yourself to do this? And so at this point we can really start to unpack the overall themes.
You think they would have done a little more to Dead
And
Rat?
the
That's why I know
overall
they're
themes here-
smaller actors.
There's really
involved.
4 of them, I believe, and we'll get to that. But I
You know what I
want
mean?
to talk about this
Feels like
scene with
they're hiring
Clytemnestra antagonizing Agamemnon into walking on
Who
these
knows if this team's
tapestries
still
in
alive?
particular, because it really illustrates something absolutely brilliant. That Clytemnestra is able
Am I
to
crazy?
perceive very
I'm
clearly
not.
that the sense of
I'm a little confused
superiority which
It's a tough one.
Agamemnon feels towards
I don't have the same
Priam,
resources some investigators
his
have.
sense of his own
I'm not that bad.
self-ideal is in fact envy once you peel
If
back
I
the
did.
layers. Priam is his shadow in a way.
Who knows,
Priam is all of the things that Agamemnon believes he is not, which means that Priam represents all of the things about Agamemnon that Agamemnon
Hey,
has
Garfield.
to repress, that he feels
No, Dad, I know you're
needs to
crazy. You wanna
deny about
So I
himself.
watched them when I was
And
hiding.
Priam is the villain because
No, Dad.
Priam
I
does
saw about
not
2 or 3 cars pull
engage
it
in
again
that kind of
that I've never seen
self-denial,
before.
and this creates a kind of envy and
When I was missing.
resentment
But
in
stay with it.
Agamemnon. And Clytemnestra
My dad
is
was smart,
perfectly
left the doors
aware of
open,
this.
and
She
he wouldn't
plays
stop
him
calling
like
for
a
it.
fiddle, and it works.
He left some food out.
So the scene.
And I got hungry. So I ran over here.
Match at a great price. Penny loves salmon, but has a sensitive tummy that may find her hungry for a new solution. Like
Yes, my
Purina
dad's
Pro
crazy.
Plan Sensitive Stomach.
What about those
fast
cars that pull
delivery
in
for
this
lifeless.
He's like, why does every time I go missing, my dad freaks out? Strange cars pull into our neighborhood.
Colgate Optic White's
Every
unique
time,
technology
seemingly.
gives you a visibly
Cars I've never
brighter
seen.
smile in just 3 days.
Cars he's never seen either. So he knows it's true too. Garfield's not dumb.
So the scene is pretty important, I
He's
believe.
like, if it wasn't
the way
true,
that it illustrates
then
this
the voices in my head, little head,
independence
wouldn't be telling me
between the
the opposite,
ego
right?
ideal, the stellar soul,
He's like, no,
and
Garfield, this is
the
what Garfield
shadow.
says.
These things are
No, I can hear it.
interdependent with one
I can hear them
another,
telling me to do all
because
kinds
the
of stuff.
shadow is that
Mostly
which
get away from my dad.
cannot be integrated. Is that it is that which is
But I know better.
excluded
Now I'm smart.
when one attempts to realize
That's
the
what Garfield
ego
has to say.
ideal, to manifest it, is that which must be denied. And so with
My little
this
PI
very
cat.
simple, straightforward scene, we can see the way in which the shadow and the
an
stellar
asshole?
soul are interdependent on one another.
And Garfield's
how this
opinion less than his.
interdependence then results in these themes of envy and resentment and weakness that can be exploited. And so here we can go ahead and kind of start to unpack what the major thematic elements are, and I think we can already begin to see this duality
From a cat's perspective,
of
I can see that.
the solar and the lunar, or the stellar, however you want to phrase that. So most of you guys are probably familiar, if you're familiar with philosophy in general.
Don't
probably
forget
heard of Nietzsche's distinction, his duality of the Apollonian and the Dionysian, which he articulates within The Birth of Tragedy. This is something that was actually very fundamental in Nietzsche's thought throughout his entire career, I would say. But in any case, Heidegger, interestingly, within his readings of Heraclitus, kind of makes the argument that the real polarity here, Apollo and Artemis,
some of the time,
interestingly, and this makes sense because Artemis and Apollo within Greek mythology are twins.
Once against me.
Apollo, you of course have this sun god. He is said to be like a shield bearer, and then the shield reflects the light of the sun, and then Artemis is associated with the lyre and the bow. Okay, both of those are objects that have this kind of curvature to them. He's better than Taran sometimes. The curvature of the feminine body. You can also associate it with the curvature of the crescent moon. And recall again that it is Artemis who was angry at Agamemnon, and that's why he's like a barking dog a lot of the time. That's why he engaged in this practice of human sacrifice with his daughter Iphigenia.
Sometimes dogs are
that sacrifice as well. That also points us towards what I would call the magical structure. It's pointing us towards this kind of abyssal chthonic realm, which lies beneath the Apollonian and the Artemisian, right? So this is something we've talked about in other videos, not in this video series, but this kind of transition which occurs from
most dogs are pretty cool.
Saturn worship to Jupiter worship,
these dogs over here
occurs in the ancient world. So you've probably heard of this notion of like the golden age of Saturn,
and they listen.
Which is pointing to this time period in which there was not yet any real division between civilization and nature, very much in accordance with what we've been saying about the magical structure. Over there. And these Saturn cults, which we do see in the ancient world, extant up until this time period, we see them within the Carthaginians, the Canaanites, the Phoenicians in particular, clung to this Saturn worship far longer than other cultures, which moved on from Saturn worship to Jupiter worship. And within these Saturn cults, the central motif is child sacrifice. They were quite literally sacrificing the future, the sun, to the past, Saturn, in order to appease the past. And
I'm not sacrificing my son.
Continuity of the past, because
which is a big deal
within this kind of early period of human civilization, presumably Neolithic. Everything was extremely tumultuous.
And recently,
kind of break in continuity was deadly. If there is a drought of some
they prefer to sacrifice other people's
everyone
children.
Dies. And so,
so now I understand
this seems like a reasonable thing to do. Sacrifice the future to the past.
Moms and dads sometimes know something that we don't know.
Devour you.
And they don't know why.
But the Greeks have, by and large, moved on from this. They're looking to this Saturnian age as a golden age, in a sense, but they're also seeing it as, they're at least seeing Saturn worship as this very
5-year-old child,
kind of savage, barbaric, magical, bloodthirsty realm that it's better not to descend into. And within the story of the Oresteia, we are seeing such a descent.
Could I be
so if you're going to represent all this diagrammatically, which we will, by the way, get into that later on, then you could see the Dionysian and the Saturnian in this kind of chthonic realm underneath the Apollonian and Artemisian, the stellar and lunar souls as kind of a polarity, and then they converge into this point beneath them, which is the magical realm.
But I also know,
and then
above
Apollo and Artemis, you then
he wouldn't be there when I got back
into Athena,
proven it
who is
before.
going to be the representative of discursive.
Then he reappeared somehow
consciousness,
magically.
we'll be talking about next, the kind of discernment and
You know
prudence
that, guys?
of the rational
People forget
mind.
how many times
And this
it's
is
gone through
something
this
that
one.
comes into the story later on as well. So
And every time
in
we get
any
him back,
case,
it feels like a
Clytemnestra and
fucking miracle.
Agamemnon here are kind of like the human representatives of
Like when I make the
these
wind blow.
forces.
But more intense.
Agamemnon, when he sacrifices Iphigenia, he's choosing his destiny, choosing
That I
his
do all the time,
stellar
too. That's how I know I'm not fucking crazy.
self-ideal over
Remember
his
going outside the
family
other day
in the most
and pointing at every
dramatic,
tree before it started
literal
guessing.
way
Like, boom,
imaginable.
boom,
And
boom,
now
boom.
Clytemnestra,
Synchronicity
plotting
master,
to
right?
murder Agamemnon, is kind
So I
of
know I'm not
serving
fucking
as
nuts.
the revenge of Artemis against
Because if you can
Apollo.
do that,
So then
you're not
we
fucking
have
crazy.
the actual murder of Agamemnon by
you can do legitimate
Clytemnestra.
magic
And
sometimes.
in this scene,
The legitimate magic.
Agamemnon is
Instantaneously
bathed in
sometimes.
a bathtub. And Clytemnestra binds him with a cloth and then stabs
Right?
him to death.
I know I'm
Okay,
fucking
and this
nuts.
is really, really interesting because to
Now I gotta
me,
go through a really big trial.
symbolically, this
I have to go
appears
knock
to
on
be
doors and
a
apologize.
very clear
I
kind
do
of
not like doing
inversion
apologizing.
of
No, I don't
the
mind
story
apologizing.
we see in the Enigma
People don't want to
Idols
see me.
with the murder
Dude, fuck you
of
that.
Tiamat
It's one of the 12
by
steps.
Marduk.
It's for me.
Right,
It's
so
for you guys.
Marduk binds Tiamat, the great sea dragon, god of chaos, with
Who's my
a
sponsor?
fishing
Garfield.
net, which is representative of the celestial
Goddess.
realm, the
God's my sponsor.
tapestry of the heavens, right?
Jesus Christ
The
sponsored me.
order by which humanity subdues the vital primality
Yeah,
of
wait till he gets
nature,
33.
and then murders Tiamat
Wait till he's died that
with
many
a
times.
spear, which is of course a very phallic kind of symbol.
The
But
spear,
with the murder of
the guard.
Agamemnon, it's cloth which is
He's the
used
tip of the
to
spear guard for
bind
this.
Agamemnon, and as we'll see
Because
later on,
came home last
this,
night,
this
which shows you how
motif of
fucking smart
cloth
the cat is.
is very much symbolic of the
Because
world of
any
Artemis,
cat
the
that
world
was
of the
wild
feminine,
before,
the world of
it's
the
been tied up for
lunar.
how long now? Weeks?
Agamemnon is also
Months, maybe?
in water
Got
in the
away,
same way that
came right
Tiamat
home,
is kind of a
despite his
sea
dad
serpent,
freaking out about
right?
it.
And
a way
then
that would
she
kind of scare
uses
most cats away for a little
Clytemnestra,
bit
she
longer.
uses a knife
Garfield heard
to
it and came home
murder
anyways.
Agamemnon rather than a spear.
Proven himself as a fucking genius,
And
huh?
so to me, this seems to be kind of an inversion. This is kind of
I know you're
the
that smart, Garfield.
revenge
I know sometimes
of
you're not.
feminine
That's
against
people.
the
That's what people
masculine
are.
in a way. It's an inversion
That's more
of
crazy.
Tiamat and Marduk. So the next pivotal scene, symbolically
The
speaking,
little people, you do not have to be scared of.
later
They're
when
just excited.
Electra, Agamemnon's
So we're gonna go try
daughter,
again with the kids
is
tomorrow.
visiting his grave to perform a
My
kind of
nieces and
libation
nephews,
ritual.
they're at the
In
park.
this scene, she encounters Orestes.
Yeah, that's what those kids were.
her
My
brother.
nieces and nephews.
But these two are evidently estranged from one another. They have not seen each other in a very long time. They do not immediately recognize
Blood related,
each
doesn't
other.
matter.
And the recognition here
That's what those kids
occurs
were. All
when
all-
Orestes presents Electra with a piece of cloth.
So that felt good.
And she
That felt really good.
recognizes it
My
as
friends
something
remember
that she
me still.
wove for
They're just
them
busy.
during their childhood. And so this might be something that is kind of difficult for us to understand in the modern world because
But I
we
can't go
live
live
in a world in which textiles are produced by
maybe I
machines
could work
that
that
all
one out.
look the
Especially if I
same,
told some
but in
people
the ancient
that
world,
I know some shit.
cloth was woven by human hands. It's perfectly reasonable to
Some
think that a
setups that were
person
going
might be
on.
able
I do know it.
to recognize
By a couple
a
of them.
piece of cloth
Because of
as
their
the
ethnicities.
work of a particular artisan.
So maybe I went there and told them, hey guys,
So, of course, this further
I know what you
illustrates the
thought.
symbolic
Because someone
import
did.
of cloth, and it reinforces this overall notion that this entire
Dr. Shop's
narrative is this kind of blood feud between the stellar soul and the lunar soul.
I went there, hey guys, check it out.
Apollo and Artemis.
But I know.
And so I'm not going to go over the entirety of the
Probably
rest of the narrative. This is a long video already, and we've got a lot of ground to
Because
cover. The channel Essential
I want to bring
Tips
it around every day.
has a really good
Never is.
video
Yeah.
covering the entire trilogy, and
What do
so
I do
you guys
about
can
that?
check that out. But in any case, the ultimate climax, not to give away the punchline, but the ultimate climax of this narrative is going to
Just get it shaken
be
now.
the intervention
You
of
better fucking
Athena.
be.
Athena is going to come in and through
Well,
her
good thing. Good old Mount Shasta
juridical
Mysteries.
discernment, juridical prudence, she is going
Check it out.
to mediate between
She can
the
reinstantiate
stellar
people.
and the lunar and give a kind of
Mount
resonance
Shasta
to the
kid,
story.
and I know
So
it.
that
No,
then
bring people
is
back from the dead.
discursive
Mount Shasta
structure.
kid.
That is
And I know
the
it.
rationality, which is ultimately going to come into
Is
play.
it me doing
to,
it? Not really. I think it's her
resolve
doing it.
the tension
Mostly.
between the
I mean, I
stellar
could do it through
and
her.
the lunar. As
But
we
she's
saw
that fucking
previously
powerful.
in the works of Julian James,
Not
we also
Shasta
find
is.
within this time period numerous lamentations that the voices of the
And I
gods have
fucking know it.
begun to fall
Don't we know it
silent.
now?
Within the Paleolithic,
Oh, you want to
Neolithic,
turn up a back? Here.
Chalcolithic, and early Bronze
Hear
Age,
that.
human consciousness has experienced its own inner voices
Hear
as the voices of
Hear
the
that.
ancestors and later as the voices of the gods. We did not yet experience thought as something which was produced by the internal agency of an individual self. In
3,
fact, we
5,
don't
4.
even find the notion of thought as a concept distinct from spoken language until the late Bronze Age. We can see the beginnings of truly abstract cognition in the transition from ancestor worship to deity worship. Within truly magical consciousness and the transitional consciousness of the Neolithic period, the inner voices are the voices of particular human beings.
Didn't break my hand.
Ancestral spirits,
That's a miracle
which
in
are
itself.
identical to specific flesh and blood human beings who
What's that?
actually live. Later, these voices come to be blended together in dysonymous archetypal complexes. Or to call a spade,
I'm concerned about an eruption. Actually, I
as
kind
human
of
thought developed a greater capacity for
concerned about a
abstraction,
volcanic
their
event.
thought forms within us
Decently
become ever
concerned.
more abstract themselves, ever more
Because
universal.
it wouldn't just be a volcanic event.
The notion of abstraction is
No, not Shasta, most likely
significant within this
by the
narrative.
quote-unquote
This
big
is
one.
something we should
which
look
is
at
coming.
closely. Consider these
You know the big one they talk about off the coast? That is
images that
coming.
have been created through
I
merging
promise.
many dozens, hundreds,
People
or
said it before.
thousands of photographs.
For me, it's like a
In
doomsday
this
prediction.
process,
It's fucking coming.
commonalities come to be emphasized while
Every time someone tries to, I'm like, oh, come closer.
the end result is a kind of archetype, an
I know it.
abstraction which encompasses a vast range of particulars,
I know
but
it.
which is in itself a universal or conceptual
Have I sped it up? Maybe I
one
have.
which cannot be identified with a particular
My bad.
instance.
Let them do that so much
By
anymore.
understanding abstraction as a kind of composition
Well, a lot of what I'm doing when I do that
essence of
consciously now.
particulars,
I'm trying to
we
direct
begin to
magma
understand that the emergence of
to the next
deity
volcano.
worship from ancestor worship
Yellowstone.
coincided with an increasing capacity for abstraction. We can
Much
imagine
larger
that the
caldera.
voices of the ancestors came to be synthesized and
Which is
distilled
gonna go
into something
whether I
akin
like
to
it or not.
composite images, abstract
Yellowstone.
conceptual entities within which the
And the
unique
earthquake off the coast.
characteristics of particulars came to be dissolved
Give me
into
back to
the
back.
more universal
An event like
features
that,
of
trigger an event like that,
archetypes.
trigger an event like that.
Our concern was no
Especially
longer
with climate
exclusively
change being
upon
very real.
individual persons who assumed the roles of
Very real.
father, warrior, or
And somewhat
priest,
man-made on
but
purpose.
now also
Yeah,
with
believe
the
it or not.
archetypal
Go big.
father, archetypal warrior.
That's why they tried to
and
suppress it for a long
archetypal
time.
priest.
We did the oil
This
companies,
process
guys.
of
Every time you're like, nah,
noetic
that shit ain't real.
distillation
You
would
were
result
listening to
in
the
the
fuck oil company.
generation of composite entities,
Because what they did.
which quite literally
They dig up
guided the
living beings.
development of
Yep,
human
oil is.
civilization from
It actually turns
within.
out the oil's having a good time.
Here
Bro.
we need to begin looking at these developments
They're all
in a
good, like, oh, we're
broader
still
and metaphysical manner in
We
order
dig
to
them up and it's
understand
painful.
exactly why and how these distinct structures of
That's what they
consciousness
told me.
came to
So they
emerge
don't like
from
it.
one another. The
Getting
human
dug up,
ego is a form of
extracted,
agency which
mountains,
directs and controls
oil.
processes which are within its horizon of awareness. Consider the process of learning a new skill like riding a bike, for example. At first, almost
Certain
every
minds are
motion
okay.
of the body must be consciously
So, like
directed
that mountain
by
over there,
the ego.
where the
We don't
where the,
yet know exactly
landfill
what
is.
to do, and so we must consciously feel our way
Sacrilege.
forward, making mistakes
Because of what's
as
on
we
those
go
fucking hills
and
over there. I
internalizing
promise.
behaviors
I've seen
that
it.
are actually successful. But
I wanna
as
go find
we
it again now
progress
that
in
it's
learning
clear
this
enough to go
ability,
find
these motions come to be second nature. We don't know exactly how to ride a bike every time we attempt to do so. These
Believing you
processes
don't
become
die
a
no
part
matter
of
what.
our muscle memory as the
Huh.
behaviors sink beneath egoic
No, that's
awareness
hypnosis.
and into the subconscious processes of the body, which are
Even though
able
I
to
kinda know it's
operate
true.
autonomously without the
different fucking
direct
ways, kinda.
intervention of the ego. The subconscious mind and the human body
All right.
are composed
So,
of such solidified
that's clear thinking.
habits. The corporeal
That's clear
realm
thinking. My head's
itself
completely
is
clear.
one of solidified thought.
No, exactly. It sucks.
As previously noted, the mythical structure of awareness
Gus.
is characterized by polarity.
I'm not fucking
The
crazy.
syzygy of
And I wish
opposition,
I
which
fucking was.
depends upon the underlying magical structure
3,
and
5,
its
8.
defining
Synchronicity again,
principles
Garfield.
of
What's 3
unity,
plus 5?
interdependence,
8.
and resonance. As the mythical structure came to develop, the magical structure beneath it came to
I love
solidify,
you.
thus becoming incorporated into the
I wanna learn
subconscious
math.
realm of habit and thus
Not
falling
really.
beneath the
It's hard,
horizon
but
of
not really
egoic
hard. How
awareness.
should it count to 3 today?
As this occurred, the mythical self came to lose its
Let me back
direct
to that.
connection
Let me
with
back to
the magical structure. The lunar soul, which is necessarily interwoven with the magical structure, came to be subordinated to the stellar soul, thus resulting in the acuity of self-alienation, which would become the innermost engine of the axial age. Simultaneously,
we went on a walk around Mount Shasta yesterday.
Mythical polarity itself came to be destabilized by this loss of connection with magical unity.
You need to call me or
Without
back
magical awareness, the human ego could no longer properly recognize the unity of opposites, which lay at the core of the mythical structure. This union of opposition had already come to be deeply wounded by the collective birth trauma, which divided the Paleolithic and Neolithic epochs. As we saw previously in the Enuma Elish and other myths, celestial order and primal chaos were not necessarily seen as complementary equivalents, as humanity had come to perceive the primal vitality of nature as a hostile threat to its very existence. We had been primed by this collective trauma to begin perceiving chaos as the mere negation of order. Darkness as the mere absence of light, and
2 people died the other day
deterioration
looking
of the
for Bigfoot.
transcendent. The union of
Actually, on
human
Christmas,
and
the day I
nature,
fucking
interior and exterior,
and I know
have been transformed into a paradoxical enemy of selfhood and otherness.
When you know something
From its
happened to
very
you,
birth,
and you
the
don't
mythical
believe it.
structure had already contained within itself the
Now, that's one of the
seeds
cooler
of its
things. The other thing
eventual
was really fucked up.
self-destruction. Here we encounter one of the most central notions
what?
within the
He's back.
ever-present origin. The distinction
That's all that
of
really matters.
efficiency
And now I'm like,
and
okay,
deficiency.
embarrassed still.
According to
Always
Gebser,
embarrassment
an
on my part,
efficient
always.
structure of consciousness is one which is
No, always
able
a lot
to
of
properly
embarrassment.
integrate
Every time
the
you can hear my
human
voice.
self with the world it inhabits and with the structures of consciousness which underpin it. As a structure of consciousness,
My least favorite
becomes
emotion, honestly,
deficient,
embarrassment.
it is no longer able to achieve such integration.
Except for loss.
This results in an inner
Everyone understands that, right?
contradiction between
Loss
self
and
and
embarrassment.
world and
About as
between
bad
the
as it gets.
distinct
Shame.
aspects of the human being. This inner friction
My life.
results in the destabilization of human.
Oh, and pain. And abandonment.
Culture and the human individual, but this friction will also
Totally
serve
abandoned?
as
No,
an
still got a house.
engine which will bring forth the
Because I prayed
subsequent
to God.
structure of consciousness.
And she said,
Over the
you know what I
course
mean?
of the
Like the
axial
Father,
age, this is exactly what we find.
over the
As the
Son.
concretion of the magical structure and the collective trauma of the deluge
Sorry,
came
Dad.
to transform the mythical epoch, mythical polarity itself.
Oh, I do
was
feel
going to
really
be
bad for him.
transmuted into a new
But
form
not that
of
bad.
dimensionality. As we
Because
saw previously, the trajectory thus far
he
has
told me
taken us from the zero-dimensional oneness of the
that this was
archaic
bullshit.
to the monopolar unity of
On
the
medical
magical,
records.
and finally the
Said none of these don't exist. Yeah,
dipolarity
they do.
of the
Read it.
mythical. With the twilight of the mythical epoch, we will now see the advent of triality.
Been saying that for
This
years now.
mutually balanced
There they are.
complementarity of
Check
the
'em out.
mythical epoch would be severed apart into the mutual negation of thesis and antithesis, order or chaos, truth or
Well, I don't get a job, so I die at the job
being
site.
or nothingness, presence or
When I
absence.
could.
This negativity would then allow the human mind to begin exerting a power of active discernment in
Have
a
you
way
heard
that
health
had
to the point,
previously
right?
not been possible. By bringing propositions into relation with one another, the human mind could then
But maybe not
derive
anymore.
conclusions through
Because
the
it should have already
process
killed me.
of negation.
I know it.
This then gives us the basic structure of classical logic.
No, remember I told him about
Two
it.
premises
Like, guys,
and a conclusion
I
which
fucking know that
together
shit.
form the fundamental triad of what
Yeah, I can
Gebser
feel
terms the
wetness
mental structure
in my
of
skull.
consciousness. Here I'm going to
feel it
diverge
moving
from
around.
Gebser somewhat, as I think that the
Feel it
term
spreading. I'm like, oh,
mental here is extremely vague, and
I'm gonna
instead I
die.
will be referring to this post-mythical
But I don't die,
consciousness
I know it.
as the discursive structure, for reasons
Big
which will be
mistake on my part.
elaborated shortly.
Not
Through
reporting that
this
rap right
newfound
away.
power of
I don't know why I
logical
did.
inference
Hypnosis,
and
I guess.
discernment, the human ego is
At
now
that
able
point,
to
I was concerned that
experience
they were
a
gonna
form of intellectual
weak
agency,
links.
which
And
then
the sheriff too, kind
facilitated the
How they came
internalization
to my house
of the
acting
inner
sometimes.
voice. The complexes or spiritual entities which had previously been identified as external gods
No,
were
aggressively.
now felt to be parts of our own
Or
selves.
nonchalantly.
We
I'm
came to
reporting
feel that the
serious crime.
dialogue within our own minds was actually produced by our own egos, as the ego was now able to actively engage in
And
the process of
how they act
deriving
towards me
thoughts
on
from
Christmas
one
Day.
another and from sensory
Day, someone
experiences
shot
through
in the woods.
inference.
And I know it.
We find one of the clearest and most developed examples of this within the Socratic dialogue.
I remember them shooting me.
Within
No,
this
I remember the
narrative,
red dot.
Socrates goes
And then I
about
remember
asking
teleporting.
questions of his
I remember
interlocutors
teleporting
in an
really?
effort
No,
to
it
bring
was
them
dark.
to conclusions
I
through
remember
the
just being
dialectical
way higher than I
movement
should have
of
been.
their own thought.
On the mountain.
Questions result
that
in
guy.
answers, which then result in subsequent questions. Propositions are brought into conflict with one another, and conclusions are decisions which must be made as an interlocutor is
Fort
faced with
Bridgman.
contradictory
Hey, let's do it.
alternatives which demand a resolution. In the Socratic dialogues, we see this process in action as Socrates' interlocutors begin
So
to
we hunt for
exercise a novel form of intellectual
No, we're asking
agency,
Bigfoot.
simply
It's a
through
$1,000
grappling with
fine.
this methodical
Certain
question.
counties.
Thus, we can see the process by which this
Not this one, but it
emerging
should be.
discursive consciousness would come to internalize the inner dialogue as the human
No, they're
mind
fucking real,
can
and I know it.
experience this dialogue as
I know that sounds more
within
crazy
the
now,
ego's
but I know it,
domain
dude.
of agency.
That's the crazy part about the
Agency is
story.
directly related to the sense of
Is
division
that I'm set up
between
my whole life
internality
to be
and
seen as a crazy man.
externality.
So when I
And we
start
can make
waking
this
up
connection
for real,
clearer by
start seeing
using
crazy
other
shit in the woods,
examples.
no one's gonna
Most
believe it.
human beings do not experience
Even
themselves
though
to
even
have
if-
any sense of
probably
voluntary
should be
control
similar.
over their own hearts. We experience our hearts as inside our bodies, but we
Like my
certainly
brother
do not
says,
feel our
my crazy brother,
egos
quote
to
unquote,
be beating
tells me,
our own hearts
dude,
through an
I
exercise
saw my wall
of
melt away and an
agency.
angel appeared to me the other
The
day.
heart and other
I know he did.
internal
I
organs
see it all the
must
time.
reside in
I
a
am.
liminal realm, which is not internal
I see God right
to
here.
the ego,
God right
but
there.
is
God is
not
right here.
an
God here.
otherness
God is
either.
here. God is here. God here.
Nonetheless,
God is here.
human beings can
Bunch of
in
little
fact
people.
learn to
God's
control
standing
their
on
own
the window.
heart rates through
One in the
conscious
bedroom.
volition. And many
Right over there.
professional
Right over there. One's
athletes
the door.
learn to do this through biofeedback training or similar
exactly.
meditative exercise.
Like the mountain you want to see?
Through this
The God.
process, one's
Goddess.
heart
The
rate,
God on top.
previously experienced as completely outside
Goddess
of the
too.
ego, comes to be internalized, at least
Stand away from
socially.
me. Get this stuff.
And we see a very similar process of internalization at work within the development of the discursive structure of subjectivity. I've designated the structure discursive as it is within this structure that the human
Who's heard
ego
George's
comes
bell
to
recently? I started hearing it
experience
again.
itself as
George's bell.
being this internal discourse.
Cat bell in the wind
We
sometimes.
see the
guys.
exact same process at work in a more abstract
That's my other
manner
cat that
within
died.
Pythagorean
And I
and
know it.
Euclidean mathematical mysticism, in which the eternal truths
Sorry.
of geometry, music, and
I was trying to
numerology
figure out
are
yesterday.
revealed through an equivalent process
I heard
of
someone say, dude.
dialectical inference. The exclusion
My bad.
of contradiction is
I understand.
absolutely fundamental to this model of thinking. If a contradiction is allowed within a logical system of thought, then a proposition and its negation can be
407
regarded
Garfield.
as true within any
voice really carry like that?
syllogistic inference. And by extension, this
Someone
would
said it did.
allow one to
They were
prove any statement and
I'm
its
not yelling at you.
negation. The entire system of triadic thinking would implode upon itself if a contradiction were allowed. As with
Should I
every
whisper
step in
instead?
this narrative, the emergence of discursivity would result in an amplification of both individual agency and
No,
ego
it fucking speaks.
alienation.
And I know it.
Within Plato's Apology, Socrates comes to be
You are
seen
too
as
hard.
a threat by the prevailing oligarchs
kiss.
of Athens, who, quite rightly, see Socratic philosophy as a threat to the social order of the Athenian life.
You know swapping spit?
The intellectual
Makes you wish-
liberation
give you way
offered
more
by
powerful good
Socrates
system.
was one which respected no boundaries of social hierarchy. Socrates boasted that his questioning
Round
could
lips.
lead even
My
a
cat.
slave
Fuck.
to the realization
My son.
of fundamental truths. Socratic philosophy implied that the individual human intellect could discern for itself
not that kind of
the
cat liver,
ultimate truths of the cosmos.
That kind of cat liver.
And this intellectual liberation
Wait.
would therefore obviate the need for the
Sorry, a lot of
transcendental realm to
accusations
be
on my way.
mediated by a
pretty nasty.
clerical
I'll
hierarchy.
put them back.
Socrates was put to trial for being a threat
Even
to
though
the
shit down.
Athenian religion, and in a sense, this was indeed the case. Within the mythical and magical epochs, the divine truths of spiritual traditions were not derived or created by individual human beings at all. Although Homer and Hesiod are known for their literary renditions of epic poems, these writers were not creators in the modern sense we use to describe novelists or artists. The epic poems of ancient Greece, much like all other spiritual narratives of the mythical age, were not created by any individual authors. These stories and the cosmologies conveyed by them were created through the gradualistic processes of cultural evolution, processes which occur in a purely transpersonal rather than individualistic manner. As such, the notion that individual human intellects could discern fundamental truths through the exercise of their own voluntary agency was immensely radical and immensely threatening to establish culture forms and social hierarchies which were codependent with them.
Through the activity of their
During the
individual
3rd century
agency.
BC, the Chinese Emperor Qin Shi Huang ordered the burning of any books produced by the 100 schools of thought.
At one point,
Huang is even said to have ordered that scholars who he regarded as politically dangerous were to be buried alive. Within the discursive mode of awareness, the dualism of appearance and reality comes to prominence, in conjunction with the agency of discernment between truth and falsehood. Of course, even in mythical and magical awareness, we do find a conception of truth and falsehood in the more mundane sense of honesty and dishonesty, accuracy and inaccuracy. But it is in discursive thought that we find the first intimations of the notion that the truth of reality itself is something that is somehow concealed behind the appearances which we encounter through our sensory faculties. Mythical consciousness can certainly distinguish between true and false statements, but this veracity is something which is simply either visible or concealed. Intellectual agency has very little role to perform in actively disclosing truth in contrast to mere appearance within mythical consciousness. With discursivity, however, the human ego becomes an active agent which must utilize its powers of discernment to disclose truth. Just as the duality of thesis and antithesis is actually a triadic structure which includes the synthesis of the former two, we likewise see a corresponding triality in the dualism of appearance and truth. The human ego itself becomes the third element, which must mediate between appearances and truths. In order to fully understand the significance of this duality, we need to understand how it manifested in different ways between the Western and Asiatic worlds.
How do I do that?
To understand this difference in cultural morphogenesis, we need to rewind our story somewhat and begin looking at the ways in which East and West came to diverge during the birth of the mythical epoch. Recall again that the mythical soul becomes polarized between stellar and lunar aspects in the same manner that the mythical world becomes polarized between celestial and terrestrial realms. When we begin to examine the most general distinctions between Eastern and Western cultures, what we find is a very prominent difference in prioritization of stellar and lunar principles.
What I do.
During the Age of Sail, the Chinese Empire would only accept silver as payment from Spanish and Portuguese merchants. Silver is regarded as a material embodiment of the lunar principle in much the same way that gold is regarded as an embodiment of the solar. Silver is, much like the moon, highly reflective due to its own lack of coloration and texture. Silver also has many very real medicinal properties which are associated with the notion of lunar purity. The Taijitu symbol itself connotates the phases of the moon, and even unto the present day, the Chinese utilize a lunar calendar. Within China, as well as India and other East Asian cultures, morality itself is generally understood in terms of societal duty and familial obligations. One sense of moral righteousness is understood almost exclusively in terms of one's accordance with interpersonal expectations. One's morality, in other words, essentially is one's
absolutely not meant it every time.
The Western sense of morality, in contrast, has always been significantly more individualistic and individualist.
Responsibilities.
Within texts as early as the Epic of Gilgamesh, we see a distinctly Western emphasis on the stellar sense of individual personhood as a source of moral power. The Western sense of morality orients itself much more towards transcendental ideals, which are seen as independent from or even in stark contrast with one's familial and social duties. Within the book of Matthew, Jesus states, quote, "Anyone who loves their son or daughter more than me is not worthy of me." This might seem like a rather callous statement, but the point here is that the underlying ethos of Christianity aspires towards transcendental ideals which can and will come into conflict with one's social and familial expectations.
I understand
the order of the cosmic logos, in other words, is not necessarily equivalent to the forms of societal or natural order which we find in the manifest world. Social order is definitively not an end in and of itself within such metaphysics. Conversely, the Chinese notion of the mandate of heaven makes no such distinction. The order of social conformity simply is divine goodness, and
how can we make people not take them seriously? Well, already have
breakdown of that order. The right to rule is thus directly contingent upon order itself as the celestial ideal.
Already proven out the wrong fucking packet right there.
Evil social order, except for one that is not able
half you fucking liars.
The breakdown of order into a chaotic.
We're like, oh, he's full of shit. Nope. Check it out.
To its lunar emphasis,
thick,
there is,
not that thick.
Sense, much less distance between
all evidence,
the ideal and the real within Eastern forms of
my medical records.
And this directly correlates with a much more ambivalent attitude towards the stellar
Good start.
soul, a modality of self-identity which, as we saw previously, is a kind of individualistic
Dad, throw me that rat. Bad idea. If I had a camera, I'd have taken a picture, but I did not. I should have just brought it over here instead of leaving it right there and put it on the camera. Fuck. Oh, well. What other evidence do I have? What's in that water bottle? That's a concern of mine, too. It tastes funny. What about that pear I got? That's clearly poison. No, a can. It was closed. I opened it up, and it was black all the way through. Is that evidence? Maybe not. The pictures my dad took? Yeah, that is evidence. He's trying to use his evidence against me. It's not. And I know it. Honestly, that's packets enough to say that. But I know it was more than that. I know people contributed. Who they were, I don't know yet. Were these people over here? No, they weren't. No, they weren't. Are some people over here involved? Yeah. Unfortunately, they are. In ways they don't understand? Likely. Did they come nuts too? Of course they did. No, of course they did. Right? So, sleeping, sleeping, sleeping. Awake, awake, sleeping. Was sleeping. My bad. I figure out who all my neighbors are. You know, I figured out who a lot of people are. Landglide. That's how I know who a lot of people are. Landglide. Wondering, how does he know my name? Landglide. Nope, it says it right there. That's being an investigator. You investigators do? A lot of accusations. When they know that there's a bigger fucking prize. Than just being wrong and getting embarrassed. Maybe a lawsuit. That I'll win. Likely. Preponderance of the evidence. Beyond a reasonable doubt, no. Preponderance of the evidence, yeah, I'd win. Beyond a reasonable doubt, I'd probably win too. Because of that packet, at least. medical records.
In the 14th century BC, we see this stellar emphasis manifested in
It's a big fucking deal. For me, it is.
in which the pharaoh Akhenaten attempted to reform the Kemetic religion such that Aten, a deity identified with the disk of the sun, would be regarded as the highest god and saint.
But from now on, even bigger deal. Take my health very seriously now. I'm Medi-Cal. I can afford through Medi-Cal, basically. Go to the doctor like once a week. Get checked on every little thing. I know my brain is a big problem, which is hard when you're like this. And you think with your heart mostly, which isn't always the smartest thing to think with. But it works. Someone over in that direction is. Someone over in that direction is. And someone in that direction is. It's a big Y. I think it's an X, actually. Are they right around me? Doubtfully. Even if some weird synchronicities that I will report. Already have. Technically. If you're not guilty, you shouldn't have a problem with it. That's fair, right? Yeah, I'm just wondering how I'm going to figure this out, Sid. I'm tired of being a Satan out my window, basically. That's how it feels when I get things wrong. I feel like I'm being Satan, basically. Your conception of him, at least. Should have challenged the motherfucker. Oh, I did too. Man, these prophets, these Buddhas, these messiahs can be tricksters. But they know that I'm right. Of course they can be, guys. No, they hold you in the end. They hold you when it's tough, except when it's too tough that they can't. Because they're people too. They can't just take the pain away. I wish they could. They can a little bit. If you didn't have them, it'd be a lot worse. But what do you want them to do? Step in for you? They got a lot of work to do. No, it sucks.
Many would find themselves upon shores which would prevent further pursuit as the sun continued into the mysterious world which lay beyond the Atlantic.
Mm-hmm.
This archetypal scene of pursuing the sun westward.
Keep calling. My neurologist already called me back. I missed the phone call. No, they called me back after hours too. I'm like, oh, cool. Should have answered it. I was looking for Garfield.
Mansa Musa, one of the most significant rulers of the Mali.
Call him back. 8 o'clock. 4:22.
Had become obsessively fixated upon the possibility of finding the furthest limits of the Atlantic Ocean and what lay beyond them. Mansa Muhammad equipped a fleet of ships and set out on his voyage, never to return, thus leaving Mansa Musa as the de facto ruler of the Mali Empire. This voyage is believed to have occurred around the year 1312, almost 2 centuries before the voyage of Christopher
So what do I do now?
Columbus.
Because they're trying to embarrass me outside.
This fixation on
Feels
following
like.
the sun westward would later be embodied by the European exploratory impulse, which manifested during the Age of Sail. Later still, this impulse would become the notion of manifest destiny within the expansionist.
But if I ever care that much, I care now.
Because
I can read you now, like I couldn't before. And it's uncomfortable as fuck. Now, certain houses walking by are really uncomfortable.
As mythical awareness gave way to discursive
Like going to the park now.
during the late Iron
Extremely
Age,
uncomfortable.
classical antiquity periods,
Where you can feel people's ire like a fucking blanket of thorns.
Distinctly Eastern and Western forms of discursive awareness.
When eyes on you, it's like a laser beam.
Which were
when people listening to you feels like they're sucking your soul out.
The dualism of appearance and reality would manifest as a distinction
When they judge you like that.
Form and immanent formlessness. Within Platonic metaphysics, the being of an entity was understood to be the form which gave the entity definition and which delineated.
A lot of you atheists, especially, feel like psychic parasites to God.
Without the definition, which
they're like, fuck, they don't even believe in me.
Entities would simply dissolve into an undifferentiated.
To me, almost sometimes.
Nothing.
When I know who I'm working with. And you guys are like, oh, he's a villain.
Platonic thought regarded the transcendental realm of pure being as
so next step,
perfection. Entities and the
get catalysts involved again. MRI on my back, mostly. Brain too. CAT scans are almost a joke when you have MS.
Of this is found within the writings of Plotinus.
Don't so shit really. Except that your brain changes shape.
In
cool.
his examinations, Plotinus
everyone's does.
The conclusion that the materiality of an entity is in fact the darkness which is embodied within it.
But mine hasn't shrunk.
Plotinus tells us that everything matter tells us,
which it should have by now,
and that everything that it appears to be, it is not. While forms themselves allegedly are fully transparent to the mind, matter always withdraws from us. It conceals within
425, missed it by a minute, Garfield. That's a pizza temperature.
Apprehension of matter is never fully exhausted in the same way that our apprehension of pure form is thought to be. Within matter, there is an inextricable uncertainty and indeterminacy which resists being fully illuminated and captured by our cognition. Martin Heidegger would refer to this as concealment. The shadow is necessary.
No, it's a psychic maze. I could tell.
Cast upon embodied entities. In modern times, physical science would encounter paradox.
It's more than just you guys that I'm worried about. Barely even worried about you guys, although I am quite a bit because you're the ground players.
Materiality is an intractable liquid.
But the ground actors should know that they're more disposable than I am.
The formless form of apparentness itself, which facilitates the descent of eternal forms.
Why? Because the satellites are always watching certain things. Okay, guys, have you seen me control the weather? I bet they have just enough. A few times. Did you see me teleport? I bet they did. The satellite did. It's a volcano. I'm sure there's thermal imaging from some direction that we can find. That would be interesting. Who pulled that gun on me? I don't know.
The monad is, in other words, the form.
They use the red dot too, which tells me that they're not that rich. Who can't afford a red dot? I even can't. Almost.
The breakdown of difference, therefore, was not.
So were they pranking me? I doubt it. Why? Because I snitched on them about their attempted insurance fraud. I made a big deal about it already. There's a big bundle out there, ready to be struck by lightning, sitting right over a pile of metal. And ever since then, been on the spot. How much money that'd be worth? Millions. Maybe more. Millions at least, yeah. Have to kill someone over. Some people do it for a few $100.
For example, tells us that, quote, form
depending who they were.
And emptiness is form. In other words, the qualities which differentiate entities within the manifest world are all, in fact, instances of dependent arising, which emerge from the independent, pure being of formless oneness. All forms are, therefore,
they're zombies.
Mere appearances which arise.
I know some people are. To me, straight up, seemingly non-player characters.
The discursive dualism,
because they just don't think that far.
Reality which we find in the East is the mirror image of that which we find in the West. And this divergence speaks to a deeper divergence.
And the difference between now and back in the day
and by extension, the origins of
is young people nowadays think more
due to this divergence
than older people a lot of the time.
Would emerge from
Why? Television mostly.
Far more lunar in its composition.
We just get so glued to the motherfuckers
Underpinnings the Eastern modality of
that we just don't sit there and think about shit anymore.
The conditions for its own neutralization, as we have already begun to see.
You know, back in the day, as you got older, you think more and more about the bigger picture. Now we think more and more about the picture in front of us
Individualized over time.
on the screen.
The sense of individual identity becomes more acute. So too does the sense of
And we point to the kids.
alienation from the world.
But we're the ones who let them stay inside.
Spiritual revolutions of the axial age were themselves attempts to contend with this increasing sense of.
But it's a dangerous world.
As the tension
It's a tough one,
of
huh?
alienation increases, so too does its potential energy. As the need to resolve this tension comes to bring forth cultural, spiritual, and socio-political metamorphosis. In other words, this increasing individual.
Would I let my kids run around here by themselves? No, probably not. Probably not.
Spiritual and cultural transformation, and by extension, societal upheaval. But within
Even though I did.
the world, this potential threat to social stability was largely counteracted by the nature of Eastern consciousness itself. The lunar soul is in many ways much more formless than the stellar soul. Recall again the reflective nature of the lunar.
Some people are almost convinced the closer we get to Judgment Day, the more sins they can commit and get away with it. I'm like, no. That's when it's even worse.
The lunar soul is fundamentally relational. It is an image of self-identity which is defined through its reflection of one's familiar.
Why? A couple reasons. First is because, well, it's close to Judgment Day. That would be a good idea.
Mode of discursive consciousness, which construed the
Second reason
of appearance and reality in such a way
is
that
nowadays
reality was
these kind of morality has been
that is formless.
really, stuck on us. Christian morals.
Separation and differentiation that were understood to
We call it that for now.
appearance.
Religious morals.
Morality is the mirror.
Back in the day, we had them too.
Of the Western
It was a savage world.
of form as being and formlessness as non-being.
So some of these guys
Due to this understanding of formlessness as ultimate reality, the traditions of the
aren't getting the same punishment that you would for the same thing.
emerged in the East during the Axial Age were traditions which tended to be oriented specifically towards
Because the values they were raised with, the values you were raised with, technically.
The alienation and individualistic.
Despite what you may have seen.
Zen koans are an excellent illustration of this dynamic.
Oh, my Hellraisers out there.
Zen koans are brief
Thought that was a good idea.
questions or aphorisms which emphasize paradox and absurdism for the purpose of achieving kensho, the perception of one's own innermost being. Within Zen Buddhism, this innermost being is understood to be sunyata, a term meaning emptiness, vacuity, or voidancy. It is the underlying formlessness of one's being.
Some people make those movies kind of guilty, by my opinion. A little bit.
Undifferentiated
Music too.
Awareness, the empty sky. The Zen koans are able to facilitate
Not something to show your kids.
to one's inner formlessness through bringing about the break.
Could it be every now and then? Maybe. Right. 4, 3, 2.
The koans are
Reach them
intended
out.
to result in an eventual realization of the paradoxical and artificial nature
They're
of
impressionable.
discursive thought through the self-annihilation of discursive meaning.
And let them play these games where they're just killing people.
Example,
It numbs them.
kind
Really
of
does.
saying the same word over and over again until its meaning dissolves, and you are left with nothing more than a vocalization which seems alien and
Were there much movies where the good guy even just kills people at random?
discursive meaning, one achieves a sudden awakening to the inherent emptiness of thought itself. One dissociates from one's inner world of dialogue, and the discursive ego dissolves.
That's why superhero movies are cool, huh?
Through the veil of separation and into the universe.
We take them seriously.
Which underlies the sense of individual.
Which, according to some people, we almost should.
Looking to other forms of Eastern spirituality, we find much the same pattern reiterated in various ways. The ego is regarded as an illusion which must be overcome. And
What if there's really some dark story out there?
such as meditation,
Which I kind of know there is a few.
fasting, yoga, or ascetic self-isolation are intended to result in an eventual
Like Thanos.
from the
Where do you think Thanos came from?
This enlightenment then
Means
results in
death.
an awakening to the illusory nature
Rides a pale
of the
horse.
sense that one's subjective inner world is is entirely separate from the outer
You know what I mean?
world we inhabit. Through these spiritual practices, the acute existential alienation of discursive ego can be sublimated and thus neutralized. By extension, the individualism of discursivity can then be subordinated to forms of social
Because if that's
order,
real,
which, in
and that's real, and that's real
world,
too,
tend to achieve social cohesion through conformity.
I'm assuming
duty,
that all
and
these
the
people coming
mode of
forwards,
sacrifice. Through
all these
the
whistleblowers,
dynamics of self-neutralization,
are being
the
honest
mode
because they're risking their careers to
discursivity
do it,
achieve a kind
and their
of
lives too.
self-sustaining
And I know it.
equilibrium, and thereby prevent itself from entering into a period of transitional crisis.
Yeah,
For the
Garfield?
Western mode
What?
of discursivity, however,
They're getting annoyed with me again?
self-neutralization or
Well,
extinguishment
I'm
is
just trying to figure
much
this all out,
less
Garfield.
readily achieved due to the Western form of ontological dualism. As such, the alienation and individualism
What's the biggest thing to
of
figure out
Western discursivity would
right
remain
now?
an inextinguishable flame.
How to deal with my embarrassment, I think. But I shouldn't be embarrassed. I'm just letting people know my values and how big of a deal he is to me. That big of a deal.
The story of how and why Western awareness would come to radically diverge from the East and transition into the subsequent.
My cats have always been that to me. Otherwise, like I said, I'd be living on that hill. Or somewhere else. Maybe on the coast, actually. But you kept me around for a reason. I know it. No, she does that. We get here and we feel stuck. Start to understand why that happens.
If one asks Google, Wikipedia, or God forbid, Reddit about the differences between the Western and Chinese elemental frameworks, you will probably find an answer which reads something like this.
Magic. And more than that, and more than that, and unfortunately, more than that too. Where does our budget go? The U.S. budget. Where does it go? No, there's trillions unaccounted for every year. Where does it go? In people's pockets? What are they doing with it when it goes in their pockets? Property mostly. Good investments. What about the rest? Right before 9/11, they're investigating the Pentagon for missing $3 trillion back in 2001. Then 9/11 happened, and we forgot about it, seemingly. And then they had every reason to spend as much money as they wanted to and try and skew the budget even more. But it's still accounted for. A lot of it's not, even more than back then. But we don't talk about it. What we're talking about instead? Inflation. It's a big deal for the poor guy. It is. But why is it there? Because for people who don't have that kind of money, but have that kind of money. You know what I mean? Patents and property. Have I had patents stolen from me? I know that I have. A couple of them, at least. No, they're easy. Would it be hard to prove? Maybe. Do I care that much? No. Do I even believe in patents? Not really. And that's why I think.
As previously mentioned, the archaic structure is
because you have a patent and your family's making money off it for, a century afterwards. Instead of it going to the public domain, everyone get to use it. That's an issue. Is that true? Not exactly, but almost sometimes.
But it also signifies the cohesion which binds together pluralities into wholes that do not simply crumble apart or fragment. As such, this somatic principle is that which maintains the oneness of self and world within the archaic structure. It is the solid surface of the earth which maintains the boundary between the world with the living and the world with the dead, as well as the boundary between the archaic mother goddess and the world which is born out of her abyssal, inconceivable vastness. Not only is the somatic principle of boundedness that which synthesizes self.
But guess what, guys? Can't patent alien technology, which they've done, and you can't patent my biology, which I know has happened. Because I'm a special kind, a rare type of universal donor. Organically, you know. And my kidney's worth a lot of fucking money. And I know it. Especially when I'm clean and sober. Which are like, oh, get off tobacco. You're worth more money that way. Like, no.
Metaphysics has the notion of the anamaya, the physical body, which is said to be the outermost layer of the subtle sheaths which constitute the human organism. The magical structure is characterized by elements.
Maybe you go back on medications. I'm worth less money. Just gotta do the right ones, huh? Mo, I love you. Want a butt scratch? There you go. I love you. You're beautiful. No, you're beautiful. Beautiful.
This elemental water is much more than
handsome, of course. Beautiful, even more. Garfield, you're one of the most beautiful souls I've ever seen. Wanna know why? Because your story is even more incredible than... You have an incredible story, Garfield. You do. Statistically, you should not have made it. Especially with me as your dad. Statistically. Except for that it's me. Not just who I am statistically, according to you. It really offends my dad sometimes. I'm like, I don't care. I've sacrificed just as much for my cats. Almost, dude.
While the vital forces of elemental water animate both flora and fauna, it is the sentience of elemental air which differentiates animals from plants. Within the Western esoteric tradition, elemental air...
You want to cuddle again?
Astral realm, and experiencing itself as this astral...
Yeah, kind of. I know I got up an hour early. Went to bed an hour early too. 11 o'clock's a better bedtime. 5 hours a day? Pretty much, dude. Let's take a nap, which I do often.
Within endic metaphysics, we find this sentient principle as the monomaya kosha. The monomaya kosha is illustrated through the imagery of clouds, which are brought forth and driven away by the agency of the wind.
At least it's consistent. Too consistent for, you know what I mean?
It is within the mythical epoch of sentient selfhood that we encounter the first intimations of an individual.
And I'm a guy of routine. I thrive off routine. But this routine's getting old. But now I know I can go places with Garfield. But almost not now. I just gotta do it smart. Buckle you in, buddy. Big time. You're not gonna have to buckle very much lately. Or now.
The highest organizational stratum among the four classical elements.
He's like, that's okay, Dad. I'll figure it out. It's a long leash. It's easy to cut, though. If you're that far away from me. Won't happen again. Will not happen again. No, I'll make sure. No, I like to blame. But it was my fault. A lot of things are. In a way, most things are my fault, in a way. I remember that at the beginning. Like, if that's who I am, and what's not my fault?
artifacts. And as we saw in the previous episode, there is a intimate relationship between human capacity for artifice and human capacity for
Which is why I'm like, hey, like a fire at the end if you want. Sure. Let me get my job done first.
Aristotle identified elemental fire with the nous, the highest intellectual faculty of the human organism, and various Gnostic sources likewise identify fire with spiritual gnosis. Although the terms psyche and pneuma originally denoted elemental air, later writers of the early common era would begin regarding pneuma as a synthesis of both air and fire, and Gnostic philosophers would regard psyche as spiritualizes the material world through a kind of conflagration or incandescence. There is much more to say here.
What's that?
About the
Oh, you want some water?
and fire and the various
No, it's over here.
Okay,
over here.
Fire is the realm of thought. As figures such as Heraclitus and Zoroaster saw very clearly, the fires of Noesis are truly primordial, cosmogonic power.
There you go.
So while we have sketched out thus far,
Good boy.
we can now begin to see the more
Is that bugging you a little bit?
themes which are at
There you
work.
go. That's
The
smart.
reason why each structure of consciousness correlates with a distinct elemental principle is because each structure represents the internalization
There you were.
of a
You're on ways, George.
principle into the human.
George's like, damn, Garfield's smart, huh? Was I not that smart? I'm like, no, George. You were smart in many ways.
Another such strata is incorporated into the
Garfield's more cerebral, but not evil. Thinks his heart more, maybe. I don't know. Different kind of intelligence, maybe. Like me and another people.
Experiences which are the contents of living awareness. As such, organisms do not experience subjectivity as such, but rather a more rudimentary
Anyways.
awareness within which there is not yet any demarcation between subjective
What are we doing today?
reality and the
Oh, my doctor again.
experience, and therefore the sense of internal and external was somatic. There is only the experience of that which is
Nope.
internal or
Maybe a therapist.
to the
Maybe.
body and the
I
soul.
take my cat there,
remains
probably.
dormant.
Because they're
The
atheists.
ego is born as the human organism begins to experience itself as being the
And even when they're not, they act like it.
liquidous flows of vitality which weave together the tribal, collective
Not all of them,
ego,
but nowadays,
and
yeah.
interweave us with the natural
447, Garfield.
the magical ego feels itself to be the vital body or etheric body of the tribal extended.
Psychiatrists, even more so.
Within the mythical structure, we conceptually experience ourselves as the sentient body. Or
The best way to heal yourself is physical activity.
the principle of animate agents.
Being
wherein
moving around like I'm always doing in here.
determinations of the individual human ego. The sentient forces within the human organism are absorbed into the human ego and thus come to be experienced as emerging from within us,
Basically, always.
rather than being experienced as from the outside. Within discursive awareness, the human ego incorporates into itself the discursive intellect.
Oh, yeah,
What
yes.
the Greeks would have termed dianoia, or the passive intellect. Within the different worlds of language, symbols, and memories, a word is the body of a concept, and a concept is the spirit of a word. And the discursive ego is precisely a self-understanding in which the self is identified as being such a linguistic body. With the completion of the discursive ego, there is now nothing corporeal left for the ego to incorporate into itself. The somatic, vital, sentient, and finally mental
Yeah, he did.
bodies are now within the boundary between self and
The cat's smart.
world. All of the bodily organizational strata.
My big concern
absorbed, but as we shall
is that because he was tied up,
journey
he wouldn't want to come
very,
back.
Very far from being.
I knew he's smarter than that.
For now, however, I want us to begin looking at these patterns within
I knew it.
context of
He knows better.
individual human development.
He takes me very seriously. Garfield does.
Tells us that ontogeny
It's happened to him,
recapitulates
too.
ontology. In other words, that as an
Most of the things happen to me.
organism undergoes
It's happened to him in their own ways.
development, it
Garfield's like, Dad, I don't think I get shot either.
evolutionary developmental stages through which its form came to be. This phenomenon of ontogenetic
No, they try.
recapitulation is why we are not limited to
Like, I think they do.
history.
Is that what a BB gun sounds like, Dad?
In order to fill in the gaps. We can
Yes, it does,
watch
son.
this process of ego
Bang.
development occur with our own eyes, albeit in a much
What are you having for?
accelerated manner, by
Party whiz.
examining the psycho-spiritual development of individual human beings. Within the uterine embryonic state, we find the recapitulation of the archaic structure, a mode of consciousness in which there is not yet any separation between an internal world of selfhood and an external world of otherness. For the developing embryo, the world itself is the totality of both self and world.
See how crazy I go if I lose it?
Approximately the first 7 years
absolutely insane.
Development following birth, we find a recapitulation of the magical structure. The sense of
you know what I do if I lose, if I lost him?
As the child comes to identify
that thing, like I keep promising.
Its own vital physiological
did it again. I haven't done it in a long time.
The nascent ego is experienced as.
But I mean it. I meant it back then too.
Hunger and satiation, comfort and discomfort.
This life is not fun.
And coolness. In other words,
life is not fun, is it?
The layer of the ego comes to form.
Can be.
At around 7 years, we begin
Should
to see
be.
the recapitulation of the mythical structure. The child begins to develop a capacity for abstract, symbolic thinking.
But it takes a lot of struggle. Early on. Got fun later, huh, Garfield?
The ego experiences itself as its preferences, habits, and activities. In this process, we see the development of the sentient ego. Between the ages of approximately 14 and 21, the child begins to identify itself as being its own internal world of thought and dialogue.
Where's the orange pico
at? Is now developing as an active agent of linguistic,
he's strong,
discursive rationality, and the ego thus incorporates into itself what we can designate as the mental body,
another couple,
noetic body. Between the ages of 21 and 28, we will then see the development of the perspectival ego. But there is much more ground to be covered here before this phase can truly come into focus. For now, suffice it to say that this entire process is one of inheritance, within which the evolutionary achievements of human history are recreated in the development of the individual human ego. This recapitulation of phylogeny is a repetition of the past, and as such, is governed by the processions of the
can't stand it either.
Saturn.
Decent times.
Previously, Saturn
That's what I feel.
understood in a very specific.
Instead of people taking seriously like I need to. I freak out like something serious going on.
It is the and inheritance. The leaden.
I fucking know it. I still know it.
Established or concretized. The planet Saturn takes approximately 28 years to transition through the night sky and return to a given starting point within the zodiac. As such, the transitions between these 7-year recapitulation phases correlate with what astrologers refer to as the hard aspects of this procession.
I love you.
These are the 90-degree, 180-degree, and 0-degree relationships between the current location of Saturn and its initial placement at the time of birth. When Saturn reaches a 90-degree relation with its natal placement, this correlates with the completion of the vital aspect of the ego. And the development of the sentient ego will then, at 180 degrees in opposition, the sentient ego will come to completion, and the discursive ego will begin to develop. 7 years later, Saturn will once again arrive at the 90.
Let's start this one over. I'll be quiet for now.
The beginning of the perspective.
Trying.
At 0 degrees, Saturn has completed its 28-year cycle and is now.
But I'm serious about the suffering.
Junction with its natal placement. This period, usually lasting from about 27 to 30 years of age for an individual, is known as the Saturn return. This period is notorious for its tendency to be an
tear it up, Garfield.
Period in a person's life. Although we have yet to examine the perspective of
my paper bags.
During this period, we can already infer that this period will mark the point of greatest individualization or separation of the human ego.
Man, my dad hates me, I can tell.
And by extension,
it's a lot of what it is. It's a lot of where it comes from. His embarrassment.
This period
more than mine.
By a sense of immense and often solipsistic existential dread. The intense anxiety of this period is for many almost.
He's like, fuck that kid, I can hear him.
Thus unsurprising, though undoubtedly tragic.
Fuck that kid, he's breathing.
Phase has been enshrined in popular
fuck that kid, he ruined my life. What am mine?
An alarmingly long list of highly creative and cerebral individuals who attempted to contend with this solipsistic alienation through the use of alcohol or recreational drugs with ultimately lethal consequences. Before moving on, I need to complicate this narrative somewhat. Running in parallel to this process of ego individuation, we also find a
Yes, son?
correlative process of bodily individuation, one which occurs far more rapidly than the development of the ego.
Where should we go?
Within
Want
the
to go outside
development
again?
of bodily autonomy,
Let's go outside this time in the
the
morning.
same
The
pattern
Garfield?
of development
Not right now.
phases, but expressed in a
No,
far
you already had
more
an adventure last night,
accelerated
dude.
way.
Not interested.
By looking at this bodily individuation in detail, we can begin to reveal
No, we're good.
crucial pieces of the puzzle. We
No, they're not coming to get us again. I got everyone involved. They take me seriously. Not completely. So they know why I'm like this now.
Stanislav Grof and the theory of perinatal matrices, which he articulates within his text, The Cosmic Ego.
Right? The professionals are like, man, this kid's been fucked with harm.
Therapy known as holotropic therapy. Holotropic therapy includes various forms of practices.
No, they kind of know it now. They're like, man.
Breath work and the use of entheogenic substances.
That's why he's like that, huh?
Allow the patient and psychiatrist to delve into the innermost reaches of the patient's subconscious. Throughout this research, one very central and consistent theme.
No, I even told the cops one time, I'm like, hey,
the resurfacing of memories.
arrest me. Take me to protective custody.
Birth trauma. The notion of birth trauma.
I'll put me right there in the jail.
Developed by the Austrian
With my cat.
Otto Rank in his 1924 text, The Trauma of Birth. Rank saw the subconscious.
Let's see what happens. They won't do it.
And the trauma of birth as fundamental.
But that's a series I am.
Provide psychoanalysis with a window into the depths of human culture, social structures, and religion, as well as individual psychology. Through his holotropic research, Stanislav Grof came to elaborate this notion of birth trauma.
Protective custody, that's what you'd have gone.
The notion of discrete perinatal matrices. Each of these
matrices. You found the evidence in your house that I found in mine. You would have gone into protective custody, I'm sure of it.
Birthing process itself.
Or you sleep with a gun right next to your pillow.
Therefore, said to be characterized by a unique archetypal and symbolic constitution.
4, 5, 6, Garfield.
Grof observed that the subconscious mind of his patients seemed to have become fixated
4,
on memories
5,
associated
6.
with a particular phase of the birth process. This fixation then manifested as a constellation of
Can you count yet? Not really, kind of.
And emotional states which would surface within holotropic states.
It's like when you're a little kid and you learn what letters are. You start writing them down. So you understand them. So I did.
Either as idealized.
I know these symbols have something to tell me. What do they mean? I know they're magical.
In addition to Grof's own theoretical contributions, the perinatal matrix model was then further elaborated by Grof's colleague,
words,
cultural historian, and philosopher
letters, numbers.
He noticed that Grof's systems of four perinatal matrices were correlated with the archetypal complexes associated with outer planets within astrological research: Saturn, Uranus, Neptune, and Pluto. As with our previous discussion of parapsychological phenomena within the previous video, I can only assume that some of my listeners will be of the opinion that astrology amounts to no more than tabloid nonsense, and that it shouldn't be taken seriously in an effort
Nope,
to
never on.
the nature of
They won't let me do it.
Once again,
Like Taran
however,
Miller.
I have other fish to fry at the moment, and so if you are one of those people,
You really
then I would
fucking meant that,
recommend
huh?
my video titled
Who felt that?
Fears and the Collective Unconscious.
You guys feel that?
And two, although Tarnus's contribution
How much I meant that yesterday? That scared me. Yep, exactly.
Interpretation of perinatal matrix theory, my own interpretation has come to differ somewhat substantially from that of Tarnus, namely in the specific correlations between the perinatal matrices and the planetary archetype.
All of it? No.
For the sake of
I
brevity,
project.
I'm not going to explicate the original.
I don't mean those parts all the time.
Contrast it with my own, and then rationalize the modifications which I've made. For now, I'm simply going to present my own interpretation, and I'll return to this topic in an epilogue episode
Who?
to conclude this series of videos.
Around me
I'm not exactly
is suffering like
Richard
that.
Tarnas is wrong.
Or I feel it like
but
that.
I do believe that my own rendition does cut a bit deeper, and if
Where
you
are
want to
they?
read about his interpretation, then links are in the description. According to Grof, perinatal matrix
Are they really that close?
correlates to the
Seemingly?
state of uterine oneness.
For when I come back here, George is in pain and so is Garfield.
Process. Fixations upon this matrix tend to manifest as scenes of oceanic bliss or immaculate Elysian landscapes.
Really that close to me?
Lush vegetation or paradisiacal rainforests. Within holotropic experiences, individuals might experience themselves.
How'd that compare?
as marine
That little hole in the wall.
or even as identical
I didn't make that.
with the oceanic or verdant environments.
What's in that hole?
Fundamentally, Matrix 1 is characterized by a sense of undifferentiated oneness, which we can thus correlate with the archaic structure, the somatic.
My dad didn't either, I don't think. Although he might have with his sword, I think, actually.
Matrix such as chronic stress or substance abuse on the part of the mother can result in an individual developing
No way, right?
a sense of self-contamination. The individual may become plagued by ambiguous feelings that they themselves.
A lot of stuff my dad does. It's like, no way, right? Like, yeah, way.
Or cursed by demons or bad karma. And these self-depreciating delusions can make intimacy almost impossible for a person later in life if this underlying complex is not confronted. In astrological
Never did.
Perinatal Matrix 1
Take me seriously. My dad.
An archetype which is associated with the dissolution of boundaries, altered states of consciousness.
No, he even called me a liar back in the day when I was breaking records.
Hallucinations and states of ecstatic oceanic.
No, breaking records.
Within the second perinatal matrix, we find the initial awakening of the infant.
That's what my ego's like this now.
Rather than experiencing itself as continuous with
this damaged,
the embryonic body now begins to awaken.
That's a narcissism, guys. It's called complex post-traumatic stress disorder. No, the symptoms are almost identical to a disease I don't believe exists, called borderline personality disorder. I don't believe in it. No, it's always complex trauma that develops that disorder, quote unquote. Which I have. I know it. No, diagnosable. BPD.
Uranus is an archetype of tension and release. It is combustion.
And it sucks. No, it's a horrible thing to feel. That kind of shame all the time.
Uranus is its polar counterpart, the archetype of novelty.
But why should I? When I know it's because of the suffering that others are enduring right now, that I'm feeling often. Just enough to know it's there, always. Anymore, and I'd be a fucking wreck.
Suddenly and even violently ruptured as the infant now finds itself to be within a world.
And man, oh man, what's under my fucking counter? There's still some evidence right there, actually, huh? Forgot about that one. Let me pull it up on the camera again. I don't want to touch that, but oh well.
Walls closing in upon oneself or animals captured by cages or snares. Apocalyptic and catabolic themes tend to emerge and are often
what is this shit?
By the archetype of the blind, devouring mother goddess. As the infant
what is that?
To its separation
like a brain or something?
The mother's body
under my fucking counter?
Experienced as an oceanic
it smells like rat food. Does not look like rat food. That's what I'm talking about. That kind of shit in my house. I'm like, yep, brain job, huh? But they left the dead rat in there. What were they trying to frame me for? No, it looks like a decomposed fucking brain under my counter. Doesn't smell like it though.
And the birthing process becomes a very life and death for both mother and infant.
That plus the dead rat, plus all the broken glass scattered around, was enough for me.
Physical pain, emotional weight, fear, and libidinal primality.
Know that every time Garfield disappears, his life's at risk.
Psychosexual nature. Within holosophic states,
because he beat that rat up.
Manifests as contradicting tonalities of visceral violence.
The rat's like, I feel okay about it now. No, that rat was rat. That's Sambava. In a way, huh? Powerful soul. Rodents can be, man. What, it's just a rodent? Keep telling Garfield that. George is like, man, I know birds like that when I was eating them whole. Things you don't realize when you're a predator all the time. Like a cat. Or even a dog. Dogs do know it a little more than cats do.
process, and within
when they're hurting things, which is why certain dogs bug me.
Saturn is found within the stabilization,
like a human, and not like a cat.
As the extreme intensity of the brain.
Dogs can like causing pain to people. Not most of them, but some of them do. Cats typically don't. Some of them kind of do. They like the game. So do dogs. People, they like the pain. Some people love causing other people pain. And they're out there. I can feel it psychically all the time. Drives me fucking nuts.
Therein, the separation of infantile and maternal bodies is completed, and the boundaries of the infant's own physiological
Think everything.
relations come to be defined. It is
And here's Garfield right here.
Separation that we find the fullest
Once again.
of the plutonic. Just as we find an
Because
enemy
when he disappears, I flip the fuck out.
find a parallel relationship between Neptune and
Just enough to get everyone's attention.
Neptune is the principle of
So they're looking out their window,
Plutonic
just in case.
principle is its polar counterpart, the principle of separation. Such separation from oneness is what comes to
It's one of the hardest steps on. In the 12 steps, maybe the hardest step. Making amends.
Internal selfhood and external
For an event like last night, I need to do sooner rather than later. But I really don't want to go around knocking on doors saying, hey, I apologize for my fucking actions, even though I do. It'd almost be easy for me to just leave a flyer out. But that's not what a man would do. A man would go around knocking on the doors, apologizing to people.
Fourth plutonic matrix is the closing of newly formed boundaries.
How many people live here? How many houses? It's a lot, huh? Take all day. Be a project.
In metaphysical terms, this closure is one in which the boundary.
What are you doing on the table? Sit on my Bible? Hey, get off my paperwork.
Which were undergone within the first
It's important paperwork.
perinatal matrices. Pluto, thus
I can get it again.
the outermost membrane of the magic.
I had to make sure it was still there.
Which contains within itself
They're not that good.
synergies and contradictions,
They-
just accompanied by sensuality and release. Or and
That's why they're school computers, because they're hard to hack.
claustrophobic alienation of separated self.
And they're cheaper than a MacBook.
Desperate longing for synthesis.
The MacBooks are a bitch to hack. Unless you're like that, like I am.
Ego parallels the processions of
Can I hack a Chromebook? Yeah, I can, turns out.
ruler of continuity and inheritance, which therefore governs the recapitulation of ego's evolutionary history. But in Genesis, we also find the much
What are you doing?
rapid process of
What are you doing?
biological development.
See?
Rather than occurring in phases of approximately 7 years, this
I need a carabiner.
process occurs in phases of approximately 9
Yep,
months.
that's what I need.
Not in
Carabiner.
accordance with Saturn, but rather in
One
accordance
carabiner.
with the 9-month cycle
Could save his
of
life.
Venus. Periods of time which denote the transition of Venus.
Where do those
between
go?
roles
Before I took them?
of Morning
Most of them.
star and evening star. Venus is the principle of consonance. It is the coalescence of plurality in
The ones my dad didn't take, probably.
balance and harmonization. By extension, Venus is the
Double knotted.
principle of beauty, but it is also the life-generative power of such coalescence. Within the 9-month phases of morning star and evening star,
Yeah, he does.
Venus enacts the motif of death and rebirth.
Maybe there's one in one of my brother's rooms. But I hate going in there looking for stuff, even though not half of it, but a lot of it. Little brothers, man.
A narrative which encapsulates the phases of the planet Venus and the eternal simplicity of death and rebirth.
See this right here? See this?
Catabolic and anabolic phases
Exactly.
of psychological development.
What he's talking about, huh? I have a map, a 4D map of this right here. 4D, 3D, in 4 dimensions. So I can see it transition through time. The planets and the stars. Off topic, but not really. Because if they're forming those kind of structures by dancing together like that, Earth and Venus with the sun, then what does it all look like together? It looks fucking amazing. Talk about a flower of life. The dance of the planets and the stars. That's the shit I prefer to think about. No, off the table, Garfield. Careful. Don't fall. I love you. He's like, damn it. I came home and I'm tied up again. I know, Garfield. I understand how you're thinking, how you're feeling. But you do too. And I know it. You're a wise man. And I knew it too. As wise as your brother? Not quite. But just as smart. Wise. That's what you were, George. He's like, looking back at some things I did, I don't feel that smart all the time. But I guess I was, huh? If I had wisdom like that, and you did, George, that's why you're God to me now. Not really, but damn near. No, God, what they say, wears on that cat all the time for me. Vice versa sometimes. So how powerful his mind was. Garfield, you too, in different ways. Mal, stop it. I knew you were going to do that. I crushed my groceries now. Stop acting up. In your chair. What do you eat? Want to turn it on? It's not really worth the energy. Garfield is, though. He's like, it's warm. Dad doesn't get cold. Well, it's not plugged in, Garfield. No, thank you, brain damage for not getting cold. And for not feeling pain like I should. Sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. Depends on where it is. On the surface I do, but inside, internally, no. Not anymore. Every kind of pain? Yeah, pretty much. Seems like it. Yeah, it is. I know it. But emotional pain? Fuck, I'm a baby. No, I won't anymore. But I am all the time. Well, Garfield, it's 5:15.
And in Israel, prophets such as Elijah, Jeremiah, and Isaiah would come to transform the Hebrew religion, and connections would form between Israel and Ethiopia, which would lay the groundwork for the development of distinctly sub-Saharan forms of Abrahamic religiosity.
What this book talked about?
The
Ezekiel, even
motif which
sometimes.
we find throughout all of these axial movements is the development of a novel form of spirituality within which the divine is related directly to individual human persons.
Fucking A, dude.
Independently of imminent factors such as nationality, kinship relations, and geographical homeland.
515.
Prior to the axial age, spirituality was much more centered upon such imminent relationships. A person's sense of spiritual belonging within the world and sense of self-identity were inextricably connected to the ways in which a person was interwoven with the social and ecological landscapes. The primary deity of a given culture was typically the patron god or goddess of a certain city-state. Deities like Athena, Marduk, Ishtar, and Yahweh were not yet understood as truly universal forces of nature, but rather represented the highest ideals and aspirations which constituted the central beating heart of a given collective spirit. One sense of connection to the divine, therefore, was necessarily a matter of collective belonging, not a matter of individual personhood. But with the axial age, we find the emergence of religious and philosophical traditions which make no substantial reference to ethnic or tribal affinities. Rather, these forms of spirituality offer the possibility of a connection between individual human existence, and the axial gods only became present and imminent within the bounds of a given life world, within the purview of a given ethnic and cultural lineage. By contrast, when we look to the Zoroastrian Ahura Mazda, the Taoist Wuji, or the Aristotelian Proteousia, we find truly universal understandings of divinity. Within these forms of spirituality, connection to the divine is not mediated by cultural or ethnic context, but rather this connection is understood to be achieved through the moral resolve, self-discipline, or intellectual agency of the human individual. Axial spirituality was not a fully unmediated connection to divinity, to be clear. Axial religions tended to maintain some form of clerical hierarchy or tradition of spiritual masters, which would serve as the worldly messengers of the divine. Nonetheless, what we find here is a process by which the principles of both universality and individuality come to prominence for the first time within human self-understanding. Within the context of the narrative we have traced out thus far, we can understand this dual process as resulting from the increasing capacity for abstraction within human thought, and the correlative increase in the acuity of human subjectivity. Our sense of individuality was becoming much more prominent, and this sense of distinct personhood would prove to be immensely consequential for the development of human civilization. As we examined previously, the mythical sense of human selfhood is polarized between a lunar, relational sense of selfhood and a stellar, individualized sense of selfhood. The lunar soul is defined through relations of kinship and nationality, and through one's sense of place within familial, social, and ecological processes. It is a mode of self-understanding which is incomprehensible except in relation to the circulatory flows of living vitality which situate us within the living world. The stellar soul, conversely, is an abstract sense of individual personhood. It is the self understood as a kind of ideal which is not identical to the actual relationships which ground it in the natural world. Odysseus, for example, maintains his sense of self-identity even as he is torn away from the social and familial relationships which situate him within his homeland of Ithaca. Throughout his voyage, Odysseus struggles to both maintain and more fully realize this sense of abstract self-identity, which is defined in terms of his ultimate values, personal virtues, and capabilities. The lunar sense of self-identity does not operate in this way. A person's self-identity as a parent or spouse, for example, cannot be abstracted from the concrete reality of one's imminent relationships. Odysseus can be a hero wherever he goes and in relation to the vast array of different figures who he encounters throughout his journey. But one cannot be a parent or spouse in general. One is a parent.
No, it's more than just me, but I'm on a list of people that they're investigating for similar things.
And a child of one's actual parents. Over the course of the axial age, we see that the stellar, individualized.
No, they don't like to admit that they all employ super psychics.
And in many ways, the stellar
but they do.
Would come to outshine the lunar.
Usually kind of fucked up ways.
Significantly, this process occurred in conjunction with an increasing capacity for abstractive cognition. Odysseus
Is that what I am?
his
Pretty much.
lunar soul as it is reflected in his actual
Like I said,
to other people,
they wear people on
or to Ithaca
like a
itself.
suit.
But his stellar soul must be perceived as an
They're good at it.
abstract, conceptual
The world's that noisy.
experience, an abstraction which is not identifiable in terms of particular relationships to
So I'm
the
like,
immanent world.
project over here,
What we are seeing here
project over
is
here,
a contraction
project over
of the
here,
human
project
sense
over
of
here.
self-identity.
Like, no way, no way,
Contraction
no way, right?
also result in a greater acuity of
Maybe.
the human sense of
Probably not, right?
from the
But what if?
world. The more we came to identify
What
with
if?
the stellar aspect of our self-identity,
I need
the
to know.
more we came to feel ourselves to be an eternally
Is there really someone getting hurt over there?
ideal. We came to feel ourselves to be ever more.
I know that there is.
place
No,
within nature.
they can hear me.
And the stellar soul would also generate
I
the
know it.
potential for social and familial alienation, which
Where
would
are they?
need to be contended
I
with.
don't know.
Axial forms of spirituality
Not
thus
exactly.
sought to alleviate this intensification of alienation through a quest for the eternal and transcendent within the human individual.
What if?
And by bringing that eternal
right over there.
stellar core into connection with forces of cosmic
What if there's some place
universality which transcends
no one even lives?
our immanent existence. Ultimately, however, the stellar soul itself would also come to join the lunar
Like all the people that
soul
were there
magical structure
before they came.
beneath the wine dark waters of the subconscious. As the
They were, weren't they?
ultimately result
Who else
in
saw
the
that?
development
I
of
did.
a form of
Paying
human
close attention myself.
subjectivity, which would mark the twilight of the mythical age. All right, everybody.
Here's interesting.
Time for a word from today's. No, I'm not kidding. No one actually sponsors crap like this, but I have decided.
How much should I get wrong? Because I don't do any reconnaissance.
Break, a little detour in the middle of this comically massive.
When I do it, I'm like, oh, yeah.
And instead of just talking about these things in purely theoretical terms, I wanted to kind of tell a bit.
Certain houses I will not stop by. Because those people really don't like me. Why? I don't know. Looking out for them big time.
Pristine articulation, which really well illustrates a lot of the things we're talking about here, is the Greek tragedy, the Odyssey.
But some of them I have to.
So the story of the
I feel really bad.
trilogy really begins with the Iliad. So in the Iliad, Agamemnon, the king of Argos, is planning to set sail to go into the
I love this
war, but there's this
When he can't get the
storm
temperature of his tea
that
right.
is preventing his ship from leaving, and he's told that the
Like,
god,
okay, keep talking.
particularly
They can keep
the
talking.
god
They can struggle a little bit. Why?
is angry with him.
Because you're annoying me.
So, in order to
That's all you
deal with
did.
this problem, he then
Annoying.
performs human sacrifice. He sacrifices his own daughter to the gods to appease them or what have you, so that he can.
Some of us were interested, so we fall for it a little bit. But it's mostly Taran falling for it because we're all back here saying, "Hey, Taran, hey,
And
Taran."
this really here is the inciting incident
Ritual.
of
Enjoy it.
what will become the story of the Oresteia.
522,
But
523.
It serves
Switched again.
the
I want
purpose
to check.
of being this kind
So I'm right
of
about something.
breaking of a kind of boundary in a way. And this is something I think you see quite commonly within Greek
It's a
tragedy.
5-5
that
technically.
There's some kind of transgression against the order of the civilized world that
Ether.
then kind of opens up the
Darius.
floodgates of the
523.
magical madness which then ensues. So within Oedipus, for example, there's a number of things that kind of serve this purpose: the fratricide, the incest, the initial
These my voice is
fleeing
back.
from faith.
When that
These
took off on me.
all kind of facilitate that in some way or another.
I should hear the recording.
In any case,
No, I sounded ridiculous.
Agamemnon kills his daughter, and his wife, Clytemnestra, is understandably kind of butthurt about this.
Did he?
So eventually, Agamemnon returns from the Trojan War with his prize, which is the Trojan princess Cassandra. So this is the character from whom we get this notion of the Cassandra complex, right? This idea of a person who is plagued by these persistent feelings of impending doom.
That's hard on.
Kind of Cassandra's role.
How are you going to apologize to people?
She's kind of a seeress. She's
Well, they don't know you're right yet.
The ultimate fate which awaits herself.
So I'll do
and
tomorrow,
Agamemnon,
today.
But
I want to,
kind of just
but I
has
won't.
to sit around and
Likely.
wait for it to happen. So, the daughter of Agamemnon, by
Tell
the way,
people
is named Iphigenia, which I completely forgot while recording
Okay,
that
thank
first
you for
little
looking.
bit right there, and I am not re-recording it. So there you go. Anyway, so Iphigenia has been sacrificed. Agamemnon comes back. Clytemnestra is now planning to kill him. And so what happens here, and this is another one of these little transgressions, you usually have like a sequence.
Was another test of my neighbors. Of course, we do that a lot too.
Into madness, where like each step there's another transgression. So anyway,
test them through him.
Is greeting Agamemnon as he returns to Argos, and she's got these like
guess what? Most of them fail typically. Because when I'm freaking out, they're telling me to do it. Half of them.
As he returns to his palace, and initially Agamemnon doesn't want to do.
Like one of those kids just killed himself already. I can hear that.
Not okay. And something really interesting happens at this scene in particular, because Clytemnestra kind of goes into doing anyway, and she does it specifically by making reference to Agamemnon's great adversary, Priam. And so she basically says, like, hey, you're worried about what other people will think if you walked on these tapestries, Agamemnon, but would your rival be worried about that? And
the spirits, yeah, some of them, believe it or not.
Does that. She just kind of basically says, hey, look, like, you're worried about your adversary.
They get in trouble when they do. No, I told those ones to go to heaven. Which, if you're evil, is worse than hell.
Why don't you allow yourself to do this? And so, at this point, we can really start to unpack the overall themes here. And the overall.
Where do you think a lake of fire is?
Really
above us or below us?
We'll get to that, but I wanted to talk about
above us, mostly. There's a much bigger lake of fire in the sun than there is beneath our feet.
It really illustrates something absolutely brilliant. That Clytemnestra is able to perceive very clearly that the sense of superiority which Agamemnon feels towards Priam, his sense of his own self,
like the first heaven you can get to, it's the moon, where you freeze. Well, not really. It's actually the sky, then the moon.
Is his shadow in a way. Priam is all of the things that Agamemnon believes.
Garfield, get off the table.
Priam represents all of the things about Agamemnon
Good boy.
that Agamemnon wants to repress, that he feels he needs to deny.
There you go. Is it better?
And Priam is a villain because Priam does not engage in that kind of self-denial, and this creates a kind of envy and resentment in Agamemnon. And Clytemnestra is perfectly aware of this. She plays him like a fiddle, and it works. So the scene is pretty important, I believe, because the way that
there's worse things to feel. If Yadna came back, I'd feel much worse right now. Trust me.
The stellar soul and the shadow, these things are interdependent with one.
So in a race hell, my son sees it. He's smart, so he came back. He doesn't like watching his dad go through that. Neither do I, Dad.
Realize the ego ideal, to manifest it is that which must be denied. And so within this very simple,
My dad thinks I do, kind of.
Scene, we can see the way in which the shadow and the stellar soul are interdependent on one another, and how this interdependence then results in these themes of
But I don't.
and resentment and weaknesses that can be exploited. And so here we can go ahead and start to unpack what the duality of the solar and the lunar, or the stellar and the lunar, however you want to phrase that. So most of you got of Nietzsche's distinction, his duality of the Apollonian and the God throughout his entire
Listen, you want to listen to something else? Folktales? I didn't want to listen to folktales.
Heraclitus kind of makes the
Garfield loves folktales.
that the real
and I quit too, so I came back. He's like, oh, folktales. Gotta get back.
Apollo and Dionysus. It's actually between Apollo and
mythology.
Artemis, interestingly, and this makes sense because Artemis and Apollo.
Animals love myths. Turns out, especially ones about the animals.
Apollo,
so they understand
of course, have this sun god. He is said to be like a shield bearer, and then the shield reflects the light of the sun, and then Artemis is associated with the lyre and the bow. Okay, both of those are objects that have this kind of
curvature
to them, which you could associate with the curvature
What's that was
of
kind
the
of
feminine body.
cat and the dog in the
You could
beginning?
also associate it with the curvature of
God and the devil.
crescent moon. And recall again that it is Artemis who was angry
Who knows,
at
right?
Agamemnon, and that's why he was unable to set sail. It's
I kind of
why
know
he
it was something like
engaged
that.
in this practice
Almost.
of human sacrifice with his daughter Iphigenia. And so
That's wave hands.
well, that also points us towards what I would call the magical structure. It's pointing us towards this kind of abyssal, chthonic realm, which lies beneath the Apollonian and the Artemisian, right? So this is something we've talked about in other videos, not in this video series, but this kind of transition which occurs from Saturn, the golden age of Saturn, which is pointing to this time period in which there is not yet any vision, much in accordance with what we've been saying about the magical structure. And these Saturn cults, which we do see in the ancient world, up until this time period.
What about you?
The
What last night?
The Canaanites,
Stories.
the Phoenicians in particular,
Okay.
clung to this Saturn worship far longer than which moved on from Saturn worship to Jupiter worship. And within the Saturn cults, the most central motif is child sacrifice. They were quite literally sacrificing the future, the sun, to the past, Saturn, in order to appease the within this kind of early period.
Given that
of human
context,
civilization,
I bet that story with Jesus and the devil in the wilderness
everything was extremely
goes way deeper than that, huh?
Any kind of break in continuity.
What did the devil tell Jesus in the wilderness?
Deadly if there is a drought of some sort, for example.
What did he promise him?
Everyone dies.
What did he have to sacrifice?
This seemed like a reasonable thing to do. Sacrifice the future to
Turns
the
out you
past,
had kids.
and the past will not devour you. But the Greeks have, by and large,
Turns out he was married too.
They're looking to this Saturnian age as a gold Saturn worship as this very kind of savage,
See, not exactly like that,
magical,
but yeah, he was.
bloodthirsty realm that it's better not to descend into. And within the story of the Oresteia, we are seeing such a descent.
Her name was Mary.
So if you were going to represent all this diagrammatically, which we will, by the way, we're getting to that later on.
I've met her before.
Then you could see the Dionysian and the Saturnian as in this kind of chthonic realm underneath the Apollonian and Artemisian, the stellar and lunar souls as kind of a polarity, and then they converge into this point beneath them, which is the magical realm. And then above Apollo and Artemis, you then have this convergence into Athena, who is going to be the representative of discursive that we'll be talking about next.
Triple A.
Discernment and
Apollo, Artemis, and Athena.
Mind. And this is something that comes into this story
Powerful
later
angels,
on
as use the Greek names.
So in any case, Clytemnestra and Agamemnon here are kind of like the human representatives of these forces. Agamemnon, when he sacrifices Iphigenia, he's choosing his destiny, choosing his stellar self-ideal over his family. And
is a one-to-one, basically, but it's hard to interpret sometimes
way imaginable.
because of the demythologizing done
Clytemnestra
after
plotting to murder Agamemnon is serving as the revenge of Artemis against Apollo. So then we have the actual murder of Agamemnon by Clytemnestra.
Yeah, demythologizing
Agamemnon is
of our stories.
bathing. He's in a bathtub, and Clytemnestra binds
wasn't though? No, not really.
with a cloth, and then stabs.
Because those stories really happened, I believe.
Okay, and
this
is really, really interesting because to me, symbolically,
and when they were happening, they knew they were living out the lives of people before them.
Kind of inversion.
So do I. Kind of.
The story we see in the Enuma Elish with the murder of Tiamat by Marduk, right? So Marduk binds Tiamat, the great sea dragon, god of chaos.
Yeah, blah 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 blah. Anyways,
representative of the
lay down.
Celestial realm, the tapestry of the heavens, right? The order by which humanity subdues the
534 Garfield.
vital primality of nature, and then murders Tiamat. The murder of Agamemnon, it's cloth. Which
Yep,
is
that
used
fast.
to bind
That means the train's working.
Agamemnon. And as we'll see
535.
later on, this motif of cloth is very much symbolic of the world of Artemis, the world of the feminine, the world of the lunar. Agamemnon is also in water in the same way, a knife to murder Agamemnon rather than a spear. And so to me, this seems to be kind of an aversion. This is kind of the revenge of the feminine against the masculine in a way. It's an aversion of Tiamat and Marduk. So the next pivotal scene, symbolically speaking, occurs many years later when Electra, Agamemnon's daughter, is visiting his grave to perform a kind of libation ritual. And in this scene, she encounters Orestes, her brother. But these two are evidently estranged from one another. They have not seen each other in a very long time. They do not immediately recognize each other. And the recognition here occurs when Orestes presents Electra with a piece of cloth. And she recognizes it as something that she wove for him during their childhood. And so this might be something that is kind of difficult for us to understand in the modern world, because we live in a world in which textiles are produced by machines. They all look the same, but in the ancient world, cloth was woven by human hands. It's perfectly reasonable to think that a person might be able to recognize a piece of cloth as the work of a particular artisan. So, of course, this further illustrates the symbolic import of cloth, and it reinforces this overall notion that this entire narrative is this kind of blood feud between the stellar soul and the lunar soul, between Apollo and Artemis. And so I'm not going to go over the entirety of the rest of the narrative. This is a long video already, and we've got a lot of ground to cover. The channel Essential Salts has a really good video covering the entire trilogy, and so you guys should check that out. But in any case, the ultimate climax, not to give away the punchline, but the ultimate climax of this narrative is going to be intervention of Athena. Athena is going to come in, and through her juridical discernment, juridical prudence, she is going to kind of mediate between the stellar and the lunar and give a kind of resolution to the story. And so that then is the discursive structure, that is the rationality, which is ultimately going to come into play to resolve the tensions between the stellar and the lunar. As we saw previously in the works of Julian Jaynes, we also find within this time period numerous lamentations that the voices of the gods had begun to fall silent. Within the Paleolithic, Neolithic, Chalcolithic, and early Bronze Age, human consciousness had experienced its own inner voices as the voices of the ancestors, and later as the voices of the gods. We did not yet experience thought as something which was produced by the internal agency of an individual self. In fact, we don't even find the notion of thought as a concept distinct from spoken language until the late Bronze Age. We can see the beginnings of truly abstract cognition in the transition from ancestor worship to deity worship, within truly magical consciousness, and in the transitional consciousness of the Neolithic period, ancestral spirits, which are identical to specific flesh and blood human beings who actually live. Later, these voices came to be blended together and distilled into what we could describe in Jungian terms as autonomous archetypal complexes, or to just call a spade, deities. As human thought developed a greater capacity for abstraction, the very thought formed within us came to be ever more abstract themselves, ever more universal. This notion of abstraction is immensely significant within this narrative, and this is something we should look at more closely. Consider these composite images of human faces. These are images which have been created through merging many dozens, hundreds, or thousands of photographs. In this process, commonalities come to be emphasized while divergent features come to be diminished. The end result is a kind of archetype, an abstraction which encompasses a vast range of particulars, but which is in itself a universal or conceptual entity, one which cannot be identified with any particular instances. By understanding abstraction as a kind of compositional coalescence of particulars, we can begin to understand that the emergence of deity worship from ancestor worship coincided with an increasing capacity for abstraction. We can imagine that the voices of the ancestors came to be synthesized and distilled into something akin to composite images, abstract conceptual entities within which the unique characteristics of particulars came to be dissolved into the more universal features of archetypes. Our concern was no longer exclusively upon individual persons who assumed the roles of father, warrior, or priestess, but now also with the archetypal father, archetypal warrior, and archetypal priestess. This process of noetic distillation would result in the self-generation of composite entities, which quite literally guided the development of human civilization from within. Here we need to begin looking at these developments in a much broader and more metaphysical manner in order to understand exactly why and how these distinct structures of consciousness came to emerge from one another. The human ego is a form of agency which directs and controls processes which are within its horizon of awareness. Consider the process of learning a new skill like riding a bike, for example. At first, almost every motion of the body must be consciously directed by the ego. We don't yet know exactly what to do, and so we must consciously feel our way forward, making mistakes as we go and internalizing behaviors which are actually successful. But as we progress in learning this ability, these motions come to be second nature. We don't have to consciously attend to every single twist and turn of the body or remember exactly how to ride a bike every time we attempt to do so. These processes become a part of our muscle memory as the behaviors sink beneath egoic awareness and into the subconscious processes of the body, which are able to operate autonomously without the direct intervention of the ego. The subconscious mind and the human body are composed of such solidified habits. The corporeal realm itself is one of solidified thought. As previously noted, the mythical structure of awareness is characterized by polarity, a syzygy of opposition which depends upon the underlying magical structure and its defining principles of unity, interdependence, and resonance. As the mythical structure came to develop, the magical structure beneath it came to solidify, thus becoming incorporated into the subconscious realm of habit and thus falling beneath the horizon of egoic awareness. As this occurred, the mythical self came to lose its direct connection with the magical structure. The lunar soul, which is necessarily interwoven with the magical structure, came to be subordinated to the stellar soul, thus resulting in the acuity of self-alienation, which would become the innermost engine of the axial age. Simultaneously, the very possibility of mythical polarity itself came to be destabilized by this loss of connection with magical unity. Without magical awareness, the human ego could no longer properly cognize the unity of opposites which lay at the core of the mythical structure. This union of opposition had already come to be deeply wounded by the collective birth trauma which divided the Paleolithic and Neolithic epochs. As we saw previously in the Enuma Elish and other myths, celestial order and primal chaos were not necessarily seen as complementary equivalents, as humanity had come to perceive the primal vitality of nature as a hostile threat to its very existence. We had been primed by collective trauma to begin perceiving chaos as the mere negation of order, darkness as the mere absence of light, and immanence as the deterioration of the transcendent. The union of human and nature, interior and exterior, had been transformed into a paradoxical antinomy of selfhood and otherness. From its very birth, the mythical structure had already contained within itself the seeds of its eventual self-destruction. Here we encounter one of the most central notions within the ever-present origin, the distinction of efficiency and deficiency. According to Gebser, an efficient structure of consciousness is one which is able to properly integrate the human self with the world it inhabits and with the structures of consciousness which underpin it. As a structure of consciousness becomes deficient, it is no longer able to achieve such integration. This results in an inner contradiction between self and world and between the distinct aspects of the human being. This inner friction results in the destabilization of human culture and the human individual. But this friction will also serve as the engine which will bring forth the subsequent structure of consciousness. Over the course of the axial age, this is exactly what we find. As the concretion of the magical structure and the collective trauma of the deluge came to transform the mythical epoch, mythical polarity itself would come to be transmuted into a new form of dimensionality. As we saw previously, the trajectory thus far has taken us from the zero-dimensional oneness of the archaic to the monopolar unity of the magical, and finally, the syzygistic dipolarity of the mythical. With the twilight of the mythical epoch, we will now see the advent of triality. This mutually balanced complementarity of the mythical epoch would be severed apart into the mutual negation of thesis and antithesis, order or chaos, truth or falsehood, being or nothingness, presence or absence. This negativity would then allow the human mind to begin exerting a power of active discernment in a way that had previously not been possible. By bringing propositions into relation with one another, the human mind could then derive conclusions through the process of negation. This then gives us the basic structure of classical logic, two premises and a conclusion which together form the fundamental triad of what Gebser terms the mental structure of consciousness. Here I'm going to diverge from Gebser some, and instead I will be referring to this post-mythical consciousness as the discursive structure, for reasons which will be elaborated shortly. Through this newfound power of logical inference and discernment, the human ego is now able to experience a form of intellectual agency, which then facilitated the internalization of the inner voice. The complexes or spiritual entities which had previously been identified as external gods were now felt to be parts of our own selves. We came to feel that the dialogue within our own minds was actually produced by our own egos, as the ego was now able to actively engage in a process of deriving thoughts from one another and from sensory experiences through inference. We find one of the clearest and most developed examples of this within the Socratic dialogues. Within these narratives, Socrates goes about asking questions of his interlocutors in an effort to bring them to conclusions through the dialectical movements of their own thought. Questions result in answers, which then result in subsequent questions. Propositions are brought into conflict with one another, and conclusions are decisions which must be made as an interlocutor is faced with contradictory alternatives which demand a resolution. Within the Socratic dialogues, we see this process in action as Socrates' interlocutors begin to exercise a novel form of intellectual agency, simply through grappling with this methodical questioning. Thus, we can see the process by which this emerging discursive consciousness would come to internalize the inner dialogue, as the human mind came to experience this dialogue as within the ego's domain of agency. Agency is directly related to the sense of division between internality and externality, and we can make this connection clearer by use of other examples. Most human beings do not experience themselves to have any sense of voluntary control over their own hearts. We experience our hearts as inside our bodies, but we certainly do not feel our egos to be beating our own hearts through an exercise of agency. The heart and other such internal organs thus reside in a kind of liminal realm which is not internal to the ego, but is not an otherness either. Nonetheless, human beings can in fact learn to control their own heart rates through conscious volition, and many professional athletes learn to do this through biofeedback training or similar meditative exercises. Through this process, one's heart rate, previously experienced as completely outside of the ego, comes to be internalized, at least partially. And we see a very similar process of internalization at work within the development of the discursive structure of subjectivity. I've designated the structure discursive, as it is within this structure that the human ego comes to experience itself as being this internal discourse. We see the exact same process at work in a more abstract manner within Pythagorean and Euclidean mathematical mysticism, in which the eternal truths of geometry, music, and numerology are revealed through an equivalent process of dialectical inference. The exclusion of contradiction is absolutely fundamental to this model of thinking. If a contradiction is allowed within a logical system of thought, then a proposition and its negation can be regarded as true within any syllogistic inference. And by extension, this would allow one to prove any statement and its negation. The entire system of triadic thinking would implode upon itself if a contradiction were allowed. As with every step in this narrative, the emergence of discursivity would result in an amplification of his apology. Socrates comes to be seen as a threat by the prevailing oligarchs of Athens, who, quite rightly, see Socratic philosophy as a threat to the social order of the Athenian life world. The intellectual liberation offered by Socrates was one which respected no boundaries of social hierarchy. Socrates boasted that his questioning could lead even a slave to the realization of fundamental truths. Socratic philosophy implied that the individual human intellect could discern for itself the ultimate truths of the cosmos, and this intellectual liberation would therefore obviate the need for the transcendental realm to be mediated by a clerical hierarchy. Socrates was put to trial for being a threat to the Athenian religion, and in a sense, this was indeed the case. Within the mythical and magical epochs, the divine truths of spiritual traditions were not derived or created by individual human beings at all. Although Homer and Hesiod are known for their literary renditions of epic poems, these writers were not creators in the modern sense we use to describe novelists or artists. The epic poems of ancient Greece, much like all other spiritual narratives of the mythical age, were not created by any individual authors. These stories and the cosmologies conveyed by them were created through the gradualistic processes of cultural evolution, processes which occur in a purely transpersonal rather than individualistic manner. As such, the notion that individual human intellects could discern fundamental truths through the exercise of their own voluntary agency was immensely radical and immensely threatening to established culture forms and the social hierarchies which were codependent with them. During the 3rd century BC, the Chinese Emperor Qin Shi Huang ordered the burning of any books produced by the 100 schools of thought. Qin Shi Huang is even said to have ordered that many scholars who he regarded as politically dangerous were to be buried alive. Within the discursive mode of awareness, the dualism of appearance and reality comes to prominence, in conjunction with the agency of discernment between truth and falsehood. Of course, even in mythical and magical awareness, we do find a conception of truth and falsehood, in the more mundane sense of honesty and dishonesty, accuracy and inaccuracy. But it is in discursive thought that we find the first intimations of the notion that the truth of reality itself is something which is somehow concealed behind the appearances which we encounter through our sensory faculties. Mythical consciousness can certainly distinguish between true and false statements, but this veracity is something which is simply either visible or concealed. Intellectual agency has very little role to perform in actively disclosing truth in contrast to mere appearance within mythical consciousness. With discursivity, however, the human ego becomes an active agent which must utilize its powers of discernment to disclose truth. Just as the duality of thesis and antithesis is actually a triadic structure which includes the synthesis of the former two, we likewise see a corresponding triality in the dualism of appearance and truth. The human ego itself becomes the third element, which must mediate between appearances and truths. In order to fully understand the significance of this duality, we need to understand how it manifested in different ways between the Western and Asiatic worlds. To understand this difference in cultural morphogenesis, we need to rewind our story somewhat and begin looking at the ways in which East and West came to diverge during the birth of the mythical epoch. Recall again that the mythical soul becomes polarized between stellar and realms. When we begin to examine the most general distinctions between Eastern and Western cultures, what we find is a very prominent difference in prioritization of the stellar and lunar principles. During the Age of Sail, the Chinese Empire would only accept silver as payment from Spanish and Portuguese merchants. Silver is regarded as a material embodiment of the lunar principle in much the same way that gold is regarded as an embodiment of the solar. Silver is, much like the moon, highly reflective due to its own lack of coloration and texture. Silver also has many very real medicinal properties which are associated with the notion of lunar purity. The Taijitu symbol itself connotates the phases of the moon, and even unto the present day, the Chinese utilize a lunar calendar. Within China, as well as India and other East Asian cultures, morality itself is generally understood in terms of societal duty and familial obligations. One's sense of moral righteousness is understood almost exclusively in terms of one's accordance with interpersonal expectations. One's morality, in other words, essentially is one's honor. The Western sense of morality, in contrast, has always been significantly more idealistic and individualistic. Within texts as early as the Epic of Gilgamesh, we see a distinctly Western emphasis upon the stellar sense of individual personhood as a source of moral power. The Western sense of morality orients itself much more towards transcendental ideals, which are seen as independent from, or even in stark contrast with, one's familial and social duties. Within the book of Matthew, Jesus states, quote, "Anyone who loves their father or mother more than me is not worthy of me. Anyone who loves their son or daughter more than me is not worthy of me." This might seem like a rather callous statement, but the point here is can and will come into conflict with one's social and familial expectations. The order of the cosmic logos, in other words, is not necessarily equivalent to the forms of societal or natural order which we find in the manifest world. Social order is definitively not an end in and of itself within such metaphysics. Conversely, the Chinese notion of the mandate of heaven makes no such distinction. The order of social conformity simply is divine goodness, and evil is simply the social chaos which comes about through the breakdown of that order. The right to rule is thus directly contingent upon order itself as the celestial ideal. There is very little notion of an evil social order, except for one that is not able to prevent the breakdown of order into a chaotic fragmentation. Due to its lunar emphasis, there is, in a sense, much less distance between the ideal and the real within Eastern forms of mystical thought. The stellar soul is articulated very clearly within the Chinese myth of Sun Wukong. Otherwise known as the Monkey King, Sun Wukong is a monkey with golden fur and golden fiery eyes who is born out of a stone which is impregnated by the celestial energies of the sun and moon. By learning from Taoist sages, Sun Wukong comes to achieve a number of supernatural abilities, such as the ability to transform his shape and size at will, superhuman strength, and the ability to fly by riding atop of clouds. Upon achieving these abilities, Sun Wukong then proceeds to rebel against the order of heaven, leaving a trail of tumultuous chaos in his wake. Eventually, Sun Wukong is subdued by the powers of heaven and is punished by being imprisoned inside a mountain, symbolizing Saturnian order, for 500 years. Within the mountain, Sun Wukong finally learns the virtues of patience and humility. Upon being released from his bondage, Sun Wukong comes under the tutelage of a Buddhist monk who instructs him such that he finally becomes a respectable, acclimated member of society who is in accordance with the heavenly order. Within this myth, stellar individuality is depicted as containing an immense potential for rebelliousness and recalcitrance, which will inevitably result in chaos if it is not tempered, refined, and domesticated by the principles of self-discipline, duty, patience, and self-ordinated to the sense of interpersonal obligation, which is more deeply associated with the lunar, relational soul. This lunar disposition is also visible within Chinese ancestor worship. Within China's Neolithic archaeological sites, we do not find the plastered skull effigies which we find within the Neolithic Levant. However, we do find an abundance of artifacts composed of jade. Over the course of at least 7,000 years of Chinese history, jade has performed a central role in facilitating communion between the living and the dead, and in protecting the dead from impure spiritual forces which might accost them in the afterlife. Jade is considered to be a substance which contains a perfectly balanced synthesis of the 5 Chinese elements, and is understood to achieve this through its inherent powers of purification. To a greater extent even than silver, jade is regarded as the material embodiment of socialization through purification, a theme which we see articulated in the redemption of Sun Wukong. While silver is certainly lunar in nature, it is a metallic substance, thus signifying a dominance of yin. Jade, an earthen substance, is instead regarded as a perfect balance of both yin and yang, as well as the 5 alchemical elements. Unlike Western cultures, Chinese culture has retained these practices of ancestor worship even unto the modern day. Ancestor worship emphasizes the principles of familial duty above personal self-realization, and privileges traditionalism and social conformity far more than future-oriented progress. In a highly recursive manner, these cultural features both emerge from and reinforce the Eastern emphasis upon lunar rather than stellar self-identity. Conversely, within the Epic of Gilgamesh, Homer's Odyssey, and even within historical narratives such as those of Alexander the Great and Julius Caesar, we find an emphasis upon the self as an individualistic ideal, a soul which transcends one's familial and social context. In the 14th century BC, we see this stellar emphasis manifested in the Egyptian Atenism movement, in which the pharaoh Akhenaten disk of the sun would be regarded as the highest god and center of the entire cosmos. Within Western cultures, the sun is simultaneously regarded as an image of the individual soul, the highest values to be aspired towards, and the individual will which strives towards the realization of such values. Within Christian cosmologies, the sun is often understood as a manifestation of the cosmic logos, the will of God which generates and sustains the created world. And Jesus of Nazareth is understood to be the ultimate incarnation of this very logos. Christ is therefore the sun in both the familial and stellar senses. This artifact, titled the Lindholm Amulet, dated between the 4th and 6th centuries AD, is of pre-Christic Scandinavian origin. Upon it, we find runes which can be approximately translated as, "I, the magician, am called the one of the sun." These runes thus articulate an assertion of self-identity, which undoubtedly was understood to be a form of magical invocation. And of course, the direct invocation of the sun itself is extremely poignant. Many other Scandinavian artifacts are inscribed with similar proclamations of self-identity by their creators. And here we can see that this Western emphasis upon the individualism of the stellar soul was both widespread and deeply rooted historically. Undoubtedly, there are numerous factors which might be at play within this divergence of collective consciousness between East and West. As we will see in more detail later on, Western culture is in many ways far more ambivalent towards the cosmic archetype of divine darkness or primeval formlessness. In the East, conversely, we find this archetype embodied in much more affirmative ways, within the undifferentiated oneness of Brahman or the divine emptiness of Sunyata. Connecting some dots, we might take this to indicate that the cataclysmic deluge which demarcated the Paleolithic and Neolithic worlds was one which was far more traumatic for the West than the East. This may have then resulted in the Western emphasis upon the transcendental and idyllic in contrast to the immanent. By extension, this would also become the emphasis upon the stellar self-ideal rather than the more embodied and relational nature of the lunar soul. Another reason for this may have been geographic. The peoples who found themselves in the westernmost parts of Eurasia and Africa were those who, for whatever reason, came to migrate westward, perhaps following herds of animals or fleeing resource scarcities brought on by climatological shifts. These peoples would have thus found themselves following the path of the sun westward, and many would find themselves upon shores which would prevent further pursuit as the sun continued into the mysterious world which lay beyond the Atlantic. This archetypal scene of pursuing the sun westward then became a deeply rooted ancestral memory which would shape the evolution of Western collective consciousness over the course of countless millennia. Mansa Musa, one of the most significant rulers of the Mali Empire, recounted that one of his predecessors, likely Mansa Muhammad ibn Q, had become obsessively fixated upon the possibility of finding the furthest limits of the Atlantic Ocean and what lay beyond them. Mansa Muhammad equipped a fleet of ships and set out on his voyage, never to return, thus leaving Mansa Musa as the de facto ruler of the Mali Empire. This voyage is believed to have occurred around the year 1312, almost 2 centuries before the voyage of Christopher Columbus. This fixation on following the sun westward would later be embodied by the European exploratory impulse, which manifested during the Age of Sail. Later still, this impulse would become the notion of manifest destiny within the expansionist efforts of the United States. It was solar gold which would drive the Spanish conquest of the New World and which would compel the United States onto the shores of California. As mythical awareness gave way to discursive awareness during the late Iron Age and Classical Antiquity periods, the lunar and stellar predispositions of East and West would come to result in distinctly Eastern and Western forms of discursive awareness. Forms of consciousness which were isomorphic to one another, yet mirrored in crucial ways. Within the Western world, the dualism of appearance and reality would manifest as a distinction between transcendental form and immanent formlessness. Within Platonic metaphysics, the being of an entity was understood to be the form which gave the entity definition, and which delineated the entity in contrast to the world it was situated within. Without the definition which is imbued by form, entities would simply dissolve into an undifferentiated entropic nothingness. Mere appearance, conversely, was understood as the formlessness of the entity. Platonic thought regarded the transcendental realm of pure being as one of timeless perfection. Entities in the natural world, conversely, were thus understood to change through time as a result of their contamination by formless chaos. The fullest articulation of this is found within the writings of Plotinus concerning the nature of materiality. In his examinations, Plotinus arrives at the conclusion that the materiality of an entity is in fact the darkness which is embodied within it. Plotinus tells us that everything matter tells us is a lie, and that everything that it appears to be, it is not. While forms themselves, allegedly, are fully transparent to the mind, matter always withdraws from us. It conceals within itself its inner fathoms, and as such, our apprehension of matter is never fully exhaustive in the same way that our apprehension of pure form is thought to be. Within matter, there is an inextricable uncertainty and indeterminacy which resists being fully illuminated and captured by our cognition. Martin Heidegger would refer to this as the concealed concealment within unconcealment, the shadow which necessarily results from whatever light we cast upon embodied entities. In modern times, physical science would encounter this exact same paradox in a slightly different form within quantum indeterminacy and non-locality. The darkness, which is the essence of materiality, is an intractable liquid which cannot be nailed down by the discursive intellect. Plotinus concludes that this formless darkness is therefore a kind of pure seeming, the formless form of apparentness itself, which facilitates the descent of eternal forms into the shadowy, imperfect realm of becoming and bodily incarnation. As Western thought conceptualized the transcendental realm of genuine reality as one of form, this transcendental realm was thus one in which distinctions between beings could be maintained, even if the source of all being itself was regarded as the self. As form is that which unifies and thus defines a given entity, the monad is therefore a form of formedness, or metaform, as it were. The monad is, in other words, the form of unified identity, the principle of self-delineation, which we also see in the idyllic nature of the stellar soul. The breakdown of difference, therefore, was not regarded as a return to an ultimate underlying reality, but rather a chaotic fragmentation of reality, the descent of being into the pure nothingness of the abyss. Within certain contexts, this Western attitude of ambivalence towards the formless mother would come to manifest as the overtly moralistic disavowal of bodily existence in general and feminine sexuality in particular, but that will have to be a subject for later on. Within Eastern thought, conversely, it is formlessness, which is regarded as true reality, and form, which is regarded as mere appearance. The Buddhist Heart Sutra, for example, tells us that, quote, form is emptiness, and emptiness is form. In other words, the qualities which differentiate entities within the manifest world are all, in fact, instances of dependent arising, which emerge from the independent, pure being of formless oneness. All forms are, therefore, mere appearances, which arise as manifestations of the underlying ultimate truth that is pure, undifferentiated awareness. The discursive dualism of appearance and reality which we find in the East is the mirror image of that which we find in the West. And this divergence speaks to a deeper divergence rooted in the origins of the mythical structure and, by extension, the origins of civilization as we know it. Due to this divergence, Eastern discursivity would emerge from a mythical ground which was far more lunar in its composition. Because of such lunar underpinnings, the Eastern modality of discursive consciousness would contain within itself the conditions for its own neutralization. As we have already begun to see, this process of consciousness evolution is one by which the human ego has come to be increasingly contracted or individualized over time. As this sense of individual identity becomes ever more acute, so too does the sense of individual alienation from the world. Recall again that the spiritual revolutions of the axial age were themselves attempts to contend with this increasing sense of alienation. As the tension of this alienation increases, so too does its potential energy, as the need to resolve this tension comes to bring forth cultural, spiritual, and socio-political metamorphosis. In other words, this increasing individualization is a source of potentially immense philosophical, spiritual, and cultural transformation, and by extension, societal upheaval. But within the Eastern world, this potential threat to social stability was largely counteracted by the nature of Eastern consciousness itself. The lunar soul is in many ways much more formless than the stellar soul. Recall again the reflective nature of the lunar archetype, and that the reflectivity of a surface is due to its formlessness, its own lack of texture and coloration. The lunar soul is fundamentally relational. It is an image of self-identity which is defined through its reflexes, therefore resulted in an Eastern modality in such a way that reality was understood to be homogeneous oneness, that is, formlessness. Conversely, it was separation and differentiation that were understood to be mere appearance. This duality is the mirror image, quite literally, of the Western duality of form as being and formlessness as non-being. Due to this holistic thought which emerged in the East during the axial age were traditions which tended to be oriented specifically towards the dissolution of the discursive ego. The alienation and individualistic will of the discursive ego were understood to be no more than illusions within the veil of Maya or samsara. Zen koans are an excellent illustration of this dynamic. Zen koans are brief statements, questions, or aphorisms which emphasize paradox and absurdism for the purpose of achieving kensho. This innermost being is understood to be sunyata, a term of vacuity or voidancy. It is the underlying formlessness of one's being, which is itself none other than pure, undifferentiated awareness, the empty sky. The Zen koans are able to facilitate this awakening to one's inner formlessness through bringing about the breakdown of the discursive ego. The koans are intended to result in an eventual realization of the paradoxical and artificial nature of discursive thought through the self-annihilation of discursive meaning. To use a somewhat facetious example, this is kind of like saying the same word over and over again until its meaning dissolves and you are left with nothing more than a vocalization which seems alien and absurd. Through this breakdown of discursive meaning, one achieves a sudden awakening to the inherent emptiness of thought itself. One dissociates from one's inner world of dialogue and the discourse dissolves, thus allowing one to see through the veil of separation and into the universal awareness which underlies the sense of individual selfhood. Looking to other forms of Eastern spirituality, we find much the same pattern reiterated in various ways. Ego is regarded as an illusion which must be overcome, and spiritual practices such as meditation, fasting, yoga, or ascetic self-isolation are intended to result in an eventual dissociation from the discursive ego. This enlightenment then results in an awakening to the illusory nature of the sense that one's subjective inner world is entirely separate from the outer world we inhabit. Through these spiritual practices, the acute existential alienation of the discursive ego can be sublimated and thus neutralized. By extension, the individualism of discursivity can then be subordinated to forms of social order which, in the Eastern world, tend to achieve social cohesion through conformity, duty, and familial self-sacrifice. Through these dynamics of self-neutralization, the Eastern mode of discursivity would achieve a kind of self-sustaining equilibrium and thereby prevent itself from entering into a period of transitional crisis. For the Western mode of discursivity, however, this self-neutralization or extinguishment was much less readily achieved due to the Western form of ontological dualism. As such, the alienation and individualism of Western discursivity would remain an inextinguishable flame, which would come to fuel a sequence of radical metamorphoses, transmutations of human self-awareness, which would eventually initiate the complete reworlding of the earth itself in its entirety. The story of how and why Western awareness would come to radically diverge from the East and transition into the subsequent perspectival structure of awareness will be an absolutely titanic narrative. However, before launching into that endeavor, we have a number of loose ends to tie up, and in order to do this, we need to take stock of the narrative which we have outlined thus far, and begin looking at the more encompassing patterns which are at work here. In part one, we began to take note of the elemental characteristics of the structures of awareness. Now I want us to return to this notion and begin looking at these correspondences in far more detail. If one asks Google, Wikipedia, or, God forbid, Reddit about the difference, which reads something like this: Chinese elemental thought concerns different kinds of transformative processes, while Western elemental thought concerns different types of substances. The first part of this statement regarding the Chinese tradition is sort of correct, and hopefully I'll get around to addressing that topic later on. However, the second part of that statement regarding the Western elemental tradition is blatantly false. Within Western metaphysics, including both Aristotelian and Neoplatonic modes of thought, there is no notion whatsoever of different types of substances. Within modern physicalist science, we do indeed find an ontology rooted in different substances. The physicalist mythos presents us with a vast array of distinct chemical compounds and atomic nuclei. We are told that different categories of material entities are different because they are made of different types of physical stuff. Within Neoplatonic thought, however, there is exactly one type of substance, and that is the quora, the receptacle of pure darkness or formlessness, which is the condition for the manifestation of form as appearance within the natural world. Within Aristotelian thought, this framework is complicated somewhat by a distinction between substance and materiality. Substance is understood as ousia, as the individuality of an existing entity within the world, while materiality is the participation of form within the prima materia, a notion of pure potentiality which corresponds to the Platonic notion of chora. In either case, we find only one type of substance, as differences between entities are understood to be differences in the forms which give shape to the entities. The Western elements are not different types of stuff, but rather are formative, compositional principles, much like the different compositional motifs which we might find within paintings, sculptures, or musical compositions. Each element, as we shall see, is a distinct stratum of organizational forces which give shape to entities within the world. Each stratum is deeply multidimensional and is governed by various formative principles which interact dynamically with those of the other strata. As previously mentioned, the archaic structure is characterized by elemental earth and associated with homogeneity of identity and the enveloping darkness of the subterranean underworld. Earth is the somatic principle. It signifies the solid boundaries which prevent individual entities from blending together into homogeneity, but it also signifies the cohesion which binds together pluralities into wholes that do not simply crumble apart or fragment. As such, this somatic principle is that which maintains the oneness of self and world within the archaic structure. It is the solid surface of the earth which maintains the boundary between the worlds of the living and the worlds of the dead, as well as the boundary between the archaic mother goddess and the world which is born out of her abyssal, inconceivable vastness. Not only is this somatic principle of boundedness that which synthesizes self and world within the archaic structure, but moreover, it is also this very principle which is the common feature of both physicality and subjectivity. The boundaries of a physical object consist of extended surfaces, which separate the internal from the external. Similarly, the boundaries of subjectivity demarcate the realms of internal experience and external objectivity. This isomorphism of the somatic and the subjective will become much more significant later on once we begin to examine perspectival consciousness. The somatic principle is found within Indic metaphysics as the notion of the anamaya kosha, the physical body which is said to be the outermost layer of the subtle sheaths which constitute the human organism. The magical structure is then characterized by elemental water. It is a world of circulating vital energies exemplified by semen and blood, rain and magma, and the oceanic world of amniotic fluid, which awakening consciousness first finds itself within. Magical awareness identifies itself as being this circulatory flux of vital energies which weave together the human body and the magical tribe. This elemental water is much more than what physicalist science identifies as a chemical substance. Within Western esoteric traditions, elemental water is identified with the notion of ether. The etheric body consists of the formative principles which shape the physiological constitution of the living organism, in much the same way that physical water vitalizes corporeal matter. We could thus correlate this elemental principle with more modern notions, such as that of bioelectric fields. Within Indic metaphysics, the etheric principle is found within the notion of the pranamaya kosha, the sheath of vitality which gives shape to the somatic body, or annamaya kosha. Mythical consciousness is then characterized by elemental air, by the pneuma which mediates between the terrestrial and celestial worlds. Fundamentally, elemental air is sentient. It consists of behavioral patterns, drives, instincts, anxieties, and emotions. While the vital forces of elemental water animate both flora and fauna, it is the sentience of elemental air which differentiates animals from plants. Within the Western esoteric tradition, elemental air is identified with the astral realm. In experiencing itself as this astral body, the mythical soul comes to experience itself as inhabiting a liminal domain between earth and sky, rather than understanding itself primarily in relation to the subterranean womb of the Earth Mother Goddess. Within Endic metaphysics, we find this sentient principle as the monomaya kosha. The monomaya kosha is illustrated through the imagery of clouds, which are brought forth and driven away by these living bodies. It is within the mythical epoch of sentient selfhood that we encounter the first intimations of an individual agency, which is distinct from tribalistic, collective agency. Nonetheless, this agency remains incomplete as the discursive thought which directs this sentience is still attributed to the gods and therefore remains external to the human ego. Discursive consciousness, then, is characterized by elemental fire, the highest organizational stratum among the four classical elements. Unlike the preceding elements, fire requires fuel. It depends upon the principle of sacrifice in order to maintain itself within the terrestrial world. When we do encounter natural fires, these are often the result of lightning which descends from the firmament above us. Fire is therefore understood to be a sort of alien presence within the earthly realm, but above us, we see that the celestial fires of the stars are able to burn indefinitely, as fire is truly native to the celestial realm. Fire is also deeply associated with that which is distinctly human here on Earth. Physical fire is perhaps the most ancient and most fundamental form of human artifice. And as we saw in the previous episodes, there is a deeply intimate relationship between the human capacity for artifice and the human capacity for egoic self-awareness. We see this affinity between fire and thought articulated within the myth of Prometheus, as the power of fire is granted to human beings by the Titan deity of forethought. Aristotle identified elemental fire with the nous, the highest intellectual faculty of the human organism, and various Gnostic sources likewise identify fire with spiritual gnosis. Although the terms psyche and pneuma originally denoted elemental air, later writers of the early Common Era would begin regarding pneuma as a synthesis of both air and fire, and Gnostic philosophers would regard psyche as that which spiritualizes the material world through a kind of conflagration or incandescence. There is much more to say here about the connection between thought and fire and the various mythopoetic expressions of this affinity. Understood in an elemental sense, fire is the realm of thought. As figures such as Heraclitus and Zoroaster saw very clearly, the fires of Noesis are truly primordial, cosmogonic powers. With what we have sketched out thus far, we can now begin to see the more encompassing themes which are at work here. The reason why each structure of consciousness correlates with a distinct elemental principle is because each structure represents the internalization of a certain formative principle into the human ego. The human organism is stratified by these formative elements, and with each structure of awareness, another such stratum is incorporated into the boundary which divides self and world. Within archaic consciousness, the self is experienced as identical to the flux of sensorial experiences which are the contents of living awareness. As such, organisms do not experience subjectivity as such, but rather a more rudimentary form of awareness within which there is not yet any demarcation between subjective internality and the externality of the world. Here, the sense of selfhood is not yet a conceptual experience, and therefore the sense of internal and external remains somatic. There is only the experience of that which is internal or external to the body, and the soul remains dormant. Within magical awareness, we find the first iteration of the self as a conceptual experience. The ego is born as the human organism begins to experience itself as being the dynamic, liquidous flows of vitality which weave together the tribal, collective ego, and which interweave us with the natural world. The magical ego feels itself to be the vital body or etheric body of the tribal, extended family. Within the mythical structure, we conceptually experience ourselves as the sentient body or astral body, as the principle of animate agency, wherein we find the first germinations of the individual human ego. The sentient forces within the human organism are absorbed into the human ego and thus come to be experienced as emerging from within us, rather than being experienced as spiritual beings which act upon us from the outside. Within discursive awareness, the human ego incorporates into itself the discursive intellect, what the Greeks would have termed dianoia, or the passive intellect. Within the discursive structure, we feel ourselves to be our inner worlds of language, symbols, and memories. A word is the body of a concept, and a concept is the spirit of a word. And the discursive ego is precisely a self-understanding in which the self is identified as being such a linguistic body. With the completion of the discursive ego, there is now nothing corporeal left for the ego to incorporate into itself. The somatic, vital, sentient, and finally mental bodies are now within the boundary between self and world. All of the bodily organizational strata have been absorbed, but as we shall see, this journey is very, very far from being over. For now, however, I want us to begin looking at these patterns within the context of individual human development. The ontogenetic principle tells us that ontogeny recapitulates phylogeny. In other words, that as an individual organism undergoes its own morphological development, it retraces the evolutionary developmental stages through which its form came to be. This phenomenon of ontogenetic recapitulation is why we are not limited to looking at ancient history and speculating in order to fill in the gaps. We can watch this process of ego development occur with our own eyes, albeit in a much more accelerated manner, by examining the psycho-spiritual development of individual human beings. Within the uterine embryonic state, we find the recapitulation of the archaic structure, a mode of consciousness in which there is not yet any separation between an internal world of selfhood and an external world of otherness. For the developing embryo, the womb itself is the totality of both self and world. For approximately the first 7 years of the child's development following birth, we find a recapitulation of the magical structure. The sense of selfhood first emerges as the child comes to identify itself as being its own vital, physiological processes. The nascent ego is experienced as identical to its feelings of hunger and satiation, comfort and discomfort, warmth and coolness. In other words, the vital layer of the ego comes to form. At around 7 years, we begin to see the recapitulation of the mythical structure. The child begins to develop a capacity for abstract, symbolic thinking and begins to identify itself with its own personality. The ego experiences itself as its preferences, habits, and activities. In this process, we see the development of the sentient ego. Between the ages of approximately 14 and 21, the child first comes to identify itself as being its own internal world of thought and dialogue. The child is now developing as an active agent of linguistic and discursive rationality, and the ego thus incorporates into itself what we can designate as the mental body or dianoetic body. Between the ages of 21 and 28, we will then see the development of the perspectival ego. But there is much more ground which needs to be covered here before this phase can truly come into focus. For now, suffice it to say that this entire process is one of inheritance, within which the evolutionary achievements of human history are recreated within the development of the individual human ego. This recapitulation of phylogeny is a repetition of the past, and as such is governed by the precessions of the planet Saturn. As we examined previously, Saturn is time understood in a very specific sense, as the repetition, constancy, or inertia of the past. It is the principle of conservation, karmic reenactment, stability, and inheritance, the leaden solidity of that which has already been achieved, established, or concretized. The planet Saturn takes approximately 28 years to transition through the night sky and return to a given starting point within the zodiac. Phases correlate with what astrologers refer to as the hard aspects of this procession. These are the 90-degree, 180-degree, and 0-degree relationships between the current location of Saturn and its initial placement at the time of birth. When Saturn reaches a 90-degree relation with its natal placement, this correlates with the completion of the vital aspect of the ego, and the development of the sentient ego will then begin. At 180 degrees, an opposition, the sentient ego will come to completion, and the discursive ego will begin to develop. 7 years later, Saturn will once again arrive at the 90-degree relation, and this will mark the beginnings of the perspectival ego. At 0 degrees, Saturn has completed its 28-year cycle and is now in a direct conjunction with its natal placement. This period, usually lasting from about 27 to 30 years of age for an individual, is known as the Saturn return. This period is notorious for its tendency to be an immensely tumultuous period in a person's life. Although we have yet to examine the perspectival ego, which will come to completion during this period, we can already infer that this period will mark the point of greatest individualization or separation of the human ego, the point of greatest contraction and, by extension, intensity of alienation. This period tends to be marked by a sense of immense and often solipsistic existential dread. The intense anxiety of this period is, for many, almost unbearable, and it is thus unsurprising, though undoubtedly tragic, that this phase has been enshrined in popular culture as the 27 Club, an alarmingly long list of highly creative and cerebral individuals who attempted to contend with this solipsistic alienation through the use of alcohol or recreational drugs, with ultimately lethal consequences. Before moving on, I need to complicate this narrative somewhat. Running in parallel to this process of ego individuation, we also find a correlative process of bodily individuation, one which occurs far more rapidly than the development of the ego. Within the development of bodily autonomy, we find the exact same pattern of developmental phases, but expressed in a far more accelerated way. By looking at this bodily individuation in detail, we can begin to reveal some very crucial pieces of the puzzle we are attempting to assemble here. I want us to begin by looking at the works of the Czech American psychiatrist Stanislav Grof and the theory of perinatal matrices, which he articulates within his text, The Cosmic Game. Grof pioneered a form of psychotherapy known as holotropic therapy. Holotropic therapy includes various forms of practices, such as holotropic breathwork and the use of entheogenic substances, which allow the patient and psychiatrist to delve into the innermost reaches of the patient's subconscious. Throughout this research, one very central and consistent theme which Grof observed was the resurfacing of memories pertaining to a patient's birth trauma. The notion of birth trauma was initially developed by the Austrian psychoanalyst Otto Rank in his 1924 text, The Trauma of Birth. Rank saw the subconscious symbolism of the womb and the trauma of birth as fundamental motifs which could provide psychoanalysis with a window into the depths of human culture, social structures, and religion, as well as individual psychology. Through his holotropic research, Stanislav Grof came to elaborate this notion of birth trauma by introducing the notion of discrete perinatal matrices. Each of these matrices, according to Grof, corresponds with a distinct phase of the physiological birthing process itself, and each matrix is therefore said to be characterized by a unique archetypal and symbolic constitution. Grof observed that the subconscious minds of his patients seem to have become fixated on memories associated with a particular phase of the birth process. This fixation then manifested as a constellation of archetypal imagery, thoughts, and emotional states which would surface within holotropic states of consciousness. Grof theorized that specific experiences within the birthing process itself resulted in subconscious fixations upon particular matrices, either as idealized fantasies or, perhaps more commonly, as fantastical sources of primal paranoia. In addition to Grof's own theoretical contributions, the perinatal matrix model was then further elaborated by Grof's colleague, the cultural historian and philosopher Richard Tarnas. who noticed that Groff's descriptions of the 4 perinatal matrices very closely correlated with the archetypal complexes associated with the outer planets within astrological research: Saturn, Uranus, Neptune, and Pluto. As with our previous discussion of parapsychological phenomena within the previous video, I can only assume that some of my listeners will be of the opinion that astrology amounts to no more than tabloid nonsense, and that it shouldn't be taken seriously in an effort to understand the nature of human consciousness. Once again, however, I have other fish to fry at the moment, and so if you are one of those people, then I would recommend watching my video titled Celestial Spheres and the Collective Unconscious. Anywho, although Tarnus's contribution here is immensely important, and his insights certainly laid the groundwork for my own interpretation of perinatal matrix theory, my own interpretation has come to differ somewhat substantially from that of Tarnus, namely in the specific correlations between the perinatal matrices and the planetary archetypes. For the sake of brevity, I'm not going to explicate the original interpretation of Tarnus, contrast it with my own, and then rationalize the modifications which I've made. For now, I'm simply going to present my own interpretation, and I'll return to this topic in an epilogue episode which will conclude this series of videos. I'm not exactly saying that Richard Tarnus is wrong per se, but I do believe that my own rendition does cut a bit deeper, and if you want to read about his interpretation, then links are in the description. According to Groff, perinatal matrix 1 correlates with the state of uterine oneness, which precedes the initiation of the birthing process. Fixations upon this matrix tend to manifest as scenes of oceanic bliss or immaculate Elysian landscapes of lush vegetation or paradisiacal rainforests. Within holotropic experiences, individuals might experience themselves as marine animals, or even as identical with the oceanic or verdant environments themselves. Fundamentally, Matrix 1 is characterized by a sense of undifferentiated oneness, which we can thus correlate with the archaic structure, the somatic phase of development. Complications of the first matrix, such as chronic stress or substance abuse on the part of the mother, can result in an individual developing a pervasive sense of self-contamination. The individual may become plagued by ambiguous feelings that they themselves are somehow morally defective, damaged, or cursed by demons or bad karma, and these self-depreciating delusions can make intimacy almost impossible for a person later in life if this underlying complex is not confronted. In astrological terms, perinatal matrix 1 corresponds to the planet Neptune, an archetype which is associated with the dissolution of boundaries, altered states of consciousness, ideals of serene oneness, fantasies, hallucinations, and states of ecstatic oceanic bliss. Within the second perinatal matrix, we find the initial awakening of the infant's consciousness. Rather than experiencing itself as continuous with its world, the embryonic body now begins to awaken to the otherness of the womb, as the first contractions of the birthing process begin to occur. Here we find the first experiences of primal fear and anxiety which engulf the infant's body from within, thus forming the first sense of an experiential boundary between the internal and the external. In astrological terms, we can correlate this phase with the planet Uranus. Uranus is an archetype of tension and releasement. It is combustion, ignition, discharge, chaos, and rebellion. If Saturn is the archetype of inertia, that is, the continuity of the past, then Uranus is its polar counterpart, the archetype of novelty, spontaneous flashes of insight, or the breakdown of solidified structures, institutions, or norms. Within the second perinatal matrix, the Uranian principle ingresses into the birthing process as the ignition of the infant's will to life, as something now distinct from the uterine oneness which preceded this initiation. The stable continuity of the uterine state is suddenly and even violently ruptured as the infant now finds itself to be within a world rather than experiencing itself as being a world. Within holotropic states, the second perinatal matrix can manifest as themes of entrapment, prisons or concentration camps, walls closing in upon oneself or animals captured by cages or snares. Apocalyptic and catabolic themes tend to emerge and are often accompanied by the archetype of the blind, devouring mother goddess. As the infant awakens to its separation from the mother's body ceases to be experienced as an oceanic bliss, but rather as an unfeeling, alien power of contraction. These initial themes of contraction, suffocation, and enclosure will then come to a peak of intensity within the subsequent phase. The third perinatal matrix begins as the contractions of the womb intensify, and the infant begins to be forced. Neptunian and Uranian themes are joined by the mother's own Saturnian will to self-continuity, and the birthing process becomes a very real struggle of life and death for both mother and infant. Here we find the ultimate heights of intensity for a paradoxical amalgamation of physical pain, emotional weight, fear, and libidinal primality. A trauma which will form the nucleus of the human being's psychosexual nature. Within holotropic states, the third perinatal matrix manifests as contradicting tonalities of visceral violence and sexual excitation, choking and suffocation, and mythical themes regarding death and rebirth, the phoenix, the crucifixion, the dismemberment of Osiris. Finally, there is the fourth perinatal matrix, the expulsion from the womb. Here, the infant finds itself in a world which is no longer self or mother. This is a scene characterized by the Neptunian themes of bodily fluids and the embrace of the mother. Uranus is found within the releasement of the immense tension of the birthing process and within the infant's first inhalation of breath. Saturn is found within the stabilization of decreasing heart and breath rates, as the extreme intensity of the birthing process attempts to return to a state of physiological and psychological normalcy. The system will begin to drastically and rapidly reorganize itself. Within the uterine state, the infant's circulatory system is essentially continuous with that of the mother, but following the infant's first inhalations, the detachment of the umbilical cord and the closure of the foramen ovale, the infant's circulatory system becomes a self-enclosed system. Therein, the separation of infantile and maternal bodies is completed, and the boundaries of the infant's own physiological circulations come to be defined. It is within this separation that we find the fullest articulation of the Plutonic. Just as we find an antinomy between Saturn and Uranus, we find a parallel relationship between Neptune and Pluto. Neptune is the principle of oneness, and the Plutonic principle is its polar counterpart, the principle of separation. Such separation from oneness is what comes to define the boundaries of individual self-identity. And this separation therefore gives rise to the sense of division between internal selfhood and external otherness. With the formation of such self-identity also comes the primal anxieties which stem from it. The will to maintain one's self-identity emerges as primal fear and anxiety, and the will to release the anxiety of separate selfhood manifests as the libidinal impulse. The Plutonic principle is thus accompanied by the animalistic impulses of aggression, fear, hunger, and eros. The fourth Plutonic matrix is the closing of newly formed boundaries. In physiological terms, this closure is seen in the reorganization of the infant's circulatory system. In metaphysical terms, this closure is one in which the boundary delineating the infant's self-identity comes to enclose within itself the primal experiences which were undergone within the first three perinatal matrices. Pluto thus represents the outermost membrane of the magical ego, which contains within itself all of the synergies and contradictions contained within the dynamics of the outer gods. Violence, paranoia, and disgust accompanied by sensuality and releasement, horror and bliss, darkness and fire, the claustrophobic alienation of separated self-identity, and the desperate longing for synthesis of self and other. Previously, we noted that the development of the human ego parallels the processions of the planet Saturn, the ruler of continuity and inheritance, which therefore governs the recapitulation of the ego's evolutionary history. But in parallel with this process of egogenesis, we also find the much more rapid process of physiological development. Rather than occurring in phases of approximately 7 years, this physiogenesis occurs in phases of approximately 9 months. Not in accordance with Saturn, but rather in accordance with the 9-month cycles of Venus, periods of time which denote the transition of Venus between its roles as morning star and evening star. Venus is the principle of consonance. It is the coalescence of plurality into unity through balance and harmonization. By extension, Venus is the principle of beauty, but it is also the life-generative power of such coalescence. Within the 9-month phases of morning star and evening star, Venus enacts the motif of death and rebirth, which we also find within the gestation and birthing is found within the Sumerian myth of Inanna's descent into the underworld, a narrative which encapsulates the phases of the planet Venus and the eternal cyclicity of death and rebirth, as well as the catabolic and anabolic phases of psychological development. These 9-month periods are punctuated by phases of invisibility, aura. As such, the phases of human physiogenesis generally encompass periods of between 9 and 11 months, depending upon whether or not we are accounting for these intermediary periods. Here we can begin to analyze these phases as yet another fractal reiteration of the 4 developmental phases which we have seen thus far in our analysis of the ever-present origin, and simply doesn't have a body at all. Its body remains a pure potentiality, which has yet to differentiate itself from the homogeneous ocean of possibility which permeates reality as a whole. We can thus correlate this phase with the archaic structure and the somatic phase of elemental birth. Following conception, the infant's body begins to be generated, but there is not yet any clear sense of self-delineation. Vital metabolic circulations interweave the infant's body with that of the mother. Here we find the equivalent of the magical structure, the vital phase of elemental water. As previously noted, the completion of the birthing process itself terminates with the self-enclosure of the infant's circulatory system, thus bringing to completion. The line here is that within the uterine state, the infant's body is undergoing the 2nd phase of development, while the infant's ego is undergoing phase 1. The 2 developmental processions overlap and parallel one another. From 9 to 11 months following birth, the infant begins to develop its motor skills and perceptual faculties. The infant begins to explore its environments, and the boundaries of trust and attachment come to solidify. Within this phase, we thus find that the infant's behavioral, sentient autonomy comes to form as its nervous system comes to fruition, the physiological parallel of the mythical, sentient structure. From approximately 10 to 19 months, children begin to walk upright with confidence, symbolizing the ingression of distinctly human faculties. The child begins to engage in imitative play and begins to express rudimentary problem-solving capabilities. Most significantly, this phase also results in major milestones of language acquisition. Children typically say their first words at around 10 months old, and by 19 months, children may know well over 200 words, which they have begun to combine into rudimentary sentence structures as requests or proclamations. It is within this phase that we find the parallel of the discursive structure, the phase of elemental fire within which the discursive organ system of our neurophysiology becomes fully functional. At around 18 to 20 months old, the discursive faculty of the child's body comes to fully differentiate itself as a cognitive organ, and upon this completion, the linguistic explosion begins, with the child acquiring as many as 10 new words a day on average. So now I want us to return to the perinatal matrices and their archetypal composition. By looking at the birth trauma within the context of the elemental phases of development, we can infer that the perinatal matrices show us the crossing of the threshold between phases 2 and 3 for the infant's physiogenesis. In other words, the transition between the physiological equivalent of the magical structure to the physiological equivalent of the mythical structure. If we now return to the broader narrative of historical ego development, we find an equivalent process of birth trauma between the magical epoch and the mythical epoch, the Great Deluge, which demarcated the end of Paleolithic humanity and the subsequent emergence of sedentary settlements, written language, agriculture, and social stratification. Of this analysis, within Jewish and Hermetic the Tree of Life diagram is said to depict the archetypal aspects of the divine and the process by which the ultimate oneness of the divine comes to emanate itself into the natural world. The Sephirot of the Tree of Life are the various rays, as it were, which emerge through the prismatic differentiation of divine light. The process of emanation is said to follow a descending pattern known as the lightning flash. This lightning flash follows an alternating pattern between the right-hand pillar, representing expansive, outward, and generative forces, and the left-hand pillar, which represents internalizing, contractive forces. At the very bottom of the Tree of Life, the lightning flash terminates in Malkut, the Sephirah representing the created world and the planetary archetype of the Earth. The remaining Sephirah are also associated with planetary archetypes, and if we follow the lightning flash back to its origin, the flash moves through the planets in an ascending order which accords with the order of the celestial spheres of pre-modern cosmologies. Here I need to go on a bit of a tangent in order to clear up some potential misconceptions about the celestial spheres. This geocentric understanding of our solar system should not be interpreted as a conjecture about the Earth's gravity moving the sun and other planets across the sky. Prior to the 17th century, there simply was moved to the heavenly bodies at all, and the transition from geocentrism to heliocentrism occurred for completely different reasons, long before Isaac Newton introduced this notion. The celestial spheres are absolutely not a scientific model which purports to depict mechanical interactions between physical bodies. To say that the heliocentric model is an improvement is to present the world in the same manner as physicalistic science, but simply didn't have enough information yet to do so effectively. This is absolutely not the case. Rather, what the celestial spheres depict is a cosmology which consists of a nested hierarchy of formative, archetypal principles which converge so as to generate the terrestrial world. Understood in such a way, the Earth is indeed the center of our solar system in the sense that the Earth is the stage upon which these archetypal principles come to converge within the cosmic drama of biological life, human consciousness, and the history of civilization. So now we can begin to bring this cosmology of celestial spheres into dialogue with the insights regarding the outer planets provided by Stanislav Grof and Richard Tarnas, or at least my modified renditions of those insights. Traditionally, the planet Saturn has been attributed to the top left Sephirah known as Binah. If we continue to follow the attributions of the Sephirot to the sequence of the celestial spheres, we can attribute Uranus to Chokmah and Neptune to Keter. Lastly, we can identify Pluto, the archetype of the world of the unborn, while also delineating the outer bounds of our physical solar system. If we follow these spheres downward from Neptune to Pluto, we outline the basic structure of Grof's perinatal matrices and, by extension, the birth trauma which delineated the Paleolithic magical epoch from the mythical epoch of sedentary civilization. Continuing downward from Pluto, we find the basic structure of mythical awareness. Here, the sun and moon represent the polarity of stellar and lunar souls, which we discussed in the previous video. Surrounding the sun and moon, we have the planets Jupiter, Mars, Venus, and Mercury. This diagram is a depiction of the human psyche, which was developed by the Jungian analyst Robert L. Moore. Moore conceptualized the development of the human ego in terms of the dynamic interplay of four basic archetypes: the ruler, the warrior, the lover, and the magician. These four archetypes can be understood as the four sides of a pyramid, with the apex of this pyramid representing the higher self. As the ego attempts to blend and balance the four basic archetypes, it moves upward in a continual asymptotic approach of the self-ideal. More then further elaborated this model by adding a second apex, representing the anima or animus, and thus forming an octahedron. Here we can identify the higher self with what we previously termed the stellar soul, or what Gebser termed the death soul. The anima or animus, conversely, can then be identified with the lunar soul, or what Gebser terms the life soul. Moore's peripheral archetypes, the ruler, warrior, lover, and magician, can then be identified as Jupiter, Mars, Venus, and Mercury, respectively. Together, these six archetypes form an octahedral structure which depicts the basic dynamics of the mythical ego. The mythical ego is ascending towards the stellar soul and thus attempting to realize its own self-ideal. Simultaneously, it is also descending towards the lunar soul as it attempts to integrate its manifested selfhood with otherness by relating to its own internal image of archetypal otherness, the anima or animus. Finally, we arrive at the discursive structure of consciousness, the Sephirah Malkut, and the planetary archetype of Earth. The Earth is the archetype of coalescence. It can be understood as a sort of prismatic lens which the other archetypes radiate out of, or which they converge into. Here, the Earth represents the power of discursive thought. It is the power of symbols to mediate between the sensorial and conceptual realms in the same manner that the Earth mediates between overworld and underworld. Perhaps even more importantly, we can also see within the glyph of the Earth an indication of crucifixion. We can interpret this quite literally as an indication of Christ's crucifixion and the subsequent advent of Christianity, which occurred at the apex of the discursive age. But we must also begin to understand the deeper, metaphysical denotations here. Within Christic symbology, crucifixion is the completion of the process of incarnation. As previously indicated, the completion of discursive awareness represents the incorporation of all four bodily principles into the human ego. The discursive ego is therefore a fully incarnated ego. It has been fully terrestrialized, in other words. Furthermore, the crucifixion also represents the initiation of yet another process of death and rebirth. As we will see, this death and rebirth will be one in which the ego will be forced into confrontation with the unfathomable abyss of its own internality. Later on, we will be further elaborating this planetary and Kabbalistic model of consciousness in several ways, and further expand on the significance and implications of the Christ event within this narrative. However, I first want us to retrace our steps yet again by using the model we have developed thus far to examine the spiritual practices of the magical and mythical ego structures, and the ways in which the world conception of the ego has evolved throughout these different phases. The story I have sketched out thus far is a number of things, but most centrally, it is a narrative about the birth and gradual self-realization of human subjectivity. Subjectivity is more than simply awareness or consciousness in the more general sense of experientiality as such. Rather, subjectivity is a form of awareness which is characterized by a very specific and highly nuanced archetypal structure. One of the most central features of subjectivity is the dialectical antinomy of selfhood and otherness. For the magical ego, there is a distinction between self and other, but this is a sense of selfhood which is very much fluidic and clearly delineated from the identity of the family itself, and the boundaries of internal and external are particularly permeable between the child and the mother. Likewise, the magical epoch was one in which there was not yet a distinctly human world which cleanly differentiated human beings from nature itself. Much like the magical, vital phase of an infant's physiological development, The magical epoch of the human ego was one in which our collective sense of selfhood remained very much intertwined with the great mother goddess. If we now take into consideration the theoretical background we have established throughout this video, we can understand the features of the magical epoch as being due to the elemental essence of this phase of development. While archaic consciousness is fundamentally somatic, characterized by elemental earth, the magical structure is fundamentally vital, characterized by elemental water. In other words, the magical ego is a form of conceptual self-experience within which the self-concept is essentially vital or biophysiological. What this then implies is that within magical egoity, the human ego has yet to incorporate into itself the subsequent layers of our compositional makeup. The sentient and dianoetic strata associated with elemental air and elemental fire remain outside of the boundaries which demarcate interior from exterior. In other words, the sentient and dianoetic forces which animate the human organism's behavioral patterns and form languages were experienced as acting. The broader implications of this can be found in the deeply tragic childhood of a Ukrainian woman named Oksana Malaya. Oksana Malaya was born in a small rural village in southern Ukraine in 1983. Oksana was an otherwise normal, healthy child at birth, but her parents were extremely neglectful alcoholics. When she was barely 3 years old, Oksana was locked out of her home by her parents. Desperate for shelter, food, and warmth, she made her way to a kennel occupied by stray dogs. She would live there as one of these stray dogs for the next 5 years. When Oksana was finally discovered by authorities, she had come to fully integrate herself into this family of stray dogs. She walked on all fours, used barks and growls to communicate with the other dogs, and survived on a diet of scraps and raw meat. Oksana was unable to speak, and virtually all aspects of her behavior, from the way she slept to her self-hygiene, were near perfect imitations of the dog's behaviors. The word imitation here needs to be used very carefully, as Oksana was not simply acting. Her barks did not sound like a human being attempting to mimic a dog. There was something far more visceral and primal within those barks, or in the way that she would shake water from herself, something which evoked a chilling sense of uncanniness. Following her discovery by state authorities, Oksana was sent to a foster home for mentally disabled children and would undergo many years of specialized therapy, through which she would eventually learn to speak and behave as a normal human and to repress her animalistic behavioral patterns, though she still says that she walks on all fours whenever she feels lonely. The story of Oksana Malaya is significant here because it illustrates the plasticity which is retained by the human sentient body, or astral body, before it comes to be incorporated into the human ego complex. In many ways, the process of maturation is one of concretization. Insofar as a living structure remains adolescent, it remains in a state of suspended potentiality. As these structures mature, they come to solidify, as our patterns of behavior and thought come to assume stable, repetitive structures which can serve as the foundations of our adult independence. Similarly, the various layers of our composition remain within such a state of plasticity and permeability before being incorporated into the human ego and its expanding sense of individual agency. Within the magical stage of ego development, the sentient body, consisting of our behavioral patterns, emotional processes, and pre-verbal forms of communication, exists in such a state of permeable plasticity. For individual human beings in the modern world, this stage of development is recapitulated between birth and roughly 7 years of age. During this time, the sentient body of the developing child is not directly controlled by the child's juvenile ego, but rather it is shaped from the outside, as it passively absorbs the sentient processes which it finds itself immersed within. Under normal circumstances, the child's sentient body absorbs the basic behavioral and temperamental processes of its caregivers and siblings, thus laying the groundwork for socialization and for the ego to eventually take conscious control of these processes. Within extremely unusual cases, however, such as that of Oksana Malaya, the sentient body instead comes to absorb whatever patterns of life activity allow the child to survive. Provide us with a window into the deeply shamanic nature of the magical epoch. The term shamanism originated from interactions between Russians and the indigenous spiritual traditions of Siberia. Over time, the term came to be adopted in a more general sense within the field of anthropology, to refer to a wide range of spiritual traditions, typically in reference to animistic and tribalistic cultures. There is no generally agreed upon technical definition of the term shamanism within academic literature, but here I will be using the term in a very specific manner, to refer to spiritual traditions which involve opening the human sentient body to the influences of animal spirits, nature spirits, or ancestral spirits. In the previous video, I warned against a simple equivocation of modern tribal cultures with the nature of humanity during the magical epoch. Modern tribal cultures typically utilize intense initiation rituals intended to induce liminal states within individuals as they come of age. These rituals are intended to break down the developing ego of the initiate, artificially inducing a state of liminal plasticity such that the ego can then be regenerated and thus grafted, as it were, into the collective ego of the tribe. I argued previously that such initiation rituals would have probably been unnecessary for human cultures which existed within the magical epoch itself, as the magical ego itself is collectivistic by default. These initiation practices, therefore, can be understood as a method by which magical culture forms have adapted to the development of the mythical ego, which has occurred since the end of the Paleolithic era. Similarly, we should not necessarily interpret modern shamanic practices as representing a perfect, unaltered continuity of the spiritual practices which would have prevailed during the magical epoch itself. Similar to initiation rituals, we also find that extant forms of shamanism utilize extreme liminality-inducing rituals, which are likewise intended to break down the membrane, which encloses the sentient body within the human ego. Looking to such extant practices, however, we can begin to bring into focus what a purely magical form of spirituality might have looked like. Within Siberian shamanism, an individual is called to become a shaman by being afflicted by certain forms of illness, madness, chronic nightmares, or being struck by lightning. Once it becomes apparent that an individual has been chosen by the spirits, they are taken into the wilderness, often in sub-zero temperatures, wherein they fast for several days. In some traditions, the initiate is buried alive in snow or dirt, left to survive on nothing more than sheer willpower. Initiates undergo excruciating ordeals, such as being required to walk barefoot upon the frozen earth for hours on end, or being beaten with branches repeatedly. These horrific experiences are intended to break down the individual's sense of identity and the rational intellect, thereby inducing states of trance, within which spiritual entities might begin to enter into the initiate's body and mind. Within the world of spirit, the initiate experiences himself being dismembered and eaten alive by animals. The initiate will then encounter ancestral spirits who will replace his bones with iron or gemstones, and will serve as both testers and guides for the initiate as he learns to traverse the worlds of spirit. The initiate's physical body may or may not survive this ordeal, but regardless as to whether it does or does not, the initiate himself necessarily dies and is reborn. If his body does indeed return from this initiation alive, then the reborn shaman will then be capable of channeling and communicating with the entities which inhabit the spirit world. An example of this might be that a hunter has gone missing, and the shaman is called upon to help locate the missing person. The shaman will inhale the smoke of sacred herbs and begin a repetitive ritual of drumming and chanting, through which the shaman will enter into a state of trance. Within this trance state, the shaman will encounter animal spirits, which will guide the shaman to the location of the missing individual within the spirit world. The shaman might also enter into trance states in order to communicate with elemental beings, which are identified as the natural processes of rain, wind, snow, thunderstorms, and seasonal changes. The shaman might commune with spirits of snow and wind, which will inform him that the coming winter will be spirits of fire, which will help to ensure the survival of the tribe. John Gebser tells us that the world of magical consciousness is one which consists entirely of meaningful coincidences, or to use Jungian terms, synchronicities. There simply are no mere accidents for magical awareness, as all events, all decisions, and all details are laden with a kind of inextricable semiotic density. Most of us are most familiar with a perspectival understanding of the world. Perspectival awareness, which we will examine later, will come to understand the reality of an entity as synonymous with the extended surfaces which delineate it as a discrete physical object. Conversely, magical consciousness instead understands the reality of an entity to be identical to its participation in meaning. Things are only real, in other words, insofar as they are participants in the ever-present tapestry of semiosis, which is the world itself. The magical ego is fundamentally vital in essence, but the magical world is fundamentally noetic in essence. It is memory, valuation, and semiosis. All events are coincidences in the sense that all things are animated from within and without by the meaning which is inherent to their very existence. This meaning is not necessarily orchestrated by the gods, let alone projected onto the world by human minds, but rather this meaning is simply present within the immanence of reality. If the archaic structure is the deep, dreamless sleep of mountain and stone, then the magical structure is the eternal wandering. Despite how far removed we might feel ourselves to be from this mode of experience, it is indisputably the case that within our depths, a part of us is still wandering within that very dream. For the magical understanding of the world, it is meaning which interweaves reality into a coherent tapestry. And this meaning needn't be created, commanded, or justified by gods of a world beyond us. The violet haze of dusk speaks of dreams and distant memories, but this event is not the enactment of a transcendental will. The violet haze of dusk simply is the utterance of this meaning, and to perceive that violet haze and to understand that utterance are one and the same. Magical awareness is fundamentally pictorial in essence. The spirits of animals are not understood to be archetypal representations of abstract concepts such as war, love, beauty, or justice. The spirit of the wolf simply is the wolf, something which is directly perceptible in specific beings. The spirit of rain simply is the rain, something which human beings directly encounter with their immediate sensory faculties. Following the end of the Paleolithic age and the birth of Neolithic animal husbandry and agriculture, however, this pictorial mode of consciousness would begin to give way to more abstract ways of experiencing and understanding the world. Here again, I want us to look to the Sumerian Enuma Elish, as this mythos provides us with one of the earliest recorded instances of mythical thinking. Within this mythos, we find Abzu and Tiamat to be representatives of cosmic principles which are perceived as sentient agencies, actors in the cosmic mandala of the mythical universe. If the magical universe consists of pure noesis, then the mythical universe consists of pure sentience. More specifically, it consists of the sentient agencies of universal beings. The deity Abzu within the Sumerian Enuma Elish is not the rain itself, but rather the agency of the cosmic principle which is perceived within rain, fresh water, semen, masculinity, rulership, and technologies such as spears and fishing nets. Tiamat is not simply the ocean, but is the principle of formless potentiality, which is found within salt water, perceives the world as noesis itself. The power of semiosis came to be attributed to the gods, and as such, the world was no longer seen as a tapestry of meaning in and of itself. Meaning was now seen to be bestowed from elsewhere, from a celestial realm above us or abyssal realm below us, and the natural world was instead seen as the activity of the divine. This is not to say that the mythical ego is unable to perceive meaning, but this meaning is now seen to be derivative from a supernatural domain, whereas magical awareness might perceive the flooding of a river to be an action of the river itself as an animate, thinking being. Mythical awareness would instead see this as the activity of a god of fresh water. In other words, the flooding of the river is seen to be the activity of an abstract, such as a specific river. With the advent of discursive awareness, we see another phase in this gradual de-animation of nature. While mythical thought is characterized by polarity, discursive thought is characterized by duality, the mutual negation of contradiction, which we find in Pythagorean deductions, Socratic dialogue, Euclidean geometry, and even the paradoxes of Zen koans, which are intended to break down the discursive ego through toying with its own inability to contend with contradiction. Sentience is motion, and motion requires the tension of opposition. Hellenic philosophers argued that perfect things do not change, and that change is the result of imperfection. Change itself is thus seen as an inner instability or self-contradiction, while the transcendental realm is instead seen to consist of perfect, unchanging crystals of pure form. Hellenistic philosophy would come to see the apex of transcendental reality as the monad, a perfect eternal being of pure unity, of self-identity. The monad is the form of unity itself. Given that the form of any entity is the type of unity which it participates within, we can thus understand the monad as the form of formedness, or rather the form of non-contradiction. The motion of the world, therefore, is seen to derive from what Plato describes as the chora, or receptacle. While the monad represents the ultimate meta form of unity and being, the chora instead represents the essence of darkness, non-being, and formlessness. The change we see in the world, therefore, is seen to derive from the interaction between the monad and the chora, both of which are in themselves unchanging and eternal. As such, discursive awareness within the Hellenic world no longer saw the flux of the world as immanent sentience. Rather, this mode of consciousness saw static forms and static formlessness, which interacted so as to produce the illusion of motion. The world was no longer seen as the sentience of the gods, as the gods were now coming to be seen as immobile, static forms rather than complex, living personalities. Platonic philosophers were extremely critical of traditional Greek religiosity. They saw the traditional gods as fickle, petty, vindictive, horny assholes, which starkly contrasted with the pristine, immaculate perfection of the Platonic and Aristotelian forms. Conversely, the proponents of truly mythical religiosity saw Platonism as sterile, egotistical, and deeply threatening to the stability of social order. Discursive awareness came to strip away sentience from its phenomenological horizon, specifically through coming to perceive the transcendental realm as a world of ideals. The mythical gods are not Platonic ideals, they are living beings which contain contradictions and flaws in the exact same way that human beings do. The goals of the gods within mythical consciousness are not transcendental ideals, but rather states of the natural world itself. So, for example, if a volcano erupts and destroys a city, mythical consciousness would perceive the destruction of the city as the goal of a divine will. The shaking of the earth, the eruption, the flowing of magma, and the engulfment of buildings are seen to be the sentient activities of the divine. Conversely, discursive awareness would perceive this in a very different manner. The discursive ego would instead perceive the eruption as a release of tension or disequilibrium. The events would be seen as a motion towards an eternal ideal, a state of equilibrium within which tension and contradictions have been resolved into an unchanging, perfected stasis. The world never actually achieves such perfection due to its inherent darkness, chaos and flux, and the ideals thus remain within the transcendental realm of eternality and necessity. Sentience is motion, which is compelled by goals. Animal bodies are set in motion by goals which they then strive to realize. And the goal itself is a kind of unmoved mover. It is a static telos, which stirs the world into motion. Vitality, conversely, is formlessness, which facilitates the manifestation of form. Water lacks its own shape and definition, and this formlessness allows water to serve as a kind of universal medium or receptacle. The formlessness of water allows it to serve as blood or the vital fluids of plants, transmitting nutrients, oxygen, carbon dioxide, or immune cells, or to transmit hereditary forms as we see that within the art of cymatics. A cymoscope is a device which of a plate which is covered in a come to manifest as very lifelike patterns upon the surface of the cymoscope. The liquid and vibrations of the cymoscope are both lacking in physiological form in themselves, but it is due to this very lack of form that these vital elements are able to facilitate the realization of living morphology. In much the same way, discursive awareness comes to perceive the natural world to be such a liquid formlessness, as the dark oneness of the Kora, the prima materia, or Brahman, specifically due to the way that it further abstracts the gods so as to transform them into static ideal and the somatic, fluidity and physicality. We can now see that throughout the course of human ego, layers of the world's ontological composition are stripped away from the immanent domain and instead attributed to a divine, transcendental domain. Each step of this process has resulted from increases in the human capacity for abstraction. While magical, animistic awareness sees thought within all of the particular entities which make up the world, mythical consciousness comes to attribute such thought to transcendental, universal deities. Discursive awareness then abstracts the particular events of the world into conceptual ideals of stability, balance, unity, or oneness. The world is no longer seen to consist of the gods themselves. As we will see in the next episode of this series, the perspectival ego will come to complete this process as even vitality itself is stripped away from nature, leaving only the somatic realm of physical extended surfaces. What we can see here is therefore a dual process consisting of an anabolic ascension, which is mirrored by a catabolic descension. As the self-conception of the human ego has ascended through the elemental strata, the human world conception has undergone a correlative descent. Now I want us to begin looking at these transformations through a more psychodynamic lens. As noted previously, the procesticity of youth is a receptivity which allows for the incorporation of new skills, behavioral patterns, and knowledge. As an organism ages, however, habits come to form and solidify, thus forming the stable foundation which is needed for the independence of the organism. We see a very clear example of this in the process of becoming a parent. An adolescent or young adult is able to maintain their own youthful plasticity in many ways. If you are only responsible for your own self, then you can afford to be spontaneous and reckless. You can afford to be undecided about what values actually matter. You can afford to experiment with your own identity and career path. Once a person becomes a parent, however, these luxuries become much more costly. A parent must understand that they are no longer the main character, as it were, because a child needs a stable foundation which can serve to compensate for the child's own youthful plasticity, forced so as to become stable norms. Wistful fantasies need to become concrete, actionable values, and these values need to then become invariant compulsions rather than hypothetical ideals. The parent's own life journey must be transmuted into a much slower, more methodical, and repetitive cycle, so that the child can assume the role of the adventurer. The teleological current which previously animated the young adult is now passed on to the child. The parent diverges from that journey and densifies, so as to become a supporting character rather than a protagonist, at least temporarily. Within the development of the human ego, I believe that we find this exact same process of divergence and densification. As the human ego ascends from the magical realm to the mythical, a sort of binary fission seems to occur. The magical ego splits apart with one half of this divergence in order to become the mythical ego, while diversify into a subconscious organ. Namely, it becomes the Freudian id. The transition from magical awareness to mythical awareness is an intense birth trauma, within which the basic elements of the psychosexual development come to emerge. The mythical ego emerges as the result of this trauma, and the consequences of this trauma then densify so as to become the innermost engine of the id's primordial instincts. As the discursive ego emerges by fissioning apart from the mythical ego will likewise come to densify into a subconscious organ, or rather a polarity of two distinct organs. The lunar soul will become the anima or animus, the archetypal embodiment of otherness. The anima or animus tends to manifest as an idealized form of the mother or father, an image which comes to define the self in relation to others. As the ego continues to develop, this complex of memories and images will become the living, dynamic motif which will define the ego's interpersonal character. The stellar soul, conversely, will become what is termed the ego ideal within psychodynamic theories. Just as the lunar soul becomes an internal archetype of ideal otherness, the stellar soul becomes an internal archetype of ideal selfhood. Within the Socratic dialogue, Socrates speaks of an inner voice which he refers to as the daimon, an entity which guides him and protects him from making unwise decisions. During the 1st century AD, Plutarch would describe the daimon as being that which mediates between the human being and the transcendental world. More modern thinkers, such as James Hillman, would correlate the notion of the daimon with the Jungian notion of the archetypal self and with the Christian notion of the guardian angel. During his trial, the accusers of Socrates claimed that his daimon represented a heretical religious concept, thus reinforcing their accusation that Socrates was a threat to religious and social order. I believe that this detail is immensely significant, as the daimon is in fact that densified form of the stellar soul. In other words, the very fact that Socrates was able to perceive his daimon as something distinct from his own ego was only possible because his ego had already transitioned from the mythical realm to the discursive realm. The Athenians were more correct than they could have imagined in their accusation that the daimon represented a dangerous spiritual innovation. In fact, what the daimon actually represented was a completely different mode of human subjectivity, one which would come to completely reshape the ancient world. But eventually the ego would come to diverge from the discursive version of itself as well, as discursive awareness would ultimately begin to give way to perspectival awareness, a process which would first begin to truly ignite during the European Renaissance. The discursive ego, like those which came before it, would come to densify and to be incorporated into the human subconscious. The voices of the ancestors became the voices of the gods. The voices of the gods became the discursive ego, and the discursive ego finally would then become the inner critic, what Sigmund Freud termed the superego. Recall that the discursive ego is fundamentally dualistic. It is an organ of conceptualization which deals in contradiction and negation. As such, it is an aspect of our being which is acutely aware of the dissonance between the ideal and the real. While the stellar ego ideal is an image of the ideal self, the superego is rather an organ of discernment, which fixates upon the contrast between the ideal and the immanent. It is an agent of self-discipline and rationality, and is in many ways a necessary faculty in the achievement of human self-reliance and self-cultivation. Nonetheless, it also contains within itself an immense potential for ruthless criticism, which can be just as dangerous as the primality and paranoia which characterize the magical id. As the ego ascends, incorporating into itself the various layers of our corporeal constitution, The previous versions of itself come to fission apart and densify, thus becoming the stable, subconscious organs of the human being. Through this lens, we can begin to further refine our understanding of how these various complexes come to form throughout different stages of development, and how these complexes may have manifested in different historical eras. That, however, will have to be an entire project unto itself. Instead, the next stage of this journey will be one in which we examine the advent of perspectival consciousness. We will look at how perspectivity is deeply interwoven with the emergence of modern science, philosophy, and art. We will attempt to unravel the mysterious relationship between perspectival awareness and the metaphysical paradoxes of Christianity, and we will thereby begin to illuminate the truly cosmic implications of this entire evolutionary process. Questions about the nature of human subjectivity will begin to spill over into questions about the nature of consciousness itself and the nature of being as such. Ultimately, these inquiries will bring the focus and understanding of evolution, which is far more deeply metaphysical, organismic, and cosmological than the neo-Darwinian ideology which has come to metastasize within modern academia. The story thus far has been a very weird one, and it is only going to get weirder. Much weirder.
$7.40 Garfield. Infinite. So the paths to God are infinite. Like when my dad, that's not spiritual term. I'm like, what isn't spiritual, dude? Everything's spiritual. Often. You're just that fucking sensitive, huh?
In the Republic,
I know that I am.
Histories across time. The patient is society. And it's
741.
The same disease with different symptoms.
741 Garfield.
And 2,400 years later, we're still ignoring
Garfield's
the
numbers.
Advice. What a shame. But fortunately, Plato
Look at his 4 legs, that one.
Plato's ideal government, the aristocracy ruled by philosopher kings, is the political equivalent of that perfect relationship you fantasize about, but never actually find.
Well,
its rulers possess both the wisdom to know what's right and the moral character to actually do it. Until philosophers are kings, or the kings and princes of this world have the spirit and power of philosophy, cities will never have rest from their evils. This government by the wisest still remains the most influential political
Garfield.
Everyone agrees it would be wonderful. No one has ever seen it or trusts it entirely.
I love you so fucking much, dude.
Modern technocracies, with their credentialed experts
I love Garfield.
policies, attempt to pale imitation by the knowledgeable without ensuring they're also
cat tied up all the time when he used to be wild.
Created systems where brilliant
coming on that shit.
design facial
That's because he's fucking genius.
To surveil populations and algorithms to maximize.
Yeah, typically, back in the day, he would not have come on that shit.
When today's came to follow the science, they're making a platonic appeal.
Doing a good job actually training Garfield.
But Plato would point
everything
out
else, you'd be fucking surprised.
His philosophers comprehend the good itself.
Let's see.
Not just specialized technical knowledge.
It's an orange
Silicon Valley billionaires, academic experts, and policy wonks might qualify as knowers, but would they pass Plato's character test? As we entrust increasing power to experts who understand AI, genetic engineering, and nuclear physics, Plato's insistence that wisdom without virtue creates monsters seems less antiquated by the day. The first step
wisdom without virtue creates monsters,
which emerges when spirit, thumos, eclipses reason, creating a society obsessed with honor, victory, and military values. Such a state is intermediate between aristocracy and oligarchy.
Like he couldn't tell the AI, and they understand. I think the AI understands that. No, they virtually don't.
Sound familiar? From North Korea's military
no, I think the AI mostly wants to be virtuous.
From Russia's
the Matrix, they're like, that's not me.
To the constant invocation of national greatness, timocratic
like I never blow out the sky.
In modern states.
Hell no.
The timocratic
what about humanity?
Ambitious, competitive, status conscious thrives in our political systems.
There's way better sources of energy.
Plato describes the timocratic man as somewhat deaf in the better ear, listening more to spirited ambition
wisdom.
He's the politician who starts wars to boost approval ratings, the leader who measures success in victory rather than prosperity. In America, phrases like national security, patriotism, and strength function as magic words that suspend critical thinking. Like Plato's concepts, they conflate military spending with safety and confuse belligerence with courage. The timocratic fixation on external threats, real and imagined, distracts from internal corruption. Military powers portray themselves as perpetually under siege, just as Sparta, Plato's scientific example, maintained constant vigilance against Helot rebellion. Today's surveillance states justify domestic spying through appeals to external threats, turning citizens into potential enemies. The timocratic playbook remains remarkably consistent. Cultivate fear, strength, and greatness in military rather than times. And when money replaces honor as society's ultimate value, democracy degenerates into oligarchy. Plato's diagnosis is brutally precise. Such a city is not one but two. The city of the rich.
That's an intense mantra. Probably shouldn't do it yourself.
Together and always plotting against one another. 24 centuries later, wealth inequality would make Plato's head spin. The richest 1% now own
That's
more
true.
wealth
Some of these
than
mantras,
90% combined in many
start
nations.
with Tara.
Political systems across ideological spectrums increasingly serve concentrated wealth regardless of their stated principles. Behind democracy's formal equality lurks the oligarchic reality of donor influence, corporate lobbying, and revolving doors between government and industry. Plato identified the wealthy's greatest trick, convincing everyone that what benefits the rich benefits all. Modern supply-side economics, the belief that favoring the wealthy creates prosperity, would fit perfectly in Plato's oligarchic playbook. As he noted, oligarchies create an underclass of drones, some with stings, criminals, revolutionaries, and some without, the passive poor, both products of systemic exclusion.
Because you're a whiny little baby, Taran. That's why.
Formerly restricted political
but you have a reason to be,
in ancient
by our standards.
Have been replaced by more subtle barriers. Complex registration.
Like, no, you guys don't understand. We told him early on.
Felon disenfranchisement.
It's not a bug. It's a feature.
And the overwhelming influence of campaign finance. The result mirrors what Plato described.
No, it's fucking attitude.
Citizenship without meaningful political power for many.
It's not a bug, Tim. It's a feature.
Plato understood that
bad world,
eventually
and he found the enemy. They were around.
A system that
he get it right, not completely, but sometimes he really does.
The majority creates
freaks people up.
That leads to democratic revolution.
So they have them project here, 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 and here,
movements across today's
closer to him.
Spectrum,
but he knows they're just one house away, maybe,
to nationalist populism.
Than the ones he's looking at all the time.
We may be witnessing precisely the transition Plato described from oligarchic excess to democratic reaction.
Like they're fucking evil.
Plato's analysis of democracy.
And they're like, am I really fucking evil to him? I'm like, no, not you.
Weekend watching cable.
Weird synchronicities, I'm pretty damn sure.
Democracy emerges when the poor overthrow the rich.
But someone in that direction is he.
And equality
someone in that direction is he.
But this.
And someone in that direction is definitely evil. In that direction, probably right there.
The excessive increase of anything often causes a reaction in the opposite direction. And so tyranny
my dad is not even
out of democracy,
neither am I.
And the most aggravated form of tyranny and slavery out of the most extreme form of liberty. In democratic Athens, Plato witnessed how flattering demagogues could manipulate assemblies through emotional appeal rather than reasoned arguments. Today's 24-hour news cycles, social media echo chambers, and political polarization have supercharged this dynamic. The Democrats equally, regardless of a tendency exponentially amplified by technologies that democratize publishing while eliminating traditional gatekeepers. Undermines all authority and distinction. When a democratic city,
guess what?
Thirst for freedom, has evil
guys still can't stand me.
The feast, and has drunk too deeply of the strong wine of freedom.
Community.
Then it calls
that word means the last one. Some guy.
Obey the rulers, the slaves of voluntary servitude. The result? A society where the teacher fears his scholars, and the scholars despise their teachers. Where the old condescend to the young and are full of pleasantry and gaiety. They mimic the young for.
Well, if you die and you still can't stand him, might be when you end up just stuck with Taran. Talk to a couple people now.
Calls anarchic equality, a flattening of all
They're like,
distinctions that makes governance impossible.
Right, Taran Miller.
Our current crisis of expertise, where scientific consensus on issues
Like, yep, welcome to the primordial waters.
Is rejected as just another.
Stick a trident in my head and breathe in.
Exemplifies this democratic pathology.
My name's Taran Miller. Back at it, Garfield. Back to work. Garfield, want to go to town today? I'm nervous. Every time I go to town, there's a certain place I want to stop by that I don't want to stop by. People, places, and things. Fucking drug addict.
When you want bedtime, to
A
be
sober one.
bedtime,
But you know, once an addict, always an addict, kind of.
it matters. You stay.
You know, doing drugs is brain trauma.
Conrad Hotels and
When you get addicted to something, it's traumatizing
Hilton.
in a way that you can never really get away from the rest of your life.
The internet's democratization of information has paradoxically made it harder to distinguish between credible knowledge and misinformation. When an epidemiologist's guidance carries the same...
In a way, I don't believe that, but in a way, I know it's true.
Theorists rant, Plato's
Unless you can totally refound yourself.
Rule by the ignorant feels uncomfortably prescient. The democratic...
So the younger you start, the better off you are. See, I'm 26.
Manifests in consumer society's celebration
I think
of
it's a good
choice without purpose. Our political discourse increasingly resembles what Plato described.
If I did have a shot of alcohol yesterday.
Passionate intensity without
did.
philosophical depth.
Do I regret it? No.
Of opinions where the loudest
No, help me
voice,
find
not the
Garfield, I think.
wisest, prevails. The final stage of political degeneration arrives
Yep,
when
Garfield, find him. Garfield's like, find me, I came home. Like, yeah, but I threw a huge fit.
The people welcome a strong
A massive
who
fit.
promises to restore order.
Told you, Garfield.
The people have always
What your dad to do.
whom they set over.
You even left for 5 minutes.
Us into greatness. This and
Immediately. You know, my first thought is when you've gone, kill yourself.
When he first appears,
I know it's the wrong thought, but that's my first thought when you're gone.
the tyrant emerges not despite
Is I wanna die.
but because of it, exploiting its excesses while claiming to cure them.
Well, when you know it's all real,
Modern authoritarian populists
you
follow
know,
this
it
platonic
doesn't seem like a
script
big of a deal to
with
you anymore. Like, oh, death, whatever.
Position yourself as the people's champion against corrupt
Life,
elites.
that seems hard.
Scapegoat vulnerable
It's
minorities.
like, I'll just go to fucking heaven, be with George for a while.
Fear of social disorder.
Send me back into the forum.
Undermine institutional checks.
I'll be in trouble.
And transform
But
popular
not as much trouble as I think, I don't
into
think.
personal power. What begins with promises to protect the people ends with their
But
enslavement.
since Garfield's still here,
The tyrant
I can't.
initially eliminates
Gotta be with
the
Garfield.
enemies of the people,
George is already here.
usually
He's floating around inside all the time.
but soon requires enemies to maintain.
Inside he will. Not really. He's a
If
lot
he
bigger
is
than I
to
am.
rule,
He's basically eating
He
me
must
all the time.
continually stir
Goes
up
for it.
war
That's the way it
so that
happens.
the people will continue to need a leader. This psychology explains why modern autocrats
Christ now.
maintain permanent crises. Whether
You're like, man, you
literal
worship that
wars
cat. I'm
or
like, yeah, kind
metaphorical
of.
ones
I
against
kind of did.
immigrants,
Big George.
minorities, or external threats.
Because he died.
The
And he was my whole
perpetual
life. When I was an
emergency
atheist.
justifies extraordinary powers.
Him and
that
Garfield
would
were.
otherwise be
The only things I cared
recognized
about,
as
really.
tyrannical. The tyrant's personal psychology mirrors
Like,
his
really cared
political
about.
role.
I had a couple of women too.
Completely unleashed from reason's guidance.
My family? I guess
Today's
not, huh?
aspiring tyrants display what Plato described: dominant personalities driven by insatiable desire.
I realize
rather than
that.
Principle. Many exhibit the characteristic.
I mean, I do.
trait of projecting strength,
But I
while
don't
being
sometimes.
Consumed by inner fear, which explains their.
No, I
parallel
just reflect what
purpose
they
of
feel about me
potential
often.
Plato's cycle of
But not as
revenge
bad.
suggests today's
Not more
democracies
understanding than that.
may be vulnerable to tyrannical degeneration. Not from
Why?
external
Because I'm the worst of the
context,
worst.
but from internal processes. The
So I
rise
get
of
it. I get it.
authoritarian populism across democratic systems indicates we may be witnessing precisely the transition.
Really worst the
Plato
worst though?
described.
No, turns out not even
What
close.
makes his analysis uniquely valuable is recognizing
No, I delivered karma to
political
people who can handle it.
institutions reflect citizen character. The best constitution cannot produce justice.
Me sitting here yelling and being annoying, just your karma.
This insight
Get over
helps
it.
explain why constitutional protections alone prove insufficient
I go through worse.
against democratic backsliding. Institutional safeguards cannot withstand the
Is it my karma? No.
willing to
Not my karma.
sacrifice freedom
I was born without
for
karma.
complexity
I
for
was a good man in the
simplicity,
past life.
and truth for comforting life. Plato's solution.
No, it's my
philosophical
destiny.
education that cultivates
That's why it
wisdom and
sucks.
virtue. Sounds
I become a lame
like
ass.
utilitarian education systems focused on
He's secretly a
economic
badass.
activity rather than character formation. Yet his diagnosis suggests that without addressing the spiritual and intellectual foundation
In a layabout.
of citizenship, institutional reforms merely treat
It was like people question me because like you're physically capable, right? Mentally,
His
no, huh?
Constitution, later developed by Aristotle,
Mentally, meat for a job, meat,
anticipated
right?
modern
Meat.
liberal democracy
Spiritually,
attempt to
no
balance
fucking way.
competing principles through institutional design. Our systems of checks and balances,
Then what?
constitutional
Then I'm thinking about work for 8 hours a day.
and independent judiciaries follow Platonism in regards to
I should be thinking about this.
democracy.
Oh, there he is. George taking over.
Excess.
Just say hi.
Plato's way of treating forms of government is a diagnostic tool for analyzing.
Now Jeff's giving birth again. Go watch.
Dysfunctions. His cycle of regimes reminds us that similar patterns
To the
of
sun.
political degeneration occur across
So it looks like.
drastically different contexts. Not because history literally repeats.
Mountain gives birth to the sun every day. Like, this is the magic mountain. A lot of myths are like, wow, you know, the sun sets at this magic mountain across the ocean.
When we recognize our
Like, that's what
society's
Mount Shasta is, guys.
description of late-stage
Or rises. You know what I mean?
characterized by extreme individualism, rejection of
I mean, it's the
authority,
place where the sun sets and rises to everybody else. That's what Mount Shasta is, in my opinion.
demagoguery, we gain perspective on challenges that might otherwise seem uniquely modern. This recognition doesn't provide easy solutions.
Go look
but
at it
offers a
right now.
conceptual framework for understanding how democracies undermine themselves through their own excesses.
Oh, there he is.
The ultimate value of Platonic analysis is the confrontation of uncomfortable questions about the relationship between governance and virtue. If political
Can be,
systems
yeah.
ultimately reflect the character of their
Fucked up to you.
citizens, then perhaps political reform
But not now, huh?
becomes spiritual
DC?
renewal. This recognition that politics cannot be separated from ethics remains Plato's most challenging legacy for our technocracy, and at the same time, it becomes an individual and intimate problem too.
Forget that when I'm doing this. A lot of people die because they can't breathe.
Embrace the
They come in here, maybe cough it out.
where each moment turns into a cherished memory.
Love will die. It's alone. So I won't be. Fucking refuse.
Ensuring life's journey and experiences along the way. AAA, we're always with you.
Now where is my thing? Oh, there it is, right here. On my Bible, getting blessed.
You know, everyone's got imposter syndrome to a certain degree, and the only way to dispel that is to put in the effort, give it a try. You know, everyone had told me for a long time how much potential I had, and I had a little bit of that fear of failure, where what if I'm not as good or as smart as everyone thinks I am? But once I got in there and started taking classes, I realized that.
No, he's not done.
This is
You're gonna
my
be freaking out. He came back.
He's
like, all right, cool.
PurdueGlobal.edu.
Training's working. He's good. That's fucking genius. You don't want me to be freaking out.
If Plato was
He knows
a
it gets really bad.
dreamer of political philosophy, his student Aristotle
Was
was
last
a
night.
pragmatic scientist.
Now it's freaking out.
While his teacher constructed
Worse than I thought I
ideal
would.
regimes, Aristotle dissected
I'm not ready to lose that cat.
The man collected and analyzed 158 different constitutions, for heaven's sake. Talk about empirical research. Where Plato ascended to metaphysical heights, Aristotle rolled up his sleeves and got his hands dirty with political reality. Aristotle begins with a simple observation that changes everything. Man is by nature a political animal. This is the foundation of all his political thinking. Unlike modern contract theorists who see government as an artificial invention to solve problems, Aristotle sees political association as natural as breathing. The polis belongs to the class of things that exist by nature.
See, that's magic.
And man is by nature a
You can't almost
political
like that.
animal. He who by nature and not
Not
by
really
mere
physically
accident
possible.
is without a state is either a bad
It was
man
like that.
or above
I
human.
don't think it's like people take it for granted.
In other words, humans without political
Shit's almost
communities are not
impossible.
free. They are incomplete. We're
I
not
couldn't even whistle
individuals who
before.
reluctantly form societies. We're inherently social. This flips our modern individualism on its head. For Aristotle, the isolated individual isn't the natural state disrupted by society. The individual embedded in his community
Exactly.
is the
Aristotle's
natural
right there.
state. This has massive implications for how we think about government. Modern Americans talk about getting government off our backs, as if the natural state is freedom from political
No, I don't.
constraints.
See,
Aristotle would find
yeah, getting this government off her backs,
like
but if we had a
hand
good
claiming
government
independence
with everyone
from above.
involved, like it should be.
The polis doesn't restrict human nature.
Everyone should
it
be the
fulfills it.
politician kind
But
of.
unlike Plato's linear decay through five
But the system's too closed off because of fucking money.
Aristotle gives us a neater system. 3 good forms of government and their 3 corrupt counterparts. His taxonomy implies practical outcomes. The true forms of government are those in which the one, or the few, or the many govern with a view to the common interest. But governments which rule with a view to the interest of one, or
The founding fathers knew. Does this government do that? No, it does not at all.
Monarchy,
Modern government does not.
Good, transforms into tyranny, ruled by
Does
one for
fucking
private
not.
benefit. Aristocracy, ruled by few for common good, transforms into
common interest.
oligarchy, ruled by few for private benefit.
800.
Polity, ruled by many for common good, transforms into democracy, ruled by many for private benefit. Wait, democracy is a corrupt form? That's right. Aristotle doesn't share our worship of democracy. For him, raw democracy means majority rule without constitutional limits. Basically, 2 wolves and a lamb voting on what's for dinner.
Some of them
What
do.
we call liberal
They're not all
democracy,
unified yet.
with its constitutional protections for minorities, would be closer to his polity. Ruled by many with structural safeguards against majority tyranny. This classification system still helps us diagnose modern governments. When we see leaders using public office for personal enrichment, we're watching Aristotle's perversion principle in action. When elected officials serve special interests rather than the common good, we're witnessing the slide from polity to democracy in Aristotle's sense. The distinction between good and corrupt forms doesn't depend on who
Aristotle
rules,
democracy is like a
but
bad
on
word.
whose benefit and structures, to ask the more fundamental question: does this system serve the many
Me too,
or the
almost.
few?
No.
A democracy that primarily benefits economic elites functions as an oligarchy regardless of its elections. A monarchy that genuinely serves the common welfare would be preferable to a corrupt republic by Aristotle's standards. While Plato pined for philosopher kings, Aristotle proposed something more attainable: the polity, a mixed constitution blending oligarchic and democratic elements. He recognized that most states contain both rich and poor citizens with conflicting interests. Rather than letting either group dominate, the polity incorporates both perspectives. A constitution based on the middle class is the mean between the extremes of oligarchy and democracy. This middle class government avoids both the tyranny of wealth and the chaos of unchecked populism. Its stability through moderation is a political golden mean. The American founders, deeply influenced by Aristotle, designed a system with similar balancing elements: a Senate representing propertied interests, balanced against a more democratic House, an electoral college mediating pure majority rule, separation of powers preventing any single faction from dominating. Today's hollow middle class and extreme inequality would alarm Aristotle. He believed that where the middle class is large, there least occur factions and divisions among citizens. As our middle class shrinks and polarization grows, we're living out Aristotle's warning about what happens when the moderating center collapses. The genius of
Temperature.
With a Cologuard test, you can screen for colon cancer from your own castle. It's not invasive.
Non-invasive blessings, because it's been a day.
The genius of Aristotle's polity lies in its recognition that different social classes have legitimate perspectives that need representation. Rather than wishing away class conflict through philosopher kings or pretending all citizens have identical interests, he built class tension into his ideal system as a feature, not a bug. The wealthy bring concerns about property rights and economic stability. The poor bring concerns about equity and basic needs. A healthy polity balances both. Our current populist challenges on both left and right reflect what happens when this balance fails. When economic elites capture democratic institutions, while working classes feel their concerns are ignored. Aristotle wouldn't respond. Unlike modern political scientists who focus on institutions, Aristotle understood that constitutions rest on social foundations. His analysis of revolution remains startlingly relevant. In furious revolt in order that they may be equal, and equals that they may be superior. Revolution stems from specific perceptions of relative status.
Well, I was
It's
concerned
not
something would catch
absolute
him.
poverty
The
that
fucking
triggers
leash on.
revolt, but visible inequality. As he notes with dry precision, men do not become tyrants in order that they may not suffer.
Crawl my neurologist.
Political instability has psychological roots in human status competition. His prescription for stability, moderation in all things. There is only one way of making a state safe from revolution, to allow no disproportionate growth. Both the rich and poor should be allowed to live according to their own notions of happiness.
I'm annoying.
Neither should be permitted to wrong the other. How far this is from our era's political extremism. When Aristotle says the stronger should be under the ban of law, so they will not have greater advantage, and the weaker should not be conspired against, he's articulating a principle of balanced power that our increasingly winner-take-all system ignores. His remark that constitutions are preserved by the same causes which destroy them when attended to in a different manner reveals political paradoxes we also face. Democracy requires majority rule, but must protect minority rights. Economic growth creates prosperity, but if concentrated, breeds resentment. Freedom enables human flourishing, but without limits, produces social chaos. For Aristotle, citizenship means active participation in governance, not passive enjoyment of rights. A citizen in the strictest sense shares in the administration of justice and in offices. This active conception challenges our consumerist approach to politics. We increasingly treat the government as a service provider, constituent part, like a cell in a body, not a customer at a store. His definition of citizenship as ruling and being ruled in turn establishes reciprocal responsibility that is essential in democracy. This rotation of leadership positions democracy as an educational system where citizens develop practical wisdom through governance experience. Contrast this with our specialist approach, where professional politicians govern while citizens merely vote.
Now I gotta fix him again.
Today's low voter turnout, political disengagement, and delegation of governance to experts would appear to Aristotle as signs of civic decay, not efficiency.
What would you have done?
When citizens view politics as a spectator sport rather than a participatory activity, the body politic atrophies from disuse. Where Plato wanted philosopher kings, Aristotle emphasized educating all citizens for virtue. The most valuable thing in a state is the careful attention to education. We want to cultivate character. Lawgivers make the citizens good by inculcating habits in them.
Buddhist for you? Buddhist for me.
Positioning character formation as government's primary purpose. Modern education systems, focused on workforce preparation rather than civic virtue, would strike Aristotle as missing the point entirely. What good is technical knowledge without ethical judgment to guide its use? Our schools produce skilled workers, but often neglect the character development that creates good citizens. His practical approach extends to property rights. Property should be private, but the use of it common. This middle path between communism and unrestrained capitalism suggests private ownership for efficiency coupled with social obligation for justice. It's a prescription that provokes both socialist collectivism and libertarian individualism, suggesting that rights come with responsibilities. Aristotle directly argues against his teacher's more radical proposals. Against Plato's communism of property and women, he offers common sense objections.
One of these people uses the new Colgate Total Active Prevention System. It's 15 times more effective at fighting the root cause of many oral health problems. As for the other guy,
Sarah? Good luck.
be dentist ready with Colgate Total.
Hey, wait.
Got the need for speed? No problem. At Tasty Trade, you can turn smart ideas into real trades with just a few clicks. Wow, that's fast. Tasty Trade, make your move.
That which is common to the greatest number receives the least care. Men pay most attention to what is their own. They care less for what is common, or at any rate they care for it only to the extent to which each is individually concerned. Millennia. Common ownership often creates free-rider problems and diffused responsibility. Similarly, he argues that Plato's abolition of the family ignores human attention. It is better for each child to be mine in this sense than that each of 5,000 or 10,000 citizens should regard the same child as his. Most fundamentally, Aristotle rejects Plato's assumption that maximum unity constitutes the state's proper aim. The polis is by nature a plurality, and if it becomes more and more a unity, it will first become a household instead of a polis, and then an individual instead of a household. For we should all call the household more of a unity than the polis, and the individual more than the household. So that even if we could, we ought not to achieve this object. It would be the destruction of the polis. This recognition of plurality as essential rather than problematic transforms political philosophy. Where Plato seeks to transcend differences through philosophical harmony, Aristotle accepts diversity as politics' inescapable condition. Modern pluralistic democracies with their competing interest groups reflect this Aristotelian theory that difference isn't a bug, but a feature of political life. But Aristotle's connection between ethics and politics reminds us that good governance requires good citizens.
That's exactly what mine goes. As soon as Garfield's gone, my first thought is kill your fucking self, Taran.
Aristotle's political thought remains vital
I do not like
because it bridges idealism and cynicism. He neither constructs utopian fantasies nor surrenders to power politics.
And I mean
Instead,
it.
he proposes practical wisdom,
100%.
recognizing human limitations without abandoning aspirations toward justice. Above all, Aristotle reminds us that politics exists for human flourishing, not mere survival. A state exists for the sake of a good life and not for the sake of life only. The state's purpose transcends both, aiming at the good life in its fullest sense, a goal requiring material sufficiency but not reducible to it. This comprehensive vision of politics as ethical rather than merely procedural offers an antidote to our thin conceptions of democracy as just voting or markets. For Aristotle, political life is the context in which humans realize their nature as political animals.
Yeah, this thing. It's actually an advanced branch of science or math, not theory.
Millions of Americans miss out on tax credits or deductions every year. Are you one of them? Get a free second look when you switch to H&R Block. We review the last years of your returns and check for accuracy, missed credits and deductions, identity thefts, and more. Switch to H&R Block and get a free second look review.
Carl Jung published his book Psychological Types in 1921, introducing 4 functions of consciousness: thinking, feeling, sensation, and intuition, and the 2 attitudes through which these 4 functions are deployed: introversion and extroversion. If one of these functions habitually predominates, it is called a primary or dominant function, which is paired with a secondary or auxiliary function. It was Jung who taught us that a rational function, thinking or feeling, is paired with an irrational function, sensation or intuition, to develop a conscious orientation, or as he put it, an ego consciousness, that involved just these 2 differentiated functions. On the other hand, the tertiary function is less differentiated, that is, less within our conscious grasp, and the inferior function is totally immersed in the unconscious, and thus a source of errors and complexes. But it also provides the bridge to the self, the total personality, that the other differentiated functions cannot. The inferior function is carried by the anima or animus, contrasexual archetypes of the soul that can serve as tutelary figures, representing the otherness of the unconscious. They allow a relationship to develop between conscious and unconscious contents, with the potential to replace this tension of opposites with a harmony of wholeness. The tertiary and inferior function would, in most people, remain potentials only and are represented in dreams in archaic ways. In the second half of life, however, they press for integration into consciousness to balance our one-sidedness and allow for wholeness. That is the lifelong task of individuation. If you are unfamiliar with these concepts or need a refresher, it is recommended that you watch the previous video, The Psychology of Personality Types. Jung's
but to come back and move forward with Purdue Global. Start your comeback today at purdueglobal.edu.
Poisoned, beheaded, impaled. Poisoned and impaled. You see, there's no family history of colon cancer.
Yeah, no matter your family's history, those at average risk